Master, the young sect leader not only trespassed into the forbidden grounds, but also recklessly unsealed the sword tomb, resulting in the violent upheaval of the purple and green swords, causing the deaths and injuries of dozens of disciples from Shushan. According to the regulations of Shushan, he should be stripped of his title as young sect leader and exiled to the demon-locking tower for eternity. Please, Master, strip the young sect leader of his title and send him to the demon-locking tower for eternity. Please, Master, strip the young sect leader of his title and send him to the demon-locking tower for eternity. Within the Grand Hall of Shushan, the high-ranking elders wore grim expressions, vehemently demanding the expulsion of Zhao Fan, the young sect leader. The sharp, piercing accusations echoed in Zhao Fan's ears, gradually clearing his previously blurred consciousness. Have I truly crossed over? 2 days ago, due to the seduction of others, my predecessor trespassed into the forbidden grounds of Shushan and unveiled the seal of the sword tomb, leading to the upheaval of the purple and green swords and the casualties of dozens of disciples. The entire Shushan is enraged, and today I am brought to the hall for judgment, just as I have arrived in this world. Zhao Fan couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. Having just crossed over to become the young sect leader of Shushan, he had yet to showcase his talents before being sent to the demon-locking tower. Such a melodramatic turn of events happening to him was truly both absurd and laughable. Master, I object. My elder brother was misled into trespassing into the forbidden grounds and unsealing the sword tomb. I implore the master to show leniency in his punishment. At that moment, the only one to stand up in defense was Zhao Cheng, Zhao Fan's younger brother. In the past, his fellow disciples who had called him brother either remained silent or wholeheartedly supported the elder's proposal. Zhao Cheng stepped back. The sect master, Zhao Sihai, wore a grim expression, his heart in turmoil, yet motioned for his younger son to stand aside. Father, but he is your own flesh and blood. Did you not hear me? I said step back. Zhao Sihai frowned, his tone growing heavier. Noticing the shift in his father's tone, Zhao Cheng clenched his fists, his expression one of unwillingness, but he still silently retreated to the side. Zhao Sihai turned to his son, Zhao Fan, who had been stripped of his cultivation, his gaze tinged with reluctance. Yet after much contemplation, he maintained a cold demeanor and declared, "Let my command be issued. Strip Zhao Fan of his title as young sect leader and exile him to the demon-locking tower. Without my decree, Zhao Fan is not to leave the demon-locking tower for even a step. In this world, where strength reigns supreme among cultivators, being stripped of all cultivation and exiled to the demon-locking tower signifies a fate of eternal downfall." Under the escort of the law-enforcing elders and disciples from the discipline hall, Zhao Fan was swiftly brought to the forbidden grounds of Shushan, a desolate and barren place, with withered foliage and piles of rubble. Not far away stood a towering ancient bronze tower. This bronze tower was immense, its surface mottled with verdigris, resembling a majestic peak that soared into the clouds. Creak! As the heavy, rusted door of the tower swung open, a wave of decay and death rushed forth. This was the infamous demon-locking tower of Shushan. Thousands of years ago, the demon-locking tower truly lived up to its name, having once suppressed unparalleled demons. However, as the sword Tao of Mount Shu declined, most of the demons within the tower also perished, and it gradually transformed into a prison for the transgressors of Mount Shu. Any disciple of Mount Shu who committed grave offenses would be stripped of their cultivation and exiled here for confinement. Before the demon-locking tower, Zhao Fan stood disheveled, appearing even more desolate and forlorn against the backdrop of two massive, weathered statues. "What a pity," one disciple from the disciplinary hall lamented. "The young sect master once had a boundless future. Perhaps in a few hundred years, he could have become the new leader of Mount Shu, commanding thousands of cultivators. Yet, who would have thought that a moment's folly would lead him into forbidden grounds, inciting the wrath of the purple and blue twin swords and resulting in the death and injury of so many disciples, once imprisoned in the demon-locking tower. It won't be long before he meets a tragic end within." Observing Zhao Fan's forlorn figure, Another disciple from the disciplinary hall shook his head in sympathy. Indeed, it is a harsh reality, he replied. The environment within the demon-locking tower is damp and cold, filled with the lingering malevolence of past demons. It is difficult for even a cultivator like us to endure, let alone an ordinary person stripped to their powers 500 years ago. An intersect elder of Mount Shu succumbed to madness and unleashed a massacre upon the disciples. The then sect master suppressed him and confined him to the demon-locking tower, where he perished within a few short years. 200 years ago, a formidable figure from the demonic path invaded Mount Shu, only to be subdued by 3 esteemed elders and imprisoned in the tower, where he met a tragic demise in less than 2 years. 80 years ago, Sun Ji, one of the top 10 powerful figures of Mount Shu, practiced forbidden techniques without permission and was incarcerated in the tower by the current sect master, succumbing within 3 months. This demon-locking tower has witnessed nearly all the tumultuous events of Mount Shu in recent times. Few who have been confined within its walls have lived long. He has brought this upon himself. Let this serve as a cautionary tale for you all. The law enforcement elder admonished sternly to the disciples of the disciplinary hall, using Zhao Fan as a prime example of a cautionary tale. Hearing the elder's words, Zhao Fan's eyes glimmered with resentment as he murmured to himself, "Is this truly my fate? To soon meet a tragic end within?" Beep. The sign-in system has been activated. Would you like to sign in before the demon-locking tower? Just as despair enveloped Zhao Fan, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Though the golden opportunity had arrived late, it was not too tardy. Zhao Fan felt a flicker of surprise, tinged with anxiety, unsure of the system's capabilities and whether it could aid him in escaping his current predicament. Sign in, Zhao Fan said hesitantly. Beep. Sign in before the demon-locking tower successful. Reward. Innate Sword Body. In an instant, a powerful warmth surged into Zhao Fan's body, revitalizing the weakened vessel that had suffered from the loss of cultivation, awakening a robust and formidable strength within him. This is wonderful. The capabilities of this system are astonishing, Zhao Fan exclaimed, utterly taken aback, as he acutely felt the immense power coursing through his body. System, is it possible for me to check in repeatedly? Zhao Fan inquired eagerly, contemplating the potential for greater rewards through repeated check-ins. You may check in only once per day, however, as long as you are in an area rich in the essence of the heavenly Tao. The rewards from the system will not diminish with repeated check-ins. Detection confirms that the host is situated in a special area abundant with the essence of the heavenly Tao. Would you like to set this as a permanent check-in point? Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Fan paused momentarily, then surmised that perhaps the demon suppression tower was indeed the special area referenced by the system. Agree, Zhao Fan responded swiftly. The system has successfully designated the demon suppression tower as a permanent check-in point. The host may check in an unlimited number of times to receive varied rewards until the essence of the heavenly Tao dissipates. With the system's affirmation, Zhao Fan felt a surge of joy. Thus, I can remain in the demon suppression tower with peace of mind, utilizing the system's check-in feature to garner rewards and continuously enhance my strength. This is a world of cultivation where power reigns supreme. Not only is the outside world tumultuous, but even within the peaks of Mount Shu, undercurrents abound. Once I am sufficiently strong with the system's assistance, it would be far more prudent to depart the demon suppression tower. With this line of thought, Zhao Fan found solace. Being confined to the demon suppression tower was not entirely unacceptable. To others, the demon suppression tower represented a place of doom. Yet for Zhao Fan, it transformed into an inexhaustible treasure trove. Without waiting for the disciples of the discipline hall to urge him, Zhao Fan smiled and decisively stepped into the demon suppression tower. This scene left the discipline hall disciples momentarily stunned. Even the nearby elder in charge displayed a look of astonishment. Young master, what is happening? To see him foolishly smiling as he walks into the demon suppression tower, could it be that he is overwhelmed by despair and has lost his senses? Who would have thought the once exalted young master would end up like this? Noticing Zhao Fan's demeanor, the disciples of the discipline hall exchanged glances. Had it been anyone else, They would have resolutely refused to enter the demon suppression tower, fully aware that once one stepped inside, their fate was sealed. Previously, for those uncooperative sinners of Mount Shu, they had even resorted to knocking them unconscious and tossing them inside. Yet Zhao Fan wore a smile, seemingly delighted. As he willingly entered the tower, was this not madness? The disciples of the discipline hall sighed in unison. What a pity! One misstep leads to eternal damnation. The elder in charge shook his head and then addressed a young female disciple. Zhang Xian, you're the youngest disciple in our discipline hall from now on. You shall be responsible for delivering meals to the young master. He is currently a powerless individual unable to cultivate, but he is nonetheless the biological son of the sect leader. So do not neglect your duties, otherwise you will answer for it. Rest assured, Elder Yin, I will take good care of the young master. The young female disciple named Zhang Qian, innocent and endearing, nodded obediently. With her large, expressive eyes, she gazed at Zhao Fan as he entered the demon-sealing tower, a hint of sympathy glimmering in her gaze. The locking demon tower boasts a vast and spacious interior, yet it is overgrown with weeds and has been neglected for an extended period, leaving scarcely a spot suitable for rest. Moreover, a faint but ominous aura pervades the air. This malevolent energy is as sharp as a sword. Even ordinary cultivators, if subjected to an overwhelming amount of it, risk succumbing to madness or, at worst, losing their lives. Though the quantity of this sinister energy is not excessive. If it continuously erodes an ordinary person stripped of their cultivation, it could lead to a sudden demise within less than a year under normal circumstances. This explains the tragic fate of those who were previously sentenced to confinement within the locking demon tower. Unfazed by the dire environment surrounding him, Zhao Fan casually selected a flat spot to sit down, commencing a meticulous examination of his internal state. Truly, the innate sword body bestowed by the system is nothing short of extraordinary. My Dantian, once destroyed, has been not only restored but has also grown stronger and more resilient than before, granting me the foundation to reclaim my status as a cultivator. Zhao Fan, upon closer inspection, was astonished. By integrating the memories of his former self, he became acutely aware of the intricacies of cultivation. The Dantian serves as the crucial nexus for an ordinary individual to ascend to the ranks of a cultivator, for it is here that the spiritual energy, accumulated through the inhalation and exhalation of essence, is stored. The more robust the Dantian, the swifter the cultivation and the higher the potential. Now, I shall first guide the energy back into my body, allowing myself to become a cultivator once more. Zhao Fan focused his mind, opening his pores, as the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him by an unseen force, rushing in like a torrential wind. Despite being in the locking demon tower, the surrounding void still held a meager supply of spiritual energy to assist Zhao Fan. With a hum, strands of spiritual energy swiftly entered Zhao Fan's body, coursing through his limbs and eventually transforming into pure spiritual power, accumulating within his Dantian. His aura strengthened at a visibly accelerated pace. Within just an hour, Zhao Fan noted that the spiritual energy in his Dantian had amassed to an astonishing degree, akin to a reservoir brimming with water, on the verge of overflowing. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds erupted within him, reminiscent of popping beans, a phenomenon accompanying a breakthrough in his realm. He rapidly advanced to the Qi refinement stage. It is truly incredible. In merely an hour, I have transitioned to the Qi refinement stage, reclaiming my identity as a cultivator. The former self, reliant on the abundant resources of Mount Shu, had taken over 3 months to achieve this. Zhao Fan was both astonished and elated, marveling at the extraordinary nature of the innate sword body. Truly, it is a reward from the system. It is essential to recognize that cultivation is rigorously stratified into distinct levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit separation, integration, tribulation, great ascension, and beyond, the realm of earthly immortals. The former self possessed remarkable aptitude and, prior to the destruction of his cultivation, had already attained the early golden core stage. Otherwise, he would not have commanded respect as the young sect leader of Mount Shu. The Qi refinement stage can only be considered the starting point of cultivation. Far from being comparable to the former self, and even ordinary outer disciples of Mount Shu would far surpass this realm. In a state of joyous exhilaration, Zhao Fan did not cease his cultivation. Instead, he continued to refine and absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, enhancing his prowess. He relished the sensation of his strength augmenting with each passing moment. On the very first day within the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan immersed himself in diligent practice. His rate of advancement was nothing short of astonishing, as he transitioned from the initial stage of qi refinement to the intermediate and then to the advanced stages, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, mere steps away from the foundation establishment stage. I am now a practitioner at the peak of qi refinement, he mused. It is time to commence my training in the martial arts of Mount Shu. Otherwise, no matter how formidable my cultivation, possessing strength without the means to wield it is akin to a tiger devoid of sharp fangs and claws, unable to unleash its true potential. As the night enveloped the world in darkness, Zhao Fan's eyes shone like torches, his spirit unyielding. Despite a full day of practice, he felt scarcely fatigued. Currently, his cultivation was limited, and the martial arts available for him to learn were few. It seemed that only the fundamental sword techniques were suitable for him at this stage. Zhao Fan pondered deeply. Mount Shu, renowned as a sect of sword cultivators, was once a pinnacle of power, producing legendary sword immortals over 10,000 years ago. However, in the past millennium, it had succumbed to decline, compounded by several significant upheavals that resulted in the loss of a substantial portion of its sword scriptures. Presently, the martial arts appropriate for practitioners at the qi refinement stage were exceedingly rare, with the fundamental sword techniques being the most fitting. As the name suggests, the fundamental sword techniques represent the most elementary form of swordsmanship at Mount Shu, easy to grasp and learn, and nearly every disciple of the sect could master them. This foundational sword technique comprises 9 levels, yet most disciples only practice the first 3, while even the elders typically command no more than the first 5 levels. It is not that no one could reach the pinnacle of this martial art. Rather, many considered it somewhat superfluous due to its limited power. With the aid of the system, Zhao Fan underwent a transformation from an ordinary physique to an innate sword body, granting him a remarkable comprehension of swordsmanship. In just over half an hour, he had fundamentally mastered the 9 levels of the fundamental sword technique. However, he found it curious that this basic sword technique seemed more complex than anticipated. According to his previous memories, this technique emphasized its intent rather than the actual sword moves. Yet, if one were to integrate both the sword intent and the sword moves, the resultant power might be significantly enhanced. A look of contemplation crossed Zhao Fan's face. As an innate sword body, he possessed a unique insight into swordsmanship. Driven by a spirit of experimentation, he casually picked up a twig and, wielding it like a sword, thrust it forward. In an instant, a chilling radiance erupted, shattering stones several meters away with a resounding crash. Indeed, Zhao Fan's heart surged with understanding, confirming his hypothesis. The fundamental sword technique was not as trivial as it seemed. Rather, the majority of disciples at Mount Shu tended to focus solely on its intent, neglecting to combine it with practical sword moves, thereby failing to unleash its full potential. As the night deepened, Zhao Fan swiftly grasped the entirety of this martial art, and the power he could unleash was undoubtedly several times greater than that of his peers. The following day, as dawn broke, a beam of sunlight filtered through the crevices of the demon-locking tower, illuminating Zhao Fan and casting him in a radiant glow. Shall I check in while within the demon-locking tower? Check in. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Fan's first action was to check in through the system. The check-in was successful, and he was rewarded with a Peiyuan pill. A Peiyuan pill? Such a precious item. It could only be concocted by master-level alchemists and required the expenditure of thousands of spirit stones in Shushan to procure a single one. This pill could swiftly augment the spiritual energy within him, being at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Consuming this pill would enable him to attempt a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage immediately. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Fan felt a surge of excitement and promptly consumed the newly acquired pill. Upon ingestion, a powerful energy surged into his body, and 2 hours later, he smoothly transitioned into the initial stage of foundation establishment. Wait, why do I feel so dirty? Upon fully opening his eyes, Zhao Fan noticed that his entire body was coated with a layer of black mud. Ah, right, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, the impurities within the body would be expelled. This was indeed the residue of impurities from within him. Zhao Fan suddenly recalled that this was a common occurrence for cultivators during their breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, expelling internal impurities to refine their bones and flesh, rendering them more flawless and transparent. The sticky sensation was quite unfamiliar. With a wry smile, Zhao Fan silently circulated his spiritual energy, and in an instant, the black mud enveloping him dissipated, leaving him refreshed and clean. "Young master, I have brought your meal." Just as Zhao Fan was about to continue his cultivation, the person delivering his meal arrived. "What is your name?" Zhao Fan was quite surprised to see that the one delivering the meal was a young girl. As far as he knew, the disciples guarding the demon suppression tower were predominantly male, with very few female disciples. The discipline hall was notoriously strict and dull, and few young female disciples were inclined to work there. "My name is Zhang Qian, the youngest disciple of the discipline hall." Surprised by Zhao Fan's initiation of conversation, Zhang Qian timidly replied, "Zhang Qian, I shall remember you. Please come to deliver meals every 3 days henceforth," Zhao Fan said with a smile. "Every 3 days?" Zhang Qian assessed Zhao Fan from head to toe, wrinkling her delicate nose. "But young master, you currently lack any cultivation. Will you be able to endure?" "Do not call me young master. Just refer to me as Brother Zhao." Zhao Fan reassured her, "Rest assured, should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility and will not hold you accountable." "Well, all right," then Zhang Qian hesitantly nodded, gazing into Zhao Fan's bright eyes. After delivering the meal, Zhang Qian returned to the discipline hall and recounted Zhao Fan's request to the law enforcement elder. Every 3 days? Does he intend to attempt cultivation anew? With his dantian completely depleted, how could that be possible? The law enforcement elder furrowed his brow, suspecting Zhao Fan's intentions, but still shook his head and sighed. "Had I known this would be the case, I would have acted differently." Zhang Qian, proceed according to his wishes. Deliver meals every 3 days henceforth. The dishes Zhang Qian brought were delicious and allowed Zhao Fan to indulge heartily. The weariness from prolonged cultivation that had weighed upon him dissipated in an instant, leaving him invigorated. It must be admitted that although Zhao Fan was deposed and cast into the demon-locking tower, the disciples of the discipline hall showed little negligence when it came to sustenance. The expanse within this tower was even more vast than I had imagined. Currently situated in the outer area, I thought it prudent to venture deeper. Zhao Fan resolved to explore further, seeking a suitable refuge. For the days ahead stretched long before him, and he might well find himself residing in the demon-locking tower for an extended period. Thus, it was essential to secure a comfortable and dignified place. As he advanced, the underbrush and scattered stones diminished considerably, yet the malevolent aura thickened ominously. Fortunately, Zhao Fan, now a foundational-level cultivator, was able to withstand the encroaching malevolence to a degree. After a few minutes, he halted before a massive bronze door that loomed before him. This door appeared to be of ancient origin, and Zhao Fan noticed it was encrusted with a thick layer of dust and dense cobwebs, clearly indicating that no one had ventured here for a considerable time. To access the inner sanctum of the demon-locking tower, one could only pass through this bronze gateway. With a contemplative expression, Zhao Fan approached slowly, unleashing a surge of sword energy from his fingertips that struck the bronze door with force. Though this blade of energy was as fine as a thread, its latent power was sufficient to move boulders weighing several tons. Yet, upon striking the bronze door, it merely quivered slightly. Not only did it fail to budge the heavy portal, but only a minimal amount of dust was dislodged. I have mastered the foundational sword techniques, and the power I wield surpasses that of the average elders and disciples of Mount Shu. Even so, why does a strike infused with 50% of my strength fail to shift this door? Zhao Fan mused, feeling a twinge of skepticism. He felt a steady stream of spiritual energy coalescing within him, which he then unleashed in an explosive surge. Boom! The bronze door trembled violently, and dust cascaded to the ground. With one hand pressed against the door, Zhao Fan exerted immense strength in an attempt to force the heavy portal open. How heavy? Zhao Fan's brow furrowed, feeling as if he were attempting to move a colossal millstone. Even with 80% of his strength, he could only create a narrow gap. Buzz! Just as Zhao Fan prepared to amplify his efforts to fully push open the bronze door, a terrifying turn of events occurred. Black malevolent energy surged through the crevice of the door, rushing towards him. This malevolence was akin to billowing smoke, its potency tenfold compared to the ordinary malevolent energy he had encountered before. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhao Fan swiftly retreated to evade the encroaching darkness. The tendrils of black malevolent energy swirled forth, engulfing the weeds surrounding the bronze door. The once resilient wild grass near the door, which had shown considerable immunity to the tower's malevolence, withered and died instantaneously under the influence of this dark energy. The sight sent a shiver down Zhao Fan's spine. This demonstrated just how astonishingly corrosive the black malevolence truly was. I cannot proceed. Currently, the bronze door cannot be opened. For the mere emanation of the dark malevolence it releases poses a significant threat to me. Zhao Fan dismissed the notion of further opening the bronze door. Fortunately, he had only created a narrow gap, rather than fully unveiling the door. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the peculiar black malevolence with his present strength. Ding! Would you like to check in at the ancient demon tomb gate? Just as Zhao Fan was about to depart, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. The ancient demon tomb gate. Is that the name of this bronze door? Could it be that within lies the demon tomb? Check-in. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fan acquiesced, as he had yet to utilize his check-in for the day. Check-in successful. You have received a supreme flying sword, the Qishao sword. As the system's notification faded, a 3-foot-long sword materialized in Zhao Fan's hand. The sword was a vibrant crimson, its blade radiating brilliance and exuding a chilling aura that pricked the skin. A supreme flying sword? How splendid! Although I have mastered the fundamentals of swordplay, what I lack most at present is a flying sword. With this supreme flying sword, I can perfect my basic sword techniques. A smile graced Zhao Fan's face, and a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Mount Shu primarily cultivates swordsmanship, providing its disciples with weaponry, yet most of it is merely mundane iron. However, flying swords differ from ordinary weapons. They are not only precious, but also immensely powerful. Should a cultivator from Mount Shu master the lost art of sword control, they could wield their sword to slay foes from miles away with but a thought. Thousands of years ago, during Mount Shu's peak splendor, a terrestrial sword immortal once unleashed their power with a mere thought, guiding their sword across vast distances to vanquish formidable enemies. In his past life as the young master of Mount Shu, he had only received a low-grade flying sword as a reward after breaking through to the early Golden Course stage. A supreme flying sword, in the current diminished state of Mount Shu, is an exceptionally rare and precious weapon. As Zhao Fan grasped the Qishao sword, he infused it with strands of spiritual energy, causing the initially frigid blade to coalesce into several feet of intangible sword aura. Clang, clang, clang. The sword aura swept forth, shattering stones and cleaving metal, leaving behind fearsome gashes upon the ground. Truly a supreme flying sword. Zhao Fan's expression reflected satisfaction. Acquiring the supreme flying sword elevated his spirits. Given the danger posed by the black malevolence within the bronze door, he refrained from further exploration and turned back to his original location. Upon returning, Zhao Fan utilized his abilities to construct a simple abode from the rubble, establishing a basic foothold. In the following days, Zhao Fan diligently practiced, continuously checking in through the system to receive rewards. His strength and realm of cultivation ascended at an astonishing pace. As spring faded into autumn, half a year had elapsed. For ordinary mortals, half a year may seem an eternity, yet for cultivators, it passes in the blink of an eye. Through the system's assistance, Zhao Fan consistently checked in at the Demon Lock Tower to gain rewards. Ding! Successful check-in at the Demon Lock Tower. You have received a manual from an unnamed sword cultivator. Ding! Successful check-in at the Demon Lock Tower. You have received a set of purple gold battle attire. Ding! Successfully checked in at the Demon-Sealing Tower, earning a volume of the Qingyun sword technique from Shushan. Additionally, Zhao Fan acquired numerous Peiyuan pills, which can swiftly enhance one's cultivation level, allowing him to ascend from the early stage of foundation establishment to the consummate level within a mere 6 months, surpassing both the intermediate and advanced stages. This pace is exceptionally rapid, considering that, under normal circumstances, advancing through the foundation establishment realm is tenfold more challenging than progressing through the Qi refinement stage. It is noteworthy that an ordinary cultivator requires several months, if not longer, to elevate their foundation establishment by a single minor realm. Moreover, during this period, aided by the system, Zhao Fan's combat prowess far exceeded that of his peers at the same cultivation level, to the extent that even he found it difficult to quantify his strength. While cultivating, Zhao Fan explored the surrounding areas, yet they were desolate, so barren that not even the remnants of demons that had once perished there could be found. Zhao Fan speculated that the region beyond the bronze door might be where these demons had met their demise. However, the presence of a corrosive black malevolence instilled considerable trepidation in him. Most crucially, his instincts warned him of potential dangers lurking within, which caused him to hesitate in taking action. The adage "curiosity killed the cat" resonated with him. He was unwilling to take any risks without absolute strength. Over the past 6 months, Zhao Fan thrived, defying the grim predictions of the disciplined hall disciples regarding his swift demise, much to the surprise of some. Fortunately, few cared about the fate of the deposed young master, leading to his diminishing presence. The exception was Zhang Qian, the junior sister from the discipline hall, who became the most concerned and knowledgeable about Zhao Fan's circumstances. Every 3 days, she dutifully brought him delectable meals, unwavering through rain or shine for over half a year. Although Zhao Fan did not actively inquire about the outside world, Zhang Qian, seemingly anxious to alleviate his potential boredom, often shared tales of the shifting tides in the external realm during her visits. Daily check-ins and cultivation kept Zhao Fan invigorated, though he occasionally felt a sense of numbness. Thus, he did not reject the kindness of his junior sister and would engage in light conversation with her. Recently, Zhang Qian mentioned the brewing turmoil within the cultivation world, noting that the long-dormant demonic sects had resurfaced, sweeping through numerous sects like a tempest, with several Yuan-level cultivators meeting their demise in battle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan realized that remaining quietly in the Demon-Sealing Tower to strengthen himself was indeed the wisest course of action amidst the perilous fluctuations of the cultivation realm. On this particular day, Zhang Qian arrived again with food, but unlike her usual demeanor, she seemed unusually subdued, lacking her characteristic vivacity. "Junior sister, why aren't you sharing any amusing stories today?" Zhao Fan inquired with a warm smile, sensing her unusual countenance. "Young master, I've mentioned many times. Just call me senior brother. I am no longer the young master of Shushan," he interjected with a smile before she could finish. "Senior brother Zhao. Today, the sect leader has appointed a new young master," Zhang Qian replied, biting her lip and hesitating as she spoke. She cautiously observed Zhao Fan, noticing that he displayed no reaction, and then added, "The new young master is indeed your own younger brother, Zhao Cheng." "Zhao Cheng?" Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled with understanding, saying, "That lad is quite impressive. His talent rivals mine, and it is only fitting that he assumes the position of young master of Mount Shu. However, do you not feel a sense of resentment? That was originally your position." Zhang Qian softly remarked. "That was never my position. My place is here," Zhao Fan replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Qian wished to say more, but Zhao Fan gestured for her to stop. "Senior brother Zhao, I shall return in a few days to bring you food." Half an hour later, after exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Qian picked up her food box and departed. After watching Zhang Qian leave, Zhao Fan turned and walked to the desolate stone ground. This open area was one he relished for his cultivation practice. "Has the host begun the sign-in?" "Sign in," he responded habitually as the system prompt sounded. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a He Yuan Dan." "A He Yuan Dan? I am currently at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. This He Yuan Dan will be immensely beneficial to me. It seems the system truly understands me." Gazing at the He Yuan Dan in his hand, Zhao Fan's face broke into a smile. The He Yuan Dan is a top-tier elixir, valued even above the Pei Yuan Dan. Most importantly, the He Yuan Dan can significantly enhance the success rate of breaking through from the Foundation establishment stage to the Golden Core stage. It is worth noting that while it appears there is only a single step between the peak of the Foundation establishment stage and the Golden Core stage, the difficulty is monumental. Typically, out of 10 cultivators at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, only one manages to successfully break through to the Golden Core stage. This illustrates just how low the success rate is for such a breakthrough. In the past, my predecessor, gifted as he was, relied on the abundant resources of Mount Shu and spent 3 to 4 months to successfully break through to the Golden Core stage. Initially, I estimated that I would need at least another month to confidently overcome the bottleneck. However, with the aid of this He Yuan Dan, I am now assured of a successful breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled as he slowly swallowed the He Yuan Dan, beginning his attempt to transcend his previous limits. As the elixir settled in his abdomen, a torrent of medicinal power surged throughout his body. It was visibly apparent that as Zhao Fan's pores opened, a robust flow of cosmic spiritual energy rushed in from all directions, filling his being. Zhao Fan's countenance became solemn, his physique emanating a gentle glow, with even his hair appearing lustrous and translucent, as the continuous influx of cosmic spiritual energy entered him. The spiritual power within his dantian grew increasingly potent, ultimately condensing into a brilliant golden core. The golden core shimmered like a star suspended in the night sky. In that moment, Zhao Fan's aura surged dramatically, amplified severalfold compared to before. "I succeeded. Golden Core stage. Zhao Fan felt the overwhelming power within him, releasing a sigh of relief. A cultivator at the Golden Core stage is a rare existence among the disciples of Mount Shu. Though I am yet to reach the stature of the venerable immortals of yore, I have nonetheless surpassed the foundational cultivators by several magnitudes. As a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, I now possess a sufficient degree of self-preservation against the ominous black aura, allowing me to venture into the realm beyond the ancient gate of the demon grave. A glimmer of resolve sparkled in Zhao Fan's eyes. Over the past 6 months, he had explored the surrounding area, yet his thoughts remained fixated on that ancient gate. Previously, he had been wary of the dark aura lurking beyond, but now, having attained the Golden Core stage, those apprehensions had completely dissipated. Without further hesitation, Zhao Fan soon found himself once more before the ancient gate of the demon grave. The black aura that seeped through the crevices was repelled by an invisible force before it could approach him. Indeed, having broken through to the Golden Core stage, he was barely able to withstand these dark energies. Zhao Fan nodded inwardly, allowing his spiritual energy to circulate and form a barrier, effectively isolating himself from the encroaching malevolent aura. After a moment of contemplation, he unleashed a surge of spiritual power, which effortlessly pushed open the weighty gate with a resonant rumble. With a deafening roar, the ancient gate of the demon grave swung wide, unleashing a torrent of black aura that surged forth. Was this the world beyond the ancient gate? Zhao Fan stepped forward with steady strides, and upon casting a glance, he was astounded by the scene before him. The ground was littered with bones, some human, others beastly, countless and densely packed. In the distance, shrouded in a hazy veil, stood towering skeletal remains, reaching heights of dozens or even hundreds of meters, resembling small mountains, and despite the passage of eons, they still emanated a lustrous sheen akin to jade. This was indeed the true demon-locking tower. A chill coursed through Zhao Fan's spine as he involuntarily gasped in awe. Looking around, the skeletal remains appeared as hills. What an astonishing quantity this must be. Moreover, Zhao Fan could distinctly sense that some of the bones radiating a jade-like glow, despite enduring the ravages of time, still exuded an overwhelming demonic aura. Even from a considerable distance, the faint pressure emanating from them left Zhao Fan breathless. It was evident that these skeletons had once been fearsome and unparalleled demons in life. The space within the demon grave was exceedingly vast. However, Zhao Fan found it challenging to delve deeper, for the terrifying aura exuded by those colossal skeletons rendered his progress nearly impossible, subjecting him to immense pressure. This was merely at the outermost fringes of the grave. Should he stubbornly advance further, he would soon be crushed to dust by the terrifying energies radiated by the countless bones. This was not a matter of Zhao Fan's inadequacy in strength, but rather a testament to the unparalleled might these bones once possessed. Thousands of years ago, the splendor of Mount Shu was unmatched, and those imprisoned within this demon-locking tower were none other than the most renowned and formidable demons of their time. Such terrifying entities, even in death, leaving only their skeletal remains, were beyond the endurance of ordinary cultivators. My strength still leaves much to be desired. If only I could attain the nascent soul stage, perhaps I would then possess the true qualifications to explore this demon grave. Zhao Fan felt a pang of regret. He had thought that achieving the Golden Core stage would enable him to disregard the encroaching black malevolence. Yet he did not anticipate the horrors lurking within this demon burial ground to be far worse than he had imagined. Just as Zhao Fan was lost in contemplation, an unforeseen event transpired. A low hum echoed nearby, and a humanoid skeleton, collapsed amidst the rubble, suddenly came to life, its deep eye sockets ignited by eerie green flames. The aura of a cultivator. I, Sun Ji, have waited for 80 years, and finally, a cultivator has arrived. If I can seize your body, I shall be reborn. The skeletal figure shot towards Zhao Fan like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Fan's expression shifted dramatically. With the supreme flying sword, Qi Xiao, in hand, he instinctively unleashed a sweeping strike. The Qi Xiao, sharp and formidable, combined with Zhao Fan's mastery of the foundational sword technique of Mount Shu, wielded immense power capable of easily severing boulders. The blade's cold radiance surged forth, aimed directly at the skeletal figure. The skeleton raised its claw to grasp, seemingly dismissing Zhao Fan's attack. With a resounding crash, the skeleton let out a wretched scream, overwhelmed by the violent sword energy, leaving it battered and on the brink of disintegration. Realizing his first strike had been effective, Zhao Fan wasted no time in preparing for a second attack. Stop! The skeletal figure, upon seeing this, trembled in fright, the ghostly flames in its eye sockets flickering wildly as it hastily raised its hand in surrender. Reduced to nothing but bones and gravely injured by Zhao Fan's sword energy, another blow would spell its complete annihilation. Who are you? Zhao Fan, poised for action, fixed a menacing gaze upon the skeleton. This creature had attempted a surprise attack on him, had he not possessed sufficient strength in the Qi Shao. Any other cultivator might have already succumbed to its grasp. I am Sun Ji, a former disciple of Mount Shu. The skeleton's voice resonated, low and mournful, as it introduced itself. Sun Ji, it cannot be. Zhao Fan exclaimed in disbelief. One of the 10 mightiest figures of Mount Shu 80 years ago. He had been cast into the Demon Lock Tower for practicing forbidden techniques. Indeed, it is I. In response to Zhao Fan's incredulous gaze, the skeleton slowly nodded and continued. Years ago, I was stripped of my cultivation and imprisoned within the Demon Lock Tower, where I suffered the toxic malevolence. In desperation, I employed a certain secret technique to anchor my lingering soul in this skeleton, thus allowing me to survive until now. After speaking, Sun Ji's residual soul turned its gaze upon Zhao Fan, solemnly stating, Young man, I see you are also a disciple of Mount Shu. Why not engage in a trade? As long as you spare my life, I can impart to you several unparalleled techniques of Mount Shu. Perhaps with this knowledge, you can endure within this tower. Zhao Fan noted that as Sun Ji spoke, the depth of its eye sockets remained fixed on him, reminiscent of a beast eyeing its prey, subtle yet tinged with a raw greed. Zhao Fan was no fool. He recognized the temptation being presented, intended to lower his guard, and thus he promptly rejected the offer. I'm afraid I have no interest. Had you not attacked me earlier, I might have spared you. But since you seek to usurp my body, you might as well hasten your demise. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Fan swept his sword, its cold gleam radiating like a forged blade, immediately engulfing the remnant soul of Sun Ji. No, I can not only impart to you the secret arts of Shushan, but I can also reveal the secrets of this demon grave. The remnant soul of Sun Ji cried out in despair, exerting all its strength to resist. Yet it continued to dissolve under the astonishing sword aura, ultimately transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing completely. What secrets of the Shushan arts? What mysteries of the demon grave? With the aid of the system, I am not lacking in formidable martial arts techniques. As for the secrets of this demon grave, I shall explore them further when my strength has risen to a greater height. Zhao Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly and spoke. For now, I must make haste to leave this place. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that other formidable demons have not left their remnant souls like Sun Ji did. Furrowing his brows, Zhao Fan swiftly exited the demon grave and sealed the great door once more. Gazing at the ancient door of the demon grave that had closed behind him, he revealed an expression of lingering trepidation. He deeply realized that his strength was still far from sufficient. With a cultivation level of the golden elixir stage, not only was he incapable of exploring the space within the demon grave, but he could hardly withstand even a faint aura emanating from the remains of the great demons. I can only wait until my cultivation has advanced further before I delve into the secrets of this place. Zhao Fan felt no despondency, rather, he brimmed with confidence. With the system's assistance, he believed that it would not be long before he experienced further enhancement. At that time, the entire demon grave would hold no mysteries before him. Subsequently, Zhao Fan returned to the perimeter of the demon locking tower, signing in daily through the system to receive rewards, his strength visibly increasing at a remarkable pace. Has the host begun signing in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shushan sword control technique. On that day, as the system's notification rang out, Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. The sword control technique, it was actually the Shushan sword control technique. Zhao Fan felt a surge of excitement. Unlike other cultivation sects, Shushan primarily followed the path of sword cultivation. Due to the drastic changes in the heavenly and earthly environment over the past 10 millennia, the practice of sword cultivation no longer aligned with the natural order, leading to Shushan's decline from its former glory. Many priceless sword cultivation texts had been lost during several upheavals, including the renowned sword control technique of Shushan. Zhao Fan never anticipated that he would acquire the Shushan sword control technique as a reward from the system. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite tremendous upheaval within the entire Shushan sect. Indeed, it was the complete sword control technique. Zhao Fan discovered a complex and profound sword cultivation text lodged deep within his mind, containing the essence of the sword control technique. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to peruse it. As expected of the sword control technique, it was truly vast and profound. According to the records within, the sword control technique is divided into 9 distinct realms, and only by mastering all 9 realms can one unleash the technique's most formidable power. Zhao Fan's heart ignited with fervor as he began to practice the first realm of the sword control technique. The sword follows the heart. The first step in Zhao Fan's training was to begin nurturing his sword. The practice of nurturing a sword involves establishing an inseparable bond with the flying sword, Shushan, through one's own spiritual energy. Only upon successfully nurturing the sword and gaining its complete acknowledgement can one achieve a level of mastery akin to an extension of oneself. As Zhao Fan continuously infused his spiritual energy into the sword, the originally vibrant crimson blade soon forged a mysterious connection with him. In the next moment, the Qishao emitted a gentle chime before gracefully hovering before Zhao Fan, akin to an exuberant child, flitting around him in joyous ascension and descent. The nurturing of the sword was a success. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fan's face broke into a smile. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting the bond with the flying sword to be easier than he had imagined. Perhaps this was due to his innate sword body. Although he had established a preliminary connection with the sword, he was still far from reaching the realm of wielding the sword at will. And thus Zhao Fan dared not to slacken his efforts and continued his focused training. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Fan immersed himself in his cultivation. Through his relentless dedication, he finally succeeded in mastering the first level of the sword control technique, where the sword moves with the heart. With a thought, Zhao Fan unleashed the exquisite flying sword Qishao, which resonated with a clear clang before soaring forth, imbued with unique sentience and formidable power, shattering a stone more than 20 meters away into countless fragments. The might of the sword control technique was indeed impressive. With just the first level achieved, Zhao Fan, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, could effortlessly command the sword to obliterate a stone block from such a distance. Such destructive capability, one would be hard-pressed to find appear among cultivators of the same level. This spectacle brought a satisfied glimmer to Zhao Fan's eyes. He had exerted merely 30 to 40% of his strength, yet the resulting devastation was remarkable. He was confident that with full force, he could cleave through a massive boulder several meters high, even at a distance of 30 meters. Moreover, it was crucial to note that this was under the premise of having only mastered the first level of the sword control technique. Should he reach higher levels, or even attain the completion of the 9th tier, the power he could manifest might indeed align with the legends of slaying formidable foes over 1,000 miles with a mere thought. However, it must be said, while the sword control technique is powerful, the difficulty of mastering subsequent realms increases exponentially. Not to mention, the second level, which involves the unification of man and sword, is no simple feat to achieve. Furthermore, to cultivate the second level of the sword control technique, one must first break through to the nascent soul stage. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. He was still merely at the Golden Core stage, with a considerable distance to travel before reaching the nascent soul. Additionally, as a cultivator ascends in realm, the difficulty of progression increases manifold, requiring significantly more time to break through to the nascent soul stage. I must seize the time to elevate my cultivation realm. Only by breaking through to the nascent soul stage can I delve into the secrets of the demon tomb and advance my sword control technique to the second level. Zhao Fan resolved to hasten his progress. Just as he was about to continue his diligent training, the heavy doors of the demon lock tower unexpectedly swung open. Sensing something, Zhao Fan lifted his gaze toward that direction. A young man, adorned in a brocade robe, stepped in with measured grace. His stature was tall and robust, his features strikingly handsome, and an air of nobility graced his brow. He bore a resemblance to Zhao Fan, approximately 6 or 7 parts alike. He was none other than Zhao Fan's younger brother, Zhao Cheng. "Brother," Zhao Cheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with a hint of excitement upon spotting Zhao Fan. "What brings you here?" Zhao Fan inquired, initially taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. The Demon-Sealing Tower is a forbidden place in Mount Shu. Ordinarily, outsiders should not intrude without permission, lest they face severe consequences. "Brother, I have come with Father's consent to visit you," Zhao Cheng replied after a brief hesitation, his voice steadying. "I have now become the new young master of Mount Shu." "Ah, I see," Zhao Fan responded, a smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations on your ascension to young master, dear brother." "Brother, you don't harbor any resentment towards me, do you?" Zhao Cheng asked cautiously, his gaze fixed on Zhao Fan. "Why would I? It is splendid that you have attained the position of young master. At the very least, It brings me comfort to know it is you who holds this title, rather than someone else, Zhao Fan reassured him, patting his shoulder with a smile. I have felt a weight on my conscience until now. With your words, I can finally breathe easy, Zhao Cheng sighed in relief. I am truly sorry for taking so long to visit you. Zhao Cheng continued with a tinge of guilt. I was overwhelmed with matters concerning the sect. And father has been under immense pressure since your incident. Many elders have expressed their dissatisfaction with him. It matters not. I am simply elated that you are here. Zhao Fan waved dismissively, understanding the considerable burden his brother had borne to arrive at the Demon-Sealing Tower. Brother, please do not resent father. He has always cared for you. However, as the sect leader, he must balance many responsibilities, and Mount Shu is currently facing numerous challenges. Zhao Cheng hesitated, searching for the right words. I do not harbor any resentment toward him. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at my own folly for seeking greater power, which led me astray and made me reckless. Zhao Fan interjected with a faint smile before Zhao Cheng could finish. That is a relief, Zhao Cheng noted, observing the notable change in his elder brother's demeanor, which no longer reflected the former stubbornness and rigidity. By the way, brother, I heard you have been attempting to resume your cultivation? Zhao Cheng inquired. This here is a gathering chi pill I obtained, which may aid in replenishing your dantian. Additionally, I have brought some spirit fruits infused with the essence of heaven and earth that can help enhance your physical constitution. As he spoke, Zhao Cheng presented a precious pill along with several spirit fruits. A superior grade pill, the gathering chi pill, Zhao Fan remarked, astonished. Such a pill was exceedingly rare, almost impossible to find within the entirety of Mount Shu. It was evident that Zhao Cheng must have made significant sacrifices to acquire it. Brother, this is my heartfelt offering. You must accept it. Once I solidify my position as young master, I will certainly find a way to rescue you, Zhao Cheng insisted, fearing Zhao Fan might refuse. Observing his younger brother's earnest demeanor, Zhao Fan, despite having regained his status as a cultivator, felt reluctant to refuse his goodwill. He smiled warmly and said, since that is the case, I shall graciously accept it. However, I am quite content here, so please do not take any foolish risks to rescue me. Not only would you endanger yourself, but you would also implicate our father. Zhao Fan continued, his tone grave. You are no longer an ordinary disciple, but the young master of Mount Shu. Do not act recklessly as I once did. But brother, Zhao Cheng's nose tinged with emotion. Fear not. This is the punishment I rightfully deserve, and I find my time in the Demon-Sealing Tower rather fulfilling, Zhao Fan replied with a light laugh. His words were sincere. Although life in the Demon-Sealing Tower was somewhat monotonous, the daily strength he gained through the system made it immensely rewarding. Very well, Zhao Cheng relented, understanding that his elder brother had his future in mind. The two brothers, having not seen each other for quite some time, engaged in conversation for over an hour. Eventually, Zhao Cheng left the Demon-Sealing Tower, glancing back 3 times. Brother, I will visit you often when I have the chance, he called out as he departed. That foolish boy. Zhao Fan watched him leave, a smile gracing his lips, warmth blossoming in his heart. Upon exiting the Demon-Sealing Tower, Zhao Cheng hurried to the Great Hall of Mount Shu, where he encountered his father, Zhao Sihai, the sect leader. In just over half a year, Zhao Sihai appeared to have aged considerably. His once thick, dark hair was now interspersed with prominent strands of gray, and his stature no longer exuded the same imposing presence. Fatigue had replaced the former authority in his features. Father, I have seen brother. His condition is relatively good, Zhao Cheng said, bowing respectfully before recounting the details of his meeting with Zhao Fan. Indeed, he is my son, Zhao Sihai replied, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and sorrow. Even imprisoned in the Demon-Sealing Tower, he endures. His tone was complex, tinged with both relief and heartache. Relieved that the fearsome Demon-Sealing Tower had not swiftly claimed Zhao Fan's life, yet pained that as the leader of Mount Shu, he could only watch as his eldest son suffered. Father, is there truly nothing you can do? You are the powerful leader of Mount Shu. Cannot you grant brother clemency just this once? It is no small feat for him to have endured in that place for over half a year. I genuinely wish for his release, Zhao Cheng pleaded, kneeling earnestly. My dear Chenger, Zhao Sihai said, gazing at his youngest son before shaking his head with a deep sigh. It is precisely because I am the leader of Mount Shu that I cannot pardon your brother. Our sect faces internal strife and external threats, and countless eyes are upon me. Should I misuse my authority, how many elders would seize the opportunity to find justifications to replace me? Certainly, The position of the sect master is but a trifling matter that a father can willingly relinquish. However, such an action would incite chaos within Shushan, leading to the ruin of the legacy built over the past 70 to 80 millennia. Zhao Sihai's expression revealed a sense of helplessness as he spoke solemnly. It is not that I do not wish to save your elder brother, but the time is not right for me to grant him clemency. Father, I understand. Zhao Cheng sighed lightly, empathizing with Zhao Sihai's predicament. Ever since he assumed the role of the junior sect master, he had come to realize that although Shushan appeared robust on the surface, it was, in fact, riddled with vulnerabilities. As his father had articulated, should he be forced to abdicate, the ensuing turmoil could spell disaster for Shushan. Especially in these tumultuous times, the world has shown signs of unrest, with demonic sects that had lain dormant for millennia now emerging, unleashing waves of bloodshed and chaos. Though Shushan is no longer the illustrious sect it once was millennia ago, it remains a revered institution with a rich heritage that many covet. Should disorder arise, the consequences would be dire. Cheng'er, you are now the junior sect master of Shushan. Every word and action must be approached with caution. I have grown old, and the future of Shushan will depend on your ability to restore its former glory. If you can lead Shushan back to greatness, your power and prestige will be sufficient to win everyone's trust. And granting your brother clemency will merely be a matter of words. Father, I understand. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath and replied earnestly. I will strive diligently to meet your expectations. Indeed, it is reassuring to see your awareness. Zhao Sihai nodded slightly as he regarded his son. Compared to the previous Zhao Fan, he found greater satisfaction in Zhao Cheng's performance. The latter had only recently ascended to the position of junior sect master. Yet he managed affairs with remarkable order and maintained a gentle demeanor that won him the favor of all within Shushan. Most importantly, Zhao Cheng exhibited exceptional talent for cultivation that set him apart. By the way, we have received reports from Shushan disciples indicating that the demonic sects are stirring, contemplating an assault on us. You are tasked with sending someone to investigate this matter thoroughly so that we can prepare in advance, Zhao Sihai instructed thoughtfully. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Zhao Cheng nodded and promptly departed the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, after Zhao Cheng left the Demon Locking Tower, Zhao Fan immersed himself once again in his cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. To be precise, it was the 3rd anniversary of Zhao Fan's arrival at the Demon Locking Tower. Over these 3 years, Zhao Fan continuously utilized the system's sign-in rewards to enhance his abilities at an astonishing rate. He progressed from the early stage of the Golden Core realm to breakthroughs in the mid and late stages, ultimately achieving the consummate state of the Golden Core realm, now standing just a step away from the nascent soul stage. Such rapid advancement shattered the previous cultivation records of Shushan. Under normal circumstances, it would take a typical cultivator a decade or even several decades to ascend from the early stage of the Golden Core to its perfected state, provided they had sufficient opportunities and fortuitous encounters. However, with the system's assistance, Zhao Fan's daily cultivation speed equated to that of a standard cultivator over tenfold. In the Demon Locking Tower, Zhao Fan stood proudly, his flowing black hair dancing in the air, his gaze deep and tranquil. With a resounding crash, as his thoughts stirred, the exquisite flying sword, Qishao, emitted a sonorous clang, shooting forth like a bolt of lightning, shattering a massive boulder 100 meters away into fragments. The might of this strike was formidable indeed. Excellent, excellent. With my current cultivation level, wielding the sword control technique, such overwhelming power would likely be unmatched among those below the nascent soul stage. A satisfied expression crossed Zhao Fan's face with the enhancement of his cultivation. Even mastering merely the first tier of the sword control technique, the power he could wield had vastly increased compared to before. Alas, I have yet to break through the bottleneck and smoothly ascend to the nascent soul stage. If only I could master the second tier of the sword control technique with the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Its power would undoubtedly multiply several times beyond what I possess now. Zhao Fan felt a tinge of regret after reaching the consummate stage of the Golden Core. His rate of improvement had nearly stagnated, leaving him trapped at the bottleneck. As Zhao Fan was lost in thought, the grand door of the Demon Locking Tower suddenly creaked open, and 2 shadowy figures silently slipped inside. Someone has entered the Demon Locking Tower? Zhao Fan sensed this. Since honing his cultivation, his 5 senses had become exceptionally acute, allowing him to perceive even the slightest disturbances within 1,000 meters. In the next moment, Zhao Fan vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already near the entrance of the demon-locking tower. His aura was completely suppressed, as if he had seamlessly merged with the space within the tower. He employed a technique rewarded by the system that concealed his energy fluctuations entirely. Unless confronted by an immensely stronger cultivator, even those nearby would remain oblivious to his presence. At the entrance of the tower stood two tall, robust figures, seemingly no different from ordinary individuals, yet Zhao Fan sensed an anomaly at a glance. The aura of these two was unlike that of cultivators, suffused with a faint demonic energy, and their flesh was covered in gleaming scales. Indeed, they were two demon race practitioners. How audacious! Demon practitioners daring to infiltrate Shushan and venture into the demon-locking tower? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. Shushan was a sect of human cultivators, inherently opposed to the demon race, and it was evident that these two interlopers bore ill intentions. Brother, we have finally arrived at the legendary demon-locking tower. Shushan is indeed overrated. It is not as formidable as rumored, and the guards are so lax that we brothers could easily slip in, remarked a black-clad demon man, unable to suppress his smugness upon noticing the absence of onlookers. Eldest brother, do not celebrate too soon. Were it not for this void mirror that masks our presence, our golden core cultivation would not have allowed us to reach this place so effortlessly, cautioned the other demon man, his demeanor stern. Eldest brother is right, the black-clad man replied sheepishly. He then surveyed their surroundings, a look of uncertainty crossing his features as he asked, Eldest brother, could we have come to the wrong place? Is this truly the demon-locking tower? It appears there is nothing particularly extraordinary about this place. It must be here. The man with a stern countenance glanced at the flickering treasure mirror in his hand and declared with unwavering certainty, based on the reaction of the void mirror. Our clan's treasured artifact should be deep within the demon-locked tower. Over 10,000 years ago, a powerful figure from Mount Shu suppressed the ancestors of our Black Jiao clan, and that clan's heirloom was brought into the demon-locked tower by our ancestor. This time, we have ventured forth with the resolve to retrieve the ancestral treasure and restore the glory of our Black Jiao clan. The cold-faced man was named Jiao Shang, while the individual beside him was his younger brother, Jiao Tian. They hailed from the Black Jiao clan and had secretly infiltrated Mount Shu on the orders of their clan's higher-ups to reclaim the long-lost heirloom from the demon-locked tower. Upon overhearing the brothers' conversation, Zhao Fan's expression shifted to one of realization. The Black Jiao clan was a formidable entity among the demon races, having caused great turmoil over 10,000 years ago when Mount Shu was still flourishing. At that time, a mighty figure had apprehended the ancestor of the Black Jiao clan and imprisoned him within the demon-locked tower. To think that after a millennium, the Black Jiao clan would dare to take such a monumental risk and send individuals to infiltrate the tower to reclaim their treasured artifact. Come with me, younger brother. The void mirror has reacted. It senses the presence of our clan's treasure. Jiao Shang signaled for his brother to follow as they headed towards the ancient gate of the demon grave. The demon-locked tower was a place of great significance, where trespassers should not dare to intrude. Just then, a faint voice suddenly rang out, startling the brothers. Jiao Shang turned toward the sound and discovered, at some point, a young man standing in their path. Is there someone here? Jiao Tian exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing the suddenly appeared Zhao Fan. Noting the complete absence of any spiritual energy emanating from him, his eyes then gleamed with malice as he harshly inquired, Are you a disciple of Mount Shu? Although Jiao Shang remained silent, his gaze was equally hostile towards Zhao Fan. This is the demon-locked tower. I advise you to leave immediately, Zhao Fan replied impassively, refraining from answering the question. Though imprisoned within the tower, he still considered himself a disciple of Mount Shu. He could not permit demons to intrude here at will. Brother, this fellow is undoubtedly from Mount Shu. We cannot allow him to expose our presence, Jiao Tian warned Jiao Shang. Eliminate him, Jiao Shang commanded coldly. Understood, Jiao Tian responded, his face lighting up with excitement. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to strike at Zhao Fan's forehead. What had initially appeared as a normal hand suddenly morphed into a massive beast claw, gleaming with a menacing light. Foolish. Zhao Fan had intended merely to intimidate them, but was taken aback by their malicious intent. He decided to show no mercy. With the sound of a sword's cry, his flying sword, Qi Xiao, cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, severing Jiao Tian's claw. The momentum did not wane. It continued on to bisect Jiao Tian at the waist, unleashing a piercing scream and a gushing fountain of blood. Younger brother, Jiao Shang was utterly astonished. never having anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable young man before him was, in fact, an exceedingly rare sword cultivator. The Void Mirror. Zhao Fan roared in fury, and the Void Mirror in his hand erupted with 100 rays of brilliance, surging towards Zhao Fan. This was not only a treasure capable of concealing one's aura, but also a formidable weapon of great potency. In the face of Zhao Fan's wrathful strike, Zhao Fan remained calm, and with a mere thought, the flying sword, Qi Shao, radiated a chilling brilliance, effortlessly shattering the oncoming beams of light. Subsequently, the sword's radiance surged forth, completely engulfing Zhao Fan, who wore a look of sheer terror. With a soft thud, the bloodied head of Zhao Fan rolled to the ground. With the emergence of the flying sword, two fully realized golden core cultivators possessed no capacity for resistance and met their demise at Zhao Fan's feet. Such was the might of a sword cultivator, and such was the power of swordsmanship. You need not have perished. I offered you sound counsel. Yet you chose to attack me instead. Was that not courting death? Zhao Fan remarked softly, shaking his head as he gazed upon the lifeless forms. Oh, this item is quite remarkable. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Fan caught sight of the fallen Void Mirror and promptly summoned it to his hand. If memory served him correctly, this Void Mirror could sense the clan's treasured artifact belonging to the Black Serpent lineage. Observing the flickering Void Mirror, Zhao Fan felt a twinge of interest regarding the clan's treasure, which he suspected lay abandoned within the demon tomb. Unfortunately, he had yet to break through to the nascent soul stage and was presently unable to thoroughly explore the tomb's interior. Ding. Would you like to check in before the corpses of the Black Serpent clan members? At that moment, a notification echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Check in, he instinctively replied. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a breaking infant pill. What? A breaking infant pill? Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. The breaking infant pill was an exceptionally precious elixir, crucially enhancing the success rate of a breakthrough from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. Currently, Zhao Fan found himself stuck at the peak of the golden core stage, and according to his previous estimations, a successful transition to the nascent soul stage would require at least 6 months to a year of rigorous effort. However, with the breaking infant pill in hand, he could significantly expedite this process. Wonderful. With this breaking infant pill, I can attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. If I can successfully become a nascent soul cultivator, what concerns would I have in exploring the demon tomb? Zhao Fan felt a surge of excitement. The system had indeed provided timely assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan consumed the breaking infant pill. Having been at the peak of the golden core stage for some time, he had accumulated sufficient reserves, thus requiring no extensive preparation. Zhao Fan sat solemnly on the ground, his form seemingly transforming into a black hole, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which continuously flowed into his being. Within him, the resplendent golden core began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Zhao Fan sat in meditation for 2 days and nights, his aura steadily intensifying until, at last, the sounds emanating from his internal organs resembled the crackling of frying beans. With a resounding boom echoing within him, the golden elixir, suspended in his dantian, suddenly shattered, transforming into a golden figure. The Yuan Ying, a manifestation exclusive to cultivators who have reached the Yuan Ying stage. He had finally achieved his breakthrough. Relief washed over Zhao Fan as he exhaled deeply. After 2 relentless days and nights of striving, he had become the youngest Yuan Ying cultivator in the illustrious history of Mount Shu. In this day and age, the glory of Mount Shu had faded, and Yuan Ying cultivators were a rarity akin to hen's teeth. Countless disciples of Mount Shu devoted decades, even their entire lives, in pursuit of this profound realm. Yet many never attained it. However, with the aid of the system, Zhao Fan had successfully ascended to the Yuan Ying stage in a mere 3 years. Such a pace of cultivation, if widely known, would undoubtedly leave many in utter astonishment. After a moment, Zhao Fan opened his eyes, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning-like brilliance from his gaze. Following his breakthrough, his demeanor had deepened significantly, and there were subtle changes to his exterior. The outer layer of his skin had shed, revealing a complexion as delicate and fair as that of a newborn. He appeared even more youthful, akin to a spirited young man of 17 or 18. Zhao Fan felt no surprise at this transformation, as the elevation to the Yuan Ying stage not only augmented his strength, but also extended his lifespan. Below the Yuan Ying stage, even the most exceptional individuals had a limited lifespan, with even the most health-conscious cultivators rarely surpassing 200 years. Yet, upon breaking through to the Yuaning stage, 1's longevity would significantly increase, potentially allowing for 300 to 500 years of life. Moreover, as 1's cultivation realm progressively advanced, their lifespan would continue to expand. Should one reach the legendary realm of earthly immortals, perhaps true immortality could be attained. Now, as a Yuaning cultivator, I can venture forth to explore the demon tomb. Zhao Fan's eyes gleamed with determination, his expression brimming with confidence. The demon tomb, guided by the hints of the void mirror, he proceeded cautiously ahead. Returning to this place, he felt markedly more composed than during his previous visit. Gazing upon the enormous skeletal remains, he still sensed an imposing pressure, yet it was no longer suffocating. The void mirror reacted more intensely. Could it be that the ancestral treasure of the Black Jiao clan lay just ahead? Zhao Fan observed the void mirror in his hand radiating a more pronounced glow, indicating a clearer perception. Surrounding him were towering bones, exuding an oppressive aura. Minutes later, braving the immense pressure, Zhao Fan approached a colossal skeletal structure reaching 100 meters in height. This skeleton was remarkably elongated, unmistakably that of a gargantuan Jiao dragon, which, despite having perished many years ago, still emanated a terrifying malevolence. If I am not mistaken, this must be the remains of the ancestral figure of the Black Jiao clan. Yet, where is the ancestral treasure of the Black Jiao? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing. However, the void mirror in his hand emanated a searing brilliance and trembled slightly, clearly sensing that the ancestral treasure was nearby. Could it be? His gaze shifted, landing on the skull of the dragon. With a thought, he summoned his flying sword, Qishao, which soared through the air and struck the dragon's skull with a resounding blow. But in the next moment, the razor-sharp Qishao failed to cleave through the skull, instead producing a sound akin to iron meeting stone. How could it be so resilient that even Qishao's edge struggled to breach it? Zhao Fan was taken aback. The sword technique he wielded with his nascent soul cultivation was formidable enough to shatter not only the bones of a demon, but even a mountain of iron. Yet, this dragon skull was so unyielding, as if forged from divine metal. It was evident how immensely powerful this ancestor of the Black Dragon clan had been. To leave behind such indomitable remains. Determined, Zhao Fan summoned a surge of spiritual energy, causing his sword to emit a clarion call. Slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, and then struck the skull again with renewed vigor. Bang! Bang! He wielded his sword, delivering successive blows, each strike more potent than the last. Finally, on the 10th strike, the once impenetrable dragon skull cracked under the cacophony of sound. Suddenly, a beam of white light burst forth from the skull, attempting to escape into the void. Zhao Fan reacted swiftly, raising his hand to conjure a golden hand of spiritual energy, which swiftly ensnared the white light. Roaring, the white light coalesced into the ethereal form of a true dragon, thrashing within his grasp and emitting a furious roar. This sight left Zhao Fan incredulous. What level of treasure could conjure the visage of a true dragon? He remained vigilant, the golden hand solidifying with immense force, compressing the white light layer by layer. As the radiance diminished, the object finally revealed its true form, a fist-sized dragon horn. The horn was translucent and resplendent, adorned with intricate and profound patterns, emanating an ancient and primal aura. Though this essence was faint, it instilled in Zhao Fan a profound tremor, as if he stood before an exalted ancient dragon. Yet, being a nascent soul cultivator, he swiftly insulated himself from this sensation. Could this be a true dragon's horn? As he examined the horn, Zhao Fan became increasingly convinced that it was indeed a sharp horn from an ancient dragon. With a spirit of exploration, he gradually infused his spiritual energy into the dragon horn, and in an instant, a deafening dragon's roar reverberated in his ears. Before Zhao Fan could fully comprehend, the dragon horn trembled violently, emitting a fierce white light that unerringly targeted the colossal dragon skull. With a thunderous boom, the 100-meter-high dragon skull shattered into countless fragments, ultimately vanishing into dust. Zhao Fan stood there, momentarily speechless, grappling with the sheer magnitude of the power displayed. Just moments ago, he had employed his Yuan-Ing stage prowess to execute the sword control technique, managing to sever a mere 10 strikes to breach the skull. Yet, the dragon horn had unleashed a singular beam of white light, obliterating the entire skeletal structure of the flood dragon. The potency of such a force was simply unfathomable. Truly, it was a treasured heirloom of the clan. No wonder the Black Flood Dragon lineage was willing to risk everything to retrieve it. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Zhao Fan's eyes. The might of this dragon horn was extraordinary, and if he were to keep it for himself, it could serve as a formidable weapon. More importantly, he harbored a vague intuition that the origins of this dragon horn were far from ordinary. After all, even over 10,000 years ago, true dragons were revered as divine, transcendent beings within the vast world, often hailed as the closest to the celestial path among mythical creatures. The fact that such a being had left behind a dragon horn must be attributed to some extraordinary circumstance. With utmost reverence, Zhao Fan carefully stowed the dragon horn away and continued onward. He intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly explore the region known as the Demon Tomb. As he ventured deeper, he realized that the space within the Demon Tomb was even more expansive than he had initially imagined. With each step further in, the malevolent aura thickened, and the bones that emerged grew increasingly colossal and astonishing. Eventually, he beheld several skeletons, each dwarfing the 100-meter-high flood dragon remains, their mere presence exuding an aura that instilled a primal fear within him. The nature of these beings was unfathomable, yet their former strength was undeniably terrifying. Ahead should lie the innermost depths of the Demon Tomb. However, the surrounding malevolence was so dense it nearly formed a tangible substance. Even with his current Yuaning stage cultivation, he feared he might struggle to withstand it. After a brief moment, Zhao Fan halted his advance. Before him, dark malevolent energy surged and roiled like an abyssal sea, foreboding and ominous, where he could vaguely discern the silhouettes of several mountain-like skeletons standing tall. He had initially believed that breaking through to the Yuaning stage would allow him to explore the entirety of the Demon Tomb region. Clearly, he had underestimated the situation. Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself, "The Demon Tomb within the locking Demon Tower is far more astonishing than I had anticipated. The secrets spoken of by Sunji likely lie deeper within, waiting to be unveiled." Suddenly, just as Zhao Fan contemplated retreating, a prompt echoed in his mind. "Ding. Would you like to check in here?" "Check in," Zhao Fan instinctively replied. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired the ancient shock talisman." As the system's voice faded, a golden talisman materialized in the palm of Zhao Fan's hand. The ancient shock talisman? Zhao Fan felt a sense of confusion. This was his first time receiving a talisman-like item through the system's check-in. "System, what is this?" After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but inquire. The ancient shock talisman is a single-use consumable talisman. Upon shattering it, the host will gain power surpassing one major realm, with the effect lasting for half an hour. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan's eyes gleamed brightly as he mused. What a remarkable treasure. At present, I find myself at the nascent soul stage. And should I employ this talisman, I would momentarily ascend to the out-of-body realm. Alternatively, if I were to shatter it now, I might forcefully penetrate the deepest recesses of the Demon Tomb through the power of the out-of-body stage. Zhao Fan's heart raced with fervor, an irresistible urge to utilize the ancient talisman surging within him. However, he quickly regained his composure. With the aid of the system, my strength will inevitably grow, and there will be ample opportunity to delve into the depths of the Demon Tomb later. This talisman possesses remarkable efficacy. It is best preserved for future use. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan managed to quell his impulsive desires. He then cast a lingering glance into the depths of the Demon Tomb before promptly withdrawing from the location. Upon exiting the Demon Tomb, Zhao Fan returned to the outer region of the Demon Locking Tower and resumed his diligent training. Having only recently ascended to the nascent soul stage, he required time to solidify his newfound realm. Moreover, the cultivation at this stage proved to be several times more challenging than that of the Golden Core stage, demanding greater effort. Although Zhao Fan benefited from the system's assistance, he understood that discipline and perseverance were paramount in cultivation. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one will inevitably regress. Relying solely on luck or innate talent may grant a fleeting advantage, yet any lapse in diligence could lead to dire consequences. On this day, the little junior sister from the discipline hall arrived to deliver a meal. "Brother, I have prepared your favorite braised pork today. Come and taste it," Zhang Qian exclaimed as she opened the food container and waved at Zhao Fan. Every 3 days without fail, she brought him delicious meals, a routine she had maintained unwaveringly for the past 2 or 3 years. The flavor was indeed delightful. Zhao Fan did not hesitate to savor the braised pork, showering her with praise. Although he had long mastered the art of fasting, he found it difficult to resist delectable cuisine. Most importantly, enjoying meals prepared by his little junior sister every 3 days had become an ingrained habit. "Ah, little junior sister, why have you brought an additional food container?" Zhao Fan suddenly noticed that Zhang Qian had arrived with 2 containers this time. Ordinarily, one would suffice. "Brother, the other container holds the meal for next time. I prepared it in advance, and it is sealed with profound ice to preserve its freshness. I want to be coming again in 3 days," Zhang Qian explained, hesitating slightly. A hint of regret in her voice. "What is the matter?" Zhao Fan observed her mood seemed somewhat subdued, lacking her usual vivacious charm. "Brother, you may not be aware, but I have heard that a powerful figure from the demonic path intends to invade Mount Shu seeking vengeance. Currently, there is a shortage of personnel throughout Mount Shu. So I wish to assist," Zhang Qian revealed, albeit with some hesitation. Though she was the youngest disciple in the discipline hall, she could not stand idly by while demonic forces wreaked havoc upon Mount Shu. Thus, she had sought permission from the law enforcement elder to patrol alongside her senior brothers and sisters. "Is that so?" Zhao Fan mused, recalling that Zhang Qian had previously mentioned the emergence of various demonic sects, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. He had not anticipated that they would set their sights on Mount Shu. However, upon further reflection, Zhao Fan quickly comprehended the situation. The present-day Shushan, no longer basking in the glory of millennia past, has experienced a significant decline over the last few thousand years. Should the demonic forces choose to target Shushan, it could serve to instill fear throughout the realm. Moreover, it is of utmost importance to note that Shushan harbors deep-seated grievances against various factions and clans of demons. Junior sister, your cultivation is still in its infancy. In times of peril, do not attempt to be overly brave. If you encounter practitioners of the demonic path and find yourself outmatched, it is best to flee, Zhao Fan admonished solemnly. Zhang Qian had not only brought him meals for 3 consecutive years, but had also kept him company with her words, and Zhao Fan wished for her safety. "Rest assured, brother, I am merely patrolling the Shushan Grand Hall with the other disciples of the Discipline Hall. There is little chance of encountering danger. It is indeed the safest place in all of Shushan. However, I cannot come by in 3 days, so I wanted to prepare your meals in advance." Zhang Qian replied with a sweet smile. Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment, still feeling uneasy. He unleashed a strand of sword qi, which silently penetrated the door of the demon locking tower and merged into Zhang Qian's delicate form. This sword qi, infused with a fraction of Zhao Fan's strength, posed no harm to Zhang Qian herself, yet it was capable of being activated in moments of life-threatening danger, sufficient to vanquish formidable foes. "Be careful," Zhao Fan reiterated, nodding with a sense of concern. Zhang Qian, with her lively spirit, always brought him meals she had personally prepared and, fearing he might be bored, would engage him in conversation about the outside world. This innocent and charming junior sister from the discipline hall, devoid of ulterior motives, had committed to delivering meals to him out of compassion and kindness for 3 years, as promised to the enforcing elder. In the current landscape of Shushan, she remained one of Zhao Fan's most cherished individuals. He would not permit anyone to bring her harm. Zhang Qian departed, carrying with her the sword qi Zhao Fan had bestowed upon her. Zhao Fan returned to his routine, the days turned tranquil, and his cultivation became increasingly solidified. The yuaning stage is similarly divided into early, mid, late, and perfected phases. Although these 4 minor realms may appear relatively close at first glance, the true distinctions are as profound as a chasm. To speak plainly, the gap from the early yuaning stage to the mid-yuaning stage is akin to the distance between the qi refining stage and the golden core stage. Furthermore, unlike the cultivation in the golden core stage, each advancement in the yuaning stage does not merely signify a simple increase in internal spiritual energy. It demands considerable time and effort to refine and perfect one's own spiritual essence. Even with the aid of the system, Zhao Fan could clearly discern that his rate of progress had significantly slowed compared to earlier. On the 5th day after Zhang Qian's departure, the door of the demon locking tower swung open once more. "Zhao Cheng, what brings you here again?" Zhao Fan inquired, surprised to see Zhao Cheng bearing fine wine. The last time Zhao Cheng had visited the demon locking tower, he had sought permission from Zhao Fan's father, the sect leader. Under normal circumstances, even as the young master, he could not easily enter the tower. "Brother, do not worry. Father has formally nominated me as the prospective sect leader. Now, I am entrusted with handling the majority of affairs within Shushan," Zhao Cheng reassured him. Zhao Cheng arranged the wine cups with a smile. Yet Zhao Fan keenly observed that the smile did not quite possess the naturalness one would expect. Indeed, it seemed somewhat forced. What could be amiss? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that his younger brother was burdened with unspoken concerns. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's inquiry, Zhao Cheng let out a sudden sigh. Pausing momentarily before responding, "Elder brother, you are unaware of the current tumult in Shushan. The malevolent forces have set their sights upon us. Recently, the formidable practitioners of the demonic sects have audaciously invaded our domain, acting with flagrant arrogance and even unleashing a massacre. Most infuriatingly, they have proclaimed their intention to assault all of Shushan in 3 days' time, intending to execute our patriarch before the eyes of all." As he spoke, Zhao Cheng's fist struck the stone slab before him with great force, his frustration palpable. Zhao Fan, upon hearing this, frowned deeply and inquired solemnly, "The foundation of Shushan remains intact, and the esteemed elders have not yet passed on. Are they unwilling to intervene?" "The esteemed elders have indeed taken action," Zhao Cheng elucidated gravely, engaging in a tense standoff with the top-tier practitioners of the demonic sections. However, the primary instigator of this vendetta is an ancient monster from the ghost island of the demonic path, who has been in seclusion overseas for centuries. With astounding determination, he has shattered his shackles and emerged as a rare practitioner of the out-of-body stage. This current fixation on Shushan by the demonic sects is orchestrated at his behest. Out-of-body stage? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. In this vast world, where the Taoist arts have become fragmented and the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth is far less abundant than it was a millennium ago, even the Yuanying stage is a rarity, let alone a practitioner of the out-of-body stage. It has been centuries since Shushan has seen a cultivator of such caliber. How could we possibly contend with such an adversary? "This is indeed a grave predicament," Zhao Fan remarked, furrowing his brow further. He then asked, "What enmity exists between the Ghost Island and Shushan?" "It is rooted in ancient grudges," Zhao Cheng replied slowly. "A millennium ago, when the Ghost Island emerged, its practitioners, steeped in bloodthirsty sorcery, slaughtered countless innocents under Shushan's protection, resulting in rivers of blood. The then patriarch of Shushan, filled with righteous fury, eradicated the entire Ghost Island with a single strike, severing their lineage. However, unbeknownst to us, one formidable practitioner managed to escape and has since remained in seclusion. Now, sensing Shushan's decline, he returns to seek vengeance. So, Father nominated you as the provisional patriarch, fearing for his own safety?" Zhao Fan quickly surmised his father's intentions. "Indeed, for that malevolent being has threatened to claim Father's head in 3 days," Zhao Cheng replied, taking a swig of his drink and sighing. "Once, our esteemed Shushan was a pinnacle of power, home to the legendary land Sword Immortal, yet we now find ourselves cornered by a demonic practitioner. I truly loathe my own inadequacy. Were I stronger, I would sweep through the demonic forces with my sword." Upon hearing Zhao Cheng's words, Zhao Fan came to understand why his brother had been prematurely elevated to the position of provisional patriarch. Their father seemed prepared to fight to the death against the stronghold of Ghost Island, perhaps even contemplating a mutual demise. Having arranged a contingency plan in advance, one can avoid unexpected incidents that might throw the entire Shushan into disarray, allowing others to exploit the chaos. Such thoughtful intentions indeed speak volumes. "Brother, I am uncertain when I shall have the opportunity to visit you again. The forthcoming troubles in Shushan will be numerous, and I may find myself exceedingly occupied. Thus, let us seize today's occasion to indulge in a hearty drink together." Zhao Cheng appeared to smile, yet the expression was strained, revealing the weight of his burdens. "Very well, I shall keep you company." Zhao Fan smiled faintly, raising his cup to clink against Zhao Cheng's, downing the contents in one go. The fragrant wine wafted through the air as the two brothers continued to drink, exchanging cups for over an hour until the wine jar stood empty. "Brother, I must take my leave. Take care of yourself." Zhao Cheng slowly rose, bidding a quiet farewell to Zhao Fan. He straightened his posture, his frame appearing more robust, and the worry that once marred his face vanished as if it had never existed. "Go forth." Zhao Fan smiled subtly, signaling him not to fret. "Indeed." Zhao Cheng nodded and then departed from the demon-locking tower with measured strides. 3 days hence? A powerful entity at the out-of-body stage? Gazing at the empty wine jar, Zhao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling glint flickering within. Though confined to the demon-locking tower, he still regarded himself as a disciple of Shushan at heart. With the impending turmoil facing Shushan, he could not remain an idle observer. Moreover, should Shushan descend into chaos. It would be impossible for him to stay contentedly within the confines of the tower, waiting to grow stronger. 3 days would pass swiftly, and both within and outside Shushan, storms were brewing. Particularly, various malevolent forces were stirring restlessly, with many incited to storm Shushan, eager to witness firsthand the shocking spectacle of an out-of-body stage practitioner beheading the current sect leader of Shushan. I have lingered in the demon locking tower for 3 years. It is time to venture forth. Zhao Fan polished the blade of the Qishao sword to a gleaming sheen, then soared into the sky on his sword, resembling an ethereal being, vanishing from the confines of the demon locking tower. Today, Shushan was heavily fortified, the atmosphere palpably tense. At critical locations, disciples of Shushan were on patrol and guard. Not even a fly could infiltrate, let alone a practitioner of the demonic path. Within the grand hall of Shushan, Zhao Cheng knelt on one knee, earnestly imploring his father, Zhao Sihai. Father, several elders have prepared a safe sanctuary for you. Why do you refuse to take refuge there? Father, as the sect leader of Shushan, any misfortune that befalls you would result in unimaginable consequences for the entire sect. Zhao Cheng's voice was filled with heartfelt urgency. Chenger, it is precisely because I am the sect leader that I cannot retreat to a secret place at such a critical juncture. If word spreads, would I not be seen as a cowardly turtle, ridiculed by the world? Zhao Sihai's gaze was resolute, his words firm and resonant. But the adversary is a practitioner at the out-of-body stage. Should they truly invade Shushan, it is likely no one could stand against them. Zhao Cheng sought to reason further. A mere out-of-body stage practitioner of the demonic path is not sufficient to instill fear in me. Zhao Sihai took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolutely steadfast as he declared in a solemn tone. If that man does not come, it is well, but should he dare to show himself, I shall ensure that he does not leave the foothills of Mount Shu alive, even if it means our mutual destruction. Father, Zhao Cheng clenched his fists, aware that his father's mind was made up, yet feeling helpless. Chenger, you are the next sect leader, the hope of Mount Shu. I have grown old. My life or death matters little now, but you must not come to harm. This place is no longer safe. I command you to immediately proceed to the secret location. Zhao Sihai spoke with an unassailable authority. No, I will not leave. I shall remain here to face the enemy alongside you. If that evil force from Ghost Island dares to approach, we shall vanquish him together, Zhao Cheng retorted, shaking his head and gritting his teeth. Chenger, do not be foolish. Your presence here will not aid us. Rather, it will be a hindrance. The 6 elder disciples guard the perimeter. Your father's safety does not require your concern. As Zhao Cheng disobeyed, Zhao Sihai's demeanor, though not angry, became weightier. Father, very well. Though reluctant, Zhao Cheng chose to acquiesce. As he departed the grand hall, the formidable authority on Zhao Sihai's face gradually dissipated. He gazed beyond the hall, his eyes sharpening as he murmured to himself, I shall see how today's nefarious fiend dares to claim my head. I, Zhao Sihai, await you here in the grand hall of Mount Shu. Outside the grand hall, several disciples from the discipline hall were patrolling with an air of tension. Senior Lingyun, do you believe that the formidable being from the ghost island of the demonic path will truly invade Mount Shu to assault the sect leader today? It was none other than Zhang Qian, the youngest disciple of the discipline hall, tasked with the patrol. Junior sister, do not fret. Our Mount Shu was once a renowned top sect in the vast world 10,000 years ago, even if we are no longer at our peak. It is not a place that the petty fiends of the demonic path can easily offend. Have you not seen? The sect leader remains composed and at ease, firmly stationed within the grand hall, unafraid of the strong from the ghost island. Boom. Suddenly, just as the elder disciple finished speaking, a massive black hand appeared out of thin air. This hand blotted out the sun, shrouded in swirling dark mist, resembling the colossal hand of a giant demon, emanating an unfathomable energy as it descended fiercely upon Mount Shu. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the golden protective array safeguarding all of Mount Shu shattered into fragments, obliterated into nothingness. Cackling, I, Black Butcher of Ghost Island, have arrived. You insignificant wretches of Mount Shu, why do you not kneel and beg for mercy? Zhao Sihai, sect leader of Mount Shu, come forth at once so that I may sever your head and offer it as tribute to our ancestors at Ghost Island. As the black hand dissipated, it revealed a tall man clad in dark robes. His features were stern and cold, his brow furrowed with malice, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear and trepidation. This man was the out-of-body stage powerhouse from the demonic Ghost Island, Black Butcher. The black figure stood with disheveled hair, its gaze cold and bloodthirsty, towering majestically in the sky like a true demon. An overwhelming aura, suffocating in its intensity, surged across the entire Mount Shu, causing some of the weaker disciples to collapse onto the ground. Even a few young cultivators at the Golden Core stage found themselves staggering back involuntarily. Bold fiend of the demonic path, your trespass upon Mount Shu merits death. Face justice. Just then, near the Grand Hall of Mount Shu, 6 formidable figures shot into the air. The 6 elders, who had been lying in ambush, wasted no words as they charged fiercely towards the black figure. Mount Shu primarily practiced the sword path, and each elder wielded a treasured sword that radiated a chilling brilliance, unleashing dozens, even hundreds, of powerful sword energies. The sword energies cleaved through the sky, piercing the heavens. The 6 elders, gathering their strength, launched their full might in their initial strike. Acutely aware that despite their numerical advantage, they faced a transcendent cultivator. Without seizing this opportunity, victory was uncertain. Merely a trifling skill. As the multitude of sword energies approached, the black figure scoffed disdainfully and casually swatted with its hand. The force of the strike erupted, conjuring a 100-meter-tall phantom of a black tiger that roared thunderously, shattering all the sword energies in its wake, before charging aggressively towards the 6 elders. Not good. The 6 elders' expressions changed drastically as they hastily raised their swords to defend. Yet in the next moment, each was struck as if by a heavy blow, hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, falling to the ground in a bloodied and disheveled state. With just a casual blow, the black figure had grievously wounded the 6 elders, who had appeared so formidable in the eyes of the Mount Shu disciples, rendering them incapable of resistance. Such was the power of a transcendent cultivator. I will first slay the leader of Mount Shu, and then eradicate the entire sect. The black figure laughed maniacally, soaring towards the grand hall of Mount Shu. If you wish to kill me, Zhao Sihai, then let us see who prevails. A figure burst forth from the hall, defiantly charging at the black figure, the renowned sword master of Mount Shu, Zhao Sihai. His gaze resolute. The golden sword in his hand emitted a crisp ringing sound, as spiritual energy surged within him, enhancing the already formidable blade's sharpness. Can a firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the moon? The black figure extended 2 fingers, skillfully pinning Zhao Sihai's long-prepared strike. Despite the resounding clang and the chilling brilliance, the black figure remained unmoved. Impossible. Zhao Sihai was initially taken aback, but his expression soon hardened with determination. His spiritual energy surged forth, dramatically boosting his momentum, allowing the golden sword to break free from the black figure's grasp and thrust towards its brow. Using secret arts to forcibly enhance strength? The black figure was taken aback but responded swiftly, instinctively shifting to the left to avoid a fatal strike. Though still receiving a glancing blow to its shoulder, clang as the golden sword pierced through the black figure's shoulder, it was met with immense resistance, preventing any further advance. How can this be? Zhao Sihai furrowed his brows, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. This is the esteemed technique of my Ghost Island. The Diamond Demon Body. Given your capabilities, you are not yet worthy to breach it. He-Tu's gaze was icy, his expression slightly contorted. As a formidable cultivator at the out-of-body stage, he was wounded by a mere Yuanying stage Zhao Sihai. Though it was merely a superficial injury, it was a profound humiliation. You, the leader of the Shushan sect, with only a meager cultivation at the late Yuanying stage, dare to wield your sword before me? It appears that Shushan has indeed fallen. Thus, its existence is no longer necessary. As those words fell from his lips, He-Tu thrust his hand forward with overwhelming force, sending Zhao Sihai's treasured sword flying and striking him squarely in the chest. With a sickening cough, Zhao Sihai spat blood, crashing heavily several hundred meters away. The Shushan sect leader was defeated truly. The strength of an out-of-body expert was insurmountable. The Shushan leader was no match for him. Now our demonic path can trample Shushan. As Zhao Sihai lay grievously injured, the various cultivators of the demonic factions who had followed He-Tu were overcome with excitement. Once, Shushan had been a formidable power that instilled fear and trepidation in them, yet thousands of years had passed, and it had fallen to the point of being unable to withstand a single expert from Ghost Island. Should they succeed in obliterating Shushan today, not only would they reap its abundant cultivation resources, but the reputation of the demonic path would ascend to unprecedented heights, capable of intimidating all sects across the realm. Master, The severely wounded Zhao Sihai fell right before Zhang Qian and her fellow disciples. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qian rushed forward, placing herself protectively behind the barely conscious leader. "Get out of my way, little girl. I will take Zhao Sihai's head." He too advanced menacingly, his terrifying aura causing the disciples to tremble to their very souls. Under the oppressive weight of his formidable presence, Zhang Qian trembled. Yet she bit her lip resolutely. With trembling hands, she raised her long sword, aiming it at the advancing He Tuesday. "You seek death." He too, enraged, could hardly contain himself. Having been caught off guard and wounded by Zhao Sihai earlier, now a disciple of Shushan dared to impede his path. It was sheer folly. He too unleashed a powerful slap, his formidable energy rushing towards Zhang Qian like a hurricane. Zhang Qian's beautiful eyes widened in terror as she sensed the imminent threat of death. How could her foundational cultivation possibly withstand such a terrifying blow? Clang! At that critical moment, a resounding sword cry echoed through the skies. The hurricane-like force of He Tu's palm was shattered into countless pieces by an exceptionally powerful sword light. Under the gaze of all, a figure soared on the wind, riding the sword like a true transcendent swordsman, charging toward the imperious He Tu with overwhelming might. Who are you? He Tu's brows furrowed slightly, acutely aware of the figure's strength. The spiritual energy emanating from them was not in the least inferior to his own. Could it be a hidden ancestor of Shushan? Unbeknownst to him, the figure who struck was not a venerable cultivator from the illustrious Shushan, but rather Zhao Fan, who, through the use of an ancient divine talisman, temporarily possessed the prowess of the out-of-body stage. With a resounding clang, Zhao Fan refrained from answering his inquiry, instead decisively unleashing a sword strike. This was a culmination of his mastery over the fundamental sword techniques, and wielded at his current out-of-body realm. It posed a formidable threat to most practitioners of the same level. As the confrontation unfolded, the black-clad figure, witnessing the silence and the overwhelming force of Zhao Fan's strike, felt a surge of anger and retaliated with a ferocious black hand. However, before the might of the sword energy, the dark hand was shattered into fragments, forcing him to retreat and evade the blade's edge. The sword energy surged forth, ascending into the heavens with overwhelming power. A brilliant radiance enveloped Zhao Fan, concealing his true form, yet the aura of his swordsmanship resonated throughout much of Shushan, compelling the black figure to stagger back with mere casual effort. Such a powerful presence. To repel Black too with a single stroke. Could it be that an untranscended elder of Shushan has intervened? It must be so. Shushan is undoubtedly saved. Let us implore the elder to eradicate the demon of Ghost Island. As they gazed upon the towering figure radiating immense power, the previously despondent crowd of Shushan erupted into fervent cheers. How could it be? A single sword strike forcing back the out-of-body Black too? Could this sudden appearing swordsman truly be an ancient monster of Shushan? Who would have imagined such depth of heritage remaining in Shushan? This spectacle acted like a cold splash of water thrown upon the eager practitioners of various demonic sects, dousing their fervor. Who are you? Black two's expression shifted, sensing an unprecedented aura of danger emanating from the figure before him. In response, Zhao Fan remained uncommunicative, his voice cold yet resolute. Those who offend Shushan shall face merciless retribution. The declaration resonated powerfully, echoing across the skies of Shushan. No sooner had his words fallen than a brilliant flash of sword light erupted. The dazzling blade, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, sliced through the air like a vast galaxy, inexorably aimed at Black Tuesday. This is bad. Black 2's complexion paled, as he felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. He dared not underestimate it. With demonic energy surging, he unleashed a series of formidable hand seals, attempting to counteract the incoming sword energy. But, despite their apparent strength, his mighty hand seals were swiftly obliterated by the relentless sword energy. Vajra Demon Body. As the sword energy surged toward him without losing momentum, Black 2, both startled and frightened, let out a roar. His robust physique expanded dramatically, enveloped in a tangible black demonic aura, striving to withstand this unparalleled sword strike with sheer physical prowess. Clang. True to the teachings of Ghost Island, the Vajra demon energy absorbed a substantial portion of the attack's force, managing to withstand the blow head-on. The sword cultivators of Shushan are but this. Black 2, witnessing the outcome, could not help but let out a maniacal laugh, feeling a slight reduction in his trepidation. Sword control technique. Before Haitu could even savor his moment of triumph, Zhao Fan coldly uttered 3 words, leaving Haitu's face ashen with fear. with a resonant clang. The crimson sword in Zhao Fan's hand suddenly slipped from his grasp, defying the vast distance and hurtling towards Haitu with the swiftness of thunder. Vajra Demon Body. Block it for me. Haitu, unable to discern the trajectory of the flying sword, felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. He hastily summoned the Vajra Demon Body to its utmost limit, desperately attempting to intercept the impending strike. However, in the next heartbeat, a spray of crimson erupted, accompanied by Haitu's anguished wail as his bloodied head tumbled to the ground. With a single strike of the sword technique, Zhao Fan decapitated Haitu, rendering even the latter's proud Vajra Demon Body utterly impotent. Thus, this formidable demon of Ghost Island, a master of the out-of-body stage, met a gruesome end beneath Zhao Fan's blade. Dead, an out-of-body cultivator, slain by a single sword stroke. How could this be possible? Witnessing Haitu's swift demise beneath the flying sword, the surrounding practitioners of the demonic path turned pale, with some collapsing to the ground in shock. Victory! The demon of Ghost Island has been slain by a single sword. How splendid! Our ancestors are invincible. Shushan shall surely prevail. The disciples of Shushan erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices resonating through the heavens. You did well, Zhao Fan remarked with a gentle smile as he approached Zhang Qian after dispatching Haitu. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, he soared into the sky on his sword, vanishing into the vastness above. Senior. Zhang Qian's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Zhao Fan's retreating figure, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. By the time everyone regained their senses, Zhao Fan's presence had completely dissipated, as if he had never existed at all. The sword technique. If I am not mistaken, that should be the long-lost Shushan sword technique from thousands of years ago. Could it truly be that a hidden master of Shushan has emerged? An elder of considerable seniority from Shushan stared in shock at the direction Zhao Fan had departed, murmuring to himself in disbelief. After slaying Haitu, Zhao Fan silently returned to the Demon-Sealing Tower, just as the effects of the ancient shock amulet wore off, causing him to plummet from the out-of-body realm back to the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, it was the assistance of the ancient shock amulet that enabled him to defeat the demon of Ghost Island. Otherwise, with his mere nascent soul cultivation, he would have been utterly powerless against a formidable out-of-body adversary. Though he had vanquished an out-of-body powerhouse, Zhao Fan felt no sense of pride. Instead, he was acutely aware that his current strength was still woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, the might of the sword technique was indeed formidable. With the first level of the sword technique, he could easily slay an out-of-body cultivator. If he could break through to the second level, its power would surely increase significantly. Now that he had attained the nascent soul stage, he could endeavor to practice the second level of the sword technique, where man and sword become one. Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled with determination as he began to delve into the second tier of the sword control technique. While he immersed himself in this practice, the events of that day reverberated like a tempest throughout Mount Shu and beyond. The formidable Black Butcher of Ghost Island, a practitioner at the out-of-body stage, met his demise at the hands of a mysterious sword cultivator from Mount Shu. This astonishing news not only instilled trepidation among the eager factions of the demonic path, but also left the broader realm of immortal practitioners in utter shock. In an era where the laws of heaven and earth are incomplete and spiritual energy pales in comparison to that of millennia past, out-of-body stage cultivators have become exceedingly rare, even among the most prestigious sections. Moreover, Mount Shu, once a paragon of glory thousands of years ago, has languished into decline over the past few millennia, leading many elite sects to regard it with disdain. Yet, from this seemingly withered sect emerged a mysterious sword master who vanquished the demon Lord Haitu, igniting uproar across the land. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Zhao Fan finally grasped the rudimentary aspects of the second tier of the sword control technique, achieving the realm of unity between man and sword. Now, with his Yuan in cultivation, he could wield the technique to strike a boulder several meters high from a distance of 200 to 300 meters. Both the range and power of his swordplay had significantly improved. Though he had made initial progress in the second tier, he still sensed a lack of finesse and required more time for deeper comprehension. Zhao Fan's gaze was profound. The intricacies of the sword control technique from Mount Shu were far more profound and complex than he had anticipated. Were he not endowed with the innate sword body, it would be a Herculean task for any other cultivator to achieve even a semblance of mastery in merely 5 or 6 days. It could take decades for them to reach such a level. According to Zhao Fan's assessment, To fully master the unity of man and sword would necessitate months, if not longer. At that moment, the system chimed in with its customary reminder. Would you like to check in? Check in, Zhao Fan replied habitually. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, golden meditation mat. As the system's voice faded, a golden mat materialized from thin air. Golden meditation mat. Zhao Fan paused, taken aback by its sudden appearance. What is this? He inquired of the system after a moment's hesitation. The golden meditation mat, forged from supreme celestial gold, is a rare treasure that aids in cultivation. Sitting upon it enhances the refinement and absorption of spiritual energy, thereby accelerating the speed of cultivation, the system elucidated in his mind. So, it is a treasure that accelerates cultivation. I must experience its effects. Eagerly, Zhao Fan seated himself upon the mat, eager to test its capabilities. Indeed, as soon as he sat down, he felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy converging around him, a magnitude far surpassing what he had previously experienced. With the aid of the Golden Lotus platform, Zhao Fan transformed into a veritable black hole, continuously refining and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This phenomenon was nothing short of astonishing. It is noteworthy that ever since Zhao Fan advanced to the nascent soul stage, both his cultivation speed and the growth of his internal spiritual power had slowed to an excruciating crawl. Even after days of diligent practice, he could scarcely accumulate a fraction of spiritual energy. However, with the assistance of the Golden Lotus platform, he experienced a remarkable increase in his internal spiritual power in a mere short span of time, achieving an efficiency that was at least a dozen times greater than before. Truly, it was a rare and extraordinary treasure for cultivation, and its effects were indeed astounding. A smile graced Zhao Fan's face. The efficacy of the Golden Lotus platform exceeded even his wildest expectations. With its help, he might not require an extensive period to advance further into the mid-nascent soul stage. Zhao Fan's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself. In ordinary circumstances, progressing through the nascent soul stage was an arduous endeavor, with each step forward demanding countless years of arduous cultivation from the practitioner. Yet, with the Golden Lotus platform, Zhao Fan's cultivation timeline had been significantly reduced. Just as he was preparing to continue his practice, he detected the sound of light footsteps outside the demon locking tower. "Senior brother, I've brought you food," came the melodious laughter of his junior sister, Zhang Qian, from outside the tower, her voice as sweet as silver bells. "Today, I've prepared several new dishes for you. They're braised fish and savory ribs." Zhang Qian, lively and cheerful, began to introduce each dish before Zhao Fan could utter a word. "Junior sister, you seem to be in particularly high spirits today," Zhao Fan remarked with a faint smile. "Of course," Zhang Qian replied with a giggle. "Do you know? Just a few days ago, the demon lord from Ghost Island, He Tu, invaded our Shu Mountain and attempted to assassinate the sect master, but was slain by a mysterious sword cultivator from our sect. Now, the various factions of the demonic path have been frightened into retreating from our territory, no longer daring to threaten us. I was there that day, witnessing the extraordinary prowess of that sword cultivator as he dispatched the demon lord with a single strike. That sword cultivator even complimented me before leaving," Zhang Qian recounted, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she relived the events from a few days prior. Was that Shu Mountain sword cultivator truly that formidable? Zhao Fan mused inwardly, stifling a chuckle as he recognized that the girl was speaking of himself, and he feigned ignorance. Indeed, even the demon lord at the out-of-body stage was beheaded by that sword cultivator with a single stroke. If only I possessed half of that cultivator's strength, I could draw my sword and descend the mountain to sweep away those nefarious fiends, Zhang Qian declared, brandishing her delicate fists with fervor. "You will indeed. As long as you dedicate yourself to your cultivation, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force in our Shu Mountain," Zhao Fan replied with a smile. "Hiki, brother, I know you are praising me, but given my qualifications, it's not just a matter of becoming a formidable practitioner of our Shushan sect. Even breaking through from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage could take me countless years," Zhang Qian said with a shy smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She was acutely aware of her own potential. 3 years ago, she was a practitioner at the foundation stage, and yet, after all this time, she remained at the same level. Becoming a powerful swordsman like the predecessors was far beyond her reach, and even the golden core stage seemed to be an unattainable goal for her. Noticing a hint of disappointment in Zhang Qian's tone, Zhao Fan smiled gently and said, Is there any difficulty in breaking through to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment? After having enjoyed your delicious meals so many times, let me assist you just this once. Extend your hand, little sister. Brother, what are you going to do? Zhang Qian asked, puzzled by Zhao Fan's intentions. Despite her confusion, she hesitantly extended her hand. You'll find out soon, Zhao Fan replied, gazing at her delicate, fair hand before pointing a finger towards it. Buzz. A surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed into Zhang Qian's body through her palm. Brother. Zhang Qian's body trembled slightly as she felt a warm energy rush into her, causing the long-standing bottleneck she had faced to show evident signs of loosening. Unite your mind and spirit. Attempt to break through your realm, Zhao Fan's voice echoed in her ears. Though taken aback, Zhang Qian recognized the critical moment and promptly closed her eyes, concentrating on breaking through her previous limits. Half an hour later, the sound of crackling, akin to popping beans, emanated from Zhang Qian's delicate form, and her aura surged at a visibly rapid pace. Oh my, I've actually broken through to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Zhang Qian exclaimed in astonishment and joy, her bright eyes wide open. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, little sister, Zhao Fan said with a smile, offering his congratulations. Brother, was it you who helped me break through? Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Fan within the Demon-Sealing Tower, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. I merely gave you a nudge. The most crucial factor was your own accumulation. You were just lacking a slight opportunity, Zhao Fan explained with a gentle smile. Upon receiving Zhao Fan's confirmation, Zhang Qian was even more astonished and couldn't help but ask, Brother, have you successfully resumed your cultivation? Sort of, Zhao Fan replied, not denying it. That's wonderful. You are truly remarkable. Zhang Qian expressed her genuine happiness, realizing that Zhao Fan's strength far surpassed her imagination. After all, even the elders of Shushan would likely find it challenging to aid a Foundation stage disciple in breaking through their bottleneck. One could only imagine the astonishing methods Zhao Fan possessed. While she was amazed by Zhao Fan's cultivation prowess, Zhang Qian did not associate him with that mysterious swordsman elder, for in her subconscious, she believed that even if Zhao Fan had resumed his cultivation, it couldn't possibly be to the extent of slaying out-of-body demons, could it? Please refrain from spreading the news about my successful resumption of cultivation for the time being. Zhao Fan pondered for a moment before offering a reminder. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall remain tight-lipped. Zhang Qian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. There's no need for such formality. It was merely a trifling matter, Zhao Fan replied with a light chuckle, dismissing her thanks. However, what was a mere act of convenience for him was indeed a monumental favor for Zhang Qian. In the future, I shall seek an opportunity to repay your kindness, she said earnestly, her pretty face serious. Without Zhao Fan's timely assistance, she knew not how long it might take her to overcome her bottleneck, perhaps half a year, or even several years. Repayment is unnecessary. Just prepare me some delicious meals and regale me with tales of the outside world, Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, smiling. All right, consider it done. Zhang Qian laughed, her spirits lifted. By the way, there is another piece of news I feel compelled to share with you. Before Zhao Fan could interject, Zhang Qian hesitated and continued, last time. Our sect leader was gravely injured while confronting the demon lord of Ghost Island, and I've heard that his condition remains quite dire. Moreover, as news of the sect leader's unhealed wounds spread, the 6 major sword sects under Mount Shu have begun to stir restlessly, contemplating independence, which has left the young master Zhaocheng overwhelmed with concern. The 6 major sword sects? Zhao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention. During his previous incarnation as the young master, he had often fretted over the 6 sections. Ostensibly, they were factions under Mount Shu. But with the decline of Mount Shu over the past several millennia, thoughts of independence had long been brewing within those sections. Previously, during the massacre by the demon from Ghost Island, the 6 sects had remained indifferent, failing to send any formidable reinforcements to Mount Shu. I understand. I trust Zhaocheng will find a way to handle it. Zhao Fan did not press further, fully aware that his surrogate master, the sect leader, had commanded Mount Shu for over a century and would not simply falter. As for the lurking threat of the 6 sword sects, it was not his burden to bear. Instead, Zhao Fan preferred to diligently remain within the demon locking tower, enhancing his strength through the system. Subsequently, Zhao Fan and Zhang Qian engaged in lighthearted banter. Though their topics were trivial, the conversation flowed with warmth. Before Zhang Qian departed, Zhao Fan requested that her visits to deliver meals be changed from every 3 days to once every 10 days. for he intended to utilize the golden lotus cushion to assist in his cultivation, striving to elevate his prowess further. In the grand hall of Mount Shu, an eerie stillness enveloped the space, with only sect leader Zhao Sihai and his son Zhao Qing present. "My son, have you still not located that sword cultivator?" "Alas, I have not. Father, I have dispatched individuals far and wide these past few days, yet there has been no trace of that esteemed sword cultivator." Zhao Cheng replied, his heart heavy as he observed his father's unhealed wounds. "Ah, it seems that the sword cultivator wishes not to be disturbed." Zhao Sihai sighed wistfully. "Although the Black Butcher has perished, it may seem that the crisis for Shushan has been averted. However, the lurking dangers remain. Furthermore, it is likely that a significant transformation in the world is imminent, and Shushan requires formidable guardians to maintain its dominance, lest we fail to intimidate the demonic factions." Zhao Sihai's expression was as solemn as the depths of water as he spoke slowly. "A significant transformation in the world? Father, what does this mean? I have never heard of such a thing." Zhao Cheng was taken aback, this being the first time he had encountered such news in his life. "It is quite normal for you to be unaware. This matter is a closely guarded secret passed down through generations of Shushan sect leaders. As you are now the prospective sect leader, it is permissible for me to share it with you. Qing'er, do you understand that the spiritual essence of the vast world resembles the cyclical tides?" "Tides?" Zhao Qing's confusion deepened. "Indeed, tides. We cultivators defy the heavens, refining and absorbing the spiritual essence of the world to enhance our strength and elevate our realms. But have you ever considered that the spiritual essence can also experience periods of depletion and resurgence? Much like the ocean's tides, receding at dawn and swelling at dusk." At this point, Zhao Sihai paused, observing Zhao Qing's reaction with quiet intensity. "Father, I comprehend now. The so-called transformation of the world refers to a profound change in the spiritual essence?" Zhao Qing, possessing commendable talent, swiftly grasped the implications of his father's words. "Precisely. Every several millennia, the vast world undergoes a dramatic upheaval of spiritual essence. Thousands of years ago, Shushan swordsmanship was able to dominate the realm of cultivation, even giving rise to sword immortals, not only due to its formidable legacy and talented individuals, but also because of the flourishing spiritual essence that elevated countless cultivators' potential." Zhao Sihai's eyes sparkled with fervor as he continued, "And such abundant spiritual essence may re-emerge within the coming decades, or even centuries. When that time comes, it will not only be the out-of-body cultivators who rise, but even those in the spirit division and the integration phase will sprout like mushrooms after rain." Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he murmured, "Father, you are not deceiving me, are you? There is no need for me to deceive you." Zhao Sihai took a deep breath, a hint of regret crossing his features as he added, "If Shushan can seize this opportunity, it may well restore the glory of thousands of years past." Zhao Sihai sighed heavily, then turned to Zhao Cheng with earnestness. "Qing'er, I am but a shadow of my former self, yet you are the hope of Shushan. If you can harness this impending transformation to lead Shushan to resurgence, or even ascend the path of immortality, it would fulfill a lifelong wish of mine." "Father, is your injury truly beyond remedy?" Zhao Cheng's heart ached as he softly inquired. "I am most aware of my own condition. Even if one were to ingest the fabled elixir of immortality, no significant improvement would be forthcoming." Zhao Sihai shook his head and, with a sense of resignation, smiled as he said, "Yet, you need not worry. Your father can still linger for a while longer, at least until you truly ascend to your rightful place. Qing'er, in the days to come, you must swiftly familiarize yourself with the affairs of Shushan. When the time is ripe, I shall entrust the position of sect leader to you." In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Throughout this period, Zhao Fan had not ventured a single step beyond the confines of the demon locking tower. With the aid of the system, his cultivation level had progressed from the initial stage of the nascent soul realm through the mid-phase and had now reached the latter stage, leaving him but a step away from perfection in the nascent soul realm. Such a rate of advancement is indeed astonishing within the present cultivation world. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary cultivator would require decades, if not centuries, to transition from the early to the later stages of the nascent soul realm, particularly given the current environmental conditions. Where spiritual energy has yet to begin its revival, the higher one's cultivation level, the more arduous the path to advancement becomes. Moreover, this is under favorable circumstances. Many individuals find themselves stagnating at bottlenecks, unable to progress throughout their lifetimes, a fate that is all too common. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. without progress. One regresses. As Zhao Fan's level ascended to the later stages of the nascent soul realm, his pace of cultivation became increasingly sluggish. Even with the assistance of the Golden Lotus Cushion, 10 days or half a month of arduous practice would yield only a slight increase in his internal spiritual power. Alas, being so close to the culmination of the nascent soul realm, I find myself unable to cross that threshold. Zhao Fan opened his eyes, his gaze deep and tranquil. His demeanor now more unadorned than it had been years prior. Yet, there lingered a slight deficiency, a need for time to refine his skills. He murmured to himself. Devoid of any impatience, cultivation is a process that unfolds naturally, and as long as one accumulates enough experience. A breakthrough to the next minor level is merely a matter of time. With the system's assistance, Zhao Fan felt an overwhelming confidence, with steadfast diligence. He believed that in a span of several years, or perhaps as short as half a year, he could shatter the constraints that held him back. Thus, Zhao Fan remained unperturbed, composed, and resolute. Suddenly, as Zhao Fan concluded his meditation, a thunderous drumbeat resonated from outside the demon-locking tower. The Shushan celestial drum. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the sound. The drum had signaled the ascension of the new sect leader of Shushan. It must be that lad, Zhao Cheng. He turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, feeling no surprise. He recalled a conversation from a few days prior when his junior sister, Zhang Qian, had mentioned that over the past 5 years, his rather unassuming sect leader's father had stepped back, allowing Zhao Cheng to gradually assume control of the sect's affairs. With the grand ceremony of Zhao Cheng's ascension taking place today, what joy could there be in being the sect leader? To bear the burden of so many responsibilities throughout Shushan, it would be far preferable to remain in the tranquility of the demon-locking tower, growing stronger through the system. Zhao Fan shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Shall I begin the sign-in process? At this moment, Zhao Fan's mind was filled with the familiar sound of the system's notification. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. A golden armored puppet. As the system's voice faded, a towering golden figure materialized before Zhao Fan. A golden armored puppet. What is this? Zhao Fan was somewhat astonished. Over the past 5 years, through the system's check-ins, he had acquired elixirs, martial arts, weapons, and treasures, yet he had never received anything quite like this. The golden armored puppet possessed combat prowess comparable to that of a cultivator in the out-of-body stage. Once it recognized its master through blood, it could be commanded with one's mind. Faced with Zhao Fan's confusion, the system's introduction was succinct and straightforward. What? Combat prowess comparable to that of the out-of-body stage? A smile spread across Zhao Fan's face as he realized the immense strength of the golden armored puppet before him. Truly, products from the system were of the highest quality. With this golden armored puppet, it was akin to having a formidable fighter at the out-of-body level, one that felt no pain and was fearless of death. The acquisition of the golden armored puppet greatly lifted Zhao Fan's spirits. Although he had yet to break through to the out-of-body stage himself, he now possessed a companion of such caliber. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan remained in the demon-sealing tower, diligently cultivating. Until one day, when the doors of the tower slowly opened, revealing his younger brother Zhao Cheng, who had just ascended to the position of the new sect leader of Mount Shu, arriving with fine wine and delicacies. I pay my respects to the new sect leader. Zhao Fan stepped forward, gracefully bowing to his brother Zhao Cheng. Elder brother, you are being overly formal. There is no need for such courtesies between us, Zhao Cheng replied with a wry smile. Although he had only recently assumed the role of sect leader, he bore a look of exhaustion rather than the expected radiance. It was only upon truly occupying the position that he understood the immense pressure it entailed. Mount Shu was vast, with thousands upon thousands of disciples and countless affiliated forces. Most importantly, wielding authority over Mount Shu was no small feat. It was indeed a formidable challenge. In the few days since Zhao Cheng took office, he had aimed to reorganize Mount Shu and rejuvenate the sect, yet he faced overwhelming resistance that left him mentally drained. What troubles you? How is it that you look so haggard just days after becoming sect leader? Shouldn't the new sect leader be full of vigor and vitality? Zhao Fan remarked, unable to resist teasing his brother upon noticing his state. Elder brother, don't even mention it. Zhao Cheng sighed heavily. I thought that upon becoming the sect leader of Mount Shu, I could showcase my abilities and lead the sect to glory. Yet, just a few days in, I find myself beset by obstacles, causing me to age a decade in worry. As Zhao Cheng complained, he began to set out the food and drink, saying, with my ambitions stifled, I can only seek solace in a drink with you. What kind of obstacles? Zhao Fan inquired casually. Fortunately, had it not been for his predecessor's reckless intrusion into forbidden areas, these troubles would have fallen upon him. Beyond Mount Shu, the demonic sects and various sinister factions were stirring restlessly, igniting waves of bloodshed and chaos. Within the confines of Mount Shu, the hearts of its people are disunited, akin to a scattered heap of sand, engrossed in overt and covert strife, lacking ambition for progress. The subordinate factions, such as the 6 great sword sects and several dynasties that once belonged to Mount Shu, are stirring restlessly, harboring ambitions of independence. Just recently, during my ascension ceremony, not a single envoy from the 6 great sword sects came to extend their congratulations, which incited my father's furious wrath. Were it not for my timely intervention, he might have summoned the elders to launch an assault. At this juncture, Zhao Cheng let out a heavy sigh, downing a cup of wine in solitude. Elder brother, I truly envy you. Although confined within the demon-sealing tower, you are spared from these vexations. In the past, I observed my father sitting majestically on the seat of our sect's leader, exuding authority from all directions. But only upon assuming this position did I comprehend the weight of the responsibilities it entails. After finishing his drink, Zhao Cheng continued, I despise my own inadequacy. Despite exhausting the vast resources of Mount Shu and dedicating several years, I have merely reached the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. If only I possessed the strength I had when I vanquished the dark sword cultivator, I would not feel so shackled. In response, Zhao Fan smiled and offered reassurance, patience. Take your time. You are the youngest leader in the history of Mount Shu, with ample time to revitalize our sect. Moreover, Mount Shu has languished for millennia. Its resurgence requires extensive preparation. Indeed, that is true, Zhao Cheng replied, but my time is limited. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to recall something and gritted his teeth, saying, do you know? Just 2 days ago, the 6 great sword sects ceased supplying us with cultivation resources. Furthermore, had the Dark Slayers succeeded in killing our father years ago, the 6 great sword sects would have immediately rebelled to devour Mount Shu. If not for the intervention of that sword cultivator 5 years prior, who decisively eliminated the threat, Mount Shu might have long ceased to exist. Now, the ambitions of the 6 great sword sects are glaringly evident. It will not be long before they declare independence. What is the strength of the 6 great sword sects? Zhao Fan inquired suddenly. Deep and unfathomable, Zhao Cheng replied, his expression grave. A millennium ago, the 6 great sword sects were merely a weak vassal faction that had split from Mount Shu. However, in the past few millennia, our sect has clung to antiquated practices, and with the primary swordsmanship heritage undergoing several transformations, it no longer aligns with the practices of most cultivators. In contrast, the 6 great sword sects have assimilated and advanced the martial arts from various sects, greatly surpassing us in both the quantity and quality of their disciples. As for their elite cultivators, their numbers far exceed those of Mount Shu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan came to a realization. According to his brother Zhao Cheng, the desire of the 6 great sword sects for independence was understandable. After all, whether in terms of lower-tier disciples or high-level cultivators, they were not inferior to Mount Shu. Why should they continue to serve Mount Shu and willingly remain a vassal? Those vassal forces seek the protection of Mount Shu. But when their own power surpasses that of Mount Shu, why must they continue to act in accordance with its whims? Given their strength, can they not establish their own dominion? Zhao Fan inquired with remarkable composure. Absolutely not, Zhao Cheng replied, his brow furrowed. Brother, allowing them to successfully establish their own identity would not only tarnish the prestige of Mount Shu, but it would also result in significant loss of resources for cultivation. Much of what sustains Mount Shu comes from the tributes of those vassal forces. Should the 6 great sword gates succeed in their independence, others may follow suit, leaving Mount Shu's foundation precarious. Not only would revival become an arduous task, but extinction could also loom near. Thus, this intricate relationship was unveiled. Is there truly no alternative? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud. An alternative? Zhao Cheng let out a bitter laugh, his tone laced with resignation. Unless that venerable sword cultivator personally intervenes to support me, I have no means to alter the situation. Otherwise, the consequences for Mount Shu could be dire. Do not despair. A solution will undoubtedly present itself, Zhao Fan offered soothingly. Let us hope so, Zhao Cheng replied, shaking his head, aware that his elder brother was merely trying to comfort him. By the way, brother, after spending so long in the demon locking tower, do you not wish to leave? Zhao Qing suddenly inquired. Not at all, Zhao Fan replied succinctly, surprising Zhao Qing. Brother, do not jest. I am now the newly appointed leader of Mount Shu. I can assist you in leaving the demon-locking tower. You need not worry about burdening me, Zhao Qing urged. Mistakenly believing that Zhao Fan's refusal stemmed from concern about inconveniencing him. Understanding his brother's misinterpretation, Zhao Fan clarified, I am not jesting. The chaos outside is far less comfortable than remaining here. I genuinely do not wish to leave. After a brief pause, he added with confidence, moreover, I can depart from the demon-locking tower at any time. Very well. Sensing the resolute tone of his elder brother, Zhao Chang refrained from further persuasion. Though a sliver of confusion lingered within him, was it truly so comfortable to remain in this lightless demon-locking tower? He struggled to comprehend Zhao Fan's contentment. Unaware that the latter was growing stronger daily through systematic engagement, despite the monotony of his days. Brother, the wine has run out. I shall visit you again another time. Setting down his cup, Zhao Chang prepared to depart. As the newly appointed leader of Mount Shu, he was inundated with responsibilities. And finding time to come here was a rare endeavor. Wait. At that moment, Zhao Fan suddenly called out to Zhao Cheng. Brother, do you have something to say? Have you changed your mind about leaving the demon-locking tower? Zhao Cheng jested. In response, Zhao Fan shook his head and slowly said, I have a gift for you. A token of congratulations for your ascension as the new leader of Mount Shu. As his words faded, with a simple gesture, a golden-armored puppet materialized before them. As the suffocating aura emanated from the golden-armored puppet, Zhao Cheng's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, a major cultivator at the out-of-body stage. However, it was not a cultivator of that stage. It was merely a golden-armored puppet possessing the combat prowess of an out-of-body practitioner. Zhao Fan corrected him, saying, a golden-armored puppet with the strength of an out-of-body cultivator? Zhao Qing asked incredulously, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Brother, how did you acquire such a thing? It was discovered deep within the demon-locking tower, likely remnants left by the powerful beings once imprisoned there, Zhao Fan casually explained, aiming to conceal the existence of the system. So that is how it is, Zhao Cheng responded, a hint of belief dawning upon him. After all, thousands of years ago, the tower held formidable demons, so it was indeed plausible that peculiar artifacts remained. Brother, are you certain you wish to gift me such a rare treasure? Zhao Cheng gazed at the golden-armored puppet with fervent eyes, yet he asked again. Of course, this puppet serves little purpose for me. You have a greater need for it. Zhao Fan replied with a gentle smile. This statement was heartfelt, as, despite the puppet's formidable power, Zhao Fan hardly utilized it while residing in the demon-locking tower. Moreover, with the assistance of the system, his strength was continually ascending, and he would eventually break through to become an out-of-body cultivator himself. Thank you. I am truly grateful, Zhao Cheng said, taking a deep breath, overwhelmed with appreciation. Between us brothers, expressing gratitude feels unnecessary. Go forth and fulfill your role as the leader of the Shushan sect. Zhao Fan said with a smile, dismissively. Understood. Zhao Qing nodded earnestly before striding out of the demon-locking tower. It was only after Zhao Cheng's figure had completely vanished that Zhao Fan slowly withdrew his gaze. He hoped that with the aid of the golden-armored puppet, his brother, the sect leader, would encounter fewer unnecessary troubles. Following Zhao Cheng's departure, the demon-locking tower returned to its former tranquility. I find myself at a bottleneck. Since progress in cultivation has slowed, I shall intensify my practice of sword control. Previously, although Zhao Fan had grasped the second level of sword control, the realm of unity between man and sword, he had not mastered it completely. Thus, he decided to devote ample time to enhance his sword control practice. However, the art of sword control is profound, and even with his innate sword body, mastering the second level remained a formidable challenge. Once the most formidable swordsmanship of Shushan, sword control had, thousands of years ago, shaken the entire realm of cultivation. Despite its astonishing power, the difficulty of its cultivation was exceedingly high. Even during the glorious era of Shushan, when talents flourished, few fully mastered the second level of sword control, let alone perfected all 9 levels. The more powerful the martial arts, the more time and energy it demands from the cultivator. Time in cultivation is fleeting, in the blink of an eye. Another decade had passed. This marked Zhao Fan's 18th year within the demon-locking tower. Through his relentless efforts, he had finally mastered the second level of sword control, achieving the state of unity between man and sword. Not only that, but the cultivation, which had originally stagnated at a bottleneck, has also experienced a modest breakthrough. From the late Yuaning stage, it has elevated to the perfect Yuaning stage, with only half a step remaining to reach the out-of-body stage. Although the pace of advancement pales in comparison to previous times, Zhao Fan still finds a sense of satisfaction. He is acutely aware that, in the current celestial environment, the difficulty of cultivation increases exponentially with each elevation in realm, demanding greater time and effort. To ascend from the late Yuaning stage to the perfect Yuaning stage within 10 years is already considered remarkably swift. Otherwise, for other cultivators, achieving even a slight elevation within the Yuaning stage could require decades, if not centuries, of dedication. I can attempt to break through to the out-of-body stage at any moment now, but it is prudent to allow time for consolidation. This way, I can ensure the greatest chance of a successful breakthrough. Zhao Fan's gaze is calm and profound, and his demeanor exudes an essence of returning to simplicity. He resembles a divine sword yet to be unsheathed, its power restrained to the utmost, yet once drawn, it is capable of astonishing feats. Senior brother, I have brought your meal. Just then, a sweet and melodious voice rang out from outside the demon-locking tower. After so many years, Zhang Qian has transformed from the junior sister of the discipline hall into a senior sister for many new disciples, yet she remains undeterred by the elements, personally delivering meals to Zhao Fan every 10 days. This time, there's braised pork, sauerkraut fish, and several of your favorite dishes. Zhang Qian set down the food box and handed the fragrant dishes inside. The flavors are delightful. Zhao Fan savored the delicious meal, nodding in satisfaction. Senior brother, quite a lot has been happening in Shushan lately. Are you aware? The current sect master is diligent and has begun implementing reforms in Shushan, redistributing the cultivation resources among disciples and elders. Zhang Qian spoke with palpable excitement. Redistributing cultivation resources? Zhao Fan expressed a flicker of interest. Indeed, I find it particularly beneficial. Resources will be allocated based on the contributions of disciples and elders. Otherwise, as in the past, some elders and disciples have monopolized resources due to their seniority, contributing nothing to the sect, resembling parasites. This reform is quite commendable. Zhao Fan smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course, while it is beneficial, we disciples wholeheartedly support it. Yet it has faced considerable opposition and obstruction from numerous elders. Just recently, several inter-sect elders, incited by the 6 major sword sects, attempted a rebellion against the sect master. Fortunately, there is a powerful being at the out-of-body stage beside our sect master, who swiftly dealt with those traitorous elders. As a result of this incident, the relationship between Shushan and the 6 major sword sects has become increasingly strained. However, it must be said, those 6 major sword sects are exceedingly arrogant, daring to act out against us, mere vassals of Shushan. Zhang Qian spoke passionately, continuing with indignation. Thank goodness our sect master remains composed. Otherwise, if it were me, I would undoubtedly be incensed enough to lead a force to flatten the 6 major sword sections. Perhaps the sect leader is not truly composed. Rather, he simply lacks the confidence to confront the 6 major sword sects. Zhao Fan shook his head and smiled gently. He could empathize with Zhang Qian's sentiments. As a disciple of Mount Shu, anyone hearing such news would undoubtedly feel indignant. However, the actual circumstances suggest that his sect leader brother remains wary of the strength of the 6 major sword sects, refraining from immediate action. Otherwise, based on Zhao Fan's understanding of him, the current tranquility of Mount Shu would be inexplicable. After a brief conversation, Zhang Qian departed with her food container once Zhao Fan finished his meal. Now a seasoned junior sister of the discipline hall, her responsibilities extended beyond her own cultivation to mentoring several new disciples, thus leaving her with significantly less free time than before. As Zhang Qian left, the demon-locking tower returned to its usual silence. Yet, unlike the calm within the tower, a tempest brewed within Mount Shu. The news of several elders colluding with the 6 major sword sects in a failed rebellion spread, igniting outrage among the majority of Mount Shu's disciples, with some radical members clamoring for severe retribution against the 6 major sword sects. Nevertheless, the current sect leader Zhao Cheng and the higher-ups of Mount Shu maintained a measured restraint. It was evident to all that the relationship between Mount Shu and the 6 major sword sects had reached a point of near irreconcilable conflict. Other cultivation sects awaited the spectacle of Mount Shu's predicament. Should this matter be mishandled, it would deal a catastrophic blow to Mount Shu's reputation. Zhao Fan paid no heed to these affairs, choosing instead to remain within the demon-locking tower, engrossed in his cultivation. He had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, a mere half-step away from the out-of-body stage. However, that half-step was not as simple as one might imagine, requiring a fortuitous opportunity and timing to successfully break through. It should be noted that the infamous Ghost Island's Black Butcher had secluded himself overseas for centuries before attaining the out-of-body stage. Of course, Zhao Fan's talents and opportunities far surpassed those of Black Butcher, especially with the system's assistance. Thunder rumbled one day as dark clouds gathered, lightning tearing through the heavens, and torrential rain poured down. The climate of Mount Shu was typically arid, with rain being a rare occurrence for decades. This sudden downpour was a remarkable meteorological event. Oddly, the rain seemed imbued with an exceptionally rich spiritual essence. Gazing at the heavy raindrops, Zhao Fan's gaze deepened with calmness as he sensed the anomaly. His senses were extraordinarily keen, and as the rain intensified, he could distinctly feel the surge of spiritual energy in the surrounding environment increasing dramatically in an instant. Could this be a rare celestial phenomenon? Zhao Fan mused to himself, recalling that throughout history, special celestial events occasionally occurred. Perhaps today's rain was one of them. With the rain growing stronger, the nearly saturated spiritual power within Zhao Fan surged suddenly, akin to a tranquil ocean unleashing towering waves. The bottleneck phase had become considerably loosened. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to break through to the out-of-body stage. Zhao Fan was astonished to discover that with the onset of the torrential rain, the once formidable bottleneck had not only loosened but also resulted in a conspicuous surge of spiritual energy within him. A smile graced his face as he resolved to wholeheartedly transcend his previous limits. The rain intensified, and even the ominous aura surrounding the demon-locking tower was inundated with a continuous influx of celestial spirit energy. Under this immense tide of spiritual essence, Zhao Fan's aura ascended at a visibly remarkable pace. Boom! Time seemed to stretch indefinitely when suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from the depths of Zhao Fan's being. Concurrently, a nebulous energy form, reminiscent of moonlight, began to coalesce at his brow. This was undeniably the primordial spirit, a hallmark of cultivators who had reached the out-of-body stage. The distinction between the out-of-body stage and the nascent soul stage lies fundamentally in the manifestation of the primordial spirit. This spirit, born from the essence of vitality and consciousness, possesses the ability to transcend the physical form. The primordial spirit allows one to perceive the minutiae of the surrounding world with a mere thought, offering boundless utility. This is the essence of the out-of-body stage. Zhao Fan could distinctly feel an overwhelming force coursing through his limbs, as his spiritual power surged tremendously, rendering him several times more formidable than before. Most crucially, upon successfully manifesting his primordial spirit, his senses underwent a significant enhancement. This groundbreaking elevation brought a smile to Zhao Fan's face. He had initially believed he would require more time to achieve this breakthrough, only to find it expedited by the rain. The formidable aura of the out-of-body stage reverberated throughout much of the demon-locking tower, and it took a while for Zhao Fan to regain his composure. Although he had achieved this breakthrough ahead of schedule, he did not succumb to arrogance. The path of cultivation is endless, and the out-of-body stage is merely a minor peak on the journey toward the true pinnacle of immortality, with a long road still ahead. In the Grand Hall of Mount Shu, Zhao Cheng, now the esteemed leader, faced his father, the former sect master Zhao Sihai, who regarded him with a furrowed brow. Son, have you made up your mind? Are you truly prepared to take action against the 6 major sword sects? Father, I have resolved this matter. For the past decade, I have endured and compromised, yet this has only emboldened the 6 sword sects, making them increasingly arrogant. They even incited rebellion among several elders in our sect. If we continue to capitulate without a powerful response, the prestige of Mount Shu will be irrevocably lost, and we shall become a laughingstock among other cultivation sects. Zhao Cheng declared, clenching his fists, his voice laced with indignation. That may be the case, but do you have the assurance to proceed? Zhao Sihai paused, his expression grave. Though I have stepped back, I have heard that the 6 sword sects have expanded significantly over the past decade, their strength far surpassing what it once was. Father, rest assured, throughout these 10 years, I have made thorough preparations, Zhao Cheng replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. Since ascending to the position of sect master, he had been laying the groundwork. Now, Mount Shu not only boasted a substantial increase in the number of mid- and low-level disciples, but also saw the ranks of nascent soul elders swell from a mere handful to 30. Moreover, The existence of the out-of-body period in Shushan serves not only to safeguard one's golden armored puppet, but also marks the successful breakthrough of another venerable elder in recent days. Zhao Qing did not deliberately publicize this development, intending to wield it as a trump card against the 6 great sword sects. Thus, with unwavering confidence, he summoned his father, Zhao Sihai, hoping to garner his support. Qing'er, since you are confident, your father will wholeheartedly support you, should the need arise. This frail body of mine can still contribute to Shushan's cause, Zhao Sihai declared, taking a moment to hesitate before clearly expressing his stance. Wonderful. With your words, father, my confidence is bolstered even further. This time, I shall undoubtedly revive Shushan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng's fatigue dissipated, replaced by a fierce gleam in his eyes, radiating an astonishing fighting spirit. Observing this, Zhao Sihai nodded, yet a fleeting shadow of concern flickered in the depths of his gaze. He sensed an underlying instability. Believing that his son was somewhat hasty, yet he refrained from voicing such doubts, fearing it might undermine the latter's confidence. Furthermore, the 6 great sword sects had indeed been excessively overbearing. Ever since the failure of the rebellion instigated by several elders, they had not even offered an apology. If Shushan were to remain unresponsive this time, the last vestiges of its dignity would be utterly stripped away. As the former leader of Shushan, Zhao Sihai would never permit such a disgrace to occur. As the sovereign Zhao Cheng of Shushan prepares to take action against the 6 major sword sects, an air of subtle tension envelopes the entire Shushan realm. Apart from a select few high-ranking officials, the majority of disciples remain blissfully unaware of the impending upheaval, and the surface of Shushan appears as tranquil as ever. However, the observant soon notice a multitude of subtle changes within Shushan. For instance, most disciples who had been stationed at various branches have hurried back to the main sect, and healing elixirs, typically distributed every few months, are now being handed out to the disciples ahead of schedule. These seemingly minor actions have alerted many to the undercurrents of Shushan, hinting at a gathering storm in the preparation for a grand conflict. The numerous vassal forces under Shushan are rife with anxiety, uncertain of what the sovereign intends. Their concerns are not unfounded. Over the past several millennia, Shushan has steadily declined, resulting in growing resentment among these former vassals, who have either openly defied or covertly undermined Shushan's authority. The current sovereign, Zhao Cheng, may appear composed in his actions, yet his recent sweeping reforms and the decisive elimination of several rebellious elders have compelled all to recognize him as an ambitious leader. Speculation abounds among various factions, yet none could have anticipated that Zhao Cheng was genuinely planning to confront the 6 major sword sections. Zhao Fan, too, remained oblivious to these developments. Since his breakthrough to the out-of-body stage, he has been engrossed in grasping the 3rd level of sword control, the realm of manifesting swords from the void. This 3rd level presents a challenge that far exceeds that of the 2nd, and despite Zhao Fan's innate sword body, he finds it exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Immersed in his training, he spends his days within the Demon-Sealing Tower, enhancing his prowess through system sign-ins, largely indifferent to the distractions of the outside world. Only when his junior sister, Zhang Qian, brings him meals every 10 days does he learn snippets of external affairs. As an ordinary disciple, Zhang Qian is hardly privy to significant news. Her insights are primarily hearsay, which Zhao Fan takes as mere amusement, paying little heed to them. As time passes, Zhao Fan's strength continues to grow, albeit slowly. He cannot shake the feeling that, following a heavy rainfall one day, the spiritual energy in the world seems to have intensified considerably. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation at the out-of-body stage is tenfold more challenging than at the nascent soul stage. Yet the increase in spiritual energy has alleviated much of that difficulty. Months slip away, and Zhao Fan solidifies his cultivation at the initial stage of out-of-body. Furthermore, due to his solid foundation and the cultivation of top-tier techniques, his overall combat prowess has become extraordinarily formidable. Zhao Fan is confident that, even among those at the initial out-of-body stage, he surpasses the infamous Black Butcher of Ghost Island by several magnitudes. On this particular day, when Zhang Qian arrives with his meal, she brings forth news that astonishes Zhao Fan. Just 2 days ago, the contemporary patriarch Zhao Cheng issued a decree inviting the leaders of the 6 great sword gates to attend the 200th birthday celebration of the former patriarch Zhao Sihai on the 15th of this month. Although cultivators possess lifespans far exceeding those of mortals, their path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness may lead to their demise. Thus, Many cultivators opt to hold grand birthday banquets at specific intervals, inviting guests from all corners to partake in the festivities. The former patriarch Zhao Fan, who previously commanded Mount Shu for a century, though now retired from active duty, is entitled to a celebration of such magnitude that the high-ranking officials of Mount Shu and the leaders of its subordinate forces must attend to convey their respect. In the glorious days of Mount Shu thousands of years ago, whenever an elder within the sect celebrated a birthday, not only the subordinate forces, but even those with minor connections to the sect would seize the opportunity to ascend the mountain and present lavish gifts, hoping to win Mount Shu's favor. However, at this sensitive juncture, the Patriarch's invitation to the 6 great sword gates for the former Patriarch's banquet appears to bear a pointed intent. Should the 6 great sword gates refuse, Mount Shu could assert that they disrespected its dignity and dispatch countless disciples to retaliate. As this news spread, it sent shockwaves not only through Mount Shu, but also among other observing sections. For nearly a millennium, the past patriarchs of Mount Shu had been powerless against the increasingly powerful subordinate forces, forced to compromise. Yet today, is the contemporary patriarch truly prepared to take decisive action to eliminate this threat? With the patriarch's decree proclaimed to the world, all became aware that a potentially cataclysmic conflict between Mount Shu and the 6 great sword gates loomed on the horizon. Young Zhaocheng appears overly eager. However, do the 6 great sword gates truly dare to challenge Mount Shu? Gazing at the sky outside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan's expression grew profound and tranquil. Typically indifferent to worldly matters, he now silently took note of the situation. For Zhaocheng, the current patriarch, is his younger brother, and he could not remain passive should trouble arise. As the 15th day approached, the long-awaited birthday banquet of the former patriarch Zhao Fan arrived. Yet none of the leaders of the 6 great sword gates made an appearance, nor did they send a representative. The fury within Mount Shu reached unprecedented heights. While they were aware of the arrogance of the 6 great sword gates, they had not anticipated such blatant disregard. The absence of any representatives from the 6 great sword gates at the 200th birthday banquet of the former patriarch, especially without even a response, was a blatant slap in the face to Mount Shu. On that very day, Zhaocheng convened the elders to formally discuss measures against the 6 great sword gates. The news spread, causing a stir across the land. The Qingfeng Sword Gate, the most prosperous of the 6 great sword gates in recent years, had many attendees on this day, including the leaders, Hong Xiong of the Qingfeng Sword Gate, Feng Lu of the Quanzhan Sword Gate, Qi Zhang of the Bishue Sword Gate, Shushan of the Shanyue Sword Gate, Bei Feng of the Jindao Sword Gate, and Xiao Budong of the Heifeng Sword Gate. It is truly laughable that a mere decade-old patriarch of Mount Shu dares to act against us, as if he believes that Mount Shu remains the supreme cultivation sect commanding the world as it did thousands of years ago. The leader of the Qifeng sect, Hong Xiong, let out a self-deprecating smile, his gaze slowly sweeping over the others. He inquired, "You all are masters of your respective sects, and now that the audacious young man from Mount Shu intends to strike against us, what are your plans?" Plans?" sneered the master of the Quanzhan sect. "Feng Lu, in my opinion, we should naturally engage him in battle. Let us unite the strength of our 6 sects and crush the oppressive Mount Shu above us. Let us see who dares to tread upon us in arrogance thereafter." Feng Zhongzhu speaks wisely. This is also my stance. I am in full support. As Feng Lu's words echoed in the air, the other sect leaders nodded in agreement. They had long harbored dissatisfaction with Mount Shu's authority, and rather than continuing to endure in silence, it was better to directly rebel. After all, in the realm of cultivation, power always spoke loudest. "Very well. Since you all share this sentiment, let us formalize our alliance," Hong Xiong said with satisfaction, nodding. "However, if we engage in a full-scale war, even if we manage to topple Mount Shu, we will suffer significant losses ourselves. Thus, I propose that we send our strongest cultivators to stealthily infiltrate Mount Shu and eliminate that Zhaocheng. By doing so, we can subdue the higher-ups of Mount Shu without the necessity of bloodshed, ensuring that our 6 sects incur minimal cost." "This suggestion is excellent." Feng Lu nodded, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Just recently, an elder from my Quanzhan sword sect broke through to the out-of-body stage. Should he ascend Mount Shu, he would undoubtedly be capable of slaying that Zhaocheng. My Bishue sword sect is also willing to dispatch an out-of-body elder to join the assault on Mount Shu. Our Jindao sword sect shall do likewise, and we from the Shanwei sword sect will join as well, in a matter of moments." Under the auspices of Hong Xiong of the Qingfeng sword sect, the 6 major sword sects forged a temporary alliance. agreeing to each dispatch one out-of-body cultivator to collectively strike at Mount Shu. Though out-of-body cultivators were rare, each of the 6 major sects had such esteemed beings in their ranks. Otherwise, they would not dare to challenge Mount Shu so brazenly. This was the true foundation of their confidence. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Mount Shu, the current sect leader Zhao Cheng, accompanied by the upper echelons, personally welcomed an elderly man. This was a venerable elder with a youthful visage and white hair, his piercing eyes radiating an extraordinary and formidable aura despite his seemingly aged body. Elder Wu, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the elder's appearance, Zhao Cheng's face lit up with a smile, for this was the esteemed elder who had recently attained the out-of-body stage. His name was Wu Hai, a highly respected elder whose strength surpassed all but the enigmatic sword cultivator among them. Thus, even Zhao Cheng, as the current sect leader, treated him with the utmost respect. The purpose of summoning Elder Wu was to seek his approval before taking action against the 6 major sword sections. Greetings, Elder Wu. We pay our respects to Elder Wu. Within the hall, all the senior members of Mount Shu bowed respectfully to Elder Wu. Please, no need for formalities. Wu Hai waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of warmth akin to that of a benevolent elder. His aged eyes, deep and contemplative, turned towards the sect leader Zhao Cheng as he inquired gently. Sect leader, have you truly resolved to take action against the 6 major sword clans? I have made my decision, Zhao Cheng replied, inhaling deeply before continuing in a grave tone. Moreover, I have just received highly classified intelligence indicating that the 6 major sword clans plan to launch a preemptive strike on Mount Shu in the near future. Perceiving the weight of Zhao Cheng's words, Wu Hai furrowed his brow, his voice imbued with the wisdom of age as he cautioned. The 6 major sword clans are not to be underestimated. Throughout history, no sect leader has managed to subdue them, and within their ranks, there may exist individuals whose strength rivals my own. Once we sever ties, it could lead to a brutal conflict. I am well aware of that. Zhao Cheng acknowledged with a nod, responding earnestly. Thus, I implore Elder Wu to emerge from seclusion, as we hope for your assistance in allowing us to stand tall and reclaim our dignity on Mount Shu. As Zhao Cheng's words resonated through the Grand Hall, the senior members of Mount Shu regarded the elder with fervent anticipation. Since your minds are resolute, I shall not remain idle. Wu Hai sighed deeply, gradually nodding in agreement. Very well. On behalf of all of Mount Shu, I express our profound gratitude to Elder Wu. Zhao Cheng's countenance brightened at Wu Hai's acquiescence. There is no need for such formalities. As a disciple of Mount Shu, it is my duty. Wu Hai waved his hand dismissively. With Wu Hai's consent, Zhao Cheng felt a surge of confidence. Now that all of Mount Shu was united in purpose, he was determined to confront the 6 major sword clans, regardless of their formidable strength. In the ensuing days, Mount Shu operated with the precision of a well-oiled machine. The disciples, previously scattered, received directives from their respective masters, swiftly returning to fortify the mountain. The atmosphere throughout Mount Shu grew tense and somber. Given the formidable power of the 6 major sword clans, meticulous preparations were imperative for Mount Shu. Furthermore, according to prior intelligence, the 6 major sword clans might strike first, prompting heightened vigilance both within and around Mount Shu. On a particular day, sect leader Zhao Cheng convened with several high-ranking members to deliberate strategies against the 6 major sword clans. Suddenly, the protective formation surrounding Mount Shu shattered with a resounding crash. A colossal azure hand blotted out the sun, crashing through the protective barrier and descending heavily upon the Grand Hall of Mount Shu. Impudent! Who dares to intrude upon Mount Shu so brazenly? Several voices thundered in indignation as a group of prepared Yuanying elders soared into the sky, their swords illuminating the night as they fiercely launched an assault on the azure hand. With a thunderous impact, the azure hand, sensing the approaching sword light, radiated a searing glow, shattering the sword light and injuring several elders in the process, before continuing its relentless descent towards the Grand Hall. Should it succeed, all within would be reduced to mere fragments of flesh. In a moment of dire urgency, the current sect leader Zhao Cheng summoned the golden-armored puppet. Attack! The expressionless puppet raised its hand, delivering a powerful punch that illuminated the night sky with a golden imprint, striking the azure hand with tremendous force. The collision of fists resounded with a deafening explosion, erupting simultaneously. A practitioner of the same realm. As the azure hand dissipated, a tall and robust figure emerged, revealing Hong Lai, a cultivator in the out-of-body stage from the Qingfeng sword sect. With eyes sharp as blades, Hong Lai coldly declared, I have come here today to eliminate the child of Zhao Cheng. None shall impede me." As his words echoed, the overwhelming aura of his out-of-body cultivation surged forth, sweeping across a vast expanse of Shushan like a tempest. It was indeed an out-of-body practitioner from the Qingfeng Sword sect. They had audaciously taken the initiative to attempt the assassination of our sect leader. Fortunately, our Shushan also possesses a practitioner of the out-of-body stage. He is but one man and should be able to withstand this. Feeling the immense and astonishing pressure emanating from Hong Lai, the elders and disciples of Shushan sensed the weight of the situation, yet none faltered in fear. To intrude upon Shushan is to invite death without mercy. The golden-armored puppet similarly revealed its formidable presence, not inferior to Hong Lai, and decisively engaged in battle with him. The clash of these two out-of-body powerhouses unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy, transforming the area within several thousand meters into a perilous zone of death, where even Yuan-Ing stage cultivators would be obliterated by the residual shockwaves. Could one out-of-body practitioner withstand the likes of the ancient monster Hong? Just then, another astonishing aura materialized from thin air, as an elderly figure clad in black soared into view, his murderous intent directed straight towards the Shushan Grand Hall. It was Feng Kuan, the third-generation ancestor of the Quanzhan Sword sect. Had he not perished hundreds of years ago? Upon recognizing the face of the black-clad elder, several venerable Shushan elders displayed expressions of disbelief. "This is bad. Quickly protect the sect leader. Block him." The elders surrounding the Grand Hall sprang into action. Yet their seemingly formidable attacks failed to inflict any harm upon Feng Kuan. "Begone! My target today is the child of Zhao Cheng. Let him come forth." Before his words could fade, Feng Kuan unleashed a punch that sent 7 or 8 Shushan elders spewing blood and flying. "Zhao Cheng of Shushan, prepare to meet your end." Feng Kuan, with a fierce aura, advanced towards Zhao Cheng in the Grand Hall. Zhao Cheng's expression darkened, yet he remained seated with unwavering composure. As the sect leader of Shushan, he could not afford to act rashly in such a moment. To defy authority while daring to assassinate the leader of Shushan? At that moment, an elderly figure appeared, directly blocking Feng Kuan's path. It was none other than the venerable elder Wu Hai. "Wu Hai, you old rascal have not perished. And you've even broken through to the out-of-body stage?" Feng Kuan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the figure that obstructed him. "You, the old wretch of Quanzhan Sword sect, have not met your demise, so how could I?" Wu Hai, expressionless, wielded his sword, unleashing a flurry of sword chi that resembled a galaxy in full bloom, forcing Feng Kuan to retreat step by step. Though both were out-of-body cultivators, Wu Hai had the upper hand. "You old fool, do not revel in your triumph. This time, we are not the only ones who have come." Feng Kuan let out a wild laugh, then turned his gaze towards an empty void, coldly declaring, "Old man of the Golden Dao Sword sect in the north, why do you not hasten to eliminate the sect master of Shushan? Haha, allow me the honor of severing the head of that Shushan sect master myself." As these chilling words echoed, a shadow, ghostly in nature, surged towards Zhao Cheng, who sat solemnly in the Grand Hall. Yet another cultivator at the out-of-body stage had emerged, with 3 formidable out-of-body warriors materializing simultaneously. Their intent was clear, to slay Zhao Cheng. The first 2 were held at bay by the golden-armored puppet and elder Wu Hai. But who could stand in the way of this third assailant? "Master!" The elders and disciples of Shushan rushed valiantly towards the third out-of-body cultivator. Yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering their efforts futile. The presence of these 3 out-of-body powerhouses sent tremors through half of Shushan. Although the golden-armored puppet and Wu Hai managed to stall 2 of them, one still surged forward with unstoppable momentum towards sect master Zhao Cheng. The elders and disciples of Shushan wished to obstruct him, but their resolve was futile against such overwhelming power. As the ominous aura of death drew near, Zhao Cheng did not resign himself to fate. Instead, he resolutely drew his treasured sword, his fighting spirit surging forth. Over the years since becoming the sect master of Shushan, he had not faltered in his cultivation and had now reached the nascent soul stage. Aware of his disadvantage, he understood that as the sect master, retreat was not an option. "Let me handle this, my son." Just as Zhao Cheng prepared for a desperate confrontation, a figure approached with measured steps. It was the former sect master, Zhao Sihai. "Father, you mustn't." Zhao Cheng hastily interjected. His father, Zhao Sihai, had been gravely injured in his battle with the Black Butcher and was now on the brink of death. Should he rashly intervene? Not only would he fail to stop the enemy, but he would also exhaust his remaining life force. For the sake of Shushan, I would gladly sacrifice myself. Zhao Sihai replied, better to meet a glorious end in battle than to linger on in misery. As his words fell, Zhao Sihai's once lustrous black hair turned suddenly gray. Concurrently, an overwhelming and violent aura erupted from within him. The sight was akin to a withered tree regaining vitality, momentarily bursting forth with boundless strength. Father! Zhao Qing clenched his fists, anguish etched on his face. His father was invoking the terrifying secret art passed down through generations of Shushan sect masters, and the intensity of its manifestation now surpassed that of his previous encounter with the Black Butcher. Yet, the more powerful the manifestation, the greater the irreversible backlash it would impose on his frail body. Zhao Sihai, already suffering from hidden injuries and waning vitality, would perish even if he managed to defeat his foe through this art. Is this the true power of the out-of-body stage? Zhao Sihai felt an infinite strength coursing through him, and his eyes widened with determination. He shattered the earth beneath him with a single step, launching himself like a bolt from a bow towards the out-of-body cultivator from the Golden Dual Swords sect. Former sect master Zhao Sihai, foolish and deluded. Even if you are willing to risk your life to use a secret technique to temporarily thwart me, you still cannot turn the tide. As Zhao Sihai obstructed his path, the formidable being at the out-of-body stage remained unfazed, instead opting for a tone laced with derision. Boom, boom. Just as his words faded, 3 more formidable presences emerged from the east and west, revealing the silhouettes of 3 additional out-of-body stage cultivators. What is happening? Why are there 3 more out-of-body experts? Are they also from the 6 greatsword sects? This is disastrous. Our Shushan is utterly doomed. Gazing at the newly manifested powerful figures, the elders and disciples of Shushan were enveloped in despair. The might of the 6 great sword sects far surpassed their expectations, as they had dispatched 6 out-of-body stage cultivators to assault Shushan. 6 out-of-body stage cultivators. Zhao Qing's grip on his sword quivered slightly. He had never anticipated that the 6 great sword sects harbored such profound strength, possessing 6 formidable beings at the out-of-body stage. Initially, he had estimated that there would be at most 2 or 3 out-of-body cultivators. However, it appeared he had significantly underestimated the power of the 6 great sword sects. Master, flee quickly. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to hold them off for you. As the newly appeared 3 out-of-body cultivators advanced, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, over a dozen Shushan elders stepped forward, resolute in their determination to block them, even at the cost of their lives. Even if I perish in battle today, I, Zhao Cheng, shall not flee. All of you elders, lead the disciples of Shushan to retreat to the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain. There, the purple and green twin swords provide protection, and no one can intrude. I will cover your retreat. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, then soared into the sky, channeling all his strength into his sword, aiming a fierce strike at the 3 out-of-body stage experts. Just mere ants, daring to wield their swords before us? A voice echoed from the opposing side, as one figure casually flicked a finger, shattering Zhao Cheng's desperate strike. Subsequently, a golden hand reached out, stirring the boundless mists, intent on crushing Zhao Cheng into a bloody pulp. How utterly unwilling I am. The esteemed leader of Shushan, reduced to being crushed here. Zhao Cheng, his hair disheveled, roared in fury, but his efforts proved futile. Master, upon witnessing this scene, the elders and disciples of Shushan displayed expressions of utter despair. Could it be that the illustrious leader of Shushan was truly destined to perish at the hands of the experts from the 6 greatsword sects? Clang! At the critical moment, a clear and resounding sword cry drew near, heralding a golden beam of sword light that sliced through the night sky from the west, illuminating all of Shushan. Boom! The golden hand shattered, and the momentum of the sword light remained unyielding, ruthlessly advancing towards the 3 out-of-body stage cultivators. Who dares? The 3 were taken aback, almost instinctively launching formidable counterattacks to fully block the sword light. Those who offend Shushan shall face death without mercy. Amidst the gaze of the onlookers, a tall and robust figure soared on a sword, riding the wind with an almost mythical grace, appearing as a transcendent sword immortal. Sacred and powerful, this figure of unparalleled strength was none other than Zhao Fan, emerging from the demon locking tower. The 6 eminent practitioners of the out-of-body realm launched a formidable assault on Mount Shu, a commotion so intense that it was promptly detected by Zhao Fan. As a disciple of Mount Shu, he could not remain indifferent, especially since the target of their wrath was none other than his own younger brother, Zhao Cheng. the current sect leader of Mount Shu and the same individual who had vanquished the notorious Haitu in the past. This was indeed a glimmer of hope for Mount Shu. Observing Zhao Fan's silhouette, the once despondent elders and disciples of Mount Shu were suddenly filled with unbridled excitement. The sword cultivator of Yur, Zhao Cheng, who had narrowly escaped death, gazed at Zhao Fan's figure in awe, his heart swelling with exhilaration. You are the sword cultivator who defeated Haitu? At long last, you have emerged. Yet, we are not the same as that demon. Can you truly contend with the three of us alone? The three formidable practitioners from the 6 great sword sects regarded Zhao Fan with disdainful expressions, their icy glares revealing no hint of trepidation. Merely ants, Zhao Fan replied, his expression impassive, his body radiating a celestial glow as he unleashed the Qishao, flying sword. It cleaved through the layers of void like a shooting star descending upon the earth, accompanied by an overwhelming force directed at the trio. With his initial strike, he executed the most powerful technique of the Mount Shu swordsmanship, channeling the out-of-body realm's prowess to invoke the sword technique. Even Zhao Fan himself could not ascertain the magnitude of its might. The golden blade's radiance surged to several times its earlier intensity, illuminating the entirety of Mount Shu as if it were midday. This is not good. Do not hold back. Give it your all. The 3 out-of-body practitioners sensed an unprecedented aura of death and could not afford to underestimate the situation. They invoked their strongest martial arts, the Golden Light, Sword Dao, the Breakthrough Sword, and the Great Annihilation Fist. 3 ferocious and terrifying attacks surged toward the Qishao flying sword, striving to thwart this dreadful strike. Yet, they gravely underestimated Zhao Fan's strength and the might of the Mount Shu swordsmanship. With a deafening crash, the Qishao flying sword cleaved through their assaults, continuing its trajectory unabated as it advanced upon the trio. No. The anguished cries echoed as the 3 formidable masters from the 6 great sword sects met their demise, their heads severed by the Qishao flying sword. This spectacle ignited a fervor among countless elders and disciples of Mount Shu, with some exclaiming in exhilaration, the sword cultivator of Yur is invincible. In a single stroke, the 3 out-of-body practitioners fell simultaneously. Now, it was the turn of the remaining adversaries. After eliminating the 3, Zhao Fan's cold gaze fixated on the other 3. This is not good. Flee. Sensing the suffocating murderous intent emanating from Zhao Fan, the remaining trio from the 6 sword sects abandoned their foes, fleeing in a panic like startled birds, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they sought to escape Mount Shu. Stay and face death. Zhao Fan's eyes glinted with icy resolve. With a mere thought, the Qishao flying sword tore through the layers of void, pursuing the 3 with the ferocity of thunder. And subsequently, the sword light surged skyward, completely engulfing their forms. Hong Lai and his companions cried out in despair. Despite their desperate resistance, they possessed no means to counter the formidable power of the swordsmanship and were swiftly vanquished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all 6 out-of-body cultivators from the 6 major sword sects perished beneath Zhao Fan's blade. The flying sword, crimson with blood, exuded a chilling aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Zhao Fan stood proudly, enveloped in a hazy luminescence that obscured his true visage. The greater the mystery surrounding him, the deeper the reverence felt by all within Mount Shu. 6 formidable out-of-body cultivators had perished. What incredible strength must this sword cultivator possess? Gazing upon the figure that resembled an invincible deity, a venerable elder of Mount Shu murmured to himself. In the current realm of cultivation, out-of-body cultivators represented the pinnacle of strength among the various factions. Yet this sword cultivator had effortlessly dispatched 6 of them with just 2 strokes. Such power was unfathomable. The sword cultivator was unparalleled. The disciples of Mount Shu gazed at Zhao Fan's silhouette with fervent eyes, their hearts racing in excitement as they could not help but cry out. In response, Zhao Fan, indifferent to their adulation, prepared to take his leave. Father. At that moment, a cry of alarm came from Zhao Cheng. Following the sound, Zhao Fan beheld Zhao Cheng supporting his adoptive father, Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai, his hair white and his countenance frail, was enveloped in an aura of decay that spoke of impending death. Please, esteemed sword cultivator, lend your hand and save my father, Zhao Cheng implored desperately. I beseech you, esteemed sword cultivator, to spare the life of our former sect master. Witnessing this, the other elders of Mount Shu joined in, pleading for the enigmatic and powerful Zhao Fan to rescue their former sect leader. Chenger, do not worry about me, Zhao Sihai interjected, shaking his head. It is already a monumental task for the esteemed sword cultivator to vanquish our foes. I am beyond saving. Do not trouble him on my behalf. Father, Zhao Cheng cried out in profound sorrow. Although he understood the truth of Zhao Sihai's words, he still placed his hopes in the mysterious and powerful sword cultivator. I shall give it a try, Zhao Fan remarked, feeling a sense of obligation. However, he could sense that Zhao Sihai's life force was nearly extinguished, a consequence of a perilous secret technique previously employed. The Grand Hall of Mount Shu was enveloped in an eerie silence. Only Zhao Fan and the nearly lifeless Zhao Sihai remained, while Zhao Cheng and the others anxiously awaited outside. Esteemed sword cultivator, I am fully aware of my condition. Zhao Sihai stated calmly, his face devoid of fear. I have exhausted my vitality and am beyond rescue. There is no need for you to waste your energy on me. Indeed, Zhao Fan replied, his brow furrowed as he nodded lightly. Even with his out-of-body cultivation, saving Zhao Sihai's life seemed an insurmountable task. However, it is within my power to extend your life a little longer. As these words fell from his lips, Zhao Fan decisively acted, pouring forth a torrent of pure and potent spiritual energy into Zhao Sihai's body, rekindling a flicker of vitality that had been on the brink of extinguishment. This is... Zhao Sihai felt a surge of astonishment, acutely aware of the transformative change washing over his once diminished body, as if it were experiencing a miraculous revival. This spiritual energy will grant you an additional 6 months of life. During this time, you must refrain from engaging in combat. Otherwise, you will succumb to an untimely demise. Having completed this act, Zhao Fan solemnly cautioned. Thank you, esteemed sword cultivator. 6 months is ample time for me to arrange my affairs. Zhao Sihai expressed his profound gratitude. Having prepared himself to face death, yet finding unexpected hope in the intervention of this sword cultivator. I must take my leave now. As he spoke, Zhao Fan began to depart. Wait, esteemed sword cultivator, you have selflessly intervened to save Shushan on 2 occasions, making you a benefactor to all of us. May I behold your true visage, so that I may honor you with a longevity tablet, placed in the ancestral hall of Shushan for proper veneration? Zhao Sihai implored earnestly. Are you certain you wish to see my true form? Zhao Fan took a deep breath, inquiring slowly. I humbly request your indulgence, Zhao Sihai reiterated with persistent sincerity. As you wish. With a resonant hum, the radiant aura enveloping Zhao Fan gradually faded, revealing a strikingly handsome countenance that was indeed his true appearance. You are Zhao Fan. Upon witnessing Zhao Fan's true visage, Zhao Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the formidable sword cultivator who had effortlessly dispatched an out-of-body realm practitioner was none other than his eldest son, the very same son he had once cast into the demon locking tower. How could it possibly be you? A tempest of shock surged within Zhao Sihai, leaving him utterly astounded. I have rendered you the assistance you required. It is now up to you to navigate your own fate. Zhao Fan's expression remained impassive, harboring little fondness for this estranged father. Wait. Before Zhao Sihai could fully comprehend the revelation, Zhao Fan had already vanished from sight. Zhao Fan. Zhao Sihai murmured, grappling with a mix of guilt and regret. He had never anticipated that the sword cultivator was his own eldest son, who not only saved him but also intervened twice to shield Shushan from calamity. Father, what troubles you? Where is the esteemed sword cultivator? At that moment, Zhao Cheng arrived in the great hall, only to find his father in a state of utter bewilderment. Chenger, do you realize? The sword cultivator is your elder brother, Zhao Fan. What? Father, you cannot be serious. Zhao Cheng gasped in astonishment. Incredulity etched across his face. How can this be possible? It truly is him, it truly is. Zhao Sihai sighed deeply, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. I never would have imagined. Elder brother, was he not imprisoned within the demon locking tower? How could he possibly be the esteemed sword cultivator? It seems implausible. Zhao Cheng found it difficult to accept this reality. Sighing heavily, Zhao Sihai remarked, it is indeed him. After departing from the Shushan Grand Hall, Zhao Fan did not rush back to the demon locking tower. It has been 18 years since I last left Shushan. I almost forgot what the world beneath Shushan truly looked like. Zhao Fan gazed toward the direction of the 6 great sword sects, his eyes turning icy cold as he murmured, that unworthy father is, after all, my father. The 6 great sword sects have drained him of his vitality. This debt shall be settled with you. As his words fell, Zhao Fan soared on his sword, swiftly vanishing into the vastness of the night. At the Qing Feng sword sect, Hong Xiang sat in an armchair, his expression tinged with anxiety. A night had passed, yet there was still no news from the ancestor. Could the mission have failed? It was inconceivable. With all 6 out-of-body cultivators mobilized, not even one Shushan could withstand them, let alone 2. Surely, the ancestor and the others were preoccupied with dividing Shushan's resources, hence the delay in communication. Hong Xiong reassured himself. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion resonated as the protective formation surrounding the Qi Feng Sword sect shattered. What is happening? Hong Xiong sprang up, his face darkening as he looked towards the entrance. Sect Master, it's bad. Someone has broken our protective formation and is advancing towards us. 7 or 8 elders have already perished. A blood-soaked disciple rushed in, breathless with panic. What? How dare someone attack my Qi Feng Sword sect? They are courting death. Hong Xiong sneered in anger, grabbing a treasured sword and striding towards the exit. As he stepped out of the grand hall, he saw chaos engulfing the Qi Feng Sword sect. At the forefront, 5 or 6 elders were leading hundreds of disciples in a standoff against a figure radiating a hazy brilliance. Despite their numerical advantage, the elders and disciples of the Qi Feng Sword sect were retreating slowly, their faces filled with terror. Let the sect master of Qi Feng come out. Otherwise, do not blame me for the ensuing slaughter, Zhao Fan declared impassively, his flying sword, Qi Shao, emitting a clear ringing sound. The sword light surged forth, causing nearby elders and disciples to scream in agony. This was only due to his restraint, otherwise they would not have survived. Impudent ruffian! I am the sect master. Hong Xiong, you dare trespass into my Qi Feng Sword sect, and for that, you shall pay with your life. At that moment, Hong Xiong arrived, brandishing his sword with an imposing and tyrannical strike. You are Hong Xiong? Zhao Fan glanced at him, coldly inquiring. Indeed I am. Hong Xiong replied with a series of mocking laughs, his sword light slicing through the sky, powerfully descending upon Zhao Fan. Very well, you deserve to die. Zhao Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened. His flying sword, Qi Shao, struck like lightning, shattering the opponent's sword light, and then continued its relentless descent. What? Hong Xiong was taken aback, hastily summoning his protective artifact in an attempt to defend himself. However, he had overestimated his own prowess. With a swift thrust, blood erupted forth. In a single stroke, Hong Xiong, along with his artifact, was cleaved in twain. The sect leader, witnessing the tragic demise of Hong Xiong. The elders and disciples of the Qi Feng Sword sect were filled with profound sorrow, their eyes wide with grief as they cried out in anguish. From this day forth, the Qi Feng Sword sect would cease to exist. Zhao Fan unleashed a strike, the golden sword light shimmering like a river of stars, surging forth to obliterate the entirety of the Qi Feng Sword sect. With a thunderous roar, the entire Qi Feng Sword sect collapsed and shattered beneath that one sword strike, reduced to a desolate ruin. Some of the defiant elders of the Qi Feng Sword sect, caught unprepared, were buried beneath the rubble, leaving only a fortunate few to escape the calamity. In the aftermath of this battle, the upper echelons of the Qi Feng Sword sect were nearly annihilated, with only the lowly disciples surviving, yet they would never amount to anything significant thereafter. After the destruction of the Qi Feng Sword sect, Zhao Fan soared into the sky on his sword, transforming into a fleeting light that vanished into the distant heavens. Half an hour later, Zhao Fan arrived at the Quanzhan Sword sect, uttering not a word as he effortlessly breached their protective grand formation, unleashing a torrent of sword light that engulfed the mid-tier and upper-tier experts of the Quanzhan Sword sect. Boldness! Who dares to strike at my Quanzhan Sword sect? Roared Feng Lu, the sect leader, as he ascended into the sky. Yet, what awaited him was Zhao Fan's straightforward and decisive sword strike. With a splatter of blood, Feng Lu, lacking any strength to retaliate, was instantly slain. Soon, under Zhao Fan's overwhelming might, the Quanzhan Sword sect too was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. What? The Qi Feng Sword sect and the Quanzhan Sword sect had been vanquished by a mysterious master of the sword path? Following the annihilation of these two sects, the nearest sect, the Jiandao Sword sect, received word immediately. Could it be that the 6 ancestors' operation in Shushan had failed? No, I must take precautions, for the consequences for the Jiandao Sword sect could be dire. The leader of the Jiandao Sword sect, Beifeng, hailed upon receiving the news and prepared to flee the sect's headquarters, intending to evade the impending storm. Boom. However, before he could make a move, the protective grand formation of the Jiandao Sword sect shattered explosively. A golden sword light, akin to a mighty river, descended upon the entirety of the Jiandao Sword sect with overwhelming force. No. Leader Beifeng, stricken with terror. Exerted all his strength to resist, but ultimately met a tragic end beneath the sword light, and the entire Ziqing Dual Swords sect was obliterated by that unparalleled strike. Following swiftly, the remaining 3 major sword sects, including the Shanwei Sword sect, faced the same fate at the hands of Zhao Fan. In a single day, the once mighty 6 sword sects were eradicated by a mysterious and formidable sword cultivator. As news spread, the vast majority of the cultivation world was engulfed in profound shock. In the realm of cultivation, conflicts and bloodshed are commonplace. However, the complete annihilation of 6 major sword sects is indeed a rare occurrence. Some discerning individuals have begun to sense that matters are far more intricate than they appear, prompting them to inquire into the truth of the situation. Soon, under the aegis of their formidable intelligence network, they uncovered the genuine insidious plot. Last night, the 6 major sword sects dispatched their most formidable experts, each at the out-of-body stage, to assault Mount Shu with the intent of assassinating the current sect leader. Just as their plan seemed poised for success, the enigmatic sword cultivator from Mount Shu, who had vanquished the infamous Black Butcher a decade prior, re-emerged and dispatched the 6 out-of-body experts with ruthless efficiency. Consequently, the 6 sword sects suffered catastrophic repercussions. It is truly astonishing that Mount Shu harbors such profound depths. As more specific information circulated, many cultivation factions trembled in fear. Having believed that the fallout between Mount Shu and the 6 sword sects would lead to a more tragic outcome, they were utterly unprepared for such a resolution. Mount Shu emerged victorious, while the 6 sword sects were obliterated from existence. Regarding the external reactions, Zhao Fan had no inclination to probe further. Having dealt with the 6 sword sects, he returned to the demon locking tower. 2 days later, "Senior brother, I have brought you some food." A sweet and melodious voice echoed from outside the tower. "I apologize, senior brother. I came in a rush today and could only prepare 3 or 4 delectable dishes without the braised pork or steamed fish." Zhang Qian, with a hint of regret, explained, "There has been significant upheaval in Mount Shu these past few days, and the discipline hall has been quite busy, so I hope you can forgive me." "No worries." Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively, unaffected. At his level of cultivation, he had long since transcended the need for sustenance. Enjoying a meal was merely a matter of habit, not an absolute necessity for fish and meat at every occasion. I knew my senior brother was the most understanding and wouldn't hold it against me. Seeing Zhao Fan's lack of reproach, Zhang Qian's guilt dissipated, and she exclaimed, "Senior brother, did you know? 2 days ago, the 6 major sword sects each sent forth a powerful cultivator at the out-of-body stage to strike against us at Mount Shu, aiming to assassinate our venerable sect leader. At a critical moment, the sword cultivator who once defeated the demon lord of Ghost Island reappeared, dispatching them with just 2 strikes. Moreover, I have heard that this esteemed sword cultivator descended from the mountain alone to annihilate the 6 sword sections. Now, half of the cultivation world is abuzz with tales of our sword cultivator, who is deemed invincible." As Zhao Fan savored the dishes, Zhang Qian spoke with great excitement. Her fair complexion flushed slightly with exhilaration. "Is that so? We owe our gratitude to that sword cultivator. Otherwise, Mount Shu would have faced dire straits." Zhao Fan smiled slightly, casually agreeing. It seems that his estranged father had not divulged his true identity. Otherwise, the entire Mount Shu would have been aware. And Zhang Qian could not possibly be unaware that he was the revered sword cultivator. Indeed, that sword cultivator is not only mysterious but also extraordinarily powerful. He is truly my idol. The disciples of Shushan are currently abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the enigmatic sword cultivator elder. Who could this formidable figure be? If not one of Shushan's legendary strongmen who has not yet transcended? After all, how else could he possess such astonishing prowess, easily besting 6 out-of-body cultivators? Zhang Qian paused briefly before conjecturing. It is highly probable that he is one of the elders from a bygone era who has not yet perished. That may not necessarily be the case, Zhao Fan replied with a playful smile, jesting, perhaps he is a contemporary disciple, after all. It is conceivable that the answer lies closer than we think. Upon detecting the humor in Zhao Fan's voice, Zhang Qian chuckled and teased, "Brother, are you suggesting that you might be that venerable sword cultivator? If I were that sword cultivator, why would I be confined within the demon lock tower?" Zhao Fan retorted, dismissing her jest. "Believe what you will," he added with a scoff, choosing not to engage further. The two continued their light-hearted conversation, with Zhang Qian often sharing her thoughts while Zhao Fan listened quietly. Before long, Zhang Qian departed with a food box, promising to return in 10 days. Just as Zhang Qian had left, the heavy doors of the Demon Lock Tower creaked open. Zhao Fan turned his attention to the sound and beheld his younger brother, Zhao Cheng, entering with a furrowed brow. After managing the aftermath of recent turmoil, Zhao Cheng had finally made his way to the tower today. Brother. His expression was a tapestry of emotions as he regarded Zhao Fan. From their father, Zhao Sihai, he had learned that Zhao Fan was indeed the legendary sword cultivator. Though 2 days had passed, the revelation still felt surreal. Have a seat, Zhao Fan urged, noticing the turmoil within Zhao Cheng. Brother, are you truly that sword cultivator elder? Zhao Cheng hesitated before finally voicing his inquiry, yearning for confirmation from his own brother. Do you doubt my identity? Zhao Fan replied with a subtle smile, his previously restrained aura suddenly radiating forth like a tempest, echoing ominously within the vast confines of the Demon Lock Tower. This revelation left Zhao Cheng astounded. Despite being a nascent soul cultivator, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Yet, the powerful presence dissipated as swiftly as it had materialized. Before Zhao Cheng could fully process this transformation, Zhao Fan returned to his unassuming demeanor, as if the fearsome energy had never existed. Brother, you truly are that sword cultivator elder. Did you personally annihilate the 6 great sword sects? Zhao Cheng asked, a mix of shock and elation in his voice. The 6 great sword sects were indeed a threat that could not be allowed to persist, Zhao Fan affirmed without hesitation. Thank you immensely, brother. The peril posed by centuries of vassal forces in Shushan has finally been eradicated, Zhao Cheng exclaimed, taking a deep breath, overwhelmed with gratitude. We are brothers. Such expressions of thanks are unnecessary. Moreover, as a disciple of Shushan, I could not stand idly by in times of crisis, Zhao Fan explained with a smile. Brother, your extraordinary prowess is truly remarkable. Why not accompany me to restore the glory of Mount Shu instead of remaining in the Demon-Sealing Tower? If you are willing, I can relinquish the position of sect leader for you, Zhao Cheng implored, his gaze fervent with hope. Prior to this, he had resolved that if his elder brother truly was that legendary sword cultivator, he would gladly step aside from the leadership to invite Zhao Fan to rejuvenate Mount Shu. I appreciate your good intentions, but I have no interest in the position of sect leader. The outside world is tumultuous, and I desire nothing more than to remain in the Demon-Sealing Tower, quietly cultivating and growing stronger. To Zhao Cheng's surprise, Zhao Fan's refusal was unequivocal. Brother, there is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. Before Zhao Cheng could continue, Zhao Fan interrupted him decisively. Zhao Cheng's expression turned to one of resignation. Recognizing that he could not sway his elder brother, so he chose to remain silent. You are now the sect leader of Mount Shu, and as my younger brother, if you have any ambitions, pursue them freely. I will support you, Zhao Fan remarked, seemingly attuned to Zhao Cheng's thoughts. Wonderful. With your words, I feel reassured. Zhao Cheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Go forth. Mount Shu has recently weathered storms, and as its leader, there are numerous matters awaiting your attention, Zhao Fan said, offering a gentle smile. Very well. I shall return to visit you. Brother, Zhao Cheng nodded, and then departed from the Demon-Sealing Tower. Without the constraints of the 6 major sword sects, Zhao Cheng believed Mount Shu would usher in a brighter future. As he watched his younger brother leave, Zhao Fan murmured to himself. As Zhao Fan had anticipated, the absence of the 6 major sword sects led to a rapid period of development for Mount Shu. With the downfall of these sects, Mount Shu absorbed their territories and resources, gaining immense support. Most significantly, the vassal forces, which had previously harbored treacherous intentions, upon witnessing the grim fate of the 6 major sects, promptly abandoned their disloyal aspirations and obediently submitted resources to Mount Shu as a display of fealty. The hidden threat posed by vassal forces that had plagued Mount Shu for centuries was finally eradicated. With the demise of the 6 great sword gates, Mount Shu has entered a brief period of development. Most significantly, following the recent extraordinary rainfall, the entire environment seems to have undergone subtle changes. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth has gradually become more abundant. Previously, several elders and disciples of Mount Shu, who had been stagnating at a bottleneck, have achieved substantial breakthroughs, leading to a gradual enhancement of Mount Shu's overall strength. This phenomenon, however, is not confined to Mount Shu. The entire realm of cultivation is experiencing the same. Although the changes are quite subtle, they have not escaped the notice of some extraordinary cultivators with remarkable senses. The spiritual energy in the world appears to be increasing. What could be the reason behind this? Inside the demon-locking tower, Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. Even in the energy-deprived confines of the tower, he could distinctly perceive the subtle transformations occurring in the environment. Moreover, as time progresses, the spiritual energy seems to be growing denser. Nevertheless, such a change should not be detrimental to me, Zhao Fan mused. Is it time to sign in? Just as Zhao Fan was lost in thought, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Sign in, Zhao Fan responded habitually. Sign in successful, reward, spirit-nourishing pill. As the system's voice faded, a crystal-clear pill materialized in Zhao Fan's hand. A spirit-nourishing pill? Zhao Fan's face lit up with excitement. This pill is among the most precious of the finest elixirs. Its primary function is to aid cultivators in the out-of-body stage in enhancing their spiritual power. The out-of-body stage differs significantly from the nascent soul stage. Elevating one's realm requires not only an increase in internal spiritual energy but, more importantly, the cultivation of spiritual power. The spiritual essence of a cultivator is notoriously difficult to develop under normal circumstances. It could take decades or even centuries for a cultivator to see any significant growth. However, with the spirit-nourishing pill, the scenario changes entirely. This pill is exceptionally rare and valuable, effectively saving cultivators years of arduous spiritual cultivation. Only the most elite alchemists can concoct such a pill after more than a decade of effort, rendering it an invaluable treasure for those in the out-of-body stage. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Fan began to refine and absorb the spirit-nourishing pill, and his spiritual power visibly surged at an astonishing rate. Sitting with his eyes closed, the hazy spiritual essence at his brow became increasingly solid under the influence of the pill's potency. 2 days passed before Zhao Fan completely absorbed the spirit-nourishing pill. His spiritual essence had grown by a remarkable 10%. At this rate, it would not be long before his newly condensed spiritual essence became solid and formidable. Moreover, he could harness this momentum to take powerful strides in the out-of-body stage. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan consistently signed in through the system, acquiring spirit-nourishing pills every few days. With the aid of these abundant pills, his progress in spiritual cultivation was exceedingly swift. Initially, Zhao Fan's nascent spiritual essence could only perceive the slightest movements within a 1,000-meter radius. Now, with a mere thought, he could comprehend the situation within a several thousand-meter expanse, one of the many benefits of a strengthened spiritual essence. As the days gradually passed, Zhao Fan remained deeply immersed in the cultivation of his primordial spirit, and soon over half a year had slipped by. One day, Zhao Cheng, the current sect leader of Mount Shu, arrived once more at the demon-locking tower. A trace of sorrow clouded his once resolute visage as he spoke to Zhao Fan. Elder brother, our father is nearing his final moments. He has asked me to bring you to bid him farewell. Let us go. Zhao Fan inhaled deeply and replied solemnly. The news did not come as a surprise to him. When he had previously assisted his father in extending his life, he was well aware that the latter could only endure for a maximum of 6 more months. At the Qianyuan Hall, their father had resided ever since his abdication from the position of sect leader. Upon Zhao Fan's arrival at the Grand Hall, he found it eerily desolate. With no one present but his father, Zhao Sihai. Compared to 6 months prior, Zhao Sihai appeared even more aged, exuding an aura of impending demise. His complexion had paled, and the once formidable stature now seemed slightly stooped. Although Zhao Fan harbored little affection for his father, the sight stirred a tumult of emotions within him, leaving him deeply unsettled. At merely 200 years of age, Zhao Sihai was still considered to be in the prime of life for a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Yet, he now teetered on the brink of death. Father, elder brother has arrived. Zhao Cheng stepped forward and gently announced. Hearing this, Zhao Sihai slowly opened his eyes, and his once murky gaze brightened upon seeing Zhao Fan. Chenger, you may step outside. I wish to speak with your elder brother. Very well, Zhao Cheng nodded and exited. In my lifetime, I have striven to revive Mount Shu and prided myself on being a responsible sect leader, yet I have never been a good father. My greatest regret and guilt over the years has been casting you into the demon-locking tower, Zhao Sihai sighed, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Fan. Fanner, do you harbor hatred towards me for all these years? Observing his father, who was on the verge of departing this world, Zhao Fan's emotions were complex. Nevertheless, he spoke. I do not hate you, for it was I who brought this calamity upon myself. Had I been in your position, I might have acted similarly in the name of righteousness. Despite his words, Zhao Sihai trembled as he lifted his head, his gaze earnest as he implored. Can you forgive me for neglecting you all these years? You are my kin. Between family, is there truly a need for forgiveness? Zhao Fan shook his head, indicating that his father need not dwell on such matters. With that assurance, I can rest easy, Zhao Sihai exhaled, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Sihai retrieved a brocade box and presented it to Zhao Fan, saying slowly, "This is an extraordinary elixir, the Guyuan pill. It was prepared for you. Take it with you." The Guyuan pill? Zhao Fan expressed surprise. Extraordinary elixirs were exceedingly rare, even more so than top-tier ones. The Guyuan pill possessed unparalleled efficacy, capable of restoring a practitioner who had lost all their cultivation to the golden core stage instantly. Should a cultivator consume this elixir, they could potentially harness its formidable effects to ascend an entire minor realm. Such rare concoctions are scarcely found in the world. And it is easy to imagine the immense cost incurred by my adoptive father, Zhao Sihai, to procure it. I shall accept this elixir. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Zhao Fan, without hesitation, embraced the goodwill of his adoptive father, recognizing the significant aid this Guyuan pill would provide him at present. My lifelong aspiration is to rejuvenate Shushan after I depart from this mortal coil. I hope you will lend your support to Zhao Cheng. Zhao Sihai spoke slowly. Rest assured, Zhao Cheng is my brother, as long as I am at Shushan. I shall not stand idly by. Zhao Fan inhaled deeply and replied solemnly. That is reassuring. Zhao Sihai's face softened into a smile as he spoke, gradually closing his eyes. Moments later, the sound of 9 chimes reverberated throughout Shushan, marking the passing of the former sect master, Zhao Sihai. In the Qinyuan Great Hall, the elders and disciples convened, their mournful cries echoing in unison. Although Zhao Sihai's tenure was brief, he devoted himself entirely to Shushan, risking his life to confront the malevolent forces that once besieged it. When the 6 formidable out-of-body cultivators assaulted Shushan, he selflessly obstructed one, ultimately leading to his own demise. The elders and disciples held great affection for their former sect master, and as news of his passing spread, many disciples, without needing prompting from their elders, volunteered to attend his funeral. Furthermore, high-ranking officials from the vassal forces under Shushan swiftly made their way to the mountain upon receiving the news, eager to pay their respects. Zhao Fan chose not to partake in the commotion and instead retreated to the tranquil confines of the Demon-Sealing Tower, gazing at the Guyuan pill in his hand. Lost in contemplation. Go in peace. Shushan shall be restored, he murmured after a long silence, his gaze resolutely firm. The funeral of the former sect master Zhao Sihai was a grand affair, lasting 3 full days and nights before concluding. Upon returning to the Demon-Sealing Tower, Zhao Fan resumed his practice, having no immediate plans to venture into the depths of the tower's demon grave, for his instincts warned that even as a nascent out-of-body cultivator, he might encounter peril within. Rather than courting danger, he deemed it wiser to invest his time and energy into cultivating his own strength. With the system's assistance, he could quietly grow stronger within the confines of the tower. This Guyuan pill might aid me in breaking through to the mid-out-of-body stage. Zhao Fan retrieved the treasured pill prepared by his adoptive father and promptly consumed it. Half an hour later, his aura surged dramatically, propelling him from the nascent out-of-body stage directly into the mid-out-of-body stage. Truly, this is an extraordinary elixir, rare in the world. With his cultivation enhanced, Zhao Fan began to grasp the 3rd level of the sword control technique, the realm of conjuring swords from the void. Previously, he had leveraged this technique to slay 6 out-of-body cultivators with just 2 strikes. This was due not only to his exceptional prowess, but also to the overwhelming might of the sword control technique itself. The 3rd level of sword control technique presents a challenge that far surpasses the 2nd level, its difficulty multiplied several times over. Even though Zhao Fan possesses an innate sword body, the process of truly comprehending this level remains exceedingly arduous and obscure, demanding an even greater investment of time and effort. However, it is commendable that Zhao Fan has never lacked patience. He is resolute in his pursuit of mastering the 3rd level of sword control technique. Thus, he has not ventured outside the confines of the demon-locking tower, dedicating himself entirely to the path of cultivation. He relishes these days, finding joy in the monotony, as he can distinctly feel his strength continuously enhancing. In the world of cultivation, time is but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades have passed. For an ordinary person, this constitutes a quarter of a lifetime. Yet, for a formidable cultivator, it is merely a transient period of seclusion. After 20 years, Zhao Fan has finally mastered the third level of sword control technique. The power of this technique has escalated significantly, now surpassing previous levels by at least one tier. Presently, with just a thought, his flying sword, Qi Xiao, can sever boulders over 10 kilometers away with a single strike. Although Zhao Fan has made remarkable strides in sword control technique, his cultivation realm has not experienced a notable breakthrough. Over the years, he has only progressed from the mid-stage to the late stage of the out-of-body realm. A few years ago, he encountered a bottleneck, finding himself merely half a step away from the perfection of the out-of-body stage, yet unable to shatter the constraints that bind him. In truth, this rate of advancement has already far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. It is worth noting that most cultivators in the out-of-body stage may spend centuries to achieve even a slight elevation in their realm. Zhao Fan's progress is largely attributable to the assistance of the system. Nonetheless, he remains somewhat dissatisfied with this speed. His primordial spirit has grown several times more potent compared to when it was first condensed. However, as the strength of the primordial spirit has increased, the efficacy of the spirit-nourishing pill has diminished significantly. Otherwise, he would have long since surged forward, breaking through the bottleneck into the late stage of the out-of-body realm. With a furrowed brow, Zhao Fan mutters to himself, aware that his primary issue lies in the cultivation of his primordial spirit. As the primordial spirit strengthens, the challenges of cultivation intensify exponentially. "Brother, I've brought your meal." A sweet voice echoes from outside the demon locking tower. It is Zhang Qian, arriving for the bi-weekly meal delivery. Over the years, she has transformed from a junior sister in the discipline hall into a seasoned senior sister, now overseeing dozens of new disciples at Mount Shu. Yet, she has never abandoned her commitment to delivering meals to Zhao Fan, personally preparing food every 10 days and sharing amusing tales from the outside world. "Junior sister, what dishes do you have today?" Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Fan smiles slightly and inquires, "Brother, you are in for a treat today. I've prepared 7 or 8 dishes, including braised eggplant, braised pork, and boiled fish." Zhang Qian responds with a cheerful laugh, thoughtfully introducing the meal. "Excellent. I must savor every bite," Zhao Fan replies, eager to indulge. Zhao Fan smiled as he accepted the food box handed to him, beginning to savor its contents. "By the way, how has Shushan been lately?" Upon hearing Zhao Fan's inquiry about the outside world, Zhang Qian immediately brightened up, responding with a smile. "Our Shushan is flourishing now more than ever. The sect leader is diligently working to improve our situation, and the number of disciples has doubled compared to before. Recently, we held the Shushan conference to select outstanding disciples. Several senior brothers and sisters from our discipline hall achieved commendable rankings and received a rejuvenating pill as a reward. Consequently, a few of them have successfully advanced to the golden core stage and ventured down the mountain a couple of days ago to vanquish demons and eliminate evil." Noticing an unusual tone in Zhang Qian's voice, Zhao Fan inquired with a smile, "Do you wish to descend the mountain and combat demons?" "I certainly do not." To his surprise, Zhang Qian quickly shook her head, stating, "I merely envy my senior brothers and sisters for breaking through to the golden core stage. I would not dare to descend the mountain to face demons and subdue evil." Some of the seniors mentioned that the cultivation world has recently been plagued by rampant demonic disturbances, causing great harm to the mortal realm. Furthermore, these demons are exceedingly formidable, leading to significant casualties among various cultivation sections. "It sounds quite perilous," Zhao Fan remarked thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is particularly dangerous. It is said that many demons have emerged within our Shushan territory, prompting the sect to send individuals down the mountain to eradicate them. I hope those seniors remain safe." Zhang Qian said softly, a hint of concern in her eyes. "They will be safe," Zhao Fan reassured her, casually placing a rejuvenating pill into the food box and handing it to her. The two continued their conversation for quite some time, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. "Well, senior brother, it is getting late. There are many matters to attend to in the discipline hall, so I shall take my leave now. I will return next time to bring you food." "Very well," Zhao Fan nodded, smiling. "Remember to wash the food box thoroughly when you return." "Understood, senior brother, goodbye." With a wave to Zhao Fan inside the demon locking tower, Zhang Qian departed with the food box. Upon returning to the discipline hall, as Zhang Qian prepared to clean the food box, she discovered the rejuvenating pill hidden inside. "This is a rejuvenating pill. Could it be that senior brother secretly gave this to me?" Surprised, she immediately recognized the precious elixir, which is far more valuable and potent than a regular rejuvenating pill. After Zhang Qian's departure, Zhao Fan resumed his closed-eye meditation, seeking to see if he could break through his current bottleneck and achieve a perfect out-of-body stage. Days swiftly passed, yet Zhao Fan remained stuck at his bottleneck. Is it time to check in? This day marked the system's designated check-in period. Check-in, Zhao Fan said instinctively. Check-in successful. You have received the blood of a firefox. As the system's voice faded, a jade vial materialized in Zhao Fan's hand, containing blood that glowed with a fiery intensity. Firefox blood. Gazing at the fiery essence of the fox's blood, Zhao Fan felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this reward would be such a rare treasure. It is said that the Firefox clan stands as one of the most formidable tribes among the demon kin, with their veins coursing with the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Thus, their essence is imbued with unimaginable divinity, capable of aiding cultivators in enhancing their spiritual consciousness. In comparison to the previous spirit-nourishing elixir, the blood of the Firefox undoubtedly surpasses it. Today, fortune smiled upon him, granting him such a precious reward. Perhaps it could provide a significant boost to his stagnant spiritual consciousness. With a smile gracing his lips, Zhao Fan wasted no time and commenced the process of refining and absorbing the Firefox blood. As he did so, a resonant hum filled the air, his noble visage radiating tranquility, while his spiritual consciousness gradually manifested at his brow. Compared to before, his spiritual essence had solidified considerably, yet it still resembled a nebulous orb of light, somewhat hazy and indistinct. For cultivators at the out-of-body stage, the spiritual consciousness possesses boundless utility, allowing one to anticipate adversaries. However, it also bears distinct vulnerabilities. In contrast to the physical body, a cultivator's spiritual essence is rather fragile, and a fatal blow could lead to the utter annihilation of both body and soul. After 2 decades of arduous cultivation, although Zhao Fan's spiritual essence had long surpassed its initial state, it still lacked formidable strength. This limitation had become the most significant barrier to his attainment of perfection in the out-of-body stage. Yet now, as he absorbed the divine essence within the Firefox blood, his previously stagnant spiritual cultivation experienced a remarkable advancement. The once indistinct quality of his spiritual essence began to undergo subtle transformations, gradually solidifying. He could distinctly sense the notable enhancement of his spiritual power. The effect of the Firefox blood was even more pronounced than he had anticipated. A mix of surprise and delight surged within him, prompting Zhao Fan to hasten the refinement of the divine essence from the Firefox blood. However, the divine nature contained within was exceedingly potent and overwhelming. It took him several days to fully absorb all of its essence. At last, Zhao Fan's spiritual consciousness underwent a profound metamorphosis. It now shimmered with a golden radiance, exuding a resilient and formidable aura, having more than doubled in potency. With newfound confidence, Zhao Fan believed that even if pierced by a sword's light or scorched by heavenly fire, he would sustain no harm whatsoever. If his previous spiritual essence had been akin to a grain of sand, now it resembled a resilient stone, a qualitative transformation indeed. As his spiritual essence strengthened, Zhao Fan also discerned a noticeable surge in the nearly saturated spiritual energy within him. Indeed, with the enhancement of his spiritual consciousness, the long-standing bottleneck he had faced began to loosen significantly. With unwavering determination, Zhao Fan resolved to break through to the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. Taking a deep breath, he began to draw upon the abundant spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. As vast quantities of spiritual energy converged, swirling into massive vortices hundreds of meters high above the locking demon tower, they continuously surged towards Zhao Fan, causing his aura to escalate dramatically. Fortunately, the locking demon tower was typically secluded and tranquil. Otherwise, such a tremendous commotion would have surely drawn the astonished gaze of all around. It was only after considerable time had passed that the spiraling vortices of spiritual energy in the sky began to gradually dissipate. At that moment, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes, their depths tranquil yet profound, akin to an unfathomable black hole, capable of consuming all in its gaze. The ferocious aura that once enveloped him had dissipated. However, his demeanor had grown even more inscrutable. Having ascended to this realm, I must now be considered a true master of cultivation within the vast expanse of the immortal realm, he pondered, as he felt the boundless power surging within him. Rather than becoming blindly confident or impulsive due to his newfound strength, he remained remarkably composed. For millennia, while it is true that those in the out-of-body stage are publicly regarded as the pinnacle of the cultivation world, Zhao Fan firmly believed there existed formidable cultivators beyond this realm among the various major factions. Of course, this was merely his personal conjecture. Regardless of whether such beings existed or not, Zhao Fan paid little heed. For as long as he remained here to sign in, he could continually grow stronger. Even if there were ancient, slumbering powerhouses within the vast universe, he was confident that he would eventually surpass them. It was only a matter of time. In the following days, Zhao Fan dedicated himself to solidifying his cultivation level. One day, as he prepared to resume his training, two unexpected visitors arrived at the demon locking tower. Before the tower's entrance, two robust figures materialized. Another presence emanating from the demon clan. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, sensing the powerful fluctuations of demonic energy radiating from them, indicating they were indeed out-of-body stage demon cultivators. Those two useless ones, Zhao Tian and Zhao Shang. When they were sent to infiltrate the Shushan demon locking tower, we hoped they would return with treasures belonging to our Black Zhao clan. Yet decades have passed without a whisper. Otherwise, why would we, two esteemed clan elders, need to take action ourselves? Gazing at the imposing demon locking tower, a rugged-faced, middle-aged demon man coldly remarked, "Zhao Feng, cease your lamentations and act swiftly. They are merely juniors, lacking in strength. They may have perished within the tower long ago. Our covert entry entails significant risk. If we do not proceed with agility, discovery by others will make our retreat perilous. Do not forget, I have heard that Shushan is protected by a mysterious swordsman of formidable prowess," he cautioned, his brow furrowing. This reveals that these are indeed two elders of the Black Zhao clan. Zhao Fan stood not far from them, yet his aura was meticulously restrained, allowing him to blend seamlessly with the entirety of the demon locking tower, rendering him undetectable. Years prior, when the Black Zhao clan dispatched two golden core stage demon cultivators to penetrate the tower, Zhao Fan personally eliminated them and seized the clan's ancestral treasure left within the demon grave. It was astonishing that after several decades, the Black Zhao clan remained undeterred, sending forth two out-of-body stage demon cultivators once more. Zhao Fan did not rush to take action against the two individuals. The Black Flood Dragon clan's grand display of force made him realize that the situation might be more intricate than it appeared. Their motives likely extended beyond merely coveting the clan's treasures. What is so remarkable about that enigmatic sword cultivator? We have brazenly infiltrated Mount Shu, and he has yet to detect our presence. If he were truly as formidable as the rumors suggest, could we still stand here conversing? Zhao Feng scoffed disdainfully. Silence. Let us hasten inside, locate the clan's treasured artifact, and investigate the true secrets hidden within the depths of the Demon Lock Tower. If we can unveil that secret, perhaps our Black Flood Dragon clan can surpass all others and ascend to the position of leaders among the various demon clans. Zhao Yan spoke with urgency, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Secrets? At Zhao Yan's words, a glimmer of interest sparked in Zhao Fan's eyes. It appeared that these two elders of the Black Flood Dragon clan were indeed not solely motivated by the clan's treasure. He decided to hold off on subduing them for the moment, eager to observe their actions. Under Zhao Fan's watchful gaze, Zhao Yan and his companions stealthily entered the Demon Lock Tower, swiftly making their way towards the ancient gate of the Demon Tomb. They seemed to possess a certain understanding of the tower's layout. Zhao Fan followed at a leisurely pace, confident in his ability to easily suppress the two, feeling no urgency. More importantly, he found himself intrigued by the secret they had mentioned. The demon tomb within the tower was indeed as rumored, filled with an overwhelming malevolent aura. The bones scattered throughout were remnants of demons and monsters that had been subdued here millennia ago. The sheer number was astonishing. Gazing upon the countless skeletal remains of demons, Zhao Yan's expression turned solemn as he murmured, "No wonder this place is famed as the Demon Lock Tower. Alas, the once glorious Mount Shu is far from its former splendor. Otherwise, would we be able to tread here so freely?" Zhao Feng remarked with a disdainful smile, seemingly unconcerned. "Let us proceed to search for the remains of our ancestor." The two moved swiftly ahead. Strange, where are the remains of our ancestor? Could the information we previously obtained have been false? Moments later, Zhao Yan and his companion exchanged glances, having scoured nearly the entirety of the demon tomb, yet they found no trace of the Black Flood Dragon ancestors' remains, let alone the clan's treasured artifact. Little did they know, the remains of their ancestor had long been obliterated by Zhao Fan, and the treasured artifact had already fallen into his possession. This is troublesome. If the clan's treasured artifact is hidden within our ancestors' remains, It is the ancient dragon horn, which contains unparalleled divinity that could assist our Black Flood dragonkin in transforming into true dragons. If we cannot retrieve it, how can our clan hope to rise again? Zhao Yan's brow furrowed in concern. Do not fret. I will employ a secret technique to sense our ancestors' remains, Zhao Feng said, feeling a twinge of unease as he began to invoke his mystical arts to search for the Black Flood dragon ancestors' remains. He slowly drew forth a drop of his own blood, allowing it to hover in the air. This is the blood-sensing secret technique of the Black Flood Dragon clan. Any trace of the clan's presence nearby would be detected by our blood, yet at this moment, there is no response whatsoever. How peculiar. Could it be that the information is incorrect and the remains of our ancestor are not here? Not even the slightest reaction from our clan's secret arts. Zhao Feng's heart was filled with uncertainty. Could it be that the remains of our ancestor lie in the deepest recesses of the demon tomb? At this juncture, Zhao Yan suddenly spoke. It is quite possible. Since we have come this far, why not venture inside and take a look? Even if the remains of our ancestor are not found, we certainly cannot return empty-handed. Well said. The two quickly reached a consensus and transformed into streaks of light, dashing toward the depths of the demon tomb. Zhao Fan followed leisurely behind, remaining undetected by the two, and soon arrived at the innermost part of the tomb. The oppressive aura of darkness was thick, posing a threat to any cultivator below the out-of-body stage. Enormous, boundless skeletons loomed nearby, emanating a terrifying pressure that was almost suffocating. Even Zhao Yan and Zhao Feng, upon reaching this place, became exceedingly cautious and vigilant. According to the clan leader's instructions, there is a supreme treasure hidden in the deepest part of the demon tomb. This was a message relayed back to the clan by our Black Flood dragon ancestor before achieving enlightenment in the tower. If I am not mistaken, it should be in this vicinity. Let us search separately. Agreed. Supreme treasure? Hearing their conversation, Zhao Fan's eyes narrowed. It was no wonder the Black Flood dragon clan had been sending people in succession. He stood not far from them, almost blending into his surroundings. I found the entrance. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Excellent. Zhao Yan's eyes gleamed as he rushed over. Zhao Fan also followed at a leisurely pace. Before them lay a raised mound of earth in the depths of the demon tomb, and behind it, a portal several meters high was revealed. This portal had been exceedingly concealed, buried deep underground, but Zhao Feng had disturbed the earth enough to expose it. The door appeared to be forged from an unknown material, looking immensely heavy and solid. With a thud, Zhao Feng extended his massive hand, emanating a faint wave of demonic energy, attempting to push open the portal, only to be easily repelled by its mysterious force. This is strange. Let us strike together. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Feng's eyes sparkled even brighter as he called upon Zhao Yan to join forces to break the door. All right. Zhao Yan nodded, and they launched their attack simultaneously. A powerful surge of demonic energy erupted, striking forward like a tempest. Though they were merely mid-stage out-of-body cultivators, their combined effort was enough to rival a late-stage attack. Devastating in its force. Even with the protective mystic energy of the door, it shattered under the resounding impact. Behind the door lay a deep, unfathomable passage. The two demons displayed expressions of joy, ready to rush inside. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! A frigid gleam burst forth from the dark passageway, striking towards the two creatures with an alarming swiftness. Alarmed, the two demons were taken aback, yet, being formidable beings of the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, their reflexes were remarkably swift. They each raised their claws in a desperate attempt to ward off the lethal blow. However, the icy brilliance sliced through them effortlessly, severing their claws and, with relentless momentum, decapitating them instantly. This sudden occurrence sent a shiver down Zhao Fan's spine, prompting a wary expression. Although the two demons were merely mid-stage cultivators, their physical defenses were renowned among their kind. The ease with which they were slain hinted at the extraordinary prowess of their assailant. Zhao Fan's gaze was fixed on the abyss of the passage. His muscles taut as a drawn bowstring, poised to unleash a formidable strike at any moment. In such an ancient treasure-laden realm, it was highly plausible that it harbored unfathomable ancient demons. Otherwise, how could it so effortlessly extinguish the lives of two powerful members of the Black Zhao clan? Zhao Fan braced himself for the unexpected, only to find that the assailant was not a legendary demon, but a small fox. This exquisite creature, with its snow-white fur and elegantly proportioned limbs, captivated the eye, particularly with its gem-like, luminous eyes. The little white fox cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless bodies on the ground and prepared to return to the passage with graceful steps. Yet, in the next moment, it halted, its fur bristling in alarm as Zhao Fan positioned himself before it. A late-stage out-of-body fox. How intriguing, Zhao Fan mused, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the little white fox. The fox fixed its gaze upon him, sensing a potent aura of danger emanating from this human. Without hesitation, it raised its paw to strike. The icy gleam flashed once more, but this time it failed to penetrate. Zhao Fan effortlessly thwarted the attack. Witnessing this, the little white fox widened its gem-like eyes, astonished, for despite its outward beauty and charm, its strike could rend through thick iron walls. Yet this human had easily deflected its assault. Realizing Zhao Fan's formidable strength, its pristine claws began to radiate with a brilliant light as it summoned all its might for another strike. This time, its speed and power surged, akin to a streak of light. Yet before it could close the distance, a crisp and resonant sound of a sword echoed in the air. Zhao Fan wielded his flying sword, Qi Xiao, and with a swift motion, unleashed a slashing strike. The sword's aura blazed brilliantly, akin to surging ocean waves, overwhelming the little fox and sending it hurtling through the air. Before it could regain its composure, the edge of Qi Xiao approached with lightning speed. Although the little white fox could easily have slain the two demons, it was no match for Zhao Fan. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the sword, the fox felt a sudden chill envelop its body and attempted to retreat, but the surrounding space felt like quicksand, rendering its limbs heavy and immobile. As the little white fox believed she was about to perish beneath the blade, the menacing sword tip halted a mere 3 inches from her face. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the guardian of this treasure," Zhao Fan inquired, a smile gracing his lips, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. The little white fox gazed at him in terror, rendered speechless, evidently shaken by the fright she had endured. Observing her state, Zhao Fan extended his hand, drawing her into his grasp effortlessly. She struggled violently, yet was quelled instantly by his formidable spiritual power. "Do not move, or I shall truly end your life," Zhao Fan cautioned, gesturing for her silence before turning to enter the passageway. The little white fox was seething with indignation. Yet she was acutely aware that she was no match for the human cultivator before her, thus reluctantly relinquishing her resistance for the time being. The passage was profoundly deep, stretching at least 1,000 meters. After a considerable interval, Zhao Fan finally arrived at a spacious subterranean chamber, adorned with undulating palaces that emanated magnificent grandeur. To his astonishment, such an expansive underground space lay hidden within the depths of the demon's grave. Moreover, judging by the architectural style, it was evidently not constructed by the sages of Mount Shu. Who could have left behind such a secretive domain? Zhao Fan mused, somewhat taken aback. Upon hearing his words, the little white fox cast him a disdainful glance, seemingly mocking his lack of insight. "Do you know the origins of this place?" Zhao Fan noted her reaction and inquired with a smile. The little white fox glared at him, unwilling to answer, and resolutely turned her head away. Observing this, Zhao Fan chuckled, choosing not to stoop to her level. Since she was disinclined to speak, he would explore at his own pace, for he was never short of time or patience. As a fully realized cultivator in the out-of-body stage, Zhao Fan's spiritual essence had achieved a certain level of mastery, enabling him to probe the surroundings within several thousand meters. He discerned that these underground palaces were safeguarded by potent formations, which, despite the passage of countless ages, still resonated with formidable energy fluctuations. Surely, there must be treasures concealed within these palaces. Otherwise, why would they be protected by such elaborate formations? Zhao Fan's gaze ignited with fervor as he approached a palace ahead. This particular palace, entirely pristine and crystalline white, was the largest edifice within the subterranean realm, and its formation fluctuations appeared significantly weaker compared to the others. If Zhao Fan were to exert force, he believed he could breach it. Noticing Zhao Fan's movements, the little white fox grew anxious, glaring at him with indignation while emitting a clear, melodious cry, reminiscent of a young girl protesting in discontent. Zhao Fan paid her no mind, proceeding directly to the White Palace, raising his hand to deliver a sword strike. Bang! The razor-sharp edge of the Qi Xiao sword was thwarted by a solid layer of formation. Sword control technique. Zhao Fan ceased his restraint. Unleashing the sword control technique of Mount Shu, the Qi Xiao cleaved through the void, surging forth with overwhelming force towards the formation before him. Boom! The tremendous impact distorted the grand array, its surface visibly fracturing, yet it remained unbroken. The power of this formation is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, preparing to strike again. Observing this scene, the little white fox became exceedingly agitated, her snowy fur bristling as she began to thrash violently. Your reaction is quite intense. Could it be that this palace is your domain? Zhao Fan inquired casually, noting her response. The little white fox rolled her eyes in apparent acquiescence. Even if it is your palace, I must take a look inside. As he spoke, Zhao Fan readied himself to act once more. Frustrated yet helpless, the little white fox realized that the formation was intrinsically linked to the palace. If the formation were to be shattered, the entire hall would suffer significant damage. Reluctantly, she extended her pristine claws and gestured towards Zhao Fan. Are you suggesting that you can assist me in unlocking the formation, but cannot disturb the items within the palace without your consent? Zhao Fan probed tentatively. In response, the little white fox nodded gently. Very well. Although Zhao Fan was confident in his ability to dismantle the formation, it would require considerable time and effort. It would be more prudent to allow the little white fox to unlock it willingly. With that, he withdrew his spiritual energy, temporarily restoring the little white fox's ability to move. She glared fiercely at Zhao Fan, tempted to retaliate, but recalling her previous embarrassment, she dismissed the thought. Raising her paw, she lightly swiped at the formation surrounding the palace, and in an instant, the entire formation dissipated. This spectacle caused Zhao Fan to regard the little white fox with renewed interest. Could this subterranean space have been created by her? Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. Recognizing that the little white fox possessed only the strength of the late stage of the out-of-body realm, how could she have possibly conjured such a place? After the formation was undone, the little white fox entered the palace first, with Zhao Fan closely following. Inside, the palace was even more spacious than he had envisioned. At its center lay a pristine, crystalline jade coffin, emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy. It was undeniably a divine artifact forged from primordial spirit jade. The existence of such a substantial piece of primordial spirit jade, crafted into a coffin, left Zhao Fan momentarily speechless. Primordial spirit jade is exceedingly rare and precious, significantly accelerating the cultivation speed of practitioners. Even a small fragment the size of a thumb could incite fierce competition in the outside world. And such a massive piece was truly a rarity spanning millennia. The little white fox deftly climbed atop the jade coffin. Seemingly wary that Zhao Fan might covet this divine artifact, her large eyes fixed on him with suspicion. Zhao Fan noticed that, aside from the jade coffin, there were numerous scattered pill bottles and remnants of celestial materials that had been consumed. The bottles and remnants were densely strewn across the entire hall, indicating an astonishing quantity. These pills and celestial materials were all consumed by you, weren't they? Zhao Fan asked the little white fox. Still irate, she turned her head away, unwilling to engage with him. This jade coffin is quite remarkable. Zhao Fan stepped forward, surveying the jade coffin crafted from the extraordinary innate spiritual jade. Its surface shimmered with a crystalline translucence, adorned with intricate and complex runes, hinting at a remarkable origin. Observing this, the little white fox tensed, glaring at Zhao Fan with indignation, seemingly very reluctant to allow him near the coffin. Is the coffin of great significance to you? Zhao Fan inquired with a smile. Sensing the fox's vigilance, the little white fox nodded slightly, then, with an endearing intelligence, extended a paw to inscribe a few words. This is my treasure. You shall not take it away. Zhao Fan found the situation both amusing and vexing, realizing the little fox was quite the little treasure hoarder. With a grin reminiscent of a mischievous uncle trying to charm a young girl, he spoke in a gentle tone, I have no intention of taking it. I merely wish to have a look inside. Surely, that is not too much to ask. To his surprise, the little white fox promptly shook her head, resolutely rejecting his request. Seeing that the fox was unyielding to gentleness, Zhao Fan chuckled softly and produced his flying sword, Qi Shao, placing it decisively before the little fox. I shall ask you once more, may I open it? Gazing at the gleaming blade of Qi Shao, the little white fox displayed a mix of indignation and helplessness. It was a blatant display of force. No, it was a sword wielded against a fox. Fear not. I shall merely look, even if there are treasures within. I will not take them, Zhao Fan reassured her. If you truly only wish to look, then I will grant you a fleeting glimpse. After a moment's hesitation, the little white fox relented. With her consent, Zhao Fan wasted no time. Placing his palm upon the surface of the jade coffin and slowly pushing it open. The little white fox appeared anxious, her gaze fixed intently on him, as though fearing he might snatch her precious coffin away. With a thunderous boom, the heavy jade coffin creaked open, but much to Zhao Fan's astonishment, it was utterly empty. This revelation left the little white fox bewildered, her gem-like eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Ever since her awakening, she had regarded the coffin as an indispensable treasure, never straying far from it. Thus, subconsciously, she believed there was something of great importance contained within. Yet now, staring at the void within the coffin, she felt a profound sense of loss. It is empty, Zhao Fan mused, furrowing his brow. This coffin, crafted from the immensely precious innate spiritual jade, should have housed some rare treasure or artifact. How could it be devoid of contents? Little fox, might the items within the coffin have been consumed by you? Zhao Fan glanced at the little white fox beside him. No, I have never opened the coffin since my awakening, the little white fox replied, her pristine paw inscribing twisted letters in response, her expression one of confusion. Then it is indeed peculiar. Could it be that you once lay within the coffin? Zhao Fan pondered aloud, his curiosity piqued. The little white fox was undeniably powerful. Under normal circumstances, a creature of her kind would have taken on human form and spoken by the time they reached the nascent soul stage. What is your true origin? How is it that you have yet to transform or speak at this stage of development? Upon hearing this, the little white fox fell silent, seemingly endeavoring to recall something. After a brief moment, she shook her head and continued to write with her paw. I do not know. I have remained here since I awakened, with no recollection of anything. Truly, a bewildered little fox. Zhao Fan harbored no doubts regarding the white fox's words, yet his curiosity about her origins intensified. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's inquiry, the white fox shot him a glare, her expression tinged with indignation, as she ground her teeth in frustration. Aside from this palace, have you visited any other palaces? What lies within them? Zhao Fan pressed on. I have not. The white fox pondered before scribbling in a convoluted manner with her paw. Very well, let us explore the other palaces. Since no discoveries could be made here, Zhao Fan wished to uncover the truth of this subterranean realm from the other palaces. After a moment's hesitation, the white fox chose to follow Zhao Fan. Before long, the duo arrived at the nearest palace, which was protected by a formidable array. With a flick of his thoughts, Zhao Fan unleashed his flying sword, Qishao, slicing through the air. Bang, bang after delivering dozens of strikes. Zhao Fan expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy to breach the protective array of this palace. He came to understand why the little white fox had not ventured to other palaces. Merely overcoming the formations within was nearly an impossible feat for her. Expecting treasures, or, at the very least, clues regarding the subterranean space, Zhao Fan was, however, met with disappointment as the interior was utterly barren. Frustrated, he exerted himself further, proceeding to open 5 or 6 more palaces. Among these, only 2 contained divine elixirs and precious materials. Yet regrettably, after countless years of erosion, both had lost their divine essence, rendering them worthless. After laboring for the better part of the day, he found himself returning empty-handed. This subterranean space may have existed far longer than I had imagined, Zhao Fan murmured. Even if divine elixirs and precious materials were left undisturbed for 10,000 years, they should not lose their essence under normal circumstances, unless the existence of this subterranean realm far exceeds that time frame. Little white fox, do you truly possess no memory of this place? Zhao Fan turned to the little white fox beside him and asked softly. The white fox gripped the ground tightly, emitting a faint squeak as she struggled to recall memories related to this subterranean space. However, after much contemplation, her mind felt vacant, devoid of any impressions. She was unaware of her own identity or why she remained here. Suddenly, the little white fox's eyes sparkled, a fleeting glimmer of insight illuminating her mind. The Empress. She extended her delicate white paw and inscribed these 2 characters upon the ground. The Empress? Are you suggesting that this subterranean space was created by someone named the Empress? Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes, pressing for further clarification. Meanwhile, he searched his mind for the name. A title that could only belong to a formidable presence capable of instilling awe in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps he ought to have heard it before. Yet, after pondering, Zhao Fan found himself devoid of any recollection. The Empress may not have been a contemporary figure, but rather a personage from millennia past. Uncertain. All I can recall is this title, and nothing else comes to mind. The little white fox shook her head and expressed with her paw, writing out her thoughts. It matters not. I can seek out relevant materials in the scripture pavilion of Mount Shu. There may be fruitful discoveries awaiting us, Zhao Fan mused. Upon hearing his words, the white fox's gem-like eyes sparkled with interest, as this matter was of great significance to her. After all, her thoughts revolved solely around the Empress, a clue that not only pertained to the origin of the subterranean realm, but also to her own lineage. What do you think? Would you care to accompany me in searching for information? You must be quite curious about the identity of that Empress, especially since your presence here may well be her doing. Noticing the little fox's emotional state, Zhao Fan smiled and extended the invitation. The white fox did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she scrutinized Zhao Fan with a wary gaze. After a moment, she wrote with her paw, "Are you attempting to deceive me into going out?" The little white fox held a deep mistrust towards Zhao Fan, believing that he could not be so benevolent as to assist her in uncovering the Empress's secrets without ulterior motives. "You foolish fox, you are no match for me. If I wished to take you out, I could easily incapacitate you. Why would I need to trick you?" Zhao Fan scoffed in response. "Very well, I shall accompany you." After some contemplation, the little fox conceded, acknowledging the reasonableness of Zhao Fan's words. "Ding, would you like to sign in at the underground demon palace?" Just as Zhao Fan and the white fox were about to depart, a sudden prompt echoed in his mind. "Sign in." Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. "Sign in successful. Reward, 10,000 sword technique." As the system notification faded, a profound and intricate martial arts technique appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. 10,000 sword technique. Zhao Fan was quite astonished. This technique, akin to the sword control art, was one of the supreme swordsmanship arts lost from Mount Shu for thousands of years. Most importantly, the 10,000 sword technique complemented the sword control art, and once mastered, it could significantly enhance his overall combat prowess. "What troubles you?" The little white fox noticed Zhao Fan's sudden halt and inquired with her crookedly written characters. "Nothing. Let us proceed." Zhao Fan suppressed the urge to delve into the 10,000 sword technique immediately and led the little white fox out of the subterranean realm. Before long, the duo emerged from the depths of the demon grave and returned to the locking demon tower. This was the little white fox's first experience of the outside world, and it was evident that she felt a mix of nervousness and unease, still harboring some distrust towards Zhao Fan. "Shall we begin our search for information?" The little white fox, filled with anticipation, hoped Zhao Fan would swiftly guide her in uncovering clues about the Empress, for in her chaotic and hazy mind, this was the only name she could connect, perhaps intertwined with her very existence. "Follow me." Zhao Fan smiled gently, then led the little white fox to the Sutra Repository of Mount Shu. This repository housed a plethora of historical documents pertaining to the realm of immortality, and perhaps, within its depths, they could uncover information about the Empress. Inside the repository, numerous disciples of Mount Shu were engrossed in their studies. However, both Zhao Fan and the little white fox were beings of the out-of-body stage, rendering them invisible to the ordinary disciples. The little white fox appeared somewhat anxious as she cautiously opened a recent document before her, immersing herself in its contents. Despite her diminutive size, her demeanor was one of intense focus. Observing her concentration, Zhao Fan smiled softly and began to peruse other historical texts, hoping to find a trace related to the Empress. Time slipped away, and soon a day had passed. The duo had nearly scoured the entirety of the repository's historical documents, yet regrettably, they had found nothing. How could this be? They had uncovered no clues whatsoever regarding the Empress. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow slightly, while the little white fox displayed a hint of disappointment beside him. "Do not be disheartened. Mount Shu has undergone significant transformations, and many vital historical texts within the repository have, to varying extents, lost portions of their content. It is possible that the Empress truly existed. We simply have not located the relevant records." Zhao Fan contemplated aloud. "Are you not deceiving me?" The little white fox, appearing perplexed, inquired with her tiny paw, inscribing her question in the air. "Certainly not. Rest assured, I will seek alternative methods to unveil the identity of that Empress. However, prior to that, you must remain obediently in the Demon-Sealing Tower and refrain from wandering about Mount Shu," Zhao Fan replied, after a moment of contemplation. The little white fox nodded gently, indicating her acquiescence. Upon their return to the Demon-Sealing Tower, Zhao Fan fashioned a small stone cottage with his sword, providing it as a new abode for the little white fox. Gazing at the rudimentary dwelling, she expressed a look of disdain. It could not possibly compare to the luxurious palace she once inhabited in the subterranean realm. Yet, Upon seeing that Zhao Fan's living quarters were not vastly different from her own, she begrudgingly accepted her new home. After settling the little white fox, Zhao Fan began to meditate upon the 10,000 swords technique. The more formidable the martial arts, the greater the challenge of comprehension. However, owing to his prior experience with the sword control technique of Mount Shu, this endeavor posed little difficulty for him. The 10,000 swords technique, akin to the sword control technique, also possessed 9 levels of mastery, each more arduous than the last. Time is unyielding, and soon more than a month had elapsed. Zhao Fan had grasped the first layer of the 10,000 swords technique, leading to a marked enhancement in his overall strength. One day, the doors of the Demon-Sealing Tower swung open unexpectedly, and the current sect leader, Zhao Cheng, arrived. Elder brother, Zhao Cheng greeted warmly. "What brings you here?" Zhao Fan inquired with a smile. For nearly 2 decades, Zhao Cheng had been diligently advancing reforms within Mount Shu, burdened by countless daily responsibilities. The last time he had visited the Demon-Sealing Tower to check on Zhao Fan was a good 7 or 8 years prior. Before Zhao Cheng could continue, a sudden flash of cold light surged toward him. The little white fox appeared unexpectedly, mistaking the unfamiliar Zhao Cheng for an intruder, and swiftly struck out with a paw. "Stop, little fox!" Zhao Fan exclaimed, raising an eyebrow as he unleashed a stream of golden sword energy. This unique energy, a product of his mastery of the 10,000 swords technique, contained immense power. Bang! Before the little white fox could reach Zhao Cheng, it was staggered by the golden sword energy, forced to retreat several paces. Fortunately, Zhao Fan had exercised restraint, ensuring the creature remained unharmed. With remarkable control over his strength, Zhao Fan watched as the little fox stumbled back, shaking its head in confusion, unable to comprehend why it had been intercepted. "This is my brother. He poses no threat," Zhao Fan gently clarified. The little white fox glared at Zhao Fan in mild annoyance before huffily retreating into the stone abode. "Brother, when did you acquire a little fox?" Zhao Cheng inquired, sensing the creature's extraordinary nature. "I found her a few days ago within the tower. She seemed quite pitiful, so I took her in," Zhao Fan replied with a faint smile. "Creatures from the tower?" Zhao Cheng's expression shifted, realizing the little white fox might very well be a demon. "Isn't that rather perilous?" "Do not worry. The little fox poses no danger," Zhao Fan reassured him, noticing his brother's concern, which allowed Zhao Cheng to relax somewhat. "By the way, esteemed leader of the Shushan sect, what brings you to my humble abode?" Zhao Fan asked with a playful smile. "Of course, I came to visit you. But there is also a matter on which I seek your assistance." Zhao Cheng hesitated, a troubled look crossing his face. "Speak plainly, brother. What troubles you?" Zhao Fan urged, understanding that Zhao Cheng would only seek help in dire situations. In the eastern wasteland, a formidable demon has emerged, claiming the title of the White Tiger Demon Saint. Its power is immense, having unified the 100,000 beast tribes of that region. According to reliable sources, the White Tiger Demon Saint intends to lead its army against Shushan, and numerous demon practitioners have been causing chaos within our territory. Our people have suffered losses in the thousands. And although I dispatched several waves of our adept disciples to confront them, the demon's minions are extraordinarily strong, resulting in significant casualties among our elders and disciples. With a serious demeanor, Zhao Cheng earnestly implored, "Thus, I have come to request your personal intervention to slay the White Tiger Demon Saint and restore peace to our Shushan territory." The White Tiger Demon Saint. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, asking, "How formidable is this demon?" "It likely possesses a realm beyond the out-of-body stage, and it is said to carry a trace of the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, rendering its combat prowess exceedingly powerful." Previously, even Elder Wu Hai, who had reached the out-of-body stage, personally ventured into the eastern wilderness, only to be gravely injured and nearly perish at the hands of that fiend. Zhao Cheng spoke with a solemn tone. If it were not for the dire circumstances, he would not have sought assistance from his elder brother. "I comprehend your intent. You wish for me to eliminate that White Tiger Demon Sage, do you not?" Zhao Fan inquired calmly. "I beseech you, dear brother," Zhao Cheng said, taking a deep breath and bowing respectfully to Zhao Fan, reiterating his plea. "There is no need for such formalities between us as brothers. A mere demon that dares to covet Shushan must indeed be vanquished." Zhao Fan pondered for a moment before continuing. "Return for now. I shall personally deal with the White Tiger Demon Sage." In the Shushan Great Hall, upon returning from the Demon Locking Tower, Zhao Cheng felt as if a great weight had been lifted, revealing a long-lost smile. with his elder brother's willingness to act. He believed the issues plaguing the northeast wilderness would soon be resolved. Inside the hall, the elders were still embroiled in discussions and disputes regarding the White Tiger Demon Sage and the demon tribes of the wilderness. Some elders, being war hawks, argued that a strong counterattack was necessary in response to the provocation of the White Tiger Demon Sage, advocating for the mobilization of disciples for battle. Others, however, believed that a more cautious approach was warranted, suggesting that, if possible, negotiations with the White Tiger Demon Sage should be pursued. In an instant, the hall was filled with discordant voices akin to the chaos of a bustling marketplace. The most pressing concern was the overwhelming power of the White Tiger Demon Sage. Even Elder Wu Hai, who had previously reached the out-of-body stage, had failed to vanquish him and had instead suffered severe injuries. If there was no absolute certainty in defeating the White Tiger Demon Sage, the consequences of his leading 100,000 demon beasts to attack Shushan would be dire indeed. Previously, Zhao Cheng had been deeply troubled by this matter, losing sleep for several days and nights. Yet, upon his elder brother's agreement to intervene, he felt an immense sense of relief, striding into the hall with his head held high and a hint of a smile adorning his face. This scene left the elders of Shushan exchanging glances, and a hush fell over the gathering. "Master, why do you smile? Have you found a solution to the White Tiger Demon Sage in the eastern wilderness?" Elder Lin Mu, the true martial elder responsible for Shushan's defenses, asked in a serious tone. His concern for the eastern wilderness was particularly pronounced. Whether to pursue war or peace with the White Tiger Demon Sage, a decision must be made swiftly. Otherwise, continued bickering would merely waste precious time. As Elder Lin Mu's words echoed, the other elders nodded in silent agreement. All eyes turned towards Zhao Cheng, patiently awaiting his decree. "Esteemed elders, there is no need for further dispute. The matter of the White Tiger Demon Sage and the northeast wilderness need not trouble you any longer. I have summoned a formidable immortal practitioner to eliminate the White Tiger Demon Sage. Once he is slain, the demon tribes will surely crumble, posing no further threat to Shushan." Zhao Cheng proclaimed with a smile, his spirits lifted. "What? Is this truly the case? Master, you surely did not summon that enigmatic sword cultivator from before, did you?" The esteemed Elder Lin Mu of Jinwu was momentarily taken aback, only to be enveloped by excitement as he pressed on with his inquiry. The other elders, upon hearing his words, turned their gazes towards the sect leader Zhao Cheng, their faces alight with anticipation. "Indeed, it is that very senior," Zhao Cheng affirmed with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement under the scrutiny of the assembly. A wave of exhilaration swept through the hall as the elders burst forth in delighted exclamations upon receiving Zhao Cheng's confirmation. If that mysterious sword cultivator were to intervene, the trivial White Tiger Demon Saint would pose no threat at all. After all, when the 6 great sword sects dispatched 6 out-of-body stage cultivators to ascend Mount Shu, they were effortlessly vanquished by just 2 of the cultivator's strikes. In the minds of the elders from Mount Shu, this sword cultivator was a peerless powerhouse who had secluded himself within the mountain. With his prowess, there was no challenge insurmountable. Rest assured, esteemed elders, await the good news of the White Tiger Demon Saint's demise. With the White Tiger Demon Saint quelled, the demon tribes in the eastern wasteland would be of no concern. Inside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan gently polished the blade of the crimson sword, Qi Xiao. The once bright red edge became even more resplendent under his careful touch. Not far away, the little white fox approached with an elegant gait, her gem-like eyes fixated on Zhao Fan. She then began to etch into the ground with her tiny paw. "Are you going out?" Although she had hidden within the stone cottage moments ago, she had clearly heard the conversation between Zhao Fan and his brother Zhao Cheng. Curiosity and longing swirled within her. She yearned to accompany Zhao Fan and explore, for she had never ventured beyond this place since awakening in the underground realm. "Yes, we are going out to slay demons," Zhao Fan replied, nodding as he noticed the sparkle in her eyes. "Do you wish to join me?" The little white fox eagerly nodded, her joy evident. "I can take you along, but you must behave and listen well," Zhao Fan warned with a smile. The little fox, though somewhat reluctant, let out a soft sound, seemingly acquiescing to his terms. The eastern wasteland lay quite distant from Mount Shu, and the journey was further hindered by the sweltering weather. As far as the eye could see, the parched earth stretched for hundreds of miles, cracked and desolate. Zhao Fan soared through the air on his sword, enveloped in spiritual energy, which shielded him from the biting winds. The little white fox nestled obediently on his shoulder, her gem-like eyes taking in the scenery as they traversed. This was her first venture outside the demon locking tower since awakening, and it marked her inaugural glimpse of the outside world, her gaze brimming with wonder. Observing the little fox's emotions, Zhao Fan felt a wave of sentimentality. This was, after all, his own first departure from Mount Shu since arriving in this world. Although the landscape might not be particularly enchanting, both the man and the fox maintained a sense of curiosity and appreciation, rendering their spirits remarkably tranquil. As an accomplished out-of-body stage cultivator, Zhao Fan's speed was astounding, yet it took him an entire day to reach the eastern wasteland. Despite its name suggesting barrenness, upon arrival, he discovered it to be a vibrant prairie rich in spiritual energy. Gazing into the distance, the sky blended seamlessly with the horizon. Zhao Fan, endowed with formidable spiritual power, swiftly discerned several minor demons through the probing of his divine consciousness. From their lips, he learned that the White Tiger Demon Saint was currently forging a demon altar atop the Demon God Mountain, while nearly 100,000 demon warriors congregated at its base. Faced with the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhao Fan, the small demons dared not conceal any information and promptly indicated the direction towards the Demon God Mountain. The Demon God Mountain stands as a sacred peak among the myriad demon clans of the wasteland, a place where legends tell of the demon god who once commanded all demons. It is a site held in utmost reverence by the demon tribes, and ordinarily, even the most bloodthirsty of demons would not dare to approach it lightly without significant costs. Yet, the White Tiger Demon Saint was forging the altar there, rallying the demon horde at the mountain's foot, clearly with grand ambitions in mind. Zhao Fan soared on his sword, moving at an astonishing speed, soon beholding a magnificent mountain that towered between heaven and earth. This mountain, insurmountable, appeared to pierce the layers of mist, emanating an ancient and primordial aura. This was the Demon God Mountain. At its base, Zhao Fan observed a surging mass of demons, densely packed like a tide, numbering at least 100,000. The White Tiger Demon Saint indeed harbored intentions to invade Mount Shu, had he not arrived here today. This multitude of demons alone would have wrought devastation upon the realm of Mount Shu. How audacious for mere demons to attempt such calamity. Clearly, they could not be permitted to proceed. A chilling glint flickered in Zhao Fan's eyes, a hint of murderous intent surfacing within his heart. At the foot of the Demon God Mountain stood a sacrificial altar, towering several dozen meters high. This altar, profoundly sinister, was adorned with countless skulls, some belonging to humans, others to demons, evoking an aura of dread and terror. Upon the altar knelt a robust and imposing figure, his visage twisted and fierce, exuding a fierce aura. He was the White Tiger Demon Saint, once merely a mixed-breed tiger of the wasteland, who unexpectedly awakened a fragment of the White Tiger bloodline, rising to become a formidable practitioner among the demon tribes. O great demon god, I am on the verge of leading my army to assault Mount Shu. I beseech you to grant me unparalleled power and lend me your strength. The White Tiger Demon Saint knelt, earnestly invoking a prayer. As his voice resonated, a malevolent aura converged from all directions above the altar, coalescing into strands of chilling and sinister energy that surged into the White Tiger Demon Saint's body, amplifying his already formidable presence to unfathomable heights. To achieve power through the sacrifice of living beings, truly, a beast remains a beast. Audacious enough to contemplate an assault on Mount Shu. Such ignorance of death is staggering. At that moment, a golden sword chi, traversing a distance of 10,000 meters, descended like a meteor, imbued with the might of thunder, aimed directly at the White Tiger Demon Saint. This strike was so potent it could scarcely be imagined, dispersing much of the mist at the mountain's peak. Who dares to ambush me? The White Tiger Demon Saint roared in fury, his reaction swift as he transformed his hands into claws, channeling boundless demonic energy to fiercely swipe at the incoming golden sword chi. His claw strike was powerful and sharp, manifesting a tiger shadow akin to a colossal peak, surging forward with the force of a million, intent on blocking this formidable blow. Bang! However, in the next moment, with a deafening explosion, the shadow of the tiger erupted into fragments. The golden sword energy continued unabated, cleaving towards the White Tiger Demon Saint, who hastily defended with his claws, as strong as divine iron. The physical form of demon practitioners is inherently formidable, and the White Tiger Demon Saint is among the elite, with claws that rival powerful magical artifacts. Yet, to the White Tiger Demon Saint's astonishment, his claws trembled violently, blood streaming forth, and he was propelled uncontrollably from the altar. retreating a full 1,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, he finally beheld his adversary. A young man stood before him, hair flowing like a dark river. Features strikingly handsome, with a hint of coldness in his brow, exuding an aura of profound depth, akin to an unfathomable abyss. It was none other than Zhao Fan, who had arrived here with the little white fox. "Who are you?" The white tiger demon saint, in excruciating pain, was both astonished and furious. Could this young man be a monstrous cultivator of the human race? Otherwise, how could he possess such strength? Yet, as he strained to recall, there was no memory of such a figure. "Those who are about to perish need not know too much," Zhao Fan replied coldly, preparing to strike again. At that moment, the little white fox perched on his shoulder tapped him with its tiny paw, seemingly intrigued by the white tiger demon saint. Noticing this, Zhao Fan halted his movement and inquired, "What is it?" "There is something within him, emanating a rich fragrance." The little white fox sniffed vigorously, fixating on the white tiger demon saint, and wrote a few characters in the air with its paw. Zhao Fan observed that the little white fox's gaze towards the white tiger demon saint was fervent, akin to that of a connoisseur eyeing a freshly prepared delicacy. Drooling with anticipation, "Hand him over to me," the little white fox implored, barely able to contain its eagerness. "All right, be careful." After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan nodded in agreement. "Arrogant! You seek death." Seeing a human and a fox treat him as if he were invisible, the white tiger demon saint roared in fury. With a thunderous cry, he swelled in size, transforming into a 3-meter-tall hybrid of man and tiger, his violent and overwhelming aura soaring skyward. "Kill!" The white tiger demon saint shattered the ground beneath him, shooting forth like a cannonball towards Zhao Fan and the little white fox. The little white fox's eyes sparkled with excitement as its delicate form blurred into an afterimage, darting forward in tandem. Under Zhao Fan's gaze, the fox and the tiger clashed head-on, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The battles of the demon race are far more direct and simplistic compared to the skirmishes of human cultivators, often hinging solely on strength and speed, devoid of excessive technique. Both the little white fox and the white tiger demon saint were at the advanced stage of separation, yet despite the latter's towering stature and formidable power, with claws as hard as divine iron capable of shattering mountains with a mere swipe, the little white fox, small and agile, deftly evaded the white tiger demon saint's assaults. Its tiny claws proving exceptionally sharp, inflicting grievous wounds upon the former in mere moments. The white tiger demon saint roared repeatedly, unable to inflict harm on the little white fox, yet the latter managed to leave several wounds on its body. In a fierce battle between the fox and the tiger, the little white fox leveraged its speed to gain the upper hand over the white tiger demon saint. The clever little fox, relying on its agile movements, effectively suppressed the hulking beast. Zhao Fan smiled, sensing that his intervention might no longer be necessary. Roar! As the situation turned increasingly dire, the white tiger demon saint unleashed a fearsome roar, its body emanating a visible surge of blood energy that dramatically amplified its already formidable aura in an instant. This was the ancient divine beast's bloodline power, awakening to enhance the white tiger demon saint's strength abruptly. "Kill!" With eyes glinting with cold ferocity, the white tiger demon saint transformed into a blur, evading the little white fox's assault and appearing behind it in an instant. Its massive claws distorted the air as they struck down with overwhelming force. The attack was as swift and lethal as a lightning bolt. The little white fox, taken aback by the unexpected prowess of the white tiger demon saint, instinctively raised its tiny paw in defense. Bang! In the next moment, the little white fox was sent flying, pain coursing through its body. The white tiger demon saint, driven by a murderous intent, pursued the little white fox with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. Clang! At that critical juncture, the flying sword, Shushan, materialized out of nowhere to obstruct the white tiger demon saint. Sensing the peril faced by the little white fox, Zhao Fan intervened just in time. The white tiger demon saint was taken aback, feeling an icy chill pierce through its being. Summoning every ounce of its blood energy, it raised its claws to strike. The 10,000 sword technique. Zhao Fan, witnessing the unfolding events, scoffed with disdain. The Qishao sword erupted in a brilliant blaze of sword light, effortlessly severing the white tiger demon saint's claws and continuing its momentum towards its brow. No, the white tiger demon saint let out a cry of defiance, yet succumbed to the fatal stroke, losing its head in a single, decisive blow. Thus, the white tiger demon saint, bearing a trace of ancient divine beast bloodline, perished beneath Zhao Fan's sword. The little white fox glanced at Zhao Fan with a complex expression. But soon her attention was drawn to the corpse of the white tiger demon saint. She dashed forward eagerly and opened her tiny mouth to inhale. Streams of glistening crimson blood essence flowed from the vanquished beast into the little white fox's mouth. This was indeed the ancient divine beast bloodline contained within the white tiger demon saint. Burp, the little white fox only ceased when it had absorbed nearly all of the ancient blood essence, letting out a satisfied belch. Observing this scene, Zhao Fan was astonished to realize that it was the bloodline power within the white tiger demon saint that had piqued the little white fox's interest. You are indeed a peculiar little fox, Zhao Fan remarked playfully, noting the extraordinary ability of the creature to consume the extraordinary bloodline powers of other demon races. His curiosity about the little white fox's origins deepened. If it were merely an ordinary demon, it would be incapable of absorbing such powers. The little white fox tilted its head and waved its tiny paw at Zhao Fan, seemingly protesting. In response, Zhao Fan chuckled, choosing not to engage in a quarrel with the fox. Beneath the demon god mountain, an army of 100,000 demon races had gathered, including numerous powerful practitioners among them. A terrifying disturbance emanated from the mountaintop, leading one to wonder if the esteemed demon sage had successfully communicated with the revered demon god. Should the supreme demon god lend their support, it is indeed plausible that under the leadership of the demon sage, our desolate demon clan might witness a resurgence. Several practitioners of the demon race, fixated intently on the summit of the demon mountain, mistakenly believed that the previous tremors were the result of the white tiger demon sage's successful ritual, awakening the legendary demon god. Boom. However, in the next moment, a colossal tiger head plummeted from the heavens, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence as it crashed into the ground. It was the head of the white tiger demon sage. Upon recognizing this grotesque sight, the assembly of demons recoiled in horror, their fur standing on end, faces etched with dread. What of these demons? In midair, the little white fox perched upon Zhao Fan's shoulder, gesturing with its tiny paws as it inquired. With the demise of the white tiger demon sage, these beasts can hardly pose a threat. Let us return. Casting a glance at the chaotic throng of demons below, Zhao Fan smiled faintly, and then, riding the winds with his sword, he swiftly vanished into the distant sky alongside the little white fox. Before long, Zhao Fan and the little white fox found themselves back within the confines of the demon locking tower. The little white fox, having absorbed the bloodline power from the white tiger demon sage, seemed to have elevated its cultivation realm. Waving its tiny paw at Zhao Fan, it scampered back to its stone chamber. Shall we commence the sign-in? At that moment, a familiar notification resonated in Zhao Fan's mind. Sign in. Zhao Fan responded habitually. Sign in successful. Reward. Mystical solidifying spirit pill. As the system's voice faded, a pill materialized in Zhao Fan's hand. This pill, translucent and exquisite, resembled a finely crafted jade and emanated a remarkably clear fragrance. The mystical solidifying spirit pill? Zhao Fan gazed at the pill in his hand, a flicker of joy gracing his features. The mystical solidifying spirit pill is an extraordinary elixir, highly esteemed, particularly for cultivators at the peak of the out-of-body stage, as it significantly enhances the probability of breaking through to the separation of spirit stage. Originally, Zhao Fan estimated that even with the system's assistance, he would require several years, if not longer, to achieve the separation of spirit stage. However, with the mystical solidifying spirit pill, this time frame could be drastically reduced. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan consumed the pill. Having already attained the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, his foundation was profound, and he faced no inadequacy in preparation. As the pill dissolved within him, a powerful surge of medicinal energy began to radiate from his abdomen, permeating through his limbs and bones. Zhao Fan's spiritual energy, which had reached its limit like an overfilled reservoir, began to expand at a visible pace, aided by the medicinal power. Moreover, it was not merely his spiritual energy that surged. Zhao Fan's primordial spirit was undergoing a metamorphosis and elevation. His primordial spirit, nestled within the sea of consciousness at his brow, grew even more brilliant and resplendent, emanating a formidable and robust mental aura. Zhao Fan, exuding an aura of solemnity, sat cross-legged in the void, his skin radiating a subtle golden sheen, his entire being resembling a transcendent and divine deity. Boom. His aura surged upward in layers, ultimately shattering the bottleneck of the out-of-body stage, ascending to a higher realm. A formidable presence emanated from Zhao Fan, enveloping the entire demon-locking tower. The little white fox, disturbed by this immense commotion, peeked out from the stone chamber and immediately spotted Zhao Fan seated in the void. His form appeared to be engulfed in flickering divine flames, exuding an ethereal and powerful essence. The little white fox widened her gem-like eyes, displaying a rare expression of astonishment. She never imagined that upon returning from the eastern wasteland, this human cultivator, Zhao Fan, would have transcended his previous boundaries. Abnormal. The little white fox scratched out 2 characters with her paw and promptly retreated into the stone chamber without a backward glance. The transition from the out-of-body stage to the spirit separation stage was not merely a significant elevation in realm. More importantly, it signified a profound transformation and sublimation for the cultivator. Whether in spiritual energy, primordial spirit, or even physical strength, Zhao Fan could distinctly sense a holistic enhancement. Time passed without his notice, and the tempestuous aura surrounding him gradually subsided. At last, he opened his eyes, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The breakthrough was successful. His gaze was calm and profound, resembling 2 unfathomable black holes. Had an ordinary cultivator beheld this scene, they would inevitably find themselves ensnared, struggling to regain awareness. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of a spirit separation cultivator. Through the metamorphosis of the primordial spirit, their every movement can exert influence upon the external world. This is the spirit separation stage. My primordial spirit power is at least several times stronger than that of the out-of-body stage. The spiritual energy within me has surged significantly, pulsating endlessly. Even after enduring numerous battles, it is difficult to deplete it in an instant. As he reveled in the significant changes within his primordial spirit and spiritual energy, Zhao Fan wore a smile. With my current cultivation level, should I deploy the sword control technique, in a fleeting thought, the flying sword could traverse tens of miles, effortlessly slaying from afar. To validate his assertion, Zhao Fan focused his mind, and the flying sword, Qi Xiao, emitted a crisp and resonant chime, soaring skyward like a flash of lightning, cleaving through the nearby dark clouds with a single strike. This scene prompted Zhao Fan to nod in satisfaction. This was merely the result of a casual thrust. If he were to exert his utmost strength, it would not be merely the clouds that he could slice through, but even a mountain could be effortlessly severed. With the breakthrough into the spirit separation stage, the formidable advantages of sword cultivators would gradually unveil themselves. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan did not step outside the demon-locking tower. Having ascended to the spirit separation stage, he required time to consolidate his realm. One day, Zhang Qian came to bring him a meal. It was the 5th day since Zhao Fan's return from the eastern wasteland. Through the great doors of the demon-locking tower, Zhang Qian addressed Zhao Fan. "Senior brother, let me tell you, just a few days ago, the eastern wasteland experienced a tumult." Zhao Fan, savoring his meal, although fully aware, calmly inquired, "What transpired there?" It is said that not long ago, the eastern wilderness was unified by a powerful practitioner of the demon clan known as the White Tiger Demon Saint, who boasted of launching an assault on our Shushan. However, within a mere month, this arrogant demon was slain atop Demon God Mountain. The recently unified demon tribes of the wilderness have since splintered into chaos, and many demon practitioners, who had been causing unrest within our Shushan territory, have retreated in fear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan chuckled and inquired, "Isn't this splendid? The sect leader must be quite pleased, right?" "Indeed," replied Zhang Qian with a smile. "The sect leader and the elders are exceedingly delighted." Initially, Shushan was on high alert, fully prepared for a decisive battle against those demon tribes. But who would have anticipated such a turn of events? Thankfully, it has come to this. Otherwise, we could only imagine the casualties among our disciples. "You are absolutely correct." Zhao Fan nodded gently. "Once war breaks out, many lives will be lost. This state of affairs is quite favorable." Hearing this news brought Zhao Fan a sense of comfort. At least, his journey had not been in vain. Subsequently, Zhang Qian shared numerous amusing anecdotes from Shushan before departing with her empty food container. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan remained within the demon-locking tower, diligently pursuing his cultivation. Ever since the last incident, when the little white fox devoured the bloodline power of the White Tiger Demon Saint, it had not emerged from the adjacent stone chamber. Zhao Fan noticed that the little white fox seemed to have reached a bottleneck in its cultivation, striving earnestly to break through its previous limits. Thus, he refrained from disturbing it. One fateful day, while immersed in his training, Zhao Fan was abruptly awakened by a thunderous clap of thunder. What is this? He gazed upwards, observing that the previously clear sky was now shrouded in heavy leaden clouds, and amidst the inky depths of the fog, lightning as thick as a serpent writhed. Is it going to rain again? Zhao Fan pondered in surprise. The climate of Shushan is typically arid. It had only rained in a peculiar manner 30 years prior, after which the spiritual energy of the world had begun to thicken. Now, it appeared that another storm was imminent. As a practitioner at the Spirit Division stage, Zhao Fan possessed remarkable perceptive abilities, and he keenly sensed unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy within the depths of the myriad clouds. Furrowing his brow, he summoned his flying sword, Qi Shao, which shot forth into the dense clouds. He divided a portion of his spiritual consciousness to attach to the sword, allowing him to observe the scene above with unparalleled clarity, a unique technique of practitioners at the Spirit Division stage. The expanse of the clouds above was vast, enveloping not only the entirety of Shushan, but also extending across hundreds of miles. Most importantly, Zhao Fan felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from the deepest recesses of the cloud cover. What could this possibly signify? Within the heart of the clouds lay an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Determined to uncover the truth, Zhao Fan urged Qi Shao to plunge directly into the depths of the clouds. In this thin air, fraught with terrifying thunder and lightning, the astonishing technique of sword control allowed the flying sword to deftly evade all entanglements of the tempest. Ultimately, it broke through layer upon layer of obstacles, soaring to the very apex of the ominous clouds. The consciousness attached to the flying sword relayed vivid images from within, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. One could observe countless pitch-black fissures, exhaling and inhaling astonishing waves of energy. These spatial rifts were distributed without any discernible pattern, nearly saturating the entire void beyond the heavens. Densely packed and seemingly endless. At this moment, as if drawn by some dreadful arcane force, they began to sink slowly towards the ground. Despite the languid descent, the quantity of celestial and earthly spiritual energy being expelled reached a truly astonishing magnitude. Zhao Fan was profoundly astonished, never having anticipated such a unique spectacle at this lofty height. What could these spatial fissures signify, and to which realm were they connected? That they could exude such an immense volume of celestial and earthly spiritual energy? This continuous outpouring of spiritual essence could even alter the cultivation environment across vast territories. Zhao Fan's countenance turned grave. While the fissures varied in size, their depths were unfathomable, resembling the gaping maw of a primordial behemoth, radiating an aura that instilled profound dread. Despite being a cultivator at the level of spiritual division, he could not help but feel insignificant and fragile in the face of the densely clustered spatial rifts. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to urge his sword closer. Yet merely advancing a mere 10 paces caused the blade of Qi Shao to tremble violently, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from the rifts. To approach forcefully would risk shattering even a superior flying sword into fragments. Zhao Fan hastily withdrew. Otherwise, not only would the sword be destroyed, but his very soul would also suffer unimaginable damage. As the spatial rifts continued their slow descent, the clouds below gathered in ever-increasing numbers, echoing with continuous thunder. Zhao Fan noted that the immense celestial and earthly spiritual energy from the rifts was now rapidly mingling with the fog, sinking swiftly. If this continued, it would not be long before this colossal essence fell to the earth along with the rain. What a pity! My true form cannot ascend to such heights. Otherwise, I would have sought methods to uncover more truths. A hint of regret crossed Zhao Fan's mind as he recognized the howling winds of the void beyond the heavens, where various strange energies intertwined. Even a cultivator at the level of spiritual division could not reach such altitudes in their true form. It seemed that to seek the truth, he would have to wait until his cultivation level strengthened further for deeper understanding. However, such extraordinary celestial phenomena must be recorded in the archives of the Shushan Scripture Pavilion. I shall first seek out the relevant records. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan retracted his flying sword, swiftly returning his consciousness to his true self. He abruptly vanished from his location, and when he reappeared, he found himself in the Shushan Scripture Pavilion. The last time he had come here with the little white fox seeking clues about the Empress, he had returned empty-handed. Yet this place, being a repository of significant historical texts, should house numerous ancient tomes documenting such peculiar celestial phenomena. Zhao Fan's spiritual essence was formidable, and in the blink of an eye, he discerned numerous ancient texts within the scripture pavilion. Shortly thereafter, after half an hour of diligent exploration, he unearthed a significant clue, the tidal phenomenon of spiritual energy. From a book of miscellaneous discussions, he discovered a vague account. According to its assertions, the spiritual energy of the vast world ebbs and flows like the tides, receding at dawn and surging at dusk. No wonder, in recent years, since the last torrential rain, he had sensed the spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense. It seemed to closely mirror the conditions described in the text. Today, another rain imbued with spiritual energy was expected. Could this be a more pronounced sign of the revival of spiritual energy? It was indeed a plausible conjecture. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, forming a bold hypothesis. Thousands of years ago, the realm of cultivation was replete with powerful practitioners, even those at the level of terrestrial immortals. That era was resplendent, possibly existing during a peak of spiritual energy. In the past 10 millennia, however, the laws of heaven and earth have been incomplete, and cultivators transcending the out-of-body stage have become exceedingly rare, likely due to the depletion of spiritual energy, resulting in a diminished environment for cultivation. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes and mused. If his hypothesis were true, the world might soon enter a chaotic new era, with the once declining realm of cultivation poised to reclaim the brilliance of millennia past. Upon returning from the scripture pavilion, a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by continuous thunder. Indeed, the spiritual energy within the rain was vast and overwhelming, akin to a magnificent spiritual deluge. It was several dozen times richer than the spiritual energy from the previous rain. As he beheld the rain, a chill ran through Zhao Fan's heart. He believed that following this spiritual rain, the entire environment would improve, allowing cultivators from all directions not only to reach greater heights, but also to accelerate their training. Even those long stagnated at their bottlenecks might achieve breakthroughs. This spiritual rain persisted for 3 days and nights, delivering an immense influx of spiritual energy. For ordinary cultivators, such changes in the world were imperceptible. However, for those who had languished at their bottlenecks for years, the effects were profoundly evident. One after another, powerful cultivators, aided by this spiritual rain, transcended their former boundaries and ascended to heights previously deemed unattainable. Even Zhao Fan, who had only recently broken through to the early stage of spirit separation, reaped significant benefits. Under normal circumstances, consolidating his cultivation would require several months. Yet with the assistance of this spiritual rain, he accomplished it in merely 3 days, underscoring the magnitude of the sudden transformation in spiritual energy. This spiritual rain extended over a broader area, suggesting that the revival of spiritual energy was accelerating. If this trend continues, within less than a century, the glorious era of cultivation from thousands of years ago could be resurrected. It is indeed a prospect that inspires anticipation and longing. On the summit of a towering mountain, an elder clad in coarse garments gazes into the distant sky, his hearty laughter resonating like thunder, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The second wave of spiritual rain is imminent, heralding a profound transformation of the world. And at long last, the day of our emergence approaches. After lying in wait for countless millennia, all has been in anticipation of this moment. Immortality in the realm of the immortals. Beneath the black mountain, a slumbering ancient beast emits a low, excited growl. Having endured countless years of restraint, it is finally on the verge of awakening. The day of my rebirth will mark the ascendance of the demon clan to dominion over the world. From the terrifying demon realm, whispers of supreme demons echo faintly. As the spiritual rain begins to fall, the entire realm of cultivation stirs with restlessness. Superficially calm, it conceals an undercurrent of turmoil. Boom! Within the demon-locking tower, an astonishing surge of demonic energy erupts from the stone chamber where the little white fox resides. The little fox has broken through. Zhao Fan senses this. Since the last time the little white fox devoured the bloodline of the white tiger demon saint, she has secluded herself in the stone chamber to cultivate. And with the immense spiritual energy brought by the rain, her breakthrough was anticipated. Moments later, the surge of demonic energy gradually subsides, and the dainty figure of the little white fox appears before Zhao Fan. She lifts her head high, striding elegantly towards him, her mood evidently buoyant. Congratulations on your advancement. Zhao Fan smiles and offers his commendation. The little white fox, upon hearing this, proudly lifts her chin and suddenly emits a melodious voice, declaring, "Humph. This fox spirit possesses unparalleled talent. It won't be long before I surpass you." Taken aback by the sweet, clear sound of her voice, Zhao Fan exclaims in astonishment. You can talk now? Foolish human, I have just refined the demon bone. Of course I can speak. She retorts disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Zhao Fan. After her breakthrough, the little fox has adopted a somewhat inflated demeanor. Her ability to speak is a welcome change. Sparing Zhao Fan from the need to endure her crooked scribbles, Zhao Fan chuckles and teases, What did you say? The little white fox narrows her eyes at Zhao Fan, indignantly replying, How dare you say my writing is ugly? I merely speak the truth, he responds. Infuriated, the little fox pouts like a sulky girl and turns away, wishing she could teach him a lesson if only she were strong enough to do so. Understanding that she would not stray far, Zhao Fan does not attempt to stop her, returning to his own stone chamber to continue his cultivation. Upon realizing the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world, he raises his own standards of practice. Zhao Fan is acutely aware that as the revival of spiritual energy intensifies, powerful cultivators will inevitably arise. If he becomes complacent, he will eventually be surpassed. In the days that follow, Zhao Fan remains oblivious to the shifting tides of the outside world, with only the little white fox by his side. Since gaining the ability to speak, she has become increasingly proud, resembling an eternally youthful maiden. Aside from staying in the stone chamber, she occasionally returns to the depths of the demon grave. Her mind was engulfed in chaos as she endeavored to recall her origins. Zhao Fan, preoccupied with his cultivation, paid her little heed, allowing her to wander as long as the little white fox did not stir up trouble. Seasons changed, years passed, and soon 50 years had slipped by. For mortals, 50 years may constitute a lifetime, yet for those who pursue immortality through cultivation, it is but a fleeting moment. During this time, Zhao Fan had not stepped outside the demon locking tower, quietly signing in with his system while diligently studying swordsmanship techniques and the 10,000 swords art, thereby significantly enhancing his overall strength. His cultivation level had advanced from the initial stage of the separation of spirit to the mid-stage. Although this may seem a mere increment, it is indeed remarkable, especially in an environment where spiritual energy is reviving. Ordinarily, to achieve such a small advancement within the separation of spirit stage could take 500 to 600 years, if not longer. The path of cultivation defies the heavens, and as one ascends in rank, the challenges only multiply. This year marked the 80th anniversary of Zhao Cheng becoming the leader of the Shushan sect and the 88th year since Zhao Fan's arrival at the Demon Locking Tower. The current realm of cultivation was far from tranquil. The incident of Zhao Fan slaying the 6 powerful beings of the Sword sect 70 years prior had faded into obscurity. Forgotten by many, 50 years ago, he ventured into the eastern wilderness to vanquish the White Tiger Demon Sage, known only to the Little White Fox. Many speculated that, after such a long time, the once mysterious sword master of Shushan had long since perished. The reverence held by various factions towards Shushan had diminished, particularly following the onset of the awe-inspiring spiritual reign that began 50 years ago, which prompted a resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of numerous formidable cultivators. Previously, those in the separation of spirit phase were regarded as the elite among the major powers, revered as great cultivators. However, now, separation of spirit practitioners were commonplace, with each faction quietly harboring its own powerful beings. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and those who bore grudges against Shushan no longer regarded it with the same caution, even openly displaying hostility. The most audacious were the myriad factions of malevolent demons. Over the past 50 years, a number of terrifying demon cultivators had risen. This was largely due to the rapid advancement of demonic cultivation techniques that siphoned the essence of others to enhance one's own cultivation, granting them a distinct advantage in an era of revitalized spiritual energy compared to many righteous sections. In recent years, numerous disciples of the demonic path had clashed with Shushan's disciples. Although these confrontations were primarily minor skirmishes, an undercurrent of tension hinted at the potential for explosive conflict. "Senior brother, I have brought your meal," came a sweet and melodious voice from outside the demon locking tower. Zhang Qian approached, carrying a food box. With her shoulder-length hair gently swaying in the breeze, her fair and elastic skin, bright and clear eyes, alluring red lips, and charming visage made her exceedingly lovely. Over the past 5 decades, she has ascended to the esteemed position of the Enforcement Master Sister at the Discipline Hall, overseeing hundreds of disciples under her command. Yet, without fail, she continues to deliver meals every 10 days, regardless of the weather. Compared to her earlier days, not only has her status transformed, but Zhang Qian has also evolved from a naive and charming girl into a mature and alluring woman. However, no matter how much she changes in Zhao Fan's heart, she remains that little junior sister from the discipline hall who timely brings him meals. Senior brother, I have prepared a few new dishes for you this time. Please try them and let me know if they are to your liking, Zhang Qian said, handing over the food box. Zhao Fan, not one to stand on ceremony, began to savor the meal as usual. With his current level of cultivation, going for years without food or drink would have little impact on him. Nevertheless, indulging in a warm meal every 10 days has become a deeply ingrained habit. Senior brother, is it delicious? She inquired eagerly. It tastes quite good. Zhao Fan replied with a smile. Hee, that is wonderful. By the way, senior brother, there is a recent rumor circulating in Mount Shu that you might not yet be aware of? Intrigued by her words, Zhao Fan asked, what rumor? It is rumored that the princess of Pingyang from the Tang dynasty is to be wed to our sect's leader, and just yesterday, an envoy from the Tang dynasty arrived at Mount Shu to engage with the high-ranking elders of our sect. The Tang dynasty, a marriage alliance? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, recalling his impressions of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty and Mount Shu share profound historical ties, having once been steadfast allies. A millennium ago, the Tang dynasty flourished and nearly dominated the 9 provinces, yet it has been in decline for several millennia, both in prestige and territorial reach, far removed from its former glory. Moreover, the significant decline of Mount Shu over the past few centuries has created rifts in their once amicable relationship. Why would they now send envoys to propose a marriage with their esteemed princess? And who is this Princess Pingyang? Zhao Fan pondered, calmly inquiring. Princess Pingyang? Upon hearing his question, Zhang Qian momentarily paused. Then her expression shifted to one of admiration as she replied, Senior brother, she is an extraordinary female cultivator. Oh, I'm quite curious to hear what makes her so remarkable, Zhao Fan said with a slight smile. It is said that Princess Pingyang broke the cultivation records of the Tang dynasty at a young age, achieving the Yuaning stage before even reaching 50. Furthermore, I have heard that she possesses stunning beauty, often hailed as the most enchanting cultivator in the Tang dynasty. Zhang Qian spoke with a hint of envy in her voice. Is that so? Zhao Fan nodded slightly, showing no signs of surprise. Cultivators differ from mortals. 50 is considered a youthful age, and breaking through to the Yuaning stage at such an age is a feat reserved for true geniuses, as many may never reach such heights in their lifetime. Senior brother, do you think Princess Pingyang is impressive? Zhang Qian asked playfully, blinking her eyes. She is just as one might expect, Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. Zhao Fan smiled faintly, not wishing to elaborate further. Were it not for his connection to Zhao City, he would not have even bothered to inquire further. Sensing Zhao Fan's lack of interest in the affairs concerning Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty, Zhang Qian swiftly shifted the conversation, remarking, Senior brother, at times I find myself quite envious of you. Envious of me? What is there to envy? Zhao Fan replied with a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, consider your life within the Demon-Sealing Tower, serene and carefree, free from the burdens I bear. Zhang Qian paused, unable to suppress her grievances. Now I oversee over 100 disciples in the discipline hall, which is far more exhausting than before. Moreover, the situation outside Mount Shu is quite tumultuous. My fellow disciples frequently descend the mountain to quell the rampaging demons. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan casually inquired, Are there many demons currently? Quite a number, she replied, and they often wreak havoc within our Mount Shu territory. The entire realm of cultivation is in turmoil. Just recently, the infamous moon worship sect brutally slaughtered the Qingyuan sect, resulting in the tragic demise of over 3,000 cultivators at the hands of those demons. At this juncture, a look of apprehension crossed Zhang Qian's face. The Qingyuan sect was annihilated? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, recalling that this sect had once been a formidable force in the cultivation world, not far from Mount Shu. Indeed, the methods employed by those demonic practitioners are exceptionally cruel, inciting widespread outrage throughout the cultivation community. Many esteemed sects have dispatched powerful individuals to assault the moon worship sect. It is said that even high-level cultivators in the spirit division have intervened, yet they suffered significant casualties. The moon worship sect emerged unscathed, and their arrogance has only intensified. Zhang Qian shook her head in dismay. Possessing a righteous and kind nature, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil and malevolent forces. Thus, each time these matters were mentioned, she could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Evil forces shall meet their demise. Zhao Fan reassured her gently, sensing her emotions. You are right, senior brother. Zhang Qian nodded, glancing at the waning daylight. It is getting late. I shall take my leave and visit you again next time. Very well. With that, Zhang Qian departed swiftly, restoring tranquility to the demon-sealing tower. The external world remained fraught with peril, and even those in the spirit division faced danger. I shall remain here diligently, signing in to grow stronger. Reflecting on Zhang Qian's earlier words, Zhao Fan shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself. Although life within the demon-sealing tower could be monotonous at times, the constant feeling of becoming stronger was immensely reassuring and fulfilling. Has the host begun the sign-in process? At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Sign in, Zhao Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. Sign in successful. You have obtained the Vajra body. As the system's voice faded, a complex and profound martial art content appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. What is this? The ultimate martial art of the Buddhist sect. The Vajra body. Zhao Fan was initially taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of delight. In the realm of cultivation, the Buddhist sect stands as an extraordinary and formidable force. Although its teachings are few, they represent the pinnacle of power, exemplified by the renowned Fa Min Temple, an ancient lineage that has produced arhats and bodhisattvas. Within the temple, the most powerful martial art is the Zhang Lu Jin Shun. It is said that upon achieving perfection in its practice, one's physical form becomes flawless and immaculate, possessing the might to move mountains and fill seas with mere gestures. Zhao Fan was indeed astonished. He had never anticipated that today's sign-in reward would grant him access to the supreme martial art of the Buddhist sect. Over the past 50 years, he had gained numerous lost martial arts from the Shushan sect through the system, as well as various cultivation techniques from other sections. However, he had never acquired anything from the Buddhist school. This illustrates the rarity and preciousness of Buddhist martial arts. With the aid of techniques such as the Shushan sword control and the 10,000 swords formula, his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers in cultivation. Yet, his sole deficiency lay in the physical aspect. If he could successfully cultivate the Zhang Lu Jin Shun, he would be devoid of any shortcomings. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fan wasted no time and began to ponder the intricacies of the Zhang Lu Jin Shun technique. True to its reputation as the most formidable martial art of the Buddhist sect, the teachings revealed that the Zhang Lu Jin Shun is divided into 9 distinct realms. Only by mastering all 9 realms could one unleash the full potential of this formidable art. Zhao Fan felt a surge of excitement as he attempted to practice the first layer of the Zhang Lu Jin Shun. The initial step involved body tempering. Normally, cultivators of Zhao Fan's caliber possess a robust physique, yet when it comes to true physical strength, there remains a significant gap. Only through successful body tempering can one unlock the latent potential within their flesh, fortifying the body. With his mind and spirit harmonized, Zhao Fan's countenance radiated solemnity as the pores of his skin opened, drawing in an abundance of celestial energy from the heavens and earth. However, instead of assimilating this energy into his body, it transformed into flickering divine flames, scorching his flesh and blood. Zhao Fan's physique became crimson as if forged in the fires of a blacksmith. This method utilized the celestial energy to temper the body. He could distinctly feel his physical form growing stronger, yet simultaneously, he endured intense pain, which he was fully capable of withstanding. Buzz. After an indeterminate period, a gentle chime resonated as a layer of old skin shed from the surface of Zhao Fan's body, marking the preliminary success of his body tempering. Zhao Fan exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his lips. This phenomenon was normal. The newly formed skin would grow tougher and more resilient. Although he had made initial progress, he still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the first layer of mastery. Thus, Zhao Fan remained diligent and focused on his cultivation. For the subsequent 5 days, Zhao Fan immersed himself in his training. Then, on one particular day, the once-closed door of the demon-locking tower began to creak open. Zhao Cheng, the leader of the Shushan sect, approached the tower, his demeanor now more composed and stable than before. Zhao Cheng, what brings you here? Zhao Fan inquired, taken aback by his brother's unexpected arrival at the demon-locking tower. It has been quite some time since I last visited my elder brother, so today, seizing a moment of leisure, I decided to come and see him. Before Zhao Fan, Zhao Cheng did not exhibit the demeanor of a sect leader. Instead, he smiled warmly. As the leader of Mount Shu, he was typically perceived by outsiders as dignified and composed, but in the presence of his elder brother, He revealed a rare and genuine side of himself. Zhao Fan observed that although his younger brother wore a smile, it appeared somewhat forced, and his brow bore a distinct trace of fatigue. "It seems you are burdened with worries," Zhao Fan remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Elder brother, nothing escapes your notice," Zhao Cheng replied as he took a seat, forcing a bitter smile. "I have recently encountered some troubling matters and wish to discuss them with you. Please, do share." Zhao Fan inquired serenely. "Elder brother, it has been 50 years since you descended the mountain to slay the White Tiger Demon Saint. During these years, I have devoted myself tirelessly to the betterment of Mount Shu, which has flourished and achieved commendable progress. However, I now find myself at a loss." "At a loss?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, silently urging Zhao Cheng to continue. "Elder brother, I wonder if you have heard? The Tang dynasty has sent envoys seeking a marriage alliance with us, proposing to wed their princess Pingyang to me. I have heard a bit about it. Is that not a favorable proposition? After all, you are no longer a youth. As the leader of Mount Shu, one should establish a family." Zhao Fan remarked with a faint smile. "Not at all." Zhao Cheng shook his head, continuing, "In recent years, the Tang dynasty has been plagued by internal strife, and its power has significantly waned. They see the prosperity of Mount Shu and wish to rekindle their ties with us. Most importantly, I have received credible intelligence that the demonic sect, the Moon Worshippers, is preparing to assault the Tang. Their desire to ally with us is merely a strategy to leverage our influence against the Moon Worshippers. Currently, their power is formidable, having seized a vast expanse of territory in the northern regions, and their followers number in the tens of thousands. If Mount Shu becomes embroiled in a conflict with the Tang against them, the consequences could be dire, potentially nullifying decades of hard work." At this point, Zhao Cheng sighed softly and added, "It is regrettable that such a straightforward truth eludes the understanding of the disciples and elders. So you oppose the marriage alliance?" Zhao Fan deduced, realizing that his brother Zhao Cheng did not support this union. "Indeed, I vehemently oppose it. Furthermore, I have already found a girl whom I cherish deeply and have no desire to wed Princess Pingyang," Zhao Cheng said, his expression complex and his tone somber. "In that case, simply refuse the proposal," Zhao Fan suggested after a moment of thought, speaking calmly. "If it were that simple, I would not be in such distress." Zhao Cheng replied with a resigned smile. "Just yesterday, dozens of elders from the sect jointly proposed, pressuring me to agree to the Tang envoy's demands and marry Princess Pingyang. As the leader of Mount Shu, I find myself unable to make decisions regarding my own marriage. It is truly lamentable, which adds to my confusion," Zhao Cheng lamented. Zhao Fan frowned slightly upon hearing this and asked, "Have you acquiesced?" "Yes, I had no choice. Several elders insisted vehemently and forced me to make a decision." "And what of the girl you care for?" Zhao Fan's frown deepened. "I do not know." Zhao Cheng's face was etched with confusion as he spoke with a complex tone. "She is merely a mortal, though she cannot cultivate immortality. She has bestowed upon me the most genuine affection. I am uncertain how to face her in the future." "Mortal?" Zhao Fan expressed his surprise. He had not anticipated that his younger brother, Zhao Cheng, would develop feelings for a mere mortal. By conventional logic, the exalted leader of the Shushan sect would have little interaction with ordinary people. "Brother, please do not look at me that way. I too descended the mountain and encountered her by chance," Zhao Cheng replied with an awkward smile. "You certainly have a way with charm." Zhao Fan remarked with a slight smile, jesting. "As for the matter of marriage, you must make your own decision. Regardless of what choice you make, I will support you." After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fan spoke earnestly. Hearing Zhao Fan's words warmed Zhao Cheng's heart, and he nodded. "Brother, I understand. I still wish to discuss this matter with the elders and see if I can sway their opinions." "That is all that matters," Zhao Fan replied, choosing not to say more. The two brothers conversed about various topics until dusk settled, at which point Zhao Cheng took his leave. It was evident that after venting to Zhao Fan, his spirits had lifted considerably. "Brother, I shall visit you again." Zhao Cheng waved to Zhao Fan as he exited the demon locking tower. "Fortuitously, had I not been confined within the tower, if I were to become the sect leader, I would surely be overwhelmed. Even in matters of my own marriage, I would have no autonomy. The role of sect leader is indeed burdensome." Watching Zhao Cheng depart, Zhao Fan shook his head and murmured to himself. Deep down, he felt a sense of sympathy for his brother. While the position of sect leader appeared lofty, it often entailed a lack of freedom. Once Zhao Cheng left, the demon locking tower returned to its tranquil state. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan paid no heed to the affairs of the outside world, immersing himself in the cultivation of the formidable Zhang Lu golden body. Since becoming an innate sword body, Zhao Fan's comprehension of various martial arts had significantly heightened. However, mastering the Zhonglu Golden Body, a pinnacle of Buddhist martial arts, demanded several months. And only then did Zhao Fan fully grasp the first layer of its realm. Consequently, his physical form underwent a profound transformation. Even without the protection of spiritual energy, it would be exceedingly difficult for even the sharpest blade to pierce his skin. Zhao Fan could distinctly sense the enhancement of his physical prowess. Yet the extent of his strength remained an enigma, even to him. To verify his formidable physique, he summoned the little white fox. Over the years, the little white fox had often resided in the subterranean realm, cultivating with the aid of the jade coffin, resulting in remarkable progress. It had long since broken through from the completion of the out-of-body stage to the initial stage of the spirit division. Its strength now just a small tier below Zhao Fan's. The little white fox approached gracefully, its eyes sparkling like gemstones, and its fur a pristine white. "Are you certain you want me to attack you?" it inquired, gazing at Zhao Fan with a look of uncertainty. "It is quite all right. Please proceed. I shall not retaliate." Zhao Fan responded with a gentle smile. The little white fox blinked her large eyes. Were it not for Zhao Fan's calm demeanor, one might believe he was afflicted with some ailment. Yet, since Zhao Fan had taken the initiative to make this request, how could the proud little fox refuse? "Humph. Just don't blame me if you get hurt later." As soon as she finished speaking, the little white fox did not hesitate. She struck out directly. Her seemingly adorable claws swept forth, emanating a terrifying, chilling brilliance that traversed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, aimed squarely at Zhao Fan's chest. This strike was fierce and powerful. Even among opponents of equal standing, a direct hit would surely result in injury and bloodshed. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes, remaining utterly still until the chilling light drew near, yet he did not summon the spiritual energy within him to defend. "You should dodge," the little white fox exclaimed, suddenly alarmed, fearing she might genuinely harm Zhao Fan. Boom. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, the chilling light struck Zhao Fan with the force of thunder, resulting in a catastrophic explosion and a cloud of dust billowing forth. The little white fox widened her beautiful eyes, about to rush forward to check on him. But at that moment, Zhao Fan's robust figure emerged slowly from the haze. "You!" The little white fox gasped in astonishment, for before her stood Zhao Fan. His physique elongated and his skin shimmering with a golden glow, resembling a reborn golden Buddha, exuding an aura of divine strength. In the face of Zhao Fan's imposing presence, the little white fox felt an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Remarkable. Truly worthy of the most formidable martial arts of the Buddhist sect. You can withstand my attacks solely through your physical prowess. Zhao Fan smiled, his spirits lifted. He had just begun to cultivate the first layer of the golden body, yet he could already withstand a strike from a spirit division cultivator. One could only imagine how astonishing his defenses would be upon mastering the second or even third layer. The mere thought was exhilarating. Truly astounding. What technique are you practicing to be so formidable? The little white fox, regaining her composure, inquired with a hint of disbelief. The golden body. Zhao Fan noted her curiosity and elaborated. It is an exceptional physical martial art from the Buddhist sect. If you are interested, I could teach you. "Humph. I'm not interested at all," the little white fox declared, though internally she felt a stirring of desire, stubbornly shaking her head. "Really not interested?" "Indeed. Well then." Zhao Fan shrugged. "That settles it. Wait." Upon hearing this, the little white fox quickly changed her tune, saying, "If you beg me to teach you, I might consider it." After speaking, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she held her head high, maintaining her last shred of pride. "Enough with the pretense, little fox," Zhao Fan chuckled, amused by her demeanor. To give her an easy out, he said, "Let us say I'm pleading for you to teach me. Is that satisfactory?" "Humph. That is more like it." The little white fox beamed with delight, her eyes narrowing into crescent-shaped slits. Subsequently, Zhao Fan fulfilled his promise and imparted the incantation for the first layer of the golden body to the little white fox. It must be said that in terms of aptitude for cultivation, the little white fox is truly remarkable. Merely listening once, it grasped the essential points. The martial arts of the physical body are rather mediocre. This fox spirit shall compensate with elixirs. As the little white fox spoke, it deftly extracted a pill with its tiny paw, and the rich aroma of the medicine wafted through half of the demon locking tower in an instant. "This is the crimson gold blood pill, a low-grade Dao pill." Upon recognizing the pill in the little white fox's paw, Zhao Fan's expression turned to one of astonishment. Dao pills are exceedingly precious. Even in the current realm of cultivation, few alchemists possess the ability to concoct them. They are virtually priceless treasures, and their emergence in the world would incite countless cultivators to vie for them. I chanced upon this while idly breaking through several ancient underground palaces. Here, take it. After saying this, the little white fox tossed the crimson gold blood pill to Zhao Fan. Little fox, what will you do without this pill? Although Zhao Fan was highly intrigued by the crimson gold blood pill, it was evident that the little white fox needed it far more than he did. He felt a twinge of emotion within. This fox spirit still possesses an entire vial. To Zhao Fan's surprise, the little white fox blinked its large eyes and produced a whole bottle of crimson gold blood pills, shaking it vigorously before him. This, Zhao Fan stood frozen in place, unable to suppress the twitching of his lips. No more words. This fox spirit is busy returning to the underground space to cultivate. I must elevate my cultivation level even higher. Perhaps I can recall matters from the past. With that, the little white fox joyfully departed, quickly vanishing into the depths of the demon grave. This little fox. Zhao Fan shook his head with a bittersweet smile. The crimson gold blood pill is indeed a valuable item, but consuming it in haste would only squander its potency. It would be wiser to wait until he encounters a bottleneck before using it, thus enabling a breakthrough to the later stage of the spirit division. Zhao Fan carefully stored the crimson gold blood pill, refraining from consuming it in a hurry. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Through Zhang Qian, Zhao Fan inadvertently learned that Zhao Cheng, due to the initial marriage negotiations, had deliberated with the elders of Shushan 7 or 8 times and even encountered disputes. Ultimately, Zhao Cheng, as the sect leader, chose to compromise and agreed to marry Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty in 10 days. The union between Shushan and the Tang dynasty sent ripples throughout the entire realm of cultivation, especially in this tumultuous period. The news of the alliance struck a chord with many. The external world is fraught with turmoil as demons and factions run rampant, creating chaos within the realm of cultivation. Although Shushan and the Tang dynasty are not as formidable as before, they are both deeply rooted sects. Should the marriage succeed, their influence would undoubtedly expand. For most cultivators and sects, this news is of little consequence. However, for the various demon factions, it is profoundly alarming, particularly for the moon worship sect, which is currently flourishing in the demonic path. The news of the union sent the sect leader into a rage, shattering a table in anger. The moon worship sect had long had its sights set on the Tang dynasty. If the alliance between Shushan and the Tang dynasty comes to fruition, would that not mean an unwarranted increase in adversaries? Although the moon worship sect harbors no fear of Mount Shu, the prospect of confronting 2 formidable immortal cultivation forces simultaneously significantly heightens the pressure. Convey my command, no matter the cost. We must thwart the union of Mount Shu and the Tang dynasty. The voice of the moon worship sect leader reverberated powerfully, instilling fear and trepidation among countless disciples. 10 days later, the wedding proceeded as scheduled. The atmosphere in Mount Shu was vibrant and bustling. Guests arrived in droves from all directions, including emissaries from several prestigious cultivation sections. Both Mount Shu and the Tang dynasty are deeply rooted in the world of immortal cultivation and the significance of this union. Involving the sect leader of Mount Shu and the princess of the Tang could not be overstated. With the sound of gongs and drums heralding the celebration, the disciples of Mount Shu were filled with joy. Within the grand hall, amidst the witnesses of esteemed elders and dignitaries, sect leader Zhao Cheng and Princess Pingyang were partaking in a solemn wedding ceremony. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to their ancestors. Elder Lin Mu, with a smile upon his face, personally officiated the ceremony for Zhao Cheng and Princess Pingyang. Regrettably, my elder brother could not attend my wedding. As Lin Mu's words echoed, Zhao Cheng felt a tinge of sorrow. He had made a personal visit to the demon-capturing tower to invite his brother Zhao Fan to witness this momentous occasion, but was met with a polite refusal. Gazing at the princess standing before him, Zhao Cheng, though reluctant, gradually bent his knees to perform the ritual bow. Suddenly, just as Zhao Cheng and Princess Pingyang were about to kneel, a violent tremor shook the hall, accompanied by a deafening explosion. What is happening? The onlookers turned pale. Today marked a momentous celebration for the sect leader of Mount Shu and the princess of the Tang dynasty. Could anyone dare to cause a disturbance at such a time? Sect leader, it seems you will not be able to hold the wedding today. Amidst the confusion, a towering figure strode into the hall with purpose. Elder Qiyang, were you not stationed at the mountain gate? What brings you here? Upon recognizing the intruder, Elder Lin Mu furrowed his brow and asked sternly. Elder Lai Xiong, known for his fiery temper and disregard for sect leader Zhao Cheng, had been assigned to guard the mountain gate, but had unexpectedly appeared here. What do you want? Elder Qi Yang sneered coldly, of course, to rebel. He then turned his gaze to Zhao Cheng and continued, I have long found you displeasing. I was the most qualified to inherit the position of sect leader. Had it not been for the previous leader's covert interference, you would have never ascended to become the sect leader of Mount Shu. Elder Qi Yang, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Zhao Cheng, undeterred and composed, questioned him firmly. I am fully aware, Elder Qi Yang retorted with a disdainful laugh. Do not attempt to assert your authority as sect leader over me. I have now seized control of a significant portion of Mount Shu. It would be wise for you to immediately cease this wedding and surrender, or I shall not show mercy. Outrageous. Lai Xiong, have you lost your mind? Guards, seize him. Before Zhao Cheng could utter a word, Elder Lin Mu of Jinwu could scarcely contain himself and issued a directive to several nearby elders. Elder Qiyang, I apologize for the offense. As soon as Lin Mu's words fell, the loyal elders of Shushan sprang into action almost in unison. Over the years, they had made considerable progress, each attaining the perfected stage of the Yuaning realm, merely a step away from the out-of-body stage. The air was filled with the sound of swords, as multiple streams of sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Elder Qiyang. Humph, mere trifles, Elder Qiyang scoffed, taking a step forward, his aura suddenly swelling. With a flick of his fingers, a powerful force erupted, effortlessly shattering the sword energy before him, ultimately striking down several Shushan elders, leaving them grievously injured and incapacitated. Out-of-body stage, you have concealed your strength so well. Elder Lin Mu of Zhenwu was taken aback, realizing that Elder Qiyang, who appeared to possess only Yuaning cultivation, was indeed a formidable out-of-body expert, having deceived everyone until now. I have even deeper secrets to unveil. Come forth, Elder Qiang commanded, and with a clap of his hands, several shadowy figures materialized, each exuding an intimidating aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The 6 Hall Masters of the Moon Worship Sect. The ethereal and beautiful Princess Ping-Ong instinctively exclaimed upon seeing the imposing figures beside Elder Qiang. Having had previous encounters with the Moon Worship Sect during the Tang Dynasty, she recognized their origins immediately. The Moon Worship Sect? Zhao Cheng's expression darkened to a deep shade of iron as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, You scoundrel! How dare you collude with them? Hee. We promised Lai Xiong that once we subdue Shushan, he would be granted the title of the new sect master. The leading figure from the Moon Worship Sect explained ominously. Lai Xiong, you are truly treasonous. Elder Lin Mu of Jinwu, filled with rage, could not believe that Lai Xiong would conspire with outsiders for his own selfish desires. In his fury, he launched an attack, unleashing an aura that rivaled that of Elder Qiyang, charging fiercely at him. Lin Mu, the situation is already determined. Do not be oblivious to the times, Elder Qiyang replied, his gaze turning cold as he too engaged in a fierce assault. The 2 out-of-body experts soon became embroiled in a chaotic battle. Disciples of Shushan, follow my lead and suppress these malevolent forces. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, shedding his festive wedding robes and brandishing his treasured sword. He was the first to charge towards the 6 Hall Masters of the Moon Worship Sect. Having become the sect master of Shushan, he had not neglected his cultivation. Now a perfected Yuaning cultivator, he wielded the secret techniques of Shushan, confident that he could temporarily contend with out-of-body experts. Follow the sect master and suppress the malevolent forces. Within the Grand Hall, dozens of Shushan elders closely followed suit, attacking the 6 Hall Masters of the Moon Worship Sect. In an instant, the entire Shushan Grand Hall descended into chaos. Although the Shushan elders held a numerical advantage, the 6 Hall Masters of the Moon Worship Sect were all out-of-body cultivators, and within moments, they had severely wounded most of the elders, causing them to cough up blood. Only a handful of the deeply cultivated elders from Mount Shu could barely withstand 1 or 2 adversaries, yet their circumstances were exceedingly perilous. Zhao Cheng brandished his golden sword, his robust physique emanating immense spiritual energy as he engaged in combat with a formidable opponent from the Moon Worship Sect. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself staggering backward under the weight of their vast power disparity. How foolishly unaware of your own mortality, sneered the Moon Worship Sect warrior. Once I eliminate you, the sect master of Mount Shu, none shall dare to resist further. With an impassive expression, the adversary unleashed a devastating punch. unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that caused Zhao Cheng to cough up blood. Without a hint of mercy, the Moon Worship Sect warriors seized the opportunity to strike at Zhao Cheng, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Golden Armored Puppet. Zhao Cheng hastily summoned forth a golden armored puppet of transcendent strength to defend against the assault. However, just as the puppet managed to block one opponent, another warrior from the Moon Worship Sect surged forward. "Audacious!" cried Zhao Cheng. "This sacred ground of Mount Shu shall not be desecrated by your demonic ilk." As Zhao Cheng faced imminent danger, a sudden, thunderous shout echoed through the air, and the venerable elder Wu Hai made his entrance, effortlessly incapacitating the Moon Worship Sect warrior with a single palm strike. A cultivator of the transcendent stage, Wu Hai's formidable presence compelled the other Moon Worship Sect warriors to abandon their entanglements with the Mount Shu elders and swiftly converge upon him. Wonderful! It is Elder Wu Hai. The elders of Mount Shu, who had previously been gripped by despair, now displayed expressions of exhilaration. 50 years prior, Wu Hai had been the second most powerful figure in Mount Shu, surpassed only by the enigmatic sword cultivator. After all these years, his strength had undoubtedly grown even more formidable. Kill. The Moon Worship Sect warriors launched their attack almost simultaneously, the overwhelming demonic energy sending tremors through the entire Mount Shu Hall. Wu Hai remained impassive, brandishing a renowned sword that radiated brilliance, causing several adversaries to vomit blood from the force of its light. As the situation escalated, Elder Qiong, engaged in battle with Elder Zhenwu, suddenly roared, "Deputy Sect Leader, if you do not intervene now, we shall be in grave trouble." No sooner had his words faded than the void itself began to convulse, and an enormous hand, entirely composed of swirling demonic energy, materialized, descending upon Wu Hai. A chill ran down Wu Hai's spine as he raised his sword in a desperate counter. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted drastically, his renowned sword shattered, and he was sent flying 100 meters away as though struck by an overwhelming force. Elder Wu. Zhao Cheng felt a jolt of terror. How could a transcendent stage cultivator be so easily dispatched? What formidable strength did this newcomer possess? After sending Wu Hai hurtling away, the demonic hand continued its relentless assault toward Zhao Cheng, aiming to deliver a lethal strike. Zhao Cheng's complexion drained of color as he attempted to retreat, only to find the surrounding space clinging to him like quicksand, rendering his limbs heavy and immobile. "Flee." As Zhao Cheng remained paralyzed, Princess Pingong cried out in desperation. But her feeble cultivation rendered her powerless to approach. Just when all believed Zhao Cheng was destined to meet his end, a clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed from afar, growing ever closer. Bang! The ominous aura shattered, revealing a crimson flying sword that stood before Zhao Cheng, emanating waves of sword energy that dispersed the clouds in the sky and enveloped a significant portion of Mount Shu. The one who intervened was Zhao Fan, who had sensed the disturbance within the Demon-Sealing Tower. "It's my elder brother." Zhao Cheng was initially taken aback by the sight of the flying sword before him, but his expression soon brightened with joy as he realized Zhao Fan was the one who had acted. The unease that had gripped him dissipated instantly. With his elder brother personally stepping in, the cultists from the Moon Worship Sect were surely doomed. In Zhao Cheng's eyes, his brother Zhao Fan was the very embodiment of invincibility. A swirling mass of demonic energy coalesced, ultimately forming a figure, a tall and robust man exuding an aura of sinister malevolence, his eyes gleaming with a greenish hue. This was Su Feng, the deputy leader of the Moon Worship Sect, a formidable force that had risen in recent years within the demonic path, second only to the leader of the sect in both power and prestige. This operation had been orchestrated entirely by him. Rumors of the long-lost sword techniques of Mount Shu proved true. Hidden within the mountain lay a powerful swordsman. Despite feeling a flicker of trepidation at the intimidating sword aura, Su Feng's eyes burned with fierce combat spirit. He was known for his ruthless and unyielding nature. Otherwise, he would not have dared to orchestrate such a bold maneuver. I shall see just how formidable this mysterious swordsman from Mount Shu truly is. As his words fell, Su Feng's demonic energy surged, his form expanding to resemble a colossal primordial beast, overwhelming the atmosphere of Mount Shu. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a massive demonic hand that descended upon Zhao Cheng like a mountain, its sheer might threatening to obliterate everything in its path. The energy ripples caused the grand hall of Mount Shu to tremble and crack. In response to his full-force attack, the flying sword blazed with a scorching brilliance, its golden sword energy crashing down like a tempest. This strike was unparalleled, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the demonic hand shattered. The sword light cleaving through everything, aimed directly at Su Fang. How is this possible? Su Fang exclaimed in disbelief. He was a cultivator at the spirit separation stage. And yet his most cherished strike failed to withstand a single blow from his opponent? As the sword energy surged toward him, Su Fang hastily summoned several demonic artifacts to defend himself, but they were sliced apart as if they were mere tofu. Flee. Overwhelmed by the imminent threat of death, Su Fang's scalp tingled with fear. In a desperate bid for time, he seized 5 or 6 leaders from the moon worship sect nearby and hurled them toward the oncoming golden sword light. Meanwhile, he turned and fled from the grand hall, seizing the opportunity to escape. Deputy leader. The faces of the 5 or 6 members of the moon worship sect were filled with horror, unable to comprehend that Su Fang would use them as shields to evade the sword strike. The sword light swept through, and amidst their anguished cries, the leaders transformed into a cloud of blood mist. The golden sword energy, relentless and thunderous, continued its pursuit towards Su Fang. With a pale face, Su Fang bellowed. Heavenly demon disintegration technique. As the sword light grazed his physical form, a blood-red avatar of his primordial spirit soared into the sky, transforming into a fleeting gleam that swiftly vanished into the distance. A pity, indeed. However, those struck by my sword aura cannot survive for long. Within the demon-locking tower, Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. He did not anticipate that the adversary would employ demonic secret arts to allow the primordial spirit to escape. Even if he were to pursue now, catching up would prove exceedingly difficult. With a flicker of thought, his flying sword, Qishao, emitted a clear ringing sound, slicing through layers of void before returning to his grasp. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the onlookers in the grand hall regained their composure, nearly all of the formidable members of the moon worship sect, except for Su Fang's primordial spirit, lay lifeless. Lai Xiong, accept your fate with equanimity. At this moment, Elder Jinwu and Elder Qiyang had also determined the outcome of their duel. With a fierce shout from Lin Mu, a sword strike severed Lai Xiong's head from his shoulders. After dispatching Lai Xiong, Lin Mu rushed to Zhao Cheng's side, expressing his concern. Sectmaster, are you unharmed? I am unscathed, Zhao Cheng replied, waving his hand to indicate there was no need for worry. Was it the esteemed sword cultivator who intervened just now? Lin Mu inquired, uncertainty etched across his features. Indeed, we owe much to that venerable sword cultivator, Zhao Cheng remarked, taking a deep breath as he gazed towards the direction of the vanishing sword. Although his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of the assembled guests, causing many to shudder. Recalling the overwhelming might of that single sword strike, numerous envoys from other esteemed cultivation sects felt a lingering trepidation. It dawned upon them that Mount Shu harbored a mysterious and powerful swordmaster. However, after 50 years of seclusion, coupled with the upheavals in the world, the existence of this formidable figure had faded from memory. Yet, following this confrontation, the renown of the Mount Shu swordmaster would undoubtedly resound throughout the realm once more. Having not revealed his true form, he had slain 6 leaders of the moon worship sect and obliterated the physical body of the sect's vice leader. Such accomplishments are unparalleled. The wedding continued. After a brief period of chaos and with the consent of sect master Zhao Cheng and Princess Ping'ang, Elder Jinwu announced the resumption of the ceremony. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the moon worship sect, the sect leader sat upon his throne, exuding a terrifying and sinister aura. Below him stood formidable figures, some of the most powerful within the sect. If Su Fang can disrupt the union between Mount Shu and the Tang dynasty, we shall strike immediately, seizing the Tang dynasty before extinguishing Mount Shu. With the abundant resources of both the Tang and Mount Shu, our moon worship sect will undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise, becoming one of the foremost powers of the demonic path. At that point, dominating the entire cultivation world will be well within our grasp. The sect leader sneered repeatedly, painting a grand vision of his ambitions for the crowd. First, we conquer the Tang dynasty, and then we extinguish Mount Shu, claiming supremacy over the cultivation world. The moon worship sect shall be invincible and unparalleled. As the sect leader concluded his declaration, fervor ignited in the eyes of the assembly, and they shouted in unison. Currently, the entire moon worship sect was poised for action, awaiting the favorable news of the vice leader Su Fang's success in disrupting the union. Boom. At that moment, a figure of spiritual essence plummeted like a meteor, shattering the grand hall's protective formation and crashing heavily to the ground. The vice leader. The sudden turn of events startled the disciples of the moon worship sect, and as they discerned the appearance of the spiritual figure, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Su Fang, how have you transformed in such a manner? The sect leader inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. The mission has failed. Su Fang's spiritual essence was dim and lackluster. He had paid an unimaginable price to escape from Mount Shu. Though he felt extremely weak, he managed to hold on and briefly recounted the events that transpired atop the mountain. What? A mysterious swordsman from Mount Shu has emerged, slaying the 6 great guardians and obliterating your physical form with a single strike? The sect leader's expression darkened, his heart unsettled. Su Fang was a formidable force, second only to himself. Even he would require considerable effort to subdue such a strong opponent. Yet, this enigmatic swordsman from Mount Shu had managed to annihilate Su Fang's corporeal body with a mere stroke, raising questions about the true extent of their power. Master, had I not utilized the celestial demon disintegration technique to escape, my spiritual essence would not have returned safely, Su Fang continued, his figure growing even dimmer, on the verge of collapse. Do not speak. Allow me to stabilize your spiritual essence, the sect leader said as he stepped forward, preparing to channel magical energy into Su Fang's essence. However, just as he reached out, something seemed to trigger. A surge of sword energy erupted suddenly, shattering Su Fang's frail essence and transforming it into an unstoppable divine sword, silently hurtling toward the sect leader. The sect leader's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. Boom! A terrifying sonic blast reverberated, causing the sect leader to cough up blood as he staggered backward over 10 meters before barely regaining his footing. Such terrifying sword energy, shape-shifting and capable of injuring me from afar. The hall fell into a profound silence upon his utterance. The disciples, who had previously boasted of dominating the realm of cultivation, now wore expressions of sheer terror, no longer daring to utter a word. Leaves rustled in the hall as the disciples of the moon worship sect appeared flustered and alarmed. They had never anticipated the presence of such a powerful swordsman from Mount Shu, who not only killed vice leader Su Fang, but also managed to injure the sect leader from a distance. Master, are you all right? A graceful woman inquired with concern, her gaze fixed on the sect leader. Just a minor injury. I am unharmed. The sect leader waved his hand dismissively, feigning composure. Yet, his pale complexion revealed the severity of his wounds, causing unease among the crowd. They were not fools. They could see that the leader was gravely injured. Anxiety and tension filled the air. The sect leader was a formidable figure in the spirit division, far stronger than the vice leader. Yet even he had been wounded from afar by the sword, leading them to ponder the true caliber of the swordsman who had struck. Now that our plan to prevent the union has failed, what shall we do next, master? The woman asked, her brows knitting together in worry. Relay the order to halt all actions, the sect leader commanded. Though reluctant, the moon worship leader commanded. The attempt to obstruct the union has not only failed, but has also cost us a formidable cultivator like Su Fang. If our sect continues to provoke the Tang dynasty, we will simultaneously face the profound forces of both Shushan and the Tang. Currently, the most daunting figure for the moon worship leader is the enigmatic sword master from Shushan. Understood. The members of the moon worship sect nodded in acceptance of the command. Once they departed, the leader exhaled a long breath, a shocking trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His once resilient body now slumped listlessly upon the throne, akin to a deflated balloon. I have already reached the pinnacle of the early spirit division stage, merely a step away from the mid-stage. Yet, that individual was able to injure me from afar with sword energy. Could he be a master at the late spirit division stage, or even a consummate expert? The leader furrowed his brow, troubled. Over the years, he had believed that upon becoming a spirit division cultivator, few rivals remained in the entire cultivation realm. He now realized the truth that beyond the sky, there are greater heights and individuals. This won't do. I must retrieve the old leader. If he personally intervenes, he will undoubtedly eliminate that sword master from Shushan, making the annexation of Shushan and the Tang dynasty a mere formality. The leader's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly arrived at a resolution. Meanwhile, within the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan remained unaware that his actions had temporarily quelled the previously arrogant and domineering moon worship sect. At present, his mastery of sword control had advanced remarkably, fully cultivating the 3rd level of void sword creation to its zenith. Next, he could attempt to comprehend the 4th level, the formless transformation. In comparison to the first 3 levels of sword control, the 4th level posed exponentially greater challenges. For decades, Zhao Fan had found no clues until just moments ago, when he slayed the intruding moon worship cultivator from Shushan, which sparked a newfound inspiration within him. Zhao Fan closed his eyes, enveloped in a chilling aura of sword intent. He entered a wondrous state, as if he had transformed into a divine sword, or perhaps into all of existence. Silently, he contemplated the essence of the fourth level of sword control, and time slipped by unnoticed. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed. Truly, the sword techniques of Shushan are profound and expansive, particularly the fourth level of formless transformation. On this day, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes and spoke to himself in a low voice, having garnered some insights during his meditation. "Senior brother, I have brought you a meal." Just as Zhao Fan prepared to continue his cultivation, he heard the light footsteps of Zhang Qian outside the demon locking tower. "Today, I have prepared sweet and sour pork, braised fish, chicken soup, and a few greens." Zhang Qian's voice was melodious as she spoke, gently handing the food box through the door. Inhaling the enticing aromas of the dishes, Zhao Fan smiled and replied, "Little junior sister, did the sun rise from the west today? You have prepared an impressive array of 7 or 8 dishes. Is there a joyous occasion worthy of celebration?" "Indeed there is." Zhang Qian chuckled, saying, "Senior brother, not long ago, our sect leader wed, and now our relationship with the Tang dynasty has solidified as unwavering allies. Is that not deserving of celebration?" "Certainly, it is worth commemorating," Zhao Fan replied with a gentle smile, indulging in Zhang Qian's culinary creations. "Please, take your time eating, and allow me to share the details." On the day of the sect leader's wedding, an incident nearly occurred. Elder Qian colluded with the disciples of the moon worship sect to attack Shushan, almost disrupting the ceremony. But do you know what transpired in the end? At this point, Zhang Qian deliberately paused, awaiting Zhao Fan's reaction. Zhao Fan, well aware of her intent, played along and asked what happened. In that moment of dire crisis, an elder swordsman from Shushan suddenly intervened. Zhang Qian's face lit up with excitement, her large eyes gleaming as she recounted. Though his true form remained concealed, a flying sword managed to slay 5 or 6 formidable practitioners of the moon worship sect, and with a single strike, obliterated the physical form of their deputy leader. The deputy leader, reputed to be a formidable practitioner at the divine transformation stage, was severely injured and barely escaped with his primordial spirit. "Senior brother, you cannot imagine the astonishment on the faces of the envoys from other cultivation factions present that day. Now, rumors circulate that our elder swordsman from Shushan is a peerless master of the divine transformation stage, with such an unparalleled swordsman among us, and our renewed alliance with the Tang dynasty, who would dare to underestimate us. Indeed, it is undeniably worthy of celebration," Zhao Fan concurred with a smile. Gazing at the cold gates of the demon-sealing tower, Zhang Qian expressed her regret. "It is a pity that you could not attend the sect leader's wedding. Otherwise, you would have witnessed the elder swordsman's unmatched prowess." After a moment's thought, she added kindly, "Perhaps I could plead with the sect leader to release you?" "I am quite content here and have no desire to leave," Zhao Fan replied with a smile, understanding Zhang Qian's good intentions and gently declining. "Senior brother, do you truly not wish to go outside?" Zhang Qian blinked, her curiosity piqued. Over the years, she had often wondered how Zhao Fan could endure such a harsh environment within the demon-sealing tower. She believed she would have succumbed long ago. "No, I do not." Zhao Fan chuckled, aware that Zhang Qian could not fathom that what appeared to be a prison to outsiders was, to him, an inexhaustible treasure trove. Each day, he grew stronger by diligently checking in with the system, finding this to be far more comfortable than the outside world, where he could focus solely on his cultivation without interruption. "Very well, your remarkable composure is truly admirable," Zhang Qian sighed softly, expressing her admiration. After a leisurely conversation, Zhang Qian departed with her empty food container, leaving Zhao Fan to resume his cultivation. Since the grand wedding of the sect leader Zhao Cheng, the influence of Shushan has markedly intensified. Shushan, with its profound heritage, has formed a renewed alliance with the Tang dynasty through Zhao Cheng's marriage to Princess Pingyang, effectively uniting 2 illustrious sects of cultivation. Both the demonic paths and the monstrous tribes must now consider their strength and capability before daring to challenge either Shushan or the Tang dynasty, lest they provoke the formidable retaliation of these 2 powerful entities. Most notably, there is the enigmatic sword master of Shushan. For several decades, Zhao Fan had not revealed his prowess, leading many to speculate about his demise. However, when he single-handedly vanquished formidable foes from the Baiwa sect, It became clear that Shushan still harbors top-tier cultivators. The vice leader of the Baiwei sect, even at the divine separation stage, was annihilated in a single strike, leaving many in the cultivation realm to ponder how many could confidently claim victory against such might. Despite the current environment of spiritual energy resurgence, divine separation stage cultivators remain exceedingly rare across the sections. Zhao Fan's ability to obliterate the vice leader of the Baiwei sect with a mere sword stroke has instilled a profound sense of trepidation among all factions. This formidable deterrent has rendered even the typically overbearing Baiwei sect notably silent, accepting such a significant loss without retort. Consequently, Shushan has entered a period of stable tranquility. Zhao Fan, engrossed in his cultivation, remains oblivious to the tumultuous changes in the outside world, as if he has forgotten the existence of the world. Or perhaps the world has forgotten him. Cultivating against the heavens is fraught with peril, where a moment's misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. Life within the demon locking tower is exceedingly monotonous, demanding resilience against the tedium that would overwhelm ordinary individuals. Yet, Zhao Fan remains undeterred, finding solace in this simplicity. As each day brings a clear sense of his gradual ascent in strength, time flows unnoticed in the realm of cultivation, and in the blink of an eye. A decade has passed. The resurgence of spiritual energy in the world has accelerated beyond previous rates. Powerful cultivators have emerged in abundance, with many once obscure figures rising like meteors to claim dominion. The ancient beings who had long dwelled within various sects have seized the opportunity presented by this transformation, achieving significant advancements in their cultivation realms. Compared to the millennia prior, the entire cultivation world has entered a flourishing phase. While it may not yet rival the glory of epochs past, it exhibits a vibrant resurgence of myriad paths. For cultivators, this is a propitious era. However, for the common folk, it has become a time of unrelenting darkness and cruelty. Within a mere decade, the cultivation world has been fraught with turmoil, with demonic sects vying for supremacy and monstrous tribes rising, resulting in countless innocents suffering from displacement and hardship. These circumstances were shared by Zhang Qian during her visits to deliver meals to Zhao Fan. Fortunately, Shushan remains relatively stable for the time being, not yet targeted by rival factions, allowing the inhabitants of its territories to live in relative peace. Inside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan sits in solemn repose, meditating amidst the void. His physique was robust, each inch of flesh emanating a faint golden glow, as if forged from celestial gold, brimming with overwhelming power. Most terrifying of all, he merely sat there, without invoking any spiritual energy, yet exuded the presence of a drawn celestial sword, enveloping the surroundings with a fearsome and astonishing sword intent that warped the very fabric of the void. Zhao Fan, with his eyes closed, felt the sword intent intensifying, transforming from mere dozens into hundreds, and eventually into thousands. Thousands of sword intents stirred the void, causing much of the demon locking tower to tremble slightly. With a thunderous roar, countless sword intents abruptly vanished, akin to raindrops disappearing into the surface of a lake, yet even more like becoming formless and merging with all things. As Zhao Fan's overwhelming sword intent engulfed everything in sight, with a mere flicker of thought, countless sword chi emerged, causing the majority of the demon locking tower to erupt with a sound akin to mountains collapsing and tsunamis crashing, the terrifying essence of the sword rising into the sky, dispersing the thick leaden clouds that stretched for miles. I have succeeded. I have finally grasped the fourth realm of the sword mastery technique, the formless transformation. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer passing through the depths of his pupils. Over the past decade, Zhao Fan had devoted himself to understanding this art, only today achieving a preliminary success in the fourth realm of sword mastery. Oh, my cultivation level has significantly increased? Zhao Fan then realized that his spiritual energy had nearly reached saturation, attaining the pinnacle of the late stage of spirit separation, merely a half step away from complete mastery. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Fan estimated he would require several years, if not longer, to approach this bottleneck, yet he had unexpectedly arrived much sooner. In light of this, he decided to consume the crimson gold blood pill and strive to break through to the complete spirit separation stage. Sensing the nearing saturation of his spiritual energy, Zhao Fan hesitated not for a moment, producing the elixir gifted by the little white fox and swallowing it. Half an hour later, a presence that could overshadow the heavens surged into the sky, causing the entire demon-locking tower to tremble and roar. With the assistance of the crimson gold blood pill, Zhao Fan successfully broke through to the complete spirit separation stage, his aura becoming increasingly unfathomable. After the breakthrough, Zhao Fan took some time to solidify his newfound cultivation level. On this day, the gates of the demon-locking tower slowly opened. After many years, Sect Master Zhao Cheng returned once more. "Zhao Cheng, what brings you here?" Zhao Fan inquired, only to suddenly notice a little boy of about 8 years old beside Zhao Cheng. The boy's bright eyes and exquisitely delicate features made him exceedingly adorable. "This child is..." Zhao Fan was somewhat taken aback and hesitantly asked. "Elder brother, he is my illegitimate son, Zhao Xiaotian." Upon saying this, Zhao Cheng patted the boy and gently urged, "Xiaotian, come greet your uncle." The little boy, quite bashful, hid behind Zhao Cheng, daring only to peek out. Glancing at Zhao Fan, "Xiaotian, what did your father teach you? Quickly greet your uncle." As Zhao Cheng observed his son's indifference, he furrowed his brow and urged him. "Enough. Children often fear the unfamiliar. Let us not trouble him." Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How did you come to have an illegitimate child?" Upon hearing Zhao Fan's question, Zhao Cheng let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Brother, do you not recall what I once shared with you? I once fell in love with a mortal, and Xiaotian is the child we bore together." "You truly are something," Zhao Fan remarked, shaking his head in admiration of his brother's romantic escapades. "Ah," Zhao Cheng sighed, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face as he continued. "The mother of Xiaotian concealed this child from me and only revealed his existence just before her passing due to a grave illness." His voice carried a tinge of profound remorse, reflecting on a decision made a decade ago to forsake the mortal girl he cherished. Marrying the princess of Pingong instead under the elder's directives, believing he would have no further connections to her. "Brother, I have come to ask for your temporary shelter for Xiaotian." Zhao Cheng inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "Though I hold the esteemed title of Sect Master of Shushan, openly bringing him to Shushan would not only invite controversy but also displease Pingong. Therefore, I implore you to care for Xiaotian for a while." Despite his lofty position, Zhao Cheng understood that should the young Xiaotian's lineage be exposed, his safety would not be guaranteed, leaving him no choice but to seek his elder brother's assistance. Moreover, Zhao Cheng was acutely aware that his elder brother was the most powerful cultivator in Shushan. Should Xiaotian remain under his guidance, his potential would be limitless. Zhao Fan remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. He could sense Zhao Cheng's helplessness and good intentions, yet the demon-sealing tower was hardly a place of comfort. A young child would struggle to adapt to such an environment. "Brother, I beseech you to help me, and to aid this child as well. Come, Xiaotian. Kneel and plead with your uncle." In a display of urgency, Zhao Cheng took hold of the young boy and knelt before Zhao Fan. "What are you doing? Rise at once," Zhao Fan commanded, flicking his finger to gently lift both father and son. "Brother, if you do not agree, I shall not rise." "Very well. Let the child stay," Zhao Fan acquiesced after a moment of hesitation. "Splendid. Xiaotian, quickly express your gratitude to your uncle." Thank you," the young boy stammered, casting a timid glance at Zhao Fan. "We are all family. There is no need for formalities." However, Zhao Fan added, "If you choose to keep this child here, he will undoubtedly face many hardships. Be sure not to regret this decision later." "I understand," Zhao Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother, if Xiaotian ever misbehaves, you may discipline him as you see fit. Xiaotian, from now on, you must remain here and always heed your uncle's words. Do not cause any trouble. Do you understand?" Zhao Cheng gently reminded, stroking Zhao Xiaotian's head. The young boy blinked his large eyes, feeling a bit shy but nonetheless nodded earnestly. "Brother, Xiaotian will stay here. The sect is about to engage in battle with the moon-worshipping sect. I must return to oversee the situation." After briefing his child, Zhao Cheng prepared to take his leave. "Engaging in battle with the moon-worshipping sect? What is happening?" Zhao Fan inquired calmly, raising an eyebrow. "Brother, you may not be aware that ever since you struck down the strongmen of the moon-worshipping sect who attacked Mount Shu, they have been relatively quiet for the past decade. However, not long ago, they managed to resurrect their former leader, an ancient being who has lived for nearly 1,000 years and possesses unfathomable power. Within just a few days, he led the sect's followers to conquer more than half of the Tang territory. And now they have vowed to seek revenge on Mount Shu once they finish with the Tang. The sect is currently preparing to support the Tang," Zhao Cheng explained succinctly. "Understood. You should focus on the overall strategy. If you encounter any difficulties, I will lend my support, Zhao Fan said, his gaze resolute. Brother, your words are enough. Rest assured, Mount Shu is no longer what it once was. I am confident that we can confront the moon-worshipping sect. If necessary, I will not hesitate to call upon you for assistance, Zhao Cheng responded solemnly. Over the years, Mount Shu has not only nurtured many disciples, but has also attracted numerous powerful cultivators. Currently, there are 3 formidable masters at the dividing spirit stage within the sect, which is why Zhao Cheng feels assured about facing the moon-worshipping sect. Zhao Fan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, under Zhao Fan's watchful gaze, Zhao Cheng departed the demon locking tower with steady steps. Dad, Zhao Xiaotian, delicate and lovely, watched Zhao Cheng's receding figure and took a few steps forward, but then recalled his father's instructions and slowly retreated. He timidly glanced at Zhao Fan, his small hands fidgeting together, revealing his unease and nervousness. From now on, I shall call you Xiaotian. Without my permission, you are not to leave the demon locking tower or wander around inside it. Do you understand? Zhao Fan said calmly, observing the bashful Zhao Xiaotian. I understand. Zhao Xiaotian replied hesitantly, blinking his large eyes. Zhao Fan smiled and, with a thought, summoned his flying sword, Qi Xiao, which appeared with a melodious chime. With a few swift strikes, he carved out a pristine stone house. You will reside here from now on. This is the foundational cultivation technique of Mount Shu. Take a look at it, and if you have any questions, come to me, Zhao Fan said, casually waving his hand as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced, forming a technique manual that appeared in Zhao Xiaotian's hands. The miraculous scene before the young Zhao Xiaotian left him in astonishment, his eyes wide with wonder. Yet, he refrained from asking further questions and timidly accepted the tome of cultivation methods, obediently retreating into the stone house to rest. Zhao Fan observed this moment with a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng had returned to the grand hall of Shushan. Inside, nearly all the prominent figures of Shushan had gathered, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Master, you have finally arrived, Elder Lin Mu of Jinwu sighed with relief upon seeing Zhao Cheng. Noticing the unusual ambience, Zhao Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired, Elder Lin, what troubles you? Master, I have just received the latest news. The old fiend of the moon worship sect has seized the capital of the Great Tang, inflicting severe losses upon the dynasty. Their envoys are presently in the side hall, beseeching us to dispatch troops to confront the moon worship sect at once. Otherwise, the Great Tang may face annihilation at any moment. What? Zhao Cheng's usual composure faltered, a rare expression of disbelief crossing his features. How could this happen so swiftly? Was it not said that the Great Tang could endure for some time longer? The old fiend has achieved remarkable prowess, having successively slain 2 formidable cultivators of the Great Tang, causing the remaining cultivators to falter in their resolve, leading to a complete rout. 2 cultivators slain? Zhao Cheng's expression darkened, his brows knitting together in concern. He had never anticipated the old fiend's formidable strength. Master, the Great Tang is in dire straits. Should we intervene or stand by? Lin Mu gazed at Zhao Cheng, as did the other elders. Given Shushan's prior alliance with the Great Tang, inaction would only invite ridicule from the world. Yet, taking action meant confronting the old fiend of the moon worship sect, and despite Shushan's current might, the outcome remained uncertain. We must intervene. Even if we refrain from acting, that old fiend will come for Shushan. It is better to strike first than to await our doom. Zhao Cheng inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he addressed the assembly. Issue my command. All disciples of Shushan are to prepare for immediate engagement against the moon worship sect. Understood, the assembly replied in unison. Following Zhao Cheng's directive, Shushan swiftly dispatched a considerable force of cultivators to confront the chaos wrought by the moon worship sect within the territories of the Great Tang. Shushan's decisive response garnered the attention of numerous other cultivation factions. Initially, many had presumed that, in the face of the unfathomable old fiend of the moon worship sect, Shushan might choose to bide its time while the Great Tang fell. However, they were taken aback by Shushan's timely intervention amidst such peril. Beyond the righteous cultivation factions, many demonic forces were also keenly observing the conflict and contest. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan remained oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding outside, his singular focus dedicated to his cultivation. Despite his youth, Zhao Xiaotian possessed exceptional talent in the realm of cultivation within a mere few days. He had comprehended the foundational techniques of Shushan and was even able to tentatively draw energy into his body to commence his practice. Most importantly, this child is indeed exceptionally sensible and well-behaved. He would never disturb Zhao Fan unless confronted with an issue he could not comprehend. Although Zhao Fan did not express it outwardly, he gradually accepted the child in his heart, and during his leisure moments, he was willing to offer guidance. Shall we begin the check-in? Check-in, Zhao Fan replied habitually within the confines of the demon locking tower. Check-in successful. Reward, a superior quality flying sword, flowing cloud. As the system's voice echoed, a silver flying sword materialized in Zhao Fan's hand. A superior quality flying sword? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that today's check-in yielded a flying sword, albeit one of inferior quality compared to his own sword, Qi Xiao, rendering it somewhat superfluous. He shook his head and casually stored the flying sword in the system's built-in space. Although it was of no use to him, it was still a superior quality sword that could be gifted to someone in need in the future. That day, Zhang Qian visited once more. The meal she brought was, as always, delicious, and she engaged Zhao Fan in conversation. As he savored the dishes, a smile graced his face while he listened to her recount various trivial matters. Senior brother, in a few days, I must descend the mountain. If I cannot return next time, I will have others from the discipline hall deliver my regards. Please do not take offense. When I return, I shall prepare several dishes to make it up to you, Zhang Qian said apologetically, her voice gentle. Zhao Fan was slightly taken aback and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is the reason for your descent? Zhang Qian, now a seasoned senior sister in the discipline hall, bore the responsibility of guiding over 100 novice disciples. Under normal circumstances, she would not be permitted to leave the sect freely. Recently, the demonic sect, the moon worship cult, had nearly overrun the entire Tang dynasty, and the sect had been engaged in battle with them for several days, suffering significant losses among its disciples. To decisively address the threat posed by the moon worship cult, the sect leader would lead the elders and elite disciples into a decisive confrontation with the cultists at Qingfeng Gorge in 3 days' time. As a senior sister in the discipline hall, it is my duty to contribute to the sect and confront those wicked forces, Zhang Qian declared, her eyes shining with determination. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, recalling the situation mentioned by Zhao Qing a few days prior. He had initially thought that his sect leader brother could handle matters with ease. Thus he had not given it much thought. However, it now appeared that the situation was more dire than anticipated. Otherwise, disciples from the discipline hall, like Zhang Qian, would not need to descend the mountain to engage in battle. Little junior sister, you must exercise caution when you descend. If you encounter demonic disciples, fight only if you can. If not, retreat. Do not act recklessly, Zhao Fan said earnestly. He had no desire for harm to befall someone who had brought him meals for so many years. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I am now in the late stage of the Golden Core period. As long as I do not confront excessively powerful demonic cultivators, I should be safe. Moreover, I will not be alone in descending. I will join my fellow brothers and sisters from the sect in the fight against evil, which is an exhilarating prospect. Zhang Qian replied with a cheerful smile. Her inherently righteous and kind nature fostered a deep-seated aversion to wickedness, and she had longed to personally vanquish the demonic cultivators who harmed the common people. That being said, on the battlefield where blades are indiscriminate, one must exercise caution. Zhao Fan pondered for a moment, still feeling a tinge of unease. With a swift motion, he gathered the celestial energy within 100 meters around him into his palm, transforming it into a crystalline spirit sword. This was the 4th level of the sword control technique, an ethereal method that allowed one to confine and refine the surrounding celestial energy into a blade of spiritual essence, imbued with a fragment of Zhao Fan's own consciousness. Should the spirit sword be unleashed, it would be insurmountable to anyone below the peak of the divine separation stage, unless they were of equal cultivation. Take the small sword with you. It should prove useful. Zhao Fan handed the 3-inch spirit sword through the crack of the demon locking tower's door to Zhang Qian outside. Senior brother, what is this? Zhang Qian inquired, gazing at the exquisitely crafted sword, faintly sensing its extraordinary nature, though she could not articulate it precisely. Given that her own cultivation was merely at the late Golden Core stage. Do not ask too many questions. It may save your life in a critical moment. After all these years of knowing each other, I would rather not see you in peril. Zhao Fan held deep admiration for Zhang Qian's candid character. Yet, under the directive of the law elder, she had devoted over 90 years to delivering meals to him. Remarkably, Zhang Qian had never sought anything in return. In the eyes of others, Zhao Fan was merely a sinner confined within the demon locking tower, with little to offer in terms of reciprocity. Presently, in all of Mount Shu, Zhao Fan cared for only two individuals, Zhang Qian and his younger brother, Zhao Cheng. Thank you, senior brother. I shall carry it with me at all times. Zhang Qian felt warmth in her heart as she nodded gently. Although she harbored doubts about the sword's purported power, she cherished Zhao Fan's goodwill and carefully tucked it away. Soon after, Zhang Qian departed, taking the spirit sword with her. The demon-locking tower returned to its customary tranquility. Ever since Zhao Fan achieved the peak of the divine separation stage, the growth of his spiritual power had slowed considerably. Even after days of effort, he found it impossible to gain even a fraction of an increase. Zhao Fan had anticipated this scenario and thus remained undeterred. Shifting his focus to the cultivation of the 10,000 sword technique in the 6-foot golden body. While Zhao Fan engaged in his own cultivation, he also made time to instruct his nephew, Zhao Xiaodian, who was exceedingly well-behaved and diligent, spending each day in the stone chamber without daring to wander off without Zhao Fan's permission. As for the little white fox, it had remained deep within the demon grave's subterranean space for a considerable period, having not emerged in quite some time. Zhao Fan took the opportunity to visit, discovering the little white fox in a deep slumber, yet its aura was steadily growing, indicating it was undergoing a critical phase of cultivation. Zhao Fan chose not to disturb her, for the little white fox's sole aspiration at present was to bolster her strength and attempt to recall the memories of her vanished past. As time flowed on, the day finally arrived for the decisive battle between Mount Shu and the Moon Worship sect. Chi Feng Gorge, the gateway to Mount Shu, was typically sparsely populated. Yet today it was thronged with a multitude of figures. Under the leadership of the sect master Zhao Cheng, the elite disciples of Mount Shu emerged in full force, with thousands of cultivators stationed to guard the gorge. Beyond the canyon, banners obscured the sky while demonic energy surged like a torrential tide. As tens of thousands of moon worshippers pressed forward, not far away, powerful figures from both the righteous path and various demon clans were keenly observing the impending battle. The atmosphere was thick with malevolence. Shadows of evil loomed ominously. The blazing sun was shrouded by heavy leaden clouds, and from the distance, a figure of immense stature emerged, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom that tore through the layers of space. This was an elder with hair as white as snow, his eyes a deep abyss, and his body was enveloped in flickering demonic flames that radiated an aura of terrifying wickedness. He was the venerable leader of the moon worshippers, the bloodthirsty elder. Shu Mountain sect master, you openly lead your followers against us. Do you wish to meet the same fate as the Tang dynasty? He proclaimed coldly. Surrender now, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for slaughtering you, leaving not a single soul from Shu Mountain. With a single step, the bloodthirsty elder shattered the ground beneath him and regarded sect master Zhao Cheng with an air of unyielding dominance. His gaze was filled with scorn, as if he deemed all beneath him inconsequential. Old demon of the moon worshippers, do not overstep your bounds. Your sect has committed countless atrocities, brazenly attacking the Tang dynasty and daring to challenge us at Shu Mountain. Do you truly believe yourselves invincible? For millennia, we have stood as titans in the realm of cultivation, ruling over vast territories and countless lives. We shall not allow you fiends to wreak havoc. The three esteemed elders of Shu Mountain declared, we are here to end you. At Zhao Cheng's side, three figures, profound as the depths of the ocean, soared into the sky, their formidable presence dispersing the clouds above. They were the three esteemed elders at the divine spirit stage, encircling the bloodthirsty elder from different angles. They prepared for confrontation. Three at the initial stage of divine spirit, the bloodthirsty elder scoffed. You seek your own demise. With a dismissive wave, he unleashed a powerful demonic fist that tore through the heavens, descending with the force of a thunderous storm. Strike together, feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. The three elders of Shu Mountain roared in unison, unleashing torrents of radiant sword light in a desperate attempt to counter the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Yet in the next instant, the shadow of the fist erupted in dark brilliance, instantly extinguishing their scorching sword light. The residual force crashing into the three elders and sending them careening 1,000 meters away, blood spewing forth. In a mere exchange, the united efforts of the three divine spirit elders proved futile against the bloodthirsty elder. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield as the disciples of Shu Mountain stared in disbelief at the scene before them. There had been a grave miscalculation. This old demon was not at the mid-stage of divine spirit, but rather a formidable master at the late stage. The true martial elder, Lin Mu, suddenly realized the truth. exclaiming in alarm. As his words fell, Sect Master Zhao Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, the bloodthirsty elder had displayed his cultivation at the mid-stage of Divine Spirit, leading him to believe that with the 3 Divine Spirit elders, they could adequately restrain their opponent. Believing Shu Mountain had the strength to contend with the moon worshippers. Yet he could never have anticipated that the true prowess of the bloodthirsty elder was at the late stage of Divine Spirit, capable of inflicting severe damage upon the 3 elders in a mere encounter. The difference between the mid-stage and late stage of Divine Spirit, while seemingly a minor distinction, represented an insurmountable chasm. Now, how shall Shushan contend with this ancient demon? The bloodthirsty elder descends through the air, his formidable presence crashing upon them like a colossal wave, instilling a profound sense of suffocation among the people of Shushan. Despair grips the hearts of the Shushan disciples. Could it be that the illustrious Shushan, standing for millennia, is destined for annihilation today? I am aware that you possess a mysterious sword master among your ranks. Bring him forth to battle me, or else doom shall befall you all. The bloodthirsty elder's obsidian gaze bore down upon the Shushan assembly, his murderous intent as piercing as a winter's chill. At that moment, Zhang Qian, standing behind Sect Master Zhao Cheng and the elders, unexpectedly felt something in her embrace quivering slightly. It was the small sword gifted to her by her senior brother. As she retrieved it, she was astonished to discover that it was the luminous spirit sword, now radiating a heat of its own. With a clang, perhaps sensing the terrifying aura of the bloodthirsty elder, the spirit sword gently slipped from her grasp and soared into the sky, accompanied by a resonant, metallic chime. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling beam of sword light converged in midair, forming a golden silhouette. The golden figure stood proudly in the void, ethereal and elusive, exuding an aura of sword intent that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. He resembled a genuine sword, immortal, profound, and transcendent. This figure was none other than Zhao Fan, manifesting as a fragment of his primordial spirit attached to the spirit sword. This figure seems to be our esteemed sword cultivator from Shushan, exclaimed Elder Lin Mu of the true martial lineage, unable to suppress his astonishment, his voice tinged with excitement. It is my elder brother. Sect Master Zhao Cheng was equally overjoyed, having not anticipated the timely arrival of his brother. It is indeed our venerable sword cultivator. We are saved. Please, esteemed sword cultivator, lend us your aid and vanquish the old demon of the moon worship sect. The disciples of Shushan, who had previously been steeped in despair, were now filled with exhilaration at the sight of Zhao Fan. In their minds, the sword cultivator was almost a symbol of invincibility. Esteemed sword cultivator, why? Zhang Qian was momentarily stunned, and after a brief moment, realization struck her, prompting her to cover her mouth in shock. At this juncture, the Shushan disciples were invigorated, wholly oblivious to Zhang Qian's unusual demeanor. At last, the sword master of Shushan has emerged. The bloodthirsty elder, gazing at Zhao Fan's figure, felt no trepidation but rather an intensification of his murderous intent. Having lived for nearly a millennium, he was truly an ancient being and was not easily intimidated by Zhao Fan's reputation. Moreover, the bloodthirsty elder was immensely powerful, possessing a cultivation level at the late stage of spirit division, and he harbored absolute confidence that he could effortlessly suppress even the rumored sword master of Shushan. Those who threaten Shushan shall face annihilation without mercy. Zhao Fan's expression remained impassive. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly and powerfully in the ears of all present. I shall see how you intend to kill me, he declared. The bloodthirsty elder sneered repeatedly. As his words faded, he decisively launched his attack, unleashing a torrent of formidable punches that manifested as terrifying shadows, akin to mountains. This strike bore even greater weight than the previous one that had defeated the 3 elders. In the face of the bloodthirsty elder's demonic fists, Zhao Fan remained unperturbed, radiating a dazzling golden light from his entire being. With a thunderous roar, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the horrific punch shadows were shattered by the golden aura enveloping Zhao Fan. This was the might of the 6-foot golden body, capable of effortlessly repelling the opponent's assault. What? The bloodthirsty elder's expression changed dramatically. Die? Zhao Fan's gaze turned icy, and he took the initiative. The originally delicate spirit sword surged into a formidable 3-foot divine blade. As he swept it forth, the sword's light illuminated the heavens and the earth, tearing through the boundless void, sweeping menacingly toward the bloodthirsty elder. This sword strike was earth-shattering, instilling terror in both gods and demons alike. Darkness, demonic fist. Sensing an overwhelming aura of death, the bloodthirsty elder gritted his teeth and roared furiously, launching his fist with all his might in an attempt to block this lethal strike. Boom. Under the brilliance of Zhao Fan's sword light, the punch's force was obliterated in an instant, utterly incapable of withstanding the blow. No. The sword light, akin to a galactic torrent, completely engulfed the bloodthirsty elder. Ultimately, amidst his unwilling screams, his physical form exploded into countless blood mists, leaving even his primordial spirit with no chance of escape, truly obliterating both body and soul. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time those present comprehended the situation, the bloodthirsty elder had already fallen. With a single sword strike, Zhao Fan had utterly decimated the ancient monster who had survived for nearly a millennium, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. He is dead. The Elder Master has actually perished. The current leader of the Moon Worship sect was filled with dread, trembling in fear. How could the bloodthirsty elder, a being at the late stage of spirit separation and a source of pride for their sect, be slain by a single sword? Leader, we must escape at once. Several powerful members of the Moon Worship sect urged in terror. Flee. We must flee immediately. The sect leader finally came to his senses, abandoning thousands of Moon Worship followers to escape with a few key figures. However, before they could get far, a beam of sword light tore through the void, striking with the swiftness of lightning. With a few anguished cries, the sect leader and several of his trusted strongmen were annihilated, their bodies and souls extinguished. This is dire. Both the Elder Master and the leader are dead. We must flee. Run quickly. As the leader fell, the once numerous Moon Worship followers scattered in panic like startled birds. Zhao Fan had no intention of pursuing these individuals. If he could not handle them, then perhaps he, as the sect master of Zhao City, should relinquish his position. Zhao Fan cast a glance at the people from Mount Shu, his golden figure slowly dissipating until it vanished completely. Within the demon-sealing tower, as a fragment of his primordial spirit returned to its rightful place, Zhao Fan opened his eyes and let out a subtle sigh of relief. Moments ago, separated by an immeasurable distance, he had dispatched the bloodthirsty elder and others with a sliver of his primordial essence. Although this did not deplete much of his spiritual energy, it posed considerable risks to his soul. Should a portion of the primordial spirit sustain damage, it would inevitably inflict significant harm upon the cultivator's main body. Hence, unless one possesses unwavering confidence in their own strength, such long-distance assaults should not be undertaken lightly. Despite the demise of the bloodthirsty elder and the Moon Worship sect's prominent leaders, the sect's followers, notorious for their malevolence and brutality, remained a grave threat to the innocent populace. Allowing them to escape would spell disaster for many. Consequently, upon Zhao Fan's disappearance, the sect leader, Zhao Cheng, swiftly reacted, issuing a resolute command. All disciples of Mount Shu, follow me to eradicate the Moon Worship sect. In obedience, the disciples thundered. The battle cry of thousands of elite disciples echoed through the skies as they pursued the Moon Worship sect's followers with relentless fervor. Although the sect boasted numerical superiority, they were paralyzed by fear, and within half a day, the disciples of Mount Shu had decimated more than half of their ranks, with only a scant few managing to flee the Qingfeng Gorge. This battle led to the utter collapse of the Moon Worship sect. The events of that day quickly spread throughout a vast expanse of the cultivation world. The formidable bloodthirsty elder, at the peak of the spirit separation stage, was effortlessly slain by a mysterious swordsman from Mount Shu, causing a tremendous uproar. Countless speculations arose regarding the true level of strength possessed by this swordsman. Some claimed he was undoubtedly a consummate cultivator at the spirit separation stage, while others suggested he was a powerful figure on the brink of the harmonization stage. Amidst the myriad of opinions, no definitive conclusion emerged. However, one thing was indisputable. Following this conflict, a profound respect for Mount Shu permeated the cultivation world. Even the once arrogant demonic clans and sects, upon receiving the news, cautioned their disciples and kin to steer clear of Mount Shu's territory, advising them to refrain from provoking this burgeoning power. Outside, the clamor was relentless, yet Zhao Fan remained undeterred, commencing a new day of sign-in with his system. Shall we begin the sign-in? Sign-in. Zhao Fan responded habitually. Sign-in successful. Reward, blood-soaked demon exorcising pill. As the system's voice faded, a green elixir materialized in Zhao Fan's hand. This exquisite pill, while not of significant use to him, could assist cultivators below the spirit separation stage in enhancing their cultivation. Zhao Fan quietly stored the pill, preparing to continue his training. At that moment, however, a potent surge of spiritual energy emanated from a nearby stone dwelling. In a flash, Zhao Fan vanished from his position, reappearing beside Zhao Xiaodian, who, at just over 8 years of age, lay with his eyes tightly shut, a look of anguish etched upon his youthful face. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his skin flushed, and his body burning with fever. He focused his mind, centering his energy in his dantian, in an attempt to refine the influx of celestial energy into his being, transforming it into his own spiritual power. Zhao Fan's countenance grew grave as he spoke in a low voice. With a subtle gesture of his hand, he effortlessly drew in the surrounding celestial energy, which flowed into Zhao Xiaoyan's body through the pores of his delicate skin. The young boy trembled violently, his expression contorted in agony, yet he emitted no sound. This child possesses commendable fortitude, Zhao Fan mused inwardly. A mere 7 or 8-year-old could grit their teeth and endure such pain, clearly demonstrating an extraordinary willpower. As the strands of celestial energy entered Zhao Xiaoyan's frail form, the immense pressure weighed down upon him. It was a struggle even for an adult to withstand the intensity and torment when first absorbing and refining celestial energy, let alone a child like Zhao Xiaodian. Nevertheless, the boy persevered, gritting his teeth and striving to absorb even more celestial energy into his body, diligently refining it into his own spiritual power according to the foundational cultivation techniques. Though still in his youth, he understood the critical juncture he faced. Successfully harnessing this celestial energy would enable him to break free from constraints and ascend to the realm of a chi refinement practitioner. Was he nearing his limit? Observing Zhao Xiaoyan's precarious state, Zhao Fan's brow furrowed slightly. If the child could endure more celestial energy during this initial absorption, his future cultivation would commence from a significantly higher starting point, granting him an exceptional advantage. Just as Zhao Fan's concern deepened, Zhao Xiaodian continued to persist, his tender visage growing pallid, even as beads of blood began to surface upon his skin. Time slipped away, second by second. At last, as the sound of crackling beans resonated within Zhao Xiaoyan's body, his once feeble aura surged visibly, breaking through the shackles and propelling him into the ranks of chi refinement practitioners. Under the nurturing influence of his newfound spiritual power, the bloodstains on his surface gradually faded, and his once labored breaths returned to a steady rhythm. Seeing this, Zhao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This child was even stronger than he had anticipated. Moreover, to initially draw upon celestial energy and subsequently ascend to the chi refinement stage in one fell swoop was an accomplishment that not only surpassed his peers but also outshone many so-called prodigies among cultivators. As Zhao Xiaodian felt the profound transformation within himself, he opened his tightly shut eyes. Just as he was about to leap for joy, he caught sight of Zhao Fan standing nearby, startling him into a startled demeanor. "Uncle," he said timidly, "you performed admirably. To draw in celestial energy for the first time and achieve the chi refinement stage is remarkable. If you continue to cultivate diligently, your future will be extraordinary," Zhao Fan remarked with a smile, gesturing for him to follow. Though Zhao Xiaodian felt a twinge of confusion, he cautiously trailed behind Zhao Fan, ready to absorb the lessons ahead. Pay close attention. Upon arriving at the open space, Zhao Fan gazed at the colossal rock 100 meters away. With his fingers poised like a sword, he effortlessly executed a strike, the motion seamless and natural, as if summoning the forces of the universe. The sword light flashed like lightning, shattering the stone with a resounding crash. Heavens! Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes widened, his youthful face bearing a hint of astonishment. This is the foundational sword technique of Mount Shu. I shall teach you but once. How much you comprehend thereafter is contingent on your own fortune. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Fan, light of foot, began to gracefully demonstrate the foundational sword technique of Mount Shu, which he had previously refined. Though his movements were deliberate, to Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes, they appeared remarkably intricate, each gesture imbued with the essence of supreme swordsmanship. Zhao Xiaoyan's expression turned serious, his eyes wide as he meticulously noted each of Zhao Fan's actions. Although some aspects eluded his understanding, he sensed that the swordplay imparted by his uncle was undoubtedly profound. Moments later, having completed the demonstration, Zhao Fan gradually came to a halt and inquired, "Have you memorized it?" "Uncle, I..." Zhao Xiaodian scratched his head. Speaking timidly, "It seems I have remembered it all, yet also feel as though I have grasped none." "Excellent, precisely so." To his surprise, Zhao Fan did not display anger. Instead, he chuckled and gently patted Zhao Xiaoyan's head, continuing, From this day forth, you shall practice this sword technique. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I understand. Relieved by Zhao Fan's amiability, Zhao Xiaodian nodded earnestly. Without further prompting, he commenced to imitate the earlier movements, beginning his practice of the foundational sword technique. It must be said, this child possessed an innate talent for cultivation, having merely witnessed the technique once. He could recall nearly all the sword maneuvers. Though his motions were somewhat stiff and lacked fluidity, for an 8-year-old, this accomplishment was remarkable. Time swiftly passed, and in a mere 7 days, through relentless effort and Zhao Fan's guidance, Zhao Xiaodian developed a certain understanding and insight into the foundational sword technique. Yet, Zhao Fan did not relent in his expectations, insisting on daily practice. On a particular day, light footsteps echoed outside the demon locking tower, signaling the arrival of Zhang Qian with provisions. Senior brother, I have come to deliver your meal. This time, I brought several bottles of fine wine. Zhang Qian, with her delicate features and tall, graceful figure, now exuded a maturity and charm that contrasted with her former innocence. She called out from a distance, her sweet, melodic voice tinged with an excitement previously absent. You've brought what fine wines, junior sister? Zhao Fan inquired with a smile. Osmanthus wine and premium yellow wine, both over a century old. I had to exert quite an effort to trade for them with the wine-loving senior brothers within the sect. Senior brother, you must indulge in several cups. Zhang Qian giggled, filling Zhao Fan's cup to the brim before handing it over. The aroma wafted enticingly. Indeed, it was splendid. Zhao Fan took a sip and nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian smiled sweetly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her beautiful eyes, and replied, as long as the esteemed sword cultivator is satisfied. Little junior sister, how can you be drunk if you haven't had any wine? I am your senior brother. Where does this esteemed sword cultivator title come from? Zhao Fan scoffed lightly, speaking nonchalantly. Senior brother, there's no need to feign ignorance. I have already deduced that you are the mysterious sword cultivator from Mount Shu. Zhang Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she continued. The little sword you gifted me some days ago is the best evidence. For the past few days, Zhang Qian had been exceedingly excited, even struggling to find sleep at night. Though her nature was innocent and kind-hearted, she was neither foolish nor naive. The little sword Zhao Fan had given her had showcased the prowess of the enigmatic sword cultivator from Mount Shu in Qingfeng Gorge, where he had slain the bloodthirsty elder of the demonic path with a single stroke. At that moment, she had been utterly astonished and had formed a certain hypothesis in her mind. Reflecting on Zhao Fan's calm and composed demeanor during perilous times on Mount Shu only solidified her conviction regarding his identity. Her tone was filled with certainty, bolstered not only by her logical deductions, but also by a woman's innate intuition. She was utterly convinced that Zhao Fan was indeed the powerful and mysterious sword cultivator from Mount Shu. Despite the heavy door of the demon suppression tower separating them, Zhao Fan could still sense her eager anticipation. Since you have already guessed it, it seems I can no longer deny it. Zhao Fan contemplated before openly admitting, yes, I am the sword cultivator from Mount Shu. Senior brother, is this true? Upon hearing Zhao Fan's confirmation, Zhang Qian nearly leaped with excitement, repeatedly asking, you truly are the esteemed sword cultivator from Mount Shu. This is wonderful. I knew my guess wasn't wrong. She was overjoyed, her happiness surpassing that of a significant breakthrough in her cultivation. Once her excitement subsided, Zhang Qian seemed to recall something, pouting her rosy lips as she asked, Senior brother, why didn't you tell me sooner? Did I not inform you? Zhao Fan chuckled, feigning confusion as he reminded, if memory serves. I did mention that I am the sword cultivator from Mount Shu. It was merely that you didn't believe me at the time. That. Zhang Qian's face flushed with embarrassment, vividly recalling how after the incident with the 6 great sword sects, Zhao Fan had indeed jokingly claimed to be the sword cultivator from Mount Shu. At the time, she had thought it was just a jest and had not taken it seriously. Reflecting now, she realized that Zhao Fan had not deceived her. Senior brother, may I still address you that way in the future? Can I still bring you meals as before? Zhang Qian blinked her large eyes, asking timidly. Discovering that Zhao Fan was the unfathomable sword cultivator from Mount Shu filled her with joy, yet also an overwhelming sense of pressure. Of course. Why? Do you not wish to bring me meals anymore? Zhao Fan teased. No. I would love to bring you meals every day. Being able to serve the esteemed sword cultivator meals is a dream come true for many. Zhang Qian replied with a giggle. Little junior sister, you can continue to call me senior brother as before. Remember, Regarding my matters, it is our secret and must not be disclosed to others, Zhao Fan softly reminded. Rest assured, senior brother, I would never divulge it to anyone, lest our fellow disciples disturb your tranquility. Zhang Qian nodded earnestly. Then it is settled. Zhao Fan replied with a subtle smile, before inquiring, by the way, I have eliminated the bloodthirsty elder and his associates. Has the issue with the moon worship sect been resolved? Senior brother, the moon worship sect has been utterly annihilated. Moreover, this event has instilled a palpable fear among various demon clans and sects towards our Shushan. In fact, many leaders have issued direct orders to their disciples, forbidding them from setting foot within our Shushan. Zhang Qian recounted briefly, her expression brightening. What is most gratifying is that during this period, over a dozen immortal families have willingly joined us, becoming vassals of Shushan. I hear that the sect master and the elders have been quite busy. All of this is due to your efforts, senior brother. As long as you are here, our Shushan will undoubtedly flourish, Zhang Qian added, not forgetting to flatter him. To truly revitalize Shushan, it cannot rely solely on one individual. It requires the collective effort of many, Zhao Fan replied calmly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Zhang Qian, her bright eyes sparkling with contemplation, nodded in agreement. The two continued their light-hearted conversation until dusk approached, at which point Zhang Qian reluctantly took her leave. Once she departed, the demon-locking tower returned to its usual tranquility. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan did not step outside the tower again. His days were consumed with cultivation and daily check-ins, and during moments of leisure, he would offer guidance to his nephew, Zhao Xiaotian. For a cultivator of Zhao Fan's caliber, even the slightest pointers could provide immense aid to an ordinary practitioner. Zhao Xiaotian, possessing commendable talent, flourished rapidly under Zhao Fan's repeated tutelage. As time passed, 22 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. This marked the 120th year since Zhao Fan arrived at the demon-locking tower. While a century may seem a lengthy lifetime to an ordinary person, to a cultivator, it is but a fleeting moment. Throughout these 22 years, Zhao Fan's cultivation had not made significant advancements. He remained at the perfected stage of the spirit separation realm. Beyond spirit separation lies the integration realm, an enigmatic and pivotal stage for cultivators. Even during the most glorious epochs of the immortal world thousands of years ago, practitioners of the integration realm were hailed as formidable beings, possessing the power to move mountains and fill seas with a mere gesture. The integration realm was tantalizingly close. Within Zhao Fan's reach, yet he felt no urgency. This level transcends all prior realms of cultivation, requiring a perfect equilibrium among the primordial spirit, spiritual power, and physical body to ascend. Over the course of nearly 10 millennia, even the rare and exceptional practitioners who ascended to this level have merely perfected one or two of the three essential elements, falling short of being true paragons of power. My spiritual essence and ethereal energy have been meticulously honed over the years, nearly reaching their utmost potential. Only my physical form remains a tad lacking. When the three converge and I break through, my overall strength will undoubtedly far surpass that of my peers by several folds. Zhao Fan's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he murmured to himself. Throughout these years, he has been diligently refining himself, continuously accumulating and solidifying his prowess. After 22 years, the ethereal energy within Zhao Fan's body has become as unfathomable as the vast ocean, while his spiritual essence has grown immensely solid and radiant, akin to a resplendent sun. In the expansive grounds of the demon-locking tower, Zhao Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the endless expanse of dark clouds above. With a gesture of his fingers, he casually struck out. Thunder roared. The heavy black clouds, spanning over 10 miles, parted instantaneously, creating the illusion that the very heavens had been cleaved in two. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by Zhao Xiaotian, who watched in wide-eyed astonishment from a distance. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Without employing any ethereal energy, Zhao Fan willed the moisture in the air to coalesce into an array of razor-sharp, flying swords, densely filling the sky, all surging toward the depths of the clouds, shattering the once-split dark mass into fragments. As the black clouds dispersed, golden sunlight cascaded down upon Zhao Fan, rendering his figure even more towering and majestic. My uncle has grown even stronger. When will I be able to attain such strength? Zhao Xiaotian murmured, gazing at Zhao Fan's silhouette, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Under Zhao Fan's tutelage over the years, he had transformed from a mere child of 8 into a formidable practitioner at the nascent soul stage, yet he still could not fathom the depths of his uncle's power. only aware that it was immensely profound, akin to an ocean, unfathomable and boundless. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth has become increasingly abundant. I must hasten my physical cultivation and strive to break through as soon as possible. After dispersing the clouds, Zhao Fan could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy at high altitudes was growing denser, and the revival of spiritual energy had accelerated over the years. Life continued as usual. Aside from occasionally guiding his nephew Zhao Xiaodian, Zhao Fan's focus remained on his physical cultivation. Through his efforts, the Vidra body had reached the second layer of perfection, merely a step away from the third layer. On a day when heavy snow fell, Shushan welcomed the chill of winter. Zhao Cheng, the sect leader who had not visited the demon locking tower for many years, arrived today amidst the falling snowflakes. Clad in a flowing golden robe, he appeared resolute, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Compared to the past, there was less candor in his demeanor, replaced by an air of authority. Under Zhao Cheng's leadership, Shushan had witnessed significant growth and development, and he himself had ascended to the out-of-body stage. Yet, the path to the spirit-severing stage seemed remote, without fortuitous opportunities. He feared he might never transcend his current realm. Most importantly, he was entangled in countless trivial matters, leaving him with little energy to cultivate. A cultivator defies the heavens. Regardless of how exceptional one's innate talent may be, without dedicated focus on training, one's achievements remain severely limited. Brother, Zhao Cheng warmly called out. Before others, he was the esteemed and formidable leader of the Shushan sect, but only in the presence of his elder brother did he reveal such a personable demeanor. You have arrived, Zhao Fan replied with a calm smile, as if he had anticipated the visitor. Father, Zhao Xiaodian awkwardly addressed Zhao Cheng, who stood before him. His emotions stirred. Over the years, he had lived with his uncle Zhao Fan, yet his father, Zhao Cheng, had never come to see him, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Cheng smiled gently, nodding at Zhao Xiaodian. How have you been these years? He inquired with concern. Thanks to my uncle's guidance, I am now a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, there is still much I have yet to learn, far less than a fraction of what my uncle knows. Zhao Xiaodian humbly responded. Very good, very good. At your age, I was merely at the golden core stage. Your accomplishments have already surpassed mine, and your future holds limitless potential. As for your uncle, he is the strongest among us in Shushan, even with 200 more years. You may not fully grasp all that he can teach you. Zhao Cheng's face lit up with a smile, proud of Zhao Xiaoyan's growth, and grateful for Zhao Fan's quiet mentorship. Enough of this flattery, you two, Zhao Fan chuckled, turning to Zhao Cheng. What brings you here this time? I haven't visited my brother in over 20 years, so I thought it was time to pay a visit. Moreover, Xiaodian has grown up. I want him to assist me with a few matters, Zhao Cheng candidly stated. That is only fitting. Even if you had tea come today. I had plans to send Xiaodian out soon. Remaining in the demon-sealing tower indefinitely is hardly appropriate. Zhao Fan nodded, contemplating. Initially, at the request of his brother Zhao Cheng, Zhao Fan had agreed to temporarily care for Zhao Xiaodian, with no intention of mentoring him for a lifetime. Most importantly, Zhao Xiaodian was unlike himself and lacked systematic support. Staying in the demon-sealing tower to grow stronger through mere presence held no meaning. Father. But I wish to stay by my uncle's side and continue my cultivation. There is still so much I have yet to learn. I do not want to leave here. Hearing the conversation between his uncle and father, Zhao Xiaodian grew anxious and vehemently opposed the idea. Xiaodian, the demon-sealing tower is monotonous and the spiritual energy is thin. It is not a place for you to linger. The outside world is far more vibrant. You are still young and should venture out to explore. Should you encounter any difficulties or have questions regarding cultivation, you can always come back to find me in the tower, Zhao Fan gently reassured him. A soft smile gracing his lips. After all, having lived together for over 20 years, who among us is devoid of feelings? Especially considering Zhao Fan had personally nurtured his beloved nephew. Uncle, Zhao Xiaodian clenched his teeth, his eyes slightly reddened. Listen to your uncle. The affairs of Shushan are numerous, and I am somewhat overwhelmed. I require your assistance, Zhao Cheng said as he gently patted his shoulder. All right, uncle. I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaodian knelt down with a thud, bowing respectfully to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan did not intervene, accepting the gesture with calmness. This exquisite flying sword, Lu Yan, shall be my gift to you. Take it with you, Zhao Fan said, producing a sword and handing it to Zhao Xiaodian. Thank you, uncle. I will not disappoint your expectations, Zhao Xiaodian replied, taking the sword with solemnity. Though reluctant to part, He ultimately left the demon-locking tower under the urging of his father, Zhao Cheng. Watching the duo depart, Zhao Fan let out a gentle sigh. And within the demon-locking tower, tranquility was restored once more. After Zhao Xiaotin's exit, Zhao Fan immersed himself in his cultivation. He had perfected the second layer of the Ziqing golden body, but still lacked the crucial opportunity to break through to the third layer. On one particular day, as Zhao Fan was meditating, a subtle tremor emanated from the depths of the demon-locking tower. Though faint, it was captured by Zhao Fan's keen senses. Zhao Fan abruptly opened his eyes and vanished from his spot. When his figure reappeared, he found himself deep within the demon grave, where a terrifying disturbance was occurring at the entrance of the subterranean space. Could something have happened to the little fox? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and dashed inside like lightning. At that moment, the once majestic underground palatial structures were collapsing, forming a menacing black hole. The abyss was unfathomable, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, with wisps of toxic gas seeping forth, corroding the surrounding palaces. Even the formidable protective formations could scarcely withstand the onslaught. In this critical moment, a small fox with crystalline white fur summoned an overwhelming surge of demonic power, erecting a massive light barrier that struggled to contain the poisonous gas. Otherwise, the entire subterranean palace complex would meet utter destruction. As the toxic gas continued to proliferate, the little white fox's expression grew grave, her petite form retreating under the immense pressure. "Little fox, you are awake. What has transpired?" Just as the white fox was about to succumb, Zhao Fan suddenly appeared by her side, wielding his sword and unleashing a torrent of sword light that tore through the void, obliterating the encroaching toxins. "Quick, help me seal that opening. Otherwise, the poison will pour forth endlessly," the little white fox urged, her initial joy at Zhao Fan's arrival quickly turning to urgency. Though unsure of the exact circumstances, Zhao Fan chose to act, his fierce and astonishing sword energy surging like a tempest towards the black hole. Simultaneously, the little white fox raised her paw, striking out to manifest a colossal claw shadow akin to a mountain. Boom! With a deafening roar, the formidable assault launched by the alliance of a human and a fox momentarily forced back the countless black holes exuding toxic gas. However, this was merely the beginning. It seemed that terrifying creatures within the black holes had sensed the disturbance outside. With a deep, resonant growl, the toxic gas erupted like a volcano, spewing forth in an unceasing torrent. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes, a powerful spiritual force emanating from him as the flying sword, Qi Shao, materialized out of thin air, emitting a clear and resonant clang. "Break!" With a firm command from Zhao Fan, the sword light illuminated the entire subterranean expanse, resembling a golden sun that obliterated the dark. Toxic miasma. The force surged forth, magnificently descending upon the black hole. The noxious gas that permeated the black hole began to evaporate under the sword light, which formed an immense net-like seal that enveloped the entrance, preventing the toxic fumes from escaping further. The abyssal black hole, filled with demonic gas, let out reluctant howls as it was forcefully suppressed by the golden sword light, ultimately being driven back into its depths. Observing the temporary subjugation of the toxic gas, the little white fox raised her small paw, patting her chest with a hint of lingering trepidation. In a melodious voice, she remarked, "Fortunately, you arrived just in time, or I would have surely been overwhelmed." She cast a proud glance at Zhao Fan and snorted softly. "Weren't you supposed to be asleep? How did things come to this?" Zhao Fan inquired, furrowing his brow, choosing not to engage in her antics. "I'm not certain," the little white fox replied, shaking her head in confusion. "I had just awakened from my slumber and was still reveling in my breakthrough to the later stage of spirit division when suddenly the ground collapsed, revealing this black hole that belched forth continuous toxic gas, nearly suffocating me." "You've advanced to the later stage of spirit division?" Zhao Fan remarked, scrutinizing the little white fox, and indeed, he discerned that her aura was significantly stronger than before, with even subtle changes in her appearance. A second tail had sprouted behind her, gently swaying, exuding an air of mystery and power. Of course, the little white fox proudly lifted her head, declaring, "My innate talent is unparalleled. I am not to be compared with mere human cultivators like yourselves." No sooner had she finished speaking than a thought seemed to strike her, her bright eyes widening as she fixed an intense gaze on Zhao Fan. "Wait a moment. Even my later stage cultivation is insufficient to suppress the toxic gas within the black hole. How did you manage it?" "Guess," Zhao Fan replied with a smile, teasing her. "Could it be that you've also broken through?" "What a freak." The little white fox felt a tinge of disappointment. She had thought that after her long slumber, advancing from the initial to the later stage of spirit division, she would surely catch up to Zhao Fan, only to realize she still fell short. She felt a pang of frustration, contemplating how she would eventually surpass Zhao Fan and seize an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Little fox, you've done remarkably well. Having slept for merely 20 years in the jade coffin, and yet you've successfully advanced 2 small realms. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up to me. Seeing the little white fox appear somewhat disheartened, Zhao Fan offered a comforting smile. Is what you said true? The little white fox inquired, her large eyes filled with skepticism. Indeed, it is true, Zhao Fan replied with a gentle smile. His words were not merely a means of consolation. He was genuinely astonished by the rapid progress of the little white fox. Should she continue to cultivate in such a manner, it was not out of the realm of possibility that she might surpass him. Zhao Fan increasingly sensed that the origins of the little white fox were far from ordinary. What common beast possessed such a terrifying rate of cultivation? Let us not dwell on that. We must address the matter of this black hole, Zhao Fan declared, turning his gaze towards the abyss that seemed bottomless. Feeling an overwhelming sense of oppressive force emanating from it, this black hole was exceedingly perilous. Previously, a deep growl had resonated from within, suggesting the presence of some dreadful creature. The little white fox watched the black hole warily, her petite form tensing slightly, revealing her unease and anxiety. As a practitioner of the demon race, she possessed a keen intuition regarding dangerous matters, and the sudden emergence of this black hole sent shivers of impending doom through her. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of this black hole. Had it existed for eons without notice? Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Would you like to sign in before the abyss of 10,000 beasts? What? This black hole leads to the abyss of 10,000 beasts. Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively responded, sign in. Sign in successful, reward, Nirvana golden pill. As the system's voice faded, a golden elixir materialized in Zhao Fan's hand. To his astonishment, it was indeed the revered Nirvana golden pill. He had never anticipated acquiring such a precious item. The Nirvana golden pill was not an ordinary concoction. Rather, it was the essence of divine power left behind by a formidable being of the demon race before their demise. If a human practitioner were to refine and absorb it, their physical body would experience significant enhancement, making it an invaluable treasure for those focused on physical cultivation. Zhao Fan had previously struggled to break through to the integration stage due to deficiencies in his corporeal form. Now, with the Nirvana golden pill in hand, he could greatly strengthen his body, enabling his golden physique to ascend to the 3rd level. Little fox, protect me. We shall address the black hole issue afterward. Without waiting for the little white fox to gather her thoughts, Zhao Fan suddenly sat cross-legged, commencing the refinement of the Nirvana golden pill. What on earth are you doing? Why do you command this fox spirit? The little white fox huffed, stamping her delicate white paw in frustration, yet she dutifully remained by Zhao Fan's side. Observing him intently, her eyes widened in astonishment as Zhao Fan's flesh and blood suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, shining like the sun in its splendor. What a powerful physique! What has happened to him? The little white fox took a step back, closely monitoring Zhao Fan. Under her watchful gaze, his entire being became enveloped in layers of luminous golden radiance, as if forged from celestial gold, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. From a distance, it appeared as though a golden Buddha emanated a radiant light, causing even the swirling toxic gases from the nearby black hole to shrink back in trepidation. Hesitant to assault the sword light seal any further, Zhao Fan, with an imposing demeanor, successfully ascended to the 3rd layer of the realm, aided by the Nirvana golden elixir. He could distinctly sense that his physical form had become several times more powerful than before. Crucially, alongside the enhancement of his corporeal body, Zhao Fan's primordial spirit and spiritual power began to transcend as well, a stream of transcendent and sacred aura emanating from within him. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous roar akin to a collapsing mountain or a surging sea echoed from Zhao Fan's body, and his aura surged exponentially. This sudden display of formidable energy caught the small white fox off guard, causing her to stagger back. Her eyes widened in shock as she regarded Zhao Fan. Despite possessing a late-stage spirit division cultivation, she found herself overwhelmed by his imposing presence. Just how powerful had he become? As the small white fox pondered this, the terrifying aura that had enveloped Zhao Fan quickly dissipated, vanishing as if it had never existed. The sensation was delightful. Soon, Zhao Fan opened his eyes, his demeanor deepening, akin to an unfathomable ocean. Have you broken through again? The small white fox inquired, blinking her large eyes with a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, neither confirming nor denying. You're a super freak, the small white fox exclaimed, somewhat indignant. It was disheartening for her to witness Zhao Fan, this human cultivator, achieving yet another breakthrough so soon after their first meeting. Stay outside while I take a look inside, Zhao Fan said, gazing at the endless black hole with a moment's hesitation. If the system's indications were correct, this black hole was the cave of 10,000 demons. According to historical records in the cultivation world, the cave of 10,000 demons was an extraordinary place formed naturally, teeming with demonic energy that could yield rare treasures or give rise to terrifying monsters. Zhao Fan felt compelled to investigate thoroughly, otherwise it would remain in uncertain peril. Moreover, what piqued Zhao Fan's curiosity was why the cave of 10,000 demons existed beneath the subterranean space. Had it long been there, or was it newly formed? If it had existed for ages, it might hold secrets about the origins of this underground realm. What? Are you out of your mind? The small white fox exclaimed in alarm. No one knew what lay within the black hole, and should Zhao Fan recklessly venture inside and encounter danger, she would be unable to assist in time. Do not worry. If I face any peril, I will retreat immediately, Zhao Fan assured her. Feeling the boundless surge of spiritual power within him, his confidence unwavering. Had he not broken through earlier, he would have hesitated to plunge into the black hole, but now, having attained the third layer of the golden body and exceeded the spirit division stage, he was certain of his ability to emerge unscathed, regardless of the dangers that might lurk within. As the words fell, Zhao Fan transformed into a streak of flowing light, darting into the black hole like an arrow. Hey! The little white fox paused, angrily tapping the ground with its tiny paws, causing the entire subterranean space to tremble with a resounding roar. The toxic gas was formidable, posing a threat even to formidable beings in the harmonization stage. Upon entering the black hole, Zhao Fan beheld the lurking toxic gas below, surging forth like a colossal beast scenting its prey, rolling towards him like a tidal wave. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Fan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, bellowing, Zhonglu Golden Body. In an instant, his flesh and blood shimmered, resembling a true golden-bodied Arhut, radiating brilliant golden energy that illuminated much of the cavern. Sizzling, the surging toxic gas advanced, only to be evaporated as if solid ice met flames. This was the third layer of the Zhonglu Golden Body's protective energy. The flawless golden energy was not only capable of countering these toxic fumes. Even a fully realized cultivator in the divine separation stage might struggle to breach its defenses. Despite the righteous energy repelling the corrosive toxins, Zhao Fan did not relax in the slightest. Rather, his expression grew increasingly grave. As he descended further, the toxic gas thickened, eventually becoming almost tangible. After descending thousands of meters, Zhao Fan still could not see the end of the cavern, as if it were endless. Roar! At that moment, a deep rumble emanated from the unfathomable depths of the black hole, scattering countless toxic fumes. A massive, crimson claw, measuring 100 meters in length and carrying a terrifying stench, lunged upwards towards Zhao Fan. Is there truly a creature within? Zhao Fan felt a surge of astonishment, sensing a potent aura of danger from the enormous red claw. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the air with one hand, summoning the flying sword, Qi Shao, which erupted with dazzling light as it slashed down towards the giant claw with immense force. Thud! The sword light cleaved through the swirling toxic gas, severing the red claw with a single strike. A howl of rage erupted from the unknown creature below, and the entire cavern shook violently as a multitude of robust claws tore through the layers of toxic gas, descending upon Zhao Fan with a thunderous fury. Zhao Fan's expression shifted slightly. Looking around, he counted over 100 giant claws, nearly threatening to burst the entire cavern as they surged forth like roaring tidal waves infused with demonic energy. Sword control technique. Zhao Fan took a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within. The flying sword, Qi Shao, emitted a crisp and powerful chime, transforming into a multitude of sword shadows that ripped through the void, crashing downwards like an avalanche. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sword light collided with the menacing multitude of claws, causing the entire cavern to tremble and resonate, culminating in a terrifying explosion. Roar. Before the dust could settle, one massive shadow after another suddenly appeared within Zhao Fan's line of sight, accompanied by an ever-increasing wave of formidable pressure bearing down upon him. Confronted by the chilling and terrifying aura that enveloped him, even the formidable Zhao Fan felt a tightening sensation throughout his body, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It was akin to standing before a colossal prehistoric beast that could shake the very earth, an oppressive feeling that resonated deep within his soul. His scalp prickled with unease. Could there be terrifying demons lurking in the depths of the myriad demons' cave? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan turned to flee. As if sensing his intent to escape, a series of terrifying roars erupted from below, akin to thunderclaps that pierced the air with a sharp and jarring sound. The dreadful sound waves were capable of obliterating any cultivator beneath the integration stage. However, Zhao Fan, being a powerful adept of the integration stage, quickly regained his composure after a momentary shudder, transforming into a streak of sword light that shot upward. With a resounding crash, the black poisonous gas was torn asunder, and monstrous claws emerged, yet they grasped only at empty air. Just as these claws reached for the edge of the cave entrance, the previously smooth walls of the cavern erupted with golden runes, forming a formidable net. The moment the countless claws made contact with the golden net, they recoiled in pain, emitting a hissing sound as they retreated, accompanied by frustrated and angry roars. Fortunately, they could not escape. Otherwise, with his current strength, Zhao Fan would have been utterly powerless against them. As the golden net gradually faded from view, Zhao Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing just how terrifying the myriad demons' cave truly was, with remnants of demons still lying in wait. He pondered with concern whether that insufferable creature had encountered trouble within. At the edge of the cave, the little white fox gazed with her gem-like, bright eyes, displaying signs of anxiety and tension. The violent tremors and terrifying roars from within the black hole had left her worried for Zhao Fan's safety. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the cave. Zhao Fan, having exited the myriad demons' cave, "You finally made it out. You nearly drove this fox spirit to despair," she exclaimed with relief upon seeing him, though a hint of reproach lingered in her tone. "By the way, what was it like in there?" she inquired with genuine concern. Zhao Fan's expression turned grave as he replied, "There are living demons inside, exceedingly powerful and fearsome. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have struggled to escape." He recounted the events that transpired within the cave without concealing any details. "That sounds perilous. I am fortunate I did not enter earlier, or else." The little white fox shuddered at the mere thought. "There is a mysterious seal preventing those entities from emerging for now, but we must uncover the truth swiftly. Otherwise, when the seal eventually shatters, it will lead to significant trouble." To be prudent, Zhao Fan unleashed several powerful beams of sword light, sealing off the cave entrance entirely. This precaution ensured that even if the mysterious seal were to vanish in the future, he would be able to sense any demons attempting to breach the cave immediately. "Little fox, will you stay here or accompany me outside?" Zhao Fan inquired after completing his preparations. "I shall accompany you outside," she responded. Although the entrance was temporarily blocked, the little white fox dared not linger in the subterranean space any longer. If, by chance, the demons within broke the seal and burst forth, she would surely be in peril. It was far safer to remain by Zhao Fan's side. Before departing, the little white fox casually took the jade coffin with her. This way, even if she was no longer in the underground space, her cultivation would be unaffected. After leaving the subterranean realm, Zhao Fan and the little white fox once again arrived at the scripture pavilion of Mount Shu, hoping to glean information regarding the cave of 10,000 demons from the relevant texts housed within. The scripture pavilion was bustling with disciples, as in recent years, Mount Shu had been thriving and attracting an increasing number of new students. Some diligent newcomers sought to discover suitable martial arts for cultivation within its halls. However, Zhao Fan and the little white fox possessed profound and formidable levels of cultivation, rendering them undetectable to the ordinary disciples. Despite the stringent guards, Zhao Fan and the little white fox strode in confidently, unnoticed by anyone. Zhao Fan began his search for records concerning the cave of 10,000 demons, swiftly perusing the historical documents. With a mere flick of his thoughts, he comprehended the contents with remarkable speed. In a short span, he discovered scant references to the cave of 10,000 demons. The texts vaguely alluded to ancient rumors dating back tens of thousands of years. During the founding of Mount Shu, when the patriarch engaged in fierce battles against countless demons and subsequently sealed some of these terrifying entities within a cave, the details of which remained shrouded in mystery. If this were true, The cave of 10,000 demons, personally sealed by the patriarch, must be the very one beneath the subterranean space. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yet, the notion that demons could still survive after such an expanse of time was utterly astonishing. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that the origins of this cave might be extraordinarily significant, considering the patriarch of Mount Shu was one of the most legendary figures in the cultivation world millennia ago. The demons powerful enough to warrant his personal sealing were undoubtedly formidable. Regrettably, the records were limited, resembling mere myth and legend. With only a handful of phrases to convey the story, Zhao Fan continued to flip through the texts but found no further clues. Suddenly, he turned to the little white fox beside him and softly asked, "By the way, have you recalled any other memories over the years?" Upon hearing this, the little white fox chirped and promptly leaped onto his shoulder. Her bright eyes held a hint of confusion as she softly replied, "The Empress. The Nine-Tailed Fox Clan." "The Nine-Tailed Fox Clan? Is there a connection to the Empress you mentioned earlier?" Zhao Fan inquired, surprised that a casual question had elicited a new clue from the little fox. "I don't know." The little white fox shook her head, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. "Since I awakened this time, this fragment of memory has suddenly surfaced." Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, choosing not to pursue further inquiries. Instead, he began to swiftly search through the literature regarding the nine-tailed fox. The little white fox perched upon Zhao Fan's shoulder, eagerly gazing at the volumes of books. Soon, after a diligent search, Zhao Fan discovered the accounts of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox clan had once unified the entire demon race tens of thousands of years ago, dominating a significant portion of the early cultivation world, and was renowned as the most powerful and enigmatic race among demons. Mature nine-tailed foxes possessed combat prowess rivaling that of true immortals, and their nine tails symbolized 9 lives, making them exceedingly difficult to slay. According to legend, the clan also included the formidable nine-tailed celestial fox, which would transcend through tribulations every millennium. Upon completing 9 cycles of cultivation, it could shatter the chains of heaven and earth, becoming a terrifying entity beyond true immortals. However, since the depletion of spiritual energy in the world a million years ago, not only had the mythical nine-tailed celestial fox vanished, but the entire nine-tailed fox race had almost completely disappeared. Furthermore, many other fearsome races that once held prominence in the cultivation world have similarly faded into obscurity following the decline of spiritual energy. These lost races are referred to by cultivators as the final demon races, indicating that since their disappearance, the spiritual energy of the cultivation realm has only diminished. For nearly 10,000 years, not only has the splendor of the cultivation world not been restored, but even demons and cultivators at the spirit-severing stage have nearly vanished from existence. It was only in recent years, with the gradual revival of spiritual energy, that numerous spirit-severing cultivators and demons began to emerge. Yet, even so, the appearance of beings beyond the spirit-severing stage remains exceedingly challenging. Little fox, could it be that you belong to the nine-tailed fox clan? Upon reading the relevant accounts, Zhao Fan fixed his gaze intently on the little white fox, particularly her 2 tails, which were indeed a distinct characteristic. I don't know," the little white fox replied, shaking her head in confusion. While the nine-tailed fox clan is known to possess 9 tails, she currently has only 2, and many fox species can also be born with multiple tails. Very well. However, could this underground space possibly have been constructed by the nine-tailed fox clan? Or perhaps that mysterious empress hails from the nine-tailed fox clan and built this subterranean realm? Zhao Fan speculated thoughtfully, yet lacking any concrete evidence, he found himself at a loss. The little white fox remained silent, lost in her own contemplations. She was even more curious about her origins than Zhao Fan, her mind a tumultuous whirl of uncertainty regarding whether she truly belonged to the nine-tailed fox clan. The two of them, one person and one fox, exchanged silent glances, enveloped in an atmosphere of quiet reflection. Well, speculating yields little fruit. Little fox, focus on your cultivation. Strive to recall some useful memories. When the time comes, I will assist you in uncovering your heritage, Zhao Fan eventually said after a moment of thought. The little white fox nodded gently, resting her head on Zhao Fan's shoulder, her demeanor appearing somewhat despondent. Do not fret, Zhao Fan reassured her with a smile. Noticing her desolation, I will help you. With a soft huff, the little white fox turned its head aside, yet a warmth lingered in its heart. Soon, the duo departed from the scripture vault and returned to the confines of the demon locking tower. The little white fox carefully transported the jade coffin into its stone abode, where it reclined comfortably upon it to cultivate. Having witnessed Zhao Fan's breakthrough before its very eyes, the little fox felt a considerable surge of motivation, prompting it to diligently engage in its training, often secluding itself in its quarters and refraining from disturbing Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, freshly ascended, found little time to attend to the little fox, as he focused on solidifying his newfound cultivation level. Although he had transcended to the spirit division stage, he harbored neither arrogance nor complacency. Having ventured into the abyss of 10,000 beasts, he became acutely aware that with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the ancient seals of malevolent creatures were also reawakening in tandem with the shifts of the world. Moreover, this was merely one of the many perilous realms within Mount Shu. The cultivation world sprawls vast and wide, and it is not unreasonable to suspect that similar domains might harbor even greater, more formidable entities or terrifying demons lying in wait. While those who achieve the unity stage may appear exalted, they are not invincible. Rather, they require ample time to hone their skills and elevate their prowess. Time slipped away like a fleeting thread, and before long, several years had passed. Zhao Fan utilized this time to thoroughly consolidate his cultivation, emerging even stronger than when he had first broken through. His aura had deepened, becoming increasingly unfathomable. On this particular day, Zhang Qian returned to deliver his meals. Through the heavy doors of the demon locking tower, she, with her exquisite features and a bright, crisp tone, remarked, "Senior brother, have you heard? The cultivation world has grown increasingly chaotic in recent years. Not long ago, several factions banded together to form the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, preparing to wage war against various demon clans." As Zhao Fan savored his food, he inquired, "The Kunlun Immortal Alliance? Is it connected to the Kunlun sect?" He recalled that the Kunlun sect was a venerable and enduring force in the cultivation realm, surpassing even Mount Shu in prestige. "Indeed, it is the Kunlun sect that advocates for the formation of this alliance," she replied. "It is said that several major cultivation powers have already joined, creating quite a formidable presence. I've also heard that the Kunlun Immortal Alliance has dispatched envoys, preparing to confer with our sect's leaders and extend an invitation for us to join. Have our leaders consented?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and asked. "Not yet. Rumor has it that the envoys from the Kunlun Immortal Alliance harbor ulterior motives. Ostensibly, they wish to invite us to join, but in reality, they aim to make us vassals, positioning Kunlun as the leader and using us as cannon fodder in their war against the demons. Should we become entangled, who knows how many brothers and sisters may suffer?" Zhang Qian shook her head softly, voicing her concern. "In that case, should we not simply refuse?" Zhao Fan chuckled lightly. "You speak with ease, senior brother. Yet I have heard from the law enforcement elder that many high-ranking members of our sect are advocating for the sect leader to join the alliance and vie for the position of alliance leader against Kunlun. It has come to my attention that the sect leader has yet to engage in discussions with the envoy from the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. And yet the situation has already become quite dire," Zhang Qian remarked with her large, blinking eyes, expressing her helplessness. Over the years, Mount Shu has experienced considerable growth, leading many high-ranking members of the sect to develop significant ambitions, believing that joining the Kunlun Immortal Alliance presents a splendid opportunity. "It is no easy task to be the leader of Mount Shu," Zhao Fan said with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He had faith in his younger brother, Zhao Cheng, to manage these affairs adeptly. Zhang Qian then shared numerous amusing anecdotes from recent happenings within Mount Shu before departing the demon locking tower with her empty food container. "Shall we commence the sign-in?" Just then, a familiar prompt resonated in his mind. "Sign in," Zhao Fan responded habitually. "Sign-in successful. Reward, the Ta Huang Sword Classic." As the system's voice faded, a profound and inscrutable swordsmanship essence surged into Zhao Fan's consciousness. The overwhelming sword intent was earth-shattering and awe-inspiring, tightening his entire being as if he were confronting the ultimate sword path of the cosmos, evoking a soul-stirring sensation. Zhao Fan was utterly astonished, murmuring, "What an extraordinary sword classic! The sword intent it emanates surpasses that of the sword control technique and the 10,000 sword art." With the revival of spiritual energy in the world accelerating over the past few years, Zhao Fan had previously signed in for numerous formidable martial arts techniques, but they all paled in comparison to the sword control technique and the 10,000 sword art. To his surprise, the Ta Huang Sword Classic he signed in for today was of such profound strength and depth The very essence of swordsmanship that radiated from the text left him in a state of shock, an experience unlike any he had encountered before. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and sat in meditation, meticulously seeking to comprehend the true essence of the Ta Huang Sword Classic. As a naturally gifted sword body, he possessed an unparalleled speed of understanding concerning sword path martial arts. However, after spending several days immersed in study, he could merely grasp a fraction of 1% of the entire sword classic, underscoring its rarity and profundity. Enthralled, Zhao Fan became immersed in his comprehension of the sword classic, emanating strands of terrifying sword intent that even distorted the very fabric of space under the intense influence. Indeed, it was unfathomably profound. The Ta Huang Sword Classic far surpassed the sword control technique and the 10,000 sword art, and should one cultivate it to perfection, it could even lead directly to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Regrettably, with his current cultivation level, he could only barely grasp 1 or 2% of its teachings. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes, the sword intent around him dissipating, yet his aura had deepened considerably. Akin to a divine sword yet to be unsheathed, though it did not display a cold gleam, it instilled a sense of awe and trepidation. With the assistance of the Ta Huang Sword Classic, Zhao Fan achieved a deeper understanding and enhancement in the realm of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, as Zhao Fan was absorbed in his cultivation, incessant arguments erupted within the Grand Hall of Mount Shu. Sect Leader. The envoy from the Kunlun Immortal Alliance has been waiting for several days. I believe we should seize this opportunity to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance and expand our influence. I wholeheartedly endorse Elder Zixiao's proposal. The Kunlun Alliance has already welcomed several prominent sects of immortal cultivators, and its momentum is unparalleled. If we, Shushan, could join this alliance, it would significantly enhance our strength and reputation. Indeed, over the years, Shushan has been diligently striving, and our sect's power far surpasses that of a century ago. The world of immortal cultivation is currently undergoing an unprecedented transformation after millennia, and we should seize the opportunity to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Under the leadership of Elder Zixiao, a considerable number of senior elders have urged Sect Master Zhao Cheng to agree to join the Kunlun Alliance, thereby elevating Shushan's standing even further. However, I must express my dissent. With the impending confrontation between the Kunlun Alliance and the various demon factions, their invitation for Shushan to join the alliance is merely a ploy to make us their vassal and cannon fodder. They would never permit us to rise on their coattails. Let us not forget that the Kunlun Alliance operates with a tyrannical disposition. Recently, when they attempted to persuade the Wind and Thunder sect to join them and failed, they dispatched formidable cultivators to slaughter thousands of their members. Such brutal actions are not the conduct of righteous immortal cultivators. They are no different from demons. Elder Jinwu Lin Mu strongly opposed this, arguing fervently. Elder Lin is indeed correct. The Kunlun sect has always been arrogant, and their invitation for us to join the alliance lacks any sincerity. If we were to join, would we not be living under their roof? As Lin Mu's words resonated, numerous elders from Shushan voiced their agreement. They are all quite perceptive. Although the Kunlun Immortal Alliance appears formidable, it is led by the Kunlun sect, which seeks to dominate the realm of immortal cultivation. Once Shushan is entangled in their affairs, extricating ourselves will be exceedingly difficult. In recent years, Shushan has produced a plethora of powerful individuals, and our disciples number in the tens of thousands. Even if we were to join the Kunlun Alliance, we could certainly vie for a substantial voice. Despite Kunlun's deep-rooted heritage, we at Shushan are not to be underestimated. It may be more prudent to leverage this situation to rejuvenate our sect. As the elders expressed their varied opinions, the debate raged on, causing the entire Great Hall to descend into chaos. Sect Master Zhao Cheng maintained a stern expression, yet a shadow of concern lingered upon his brow. Although he refrained from voicing his stance, he appeared somewhat troubled. Enough. I shall deliberate on this matter further. You may take your leave for now. Observing the unrelenting dispute, Zhao Qing took a deep breath and interrupted the elders, signaling for them to exit. As you command. Though reluctant, the elders respectfully withdrew, and the once tumultuous hall fell into a profound silence. Tian'er, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhao Cheng turned to his side and inquired of Zhao Xiaotian in a grave tone. Father, Kunlun harbors ambitions of supremacy within the realm of immortal cultivation. If we, Shushan, were to join the alliance, we would undoubtedly be bound to their chariot of war. However, if we were to reject them outright, Kunlun would not let us off easily. The fate of the Wind and Thunder sect serves as a stark warning to us. Zhao Xiaodian replied, his countenance heavy with concern. Before the emissaries from Kunlun arrived at Shushan, the Wind and Thunder sect was annihilated for refusing Kunlun's invitation, clearly a display intended to intimidate us. A father is not unaware, yet the ambitions of Elder Zixiao and his associates are vast. Furthermore, with the Kunlun envoy's imposing presence, a direct refusal could provoke the Kunlun Immortal Alliance to turn their weapons against our Shushan. Kunlun, with its enduring legacy and profound depth, has reportedly birthed 7 or 8 perfected cultivators in the divine transformation stage in recent years. Should negotiations falter, it would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. Zhao Cheng furrowed his brow, speaking slowly. If it were any other cultivation faction, Shushan could easily decline them to their faces. However, facing Kunlun is an entirely different matter. They have consistently ranked among the top forces over millennia, their foundation unfathomably deep. Even now, with the rise of demons, none dare to recklessly provoke Kunlun. Father, perhaps we should consult uncle? Zhao Xiaodian suddenly suggested, noticing Zhao Cheng's distress. Consulting brother? That is indeed a commendable idea. Xiaodian, please visit the demon locking tower on my behalf. Very well, Zhao Xiaodian nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaodian swiftly arrived at the demon locking tower. Before the tower, the vegetation was sparse, stones lay in heaps, and 2 colossal statues stood, worn and fragmented, exuding an aura of tranquility and desolation. Here, in stark contrast to the ever-evolving Shushan sect, time seemed to stand still, unchanging whether a millennium or 10 millennia had passed. Zhao Xiaodian felt a momentary daze and murmured, Uncle possesses boundless abilities yet remains peacefully in this secluded and tranquil place. Such a state of mind, I fear, I could never hope to match even after thousands of years of cultivation. In recent years, having left the demon locking tower to assist his father with Shushan affairs, Zhao Xiaoyan's horizons had broadened, and his experiences enriched, yet he had seen or heard of no one more formidable than his uncle. With a flutter of excitement, Zhao Xiaodian gently pushed open the heavy door. Before the stone chamber stood Zhao Fan, arms clasped behind his back, gazing at the entering Zhao Xiaodian with a warm smile. Xiaodian, you have come. Uncle. Upon seeing Zhao Fan's familiar figure, Zhao Xiaodian hurried forward and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, Xiaodian pays his respects to uncle. How have you been these years? Please rise. I am well, Zhao Fan replied, lightly waving his sleeve. And a gentle force lifted Zhao Xiaodian effortlessly. Why are you here instead of assisting your father at Shushan? Zhao Fan inquired with a slight smile. I have come today mainly because I have missed you dearly over the years, and I wish to pay you a visit. Additionally, my father has encountered a dilemma and hopes to seek your counsel, Zhao Xiaodian revealed frankly, recounting the situation with the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Uncle, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance has invited us to join them, but their intentions are insidious, aiming to embroil us in their schemes. They are currently aggressive, and with some elders within our sect supporting their cause, my father is quite troubled and wishes to hear your perspective. I humbly request your guidance. Does your father oppose joining the Kunlun Immortal Alliance? Indeed, joining the Kunlun Immortal Alliance brings more harm than good, Zhao Xiaodian gently nodded. In that case, a direct refusal is the way to proceed, Zhao Fan contemplated before responding. Uncle, this seems rather unfeasible, Zhao Xiaodian remarked with a wry smile, expressing his helplessness. The Kunlun Immortal Alliance is currently flourishing. Not to mention the other cultivation factions, the Kunlun sect itself boasts an impressive strength, with at least 7 or 8 fully realized divine transformation experts openly displayed within their ranks. If we were to outright refuse, the Kunlun sect would likely retaliate, potentially igniting a war between our 2 sections. Are they, then, coercing Shushan to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance? Zhao Fan inquired, his brow furrowing. Indeed, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance is aggressively pushing us to join. If it weren't for your previous intervention in slaying the bloodthirsty elder, their envoy would not even have been dispatched to seek us out. They would have likely sent powerful cultivators to annihilate our sect. The Fenglei Immortal Gate was previously decimated for rejecting Kunlun's demands. Its disciples were mercilessly slaughtered, Zhao Xiaodian stated gravely. This manner of conduct is more brutal and reckless than that of demons, Zhao Fan replied coldly, gesturing dismissively. Fetch me paper and ink. Although puzzled, Zhao Xiaodian promptly retrieved the materials. Uncle, I have brought the paper and ink, he said respectfully, placing them before Zhao Fan. With a calm demeanor, Zhao Fan took the brush and began to paint, his strokes fluid and masterful, completing the task seamlessly. In mere moments, he inscribed a single character, the bold word sword. Though somewhat hasty, the writing exuded power, embodying an aura of formidable might. "Uncle, what is this?" Zhao Xiaodian questioned, gazing at the contrasting black and white characters. He had sought Zhao Fan's assistance, not a mere inscription. Zhao Fan smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation, instead handing the piece to Zhao Xiaodian. "Return and inform your father to send a divine transformation expert from Shushan, bearing the decree to refuse joining. Should they continue their threats, he should unveil this paper on the spot." "Is that truly feasible?" Zhao Xiaodian asked, skepticism etched on his face. Could a mere piece of writing quell the current arrogance of the Kunlun sect? "What? Do you doubt it?" Zhao Fan shot back, raising an eyebrow. Xiaodian dared not express his doubt. He quickly shook his head. Even 100 lifetimes would not embolden him to question his uncle's capabilities. "Remember, do not reveal this character before reaching the Kunlun sect," Zhao Fan emphasized, pausing to reinforce his warning. "Otherwise, it will have dire consequences." At his words, a shiver ran through Zhao Xiaodian, and he assured, "Rest easy, uncle. I shall remember this well." "Go on." Zhao Fan waved him off, signaling for his departure. "Uncle." Xiaodian bids farewell. Zhao Xiaodian again bowed respectfully, carefully securing the treasured inscription before leaving the demon-sealing tower. "Little fox, have you overheard enough?" After watching Zhao Xiaodian depart, Zhao Fan suddenly turned to address the stone house next door. As his words fell, the small white fox materialized, having already awakened and attentively listened to the entire exchange. "Are you toying with him? What significance can a mere piece of writing hold?" inquired the little white fox, her gem-like bright eyes blinking curiously, her voice melodious and clear. "Do not underestimate that piece of writing. It possesses the power to intimidate an entire sect of cultivators." Zhao Fan replied with a faint smile, his tone filled with certainty. "What have you inscribed upon it?" the little white fox asked, her curiosity piqued. "The true essence of the sword path," Zhao Fan contemplated before responding earnestly. Upon hearing this, the little white fox widened her eyes in astonishment and asked in a somewhat fearful tone, "Does this mean that your recent breakthrough has elevated you to the realm of the harmonization of spirits?" Although the little white fox could not clearly recall her origins, she possessed a profound understanding of the realms of cultivation. The true essence of the Tao was a domain accessible only to the most formidable beings. The harmonization of spirits was a lofty realm, belonging to the elite class of cultivators even during the most glorious epochs of the cultivation world thousands of years ago. She had suspected as much when witnessing Zhao Fan's breakthrough, but she had not been certain. Never did she imagine that he would indeed shatter the shackles and ascend to that level. Observing the little white fox's reaction, Zhao Fan merely smiled calmly, his demeanor becoming increasingly inscrutable. With Zhao Fan's calligraphy in hand, Zhao Xiaodian hurried back to the Shushan Grand Hall. "Xiaodian, you've returned so swiftly. What does your uncle intend?" Zhao Cheng, the sect leader, inquired with concern upon seeing Zhao Xiaodian. "Father, my uncle asked me to bring back this piece of writing," Zhao Xiaodian said, presenting the neatly folded artwork with solemnity, while briefly recounting Zhao Fan's earlier instructions. "What significance can a mere piece of writing hold?" Zhao Cheng questioned, bewildered, unable to fully believe. "Father, since my uncle is so assured, I believe we should proceed according to his wishes," Zhao Xiaodian suggested softly. "You are correct. Summon Elder Wang Lai," Zhao Cheng contemplated before responding. Elder Wang Lai was the most powerful elder within Shushan, a former strongman of a subordinate force, possessing remarkable talent for cultivation. In recent years, as the spiritual energies of heaven and earth have surged, his cultivation has advanced rapidly, placing him at the late stage of the separation of spirits. Following the attack of the Baiwei sect on Shushan, Zhao Cheng had been actively recruiting formidable cultivators from various backgrounds to bolster Shushan's overall strength. With Shushan's vast resources, Zhao Cheng offered Wang Lai ample benefits and status, ensuring his unwavering loyalty. "Greetings, sect leader." Elder Wang Lai soon arrived at the Shushan Grand Hall, respectfully bowing to Zhao Cheng. "Elder Wang, I wish to send you to the Kunlun sect," Zhao Cheng stated directly. "To the Kunlun sect?" Wang Lai exclaimed in surprise. "Sect leader, do you intend to agree to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance?" The matter of whether Shushan should join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance had stirred considerable debate among both the upper and lower ranks, though he maintained a neutral stance. He was nonetheless very attentive to the situation. "Not at all," Zhao Cheng shook his head, speaking with gravity. "I am preparing to decline their proposal." What? This? Wang Lai's face betrayed his discomfort as he spoke with a bitter tone. If that is the case, I fear I may be insufficient for the task at Kunlun. Kunlun has stood tall for millennia, its profound depth immeasurable. It is said that within their sect, there are 7 or 8 formidable beings who have reached the pinnacle of the divine separation stage, with my own cultivation being merely in the late stage of divine separation. My presence there would only invite humiliation. Although Wang Lai is fiercely loyal, he is not a fool. The sect leader, Zhao Cheng, wishes to decline joining the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. If I were to rashly present myself as an envoy to negotiate, it would surely provoke Kunlun, making it exceedingly difficult for me to escape unscathed. After all, I have only just attained the late stage of divine separation. How could I willingly walk into my own demise? Zhao Cheng, well aware of Wang Lai's concerns, smiled reassuringly. Elder Wang, do not misunderstand my intentions. I am sending you to Kunlun solely to deliver the decree, not to provoke them. We should avoid conflict whenever possible. Avoid conflict? Wang Lai said with a furrowed brow. Sect leader, I have heard that Kunlun is notoriously overbearing. What if they take offense at your decree refusing to join the alliance and decide to act against me? What then? Anticipating Wang Lai's apprehension, Zhao Cheng handed him a piece of calligraphy resting on the table, speaking earnestly. In such a case, you must unfurl this piece of calligraphy. What purpose could a piece of calligraphy serve? Wang Lai questioned, his eyes filled with skepticism, though he hesitated to voice his doubts. Elder Wang, this calligraphy was penned by a legendary sword cultivator. Zhao Xiaotian chimed in, offering a timely reminder. Is it from the same sword cultivator who vanquished the bloodthirsty elder a few years ago? Wang Lai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. Although he had only joined Shushan a few years prior, he held the mysterious sword master in the highest regard. His acceptance of the role of elder was not solely due to the benefits and status offered by Zhao Cheng, but also because of the profound respect he had for that enigmatic sword cultivator. Several years ago, before he had reached the late stage of divine separation, the sword master had effortlessly slain the bloodthirsty elder, shocking much of the cultivation world. Now, after so many years, one could only wonder how much stronger that sword master had become. Indeed, that is correct, Zhao Cheng replied with a slight smile. In that case, I shall personally make the journey to Kunlun. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Lai readily agreed. Excellent. I appreciate your efforts, Elder Wang, Zhao Cheng said, patting Wang Lai on the shoulder with satisfaction. Wang Lai is currently the strongest elder in Shushan, making him the most suitable candidate for the trip to Kunlun. Should anyone else be sent, they might not even be allowed through the gates. Elder Wang, remember, you must not unfurl this calligraphy before you arrive at Kunlun, or you may face grave danger, Zhao Xiaotian cautioned again, echoing Zhao Fan's explicit advice. Understood, Wang Lai nodded. He then clasped his hands toward Zhao Cheng, stating, rest assured. Sect leader, I shall not fail your trust. Good. Xiaotian, bring me the decree so that Elder Wang can take it with him, Zhao Cheng instructed, signaling for Zhao Xiaotian to retrieve the prepared decree. Elder Wang, take care on your journey. After you descend the mountain, I shall announce this matter to the entire sect and the realm of cultivation. Although Kunlun is domineering, you are, after all, an elder of Shushan, and they surely will not dare to be excessively tyrannical. Thus, it is well. I shall take my leave now. Wang Lai bowed respectfully, taking with him the decree and ink brush, and slowly exited the grand hall. As soon as Wang Lai departed from Shushan, the sect leader Zhao Cheng openly declared the refusal to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, simultaneously informing the entire cultivation community that Shushan would not align itself with any alliance forces. The news of Zhao Cheng sending people down the mountain to Kunlun followed closely behind, inciting a tremendous uproar. At present, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance is in a period of great prosperity, and within just a few months, countless cultivation factions, great and small, are scrambling to join. On one hand, they seek the protection of the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. On the other, they dread the grim fate that awaits those who do not join. Akin to that of the Wind and Thunder Immortal sect, no one anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Shushan would so boldly oppose the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. As the news continued to spread, various forces of righteousness, evil, and demons were quietly awaiting the response from the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Given Kunlun's historically formidable style of action, it was certain they would not easily let Shushan off the hook. At this moment, Wang Lai, bearing the decree personally inscribed by Zhao Cheng, had arrived at the gates of Kunlun. Elder Wang Lai of Shushan, here to pay a visit. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. The majestic gates of Kunlun stood solemnly, yet no one responded. Wang Lai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, on the high staircase, towering figures emerged, each a disciple of Kunlun, radiating an overwhelming aura of spiritual power far surpassing that of most Shushan disciples. Before Wang Lai could ponder the might of these Kunlun disciples, their energies swiftly converged, creating a tempestuous force that surged toward him. This oppressive pressure was immensely powerful, formed by hundreds, even thousands, of Kunlun disciples, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary divine sense practitioner to withstand it head-on. Wang Lai's expression darkened. Had he barely arrived only to be met with such intimidation from Kunlun? Indeed, as rumored, their manner of conduct was exceedingly overbearing. Yet he was not a soft target. Spiritual energy surged within him, and the formidable presence of a late-stage divine sense practitioner emanated forth. Boom! The clash of these two vastly different energies resonated through the void with a deafening roar. Wang Lai stood tall and unyielding, yet the Kunlun disciples around him appeared disheveled and began to retreat. What audacity! Arriving at our Kunlun, yet daring to display such might. Seize him, break his legs, and then conduct a proper interrogation. Someone coldly interjected, imbued with a chilling malice. Is this Kunlun's hospitality? I am an elder from Shushan, Wang Lai replied, his countenance grim as he inquired. An elder from Shushan? What is that worth? Kunlun welcomes esteemed guests with open arms, but shows no mercy to unwelcome ones. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying and astonishing aura surged forth from the depths of the mountain gate, akin to a colossal primeval peak, bearing down upon Wang Lai with the force of a tidal wave. The overwhelming pressure was so intense that even a formidable cultivator like Wang Lai, who had reached the later stages of the spirit division, experienced a profound sense of suffocation. Staggering back, Wang Lai's expression changed dramatically as he summoned all his strength to counter the onslaught, yet he was still forced to retreat several steps, barely managing to steady himself after a tumultuous roar. A master at the pinnacle of the spirit division. Instinctively, Wang Lai lifted his gaze to the top of the steps, where a tall figure emerged. This was a man clad in a golden robe, his countenance grave and imposing, standing there like an insurmountable mountain. So this is the elder of Shushan. He looked down upon Wang Lai with disdain, his eyes reflecting a sense of superiority as he spoke mockingly. Wang Lai's face darkened. His fists clenched unconsciously, but recalling the words of the sect leader, he quickly regained his composure. Disregarding the provocation, Wang Lai spoke in a steady voice. I represent Shushan to convey the decree of our sect leader. The mere sect leader of Shushan. What merit does his decree hold for it to be proclaimed in Kunlun? It is utterly laughable. At that moment, another figure appeared. Not merely laughable, it is simply preposterous. Were it not for the presence of a sword master safeguarding Shushan, you wouldn't even be worthy of conversing with us at Kunlun. Before he could finish, more figures materialized, filling the top of the steps like a host of deities, coldly gazing down upon Wang Lai. The pallor of Wang Lai's face intensified as he realized that each shadow emanated a faint yet formidable aura, akin to towering mountains that loomed above him. Let him enter the great hall. I am curious to hear what the sect leader of Shushan truly intends. Just as Wang Lai felt a surge of anxiety, a voice, cold and authoritative, rang out. Since the sect leader has spoken, we shall reluctantly permit you to enter. The leading man in the golden robe furrowed his brow. Begrudgingly clearing the path, Wang Lai exhaled softly, touched the treasured item in his bosom, straightened his back, and, under the watchful eyes of numerous Kunlun disciples, steeled himself to ascend the steps, slowly entering the grand hall of Kunlun. Inside the hall stood a throng of figures, with the Kunlun sect leader at the forefront. His demeanor was solemn and commanding, his expression remarkably tranquil. Merely standing there imparted an almost unbearable sense of gravity. Additionally, behind the Kunlun sect leader stood 7 or 8 figures, their auras as deep as the abyss, their expressions ranging from contemptuous to indifferent, all fixated on Wang Lai. Wang Lai felt an overwhelming tension, the pressure now exponentially greater than before. What business does the sect leader of Shushan have in sending you? The Kunlun sect leader inquired slowly, feigning ignorance. Wang Lai felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he addressed the Kunlun sect master, saying, Esteemed sect master of Kunlun, this is the decree from our own leader. Would you prefer that I read it aloud, or shall you peruse it yourself? The Kunlun sect master, expressionless, raised his hand to grasp the decree from the air, and in mere moments, A frown creased his brow, and his countenance darkened ominously. The contents of the decree were succinct yet forceful, not only rejecting Kunlun's proposal for Shushan to join the alliance, but also enumerating Kunlun's domineering and aggressive conduct, clearly stating that Shushan would never condescend to collude with Kunlun. When Zhao Qing penned the decree, he had not held back his sentiments, conveying Shushan's numerous grievances against Kunlun, which left the Kunlun sect master's face shadowed with ire and his gaze as frigid as ice. Kunlun had stood as a bastion in the cultivation world for millennia, never showing any signs of decline, and to this day remained a premier force in the realm of cultivation. How dare Emir Shushan presume to voice criticism against Kunlun? Very well, it seems you, the sect master of Shushan, have audaciously declined our invitation to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, and have further dared to accuse us of tyranny. I must say, it has been some time since I encountered such foolishness. With a flick of his hand, the Kunlun sect master reduced the decree to dust, sneering as he declared, "In my view, Shushan has no reason to exist any longer. Let us commence with your demise today." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he resolved to eliminate Wang Lai first, ensuring Shushan comprehended the consequences of defying Kunlun. The surrounding disciples of Kunlun were not surprised in the least, had it not been for their apprehension of a mysterious sword master from Shushan. They would not have even extended the courtesy of an invitation. Furthermore, Shushan not only rejected their overture, but also had the audacity to castigate Kunlun for its domineering ways, which was tantamount to courting oblivion. Kunlun had always acted with an iron fist. When faced with opposition, they would never grant others the opportunity to oppose them. Wang Lai, I am an elder of Shushan. Do you not fear that acting against me might provoke a war between our sects? Wang Lai was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though a sheep had wandered into a den of wolves, his heart racing with trepidation. Kill him, the Kunlun sect master coldly commanded, disinterested in further discourse. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth, and 8 formidable experts at the peak of the separation stage emerged, surrounding Wang Lai with lethal intent. Under normal circumstances, a single expert at this level would suffice to handle Wang Lai, let alone 8. The Kunlun sect master's actions were a deliberate display of Kunlun's might. For among those present were not only Kunlun disciples, but also numerous other cultivation powers aligned with the Immortal Alliance. He aimed to impress upon all present the profound depth of Kunlun's foundation. Witnessing this spectacle, several experts from other cultivation sects shook their heads in disbelief, awed by Kunlun's strength while simultaneously feeling sympathy for Wang Lai's plight. The sect master of Shushan had been overly arrogant, sending a mere late-stage separation cultivator to confront Kunlun alone. Was it not akin to a lamb entering a tiger's lair? The situation was dire. Wang Lai was overwhelmed with cold sweat, yet he clung to his last vestiges of composure. He cast a glance over the Kunlun sect master and others, summoning his courage to speak. Kunlun sect master, do not blame me for not informing you, but before my departure from Shushan, I acquired a masterpiece. It is an authentic work penned by our esteemed sword cultivator from Shushan. Upon hearing this, the Kunlun members exchanged incredulous glances. Even if it were a treasure from the enigmatic sword master of Shushan, what could it possibly matter? At this moment, not even a masterpiece, let alone the sword master himself, could save Wang Lai's life. He might even find himself ensnared and perishing here, facing 8 formidable experts at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Who in the vast realm of cultivation could withstand such overwhelming power? It was utterly foolish. While he had once slain the bloodthirsty elder with a single stroke years ago, he was merely at the pinnacle of the spirit-severing stage. With the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world and the emergence of countless powerful cultivators, even if he were to arrive personally today, he would meet a tragic end. The Kunlun sect master scoffed repeatedly, regarding Wang Lai with the disdainful gaze one would reserve for a fool. In our Shushan, that sword cultivator is a symbol of invincibility. If you choose not to believe it, do not blame me for revealing this masterpiece. Taking a deep breath amidst the scornful gazes of the crowd, Wang Lai slowly unfurled the painting. Boom! The once clear skies over Kunlun were suddenly engulfed in darkness as a golden sword light, stretching thousands of meters, descended upon the entire Kunlun with the force of creation itself. Before the sword light even struck, the boundless and overwhelming sword intent had already summoned the powers of heaven and earth, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused all disciples of Kunlun to tremble and involuntarily kneel. Even the Kunlun sect master and other powerful cultivators found it difficult to bear this dreadful pressure, compelled to kneel in unison. Their knees struck the solid ground, shattering it with a multitude of cracks. The sword light was resplendent, akin to a blazing sun, illuminating all of Kunlun. Aside from Wang Lai, no one could maintain their stance. Heavens! Is this the masterpiece of the sword cultivator? There is a young boy practicing the sword. What kind of terrifying sword technique is that? This single piece of art contains such formidable power. Wang Lai's face was alight with excitement. His gaze fixated on the scene before him, filled with fervent passion. The masterpiece bore only a single character for sword, yet at this moment, it seemed to transcend the divine. Erupting with a frightening brilliance, that earlier earth-shattering sword light was indeed unleashed by the character inscribed in the masterpiece. This was simply too terrifying. What appeared to be a mere piece of artwork actually harbored a fragment of Zhao Fan's spiritual essence. Although it was but a sliver of his spirit, it was sufficient to invoke the grand forces of heaven and earth, consolidating an unparalleled sword power that suppressed the entirety of Kunlun. The Kunlun sect master gazed in disbelief at this spectacle, his voice trembling as he uttered, "What on earth is happening?" He could scarcely comprehend how such a simple masterpiece could exert dominance over all of Kunlun. Even a powerful cultivator like him, despite exerting every ounce of strength to resist, found himself bowing before it. The master of Kunlun felt a shiver run down his spine. This was merely a trace of the terrifying aura of the sword path, devoid of any lethal intent. Had it contained such malice, a single strike would have rendered Kunlun utterly devastated. In the grand hall of Kunlun, the crowd knelt in unison. Among them were the once exalted master of Kunlun, elders at the pinnacle of the spirit division stage, and formidable figures from other factions who had come to observe. Regardless of their status, all trembled under the oppressive weight of the sword's aura, experiencing a profound fear that seemed to emanate from their very souls. The sensation was akin to that of ants standing before a dragon, utterly insignificant. The sword light shone brilliantly, descending with the force of creation itself. Yet it did not inflict a single blemish upon Kunlun. However, the sheer pressure of the sword path was overwhelming and unfathomable. It was a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Wang Lai, with a painting in hand, had subdued all of Kunlun, as well as the onlookers surrounding them. The spectators were filled with both astonishment and dread. Feeling utterly distressed, had they known this would be the outcome, they would have never dared to come and witness the spectacle. In comparison, the disciples of Kunlun felt an even deeper sense of shame and rage. Some voiced their anger vehemently, while others wore expressions of deep resentment. Several of the self-assured elders of Kunlun, confident in their formidable abilities, strained to muster their spiritual energy to counter this terrifying pressure, attempting to rise defiantly. However, the next moment, these elders were met with an even greater backlash, collapsing to the ground under the dreadful weight of the sword intent. Blood spilling from their mouths and noses. This was the presence of a being at the integration stage. At that moment, a seasoned elder of Kunlun, his face pale with fear, stuttered, "Elder Quanfeng, what did you say?" The master of Kunlun's heart raced, unable to hide his alarm. The elder, summoning his courage, continued with great difficulty, "This is the might only possessed by a being at the integration stage. How could this be?" The master of Kunlun felt a surge of panic, struggling to accept this reality. A being at the integration stage transcends the spirit division stage. And even during the most glorious epochs of the cultivation world thousands of years ago, they were among the elite. In nearly 10 millennia, no integration stage beings had emerged. While the thinning of spiritual energy in the world played a part, the most significant barrier was that for most cultivators, this was an insurmountable pinnacle. If Shushan harbored an integration stage being, then not only Kunlun, but even 3 Kunluns combined would be no match. An integration stage being, could this truly be? It had been 10,000 years since such a powerful figure had graced the cultivation world. Could it be that Shushan truly possessed a formidable being? As the elder's words hung in the air, cold sweat broke out among the crowd. Meanwhile, Wang Lai grew increasingly exhilarated. His hands trembled slightly as he held the painting. He was both astonished and delighted. Never having imagined that the esteemed sword cultivator from Shushan was indeed a mighty being of remarkable stature. No wonder the master exuded such confidence, allowing me to bring just a masterpiece of the sword cultivator. Initially, Wang Lai had been perplexed, but now he found himself admiring the foresight of Master Zhao Cheng. Unlike Wang Lai's feelings, the disciples of Kunlun found themselves engulfed in disbelief, fear, and trepidation. The mere hint of oppressive might was already so terrifying. One could only imagine the astonishing power should a formidable being in the integration stage choose to intervene. Previously, emboldened by the presence of 7 or 8 fully realized masters within their sect, the Kunlun leaders had been rather self-satisfied, seeking to forge alliances with various cultivation factions to establish the Kunlun Immortal Alliance with aspirations of dominating the realm of cultivation. They had even contemplated waging war to annex Mount Shu should it refuse to join their alliance. However, the stark realization of their naivety struck them. Even without the intervention of Mount Shu's formidable sword cultivator, a mere stroke of artistry was sufficient to annihilate the entirety of Kunlun. Such was the terror of a master in the integration stage. Even a mere thread of their aura could summon the forces of heaven and earth within 100 miles, generating an unceasing and formidable power. Historical records from a millennium ago indicated that beings of such caliber could effortlessly move mountains and fill seas with a mere gesture. And their thoughts alone could obliterate an entire sect. The elder of Kunlun, his face etched with despair, sighed and cautioned them. As his words resonated, the Kunlun sect leader closed his eyes in despair, revealing a rare and despondent expression. He understood that from this day forth, even if they managed to preserve their lineage, the reputation they had painstakingly built over millennia would be irrevocably tarnished. It was no wonder that Mount Shu had so boldly rejected Kunlun's overtures. It was fortified by a powerful being, and this time, Kunlun had indeed struck a formidable iron wall. Yet, there was no shame in this, after all. It was a master of the integration stage. Who among the current cultivation world would dare to challenge such a figure directly? The onlooking powers, humbled, knelt on the ground, whispering among themselves. Hearing these discussions, the disciples of Kunlun felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, their hearts heavy with shame, yet none dared to act rashly. Very well, we, Kunlun, concede, retracting our previous demand for Mount Shu to join the Immortal Alliance, and we shall publicly apologize to Mount Shu. The Kunlun sect leader took a deep breath and chose to compromise before all present. Once high and mighty, he had intended to subdue Mount Shu in due time. Yet now he found himself humbled, a stark contrast to his former demeanor. However, no one mocked the Kunlun sect leader. Faced with the might of a powerful being at Mount Shu, it was clear that refusal to yield would lead to a dire outcome. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed. Those with the might held the sway. Kunlun's earlier ambition to establish the Kunlun Immortal Alliance was fueled by their confidence in their profound heritage and strength. Now, with Mount Shu proving to be mightier, they had no choice but to apologize and seek peace. Upon hearing the Kunlun sect leader's words, Wang Lai nodded in satisfaction, slowly closing the painting, causing the terrifying sword light and oppressive aura to vanish without a trace. Within the grand hall, everyone exhaled as if a great weight had been lifted, gasping for breath. Each person was left shaken, their backs already damp with sweat, as the previous events felt like a harrowing nightmare, evoking lingering dread. Many exchanged glances, sharing wry smiles and shaking their heads. The formidable beings of the harmonization period are indeed terrifying. Merely a wisp of their imposing aura can suffocate all in its presence, rendering them unable to rise. One cannot help but ponder the sheer horror that would ensue should such a being truly unleash their power. The mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. Kunlun sect leader, our Shushan sect has never been one to provoke others lightly. Yet we shall not cower from provocation either. Today's events serve merely as a minor lesson. I trust you will not err again in the future. Otherwise, the next encounter will not be as uncomplicated as today. Wang Lai solemnly secured the treasured ink scroll and then turned to the Kunlun sect leader, his voice imbued with conviction. The Kunlun sect leader, devoid of his previous arrogance and indifference, slightly bowed and replied softly, I understand. Please convey to the Shushan sect leader that we, Kunlun, shall never be adversaries of Shushan. That is well, Wang Lai exclaimed with a hearty laugh. And with his head held high, he strode proudly from the Kunlun Great Hall, under the complex gazes of the onlookers. Previously, Shushan's refusal to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance had drawn the attention of various factions. Many were eager to witness how this situation would unfold. It is well known that Kunlun has always acted with an iron fist, intolerant of any rejection or opposition, as evidenced by the earlier conflict with the Thunderstorm Immortal sect. Some demon clans and sects of the demonic path even speculated in hushed tones that upon the arrival of Shushan's envoy and their declaration of refusal to join the Immortal Alliance, the Kunlun higher-ups would be incensed, potentially igniting a war between the two sections. However, the news that followed defied all expectations. Nearly every sect in the realm of cultivation that had been following this matter was left dumbfounded upon receiving the news, their faces etched with disbelief. Some even gripped by fear. A being of the harmonization period had emerged. The entire realm of cultivation was thrown into a frenzy. Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, the incident stirred tumultuous waves, rapidly escalating the situation into a focal point of the entire cultivation world. A harmonization period adept had arisen from Shushan. This marked the first such being in millennia. It is crucial to note that the current spiritual environment is far less favorable than that of the cultivation realm thousands of years ago. For countless years, the emergence of such powerful beings has been exceedingly rare, with even those of the out-of-body and spirit-severing stages being elusive. Only in the last century has the recovery of spiritual energy birthed numerous beings of this caliber. Had Shushan not produced a harmonization period adept, many would have even forgotten that such a realm existed. For even in the peak of the cultivation world thousands of years ago, adepts were rare and dominated their respective domains. This vividly illustrates just how exceptional harmonization period cultivators are. Were it not for the numerous witnesses who beheld the Shushan adept effortlessly subduing the entirety of Kunlun with a mere painting, the news would likely have been dismissed as mere fantastical rumor. It is truly astonishing that merely a century after the spiritual environment began to improve, a being of such formidable strength has already emerged. As we believed we had entered the divine separation stage, we now realize how foolish that notion was. Some powerful cultivators from various sects lament that despite their relentless efforts to harness the resurgence of spiritual energy over the years, they have only barely managed to break through to the divine separation stage, exhausting nearly all their potential. Not to mention ascending to a higher realm of cultivation. Even achieving the completion of the divine separation stage seems exceedingly difficult. For them, the aspiration to transcend into the convergent stage of power is nothing more than a fantastical dream. In the demon domain, at the sacred ground of the Tianpeng clan, a tall and robust man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura that is both formidable and commanding. His pupils constrict as he gazes into the distant sky, muttering coldly to himself. I never anticipated that the revival of spiritual energy would barely lead to the later stages. Yet an expert of the convergent stage has emerged, and from none other than our sworn enemy, the Shushan sect. However, it matters not. For I have just awakened the bloodline of the ancient demon beast, the golden-winged Great Pong. Given enough time, I shall surely unravel the supreme legacy and step into the legendary realm of power. At that time, our Tianpeng clan shall first vanquish Kunlun and then obliterate Shushan. What is there to fear in leading millions of demons to reclaim dominion over the cultivation world? This man is none other than the chieftain of the Tianpeng clan. Over the years, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Tianpeng clan has become highly active, emerging as a top-tier group within the demon domain. And he has already broken through to the pinnacle of the divine separation stage, just a step away from the convergence stage. The immediate priority is to continue in seclusion. When I achieve my breakthrough, it will herald the return of the Tianpeng clan to the cultivation world. The chieftain's gaze is resolute, as he utters a powerful vow. At the Shushan Great Hall, upon receiving the news, the sect leader Zhao Cheng was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming elation. My elder brother is indeed a powerful expert of the convergence stage. With such support, how could I not revitalize Shushan? Zhao Cheng's face broke into a smile. Feeling an immense lightness, for with a formidable presence safeguarding Shushan, this alone would suffice to instill fear across the land. Undoubtedly, after this event, Shushan's reputation and prestige would soar to new heights. Xiao Tian, why did you not inform me sooner of your uncle's formidable strength? I have been restless these past few days, worried for Elder Wang's safety. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction to Zhao Xiaoyan, who stood nearby. Father, you have misunderstood me. I was aware of my uncle's strength, yet I had no inkling it was to such an extent, Zhao Xiaoyan replied, both excited and helpless. In his heart, he held even greater admiration for Zhao Fan, who possessed the capability to look down upon the world, yet willingly chose to reside in the demon locking tower, living a monotonous life. Such fortitude of character far surpassed that of most cultivators. We must express our gratitude to your uncle for sparing Shushan from conflict with Kunlun. Prepare some food and wine. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to my elder brother. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Cheng commanded. Understood. Zhao Xiaotian nodded and promptly set about making arrangements. Zhao Cheng soon arrived at the demon-locking tower, bearing the wine and delicacies. He did not bring Zhao Xiaotian along, for there were numerous trivial matters to attend to in Shushan that required the former's assistance. It would not do for both of them to indulge in leisure. "Elder brother, I have brought fine wine and exquisite dishes to see you," Zhao Cheng announced as he entered, immediately spotting Zhao Fan seated in front of the stone cottage. Despite the passage of many years, the latter's appearance had not aged. Rather, he seemed even more youthful, akin to a lad of 18 or 19. Although he appeared young, the aura that Zhao Fan exuded left Zhao Cheng feeling as if he were shrouded in mystery. "What brings you here again?" Zhao Fan inquired with a smile, his tone calm. "The matters concerning the Kunlun Immortal Alliance have been resolved. Thankfully, elder brother, your painting spared us much trouble," Zhao Cheng replied as he sat down, arranging the dishes meticulously before raising his wine cup and stating earnestly, "Elder brother, I thank you on behalf of all in Shushan." As his words faded, Zhao Cheng drank heartily. Between brothers, such formalities are unnecessary. Would it not be rather aloof? Zhao Fan chuckled, shaking his head, and without any pretense. He too drained his cup of fine wine. "It is not aloofness. The progress Shushan has achieved today owes an indelible debt to your contributions. Without your support, I would find it difficult to maintain my position as the sect leader," Zhao Cheng remarked, a genuine smile gracing his face. Only before his elder brother could he shed his facade and reveal his true self. "Do not flatter me, for Shushan to rise anew, it cannot rely solely on my assistance. The recent resolution of the Kunlun Immortal Alliance incident may present Shushan with a valuable opportunity as the sect leader. You must apply your thoughts diligently," Zhao Fan advised with a hint of profundity. "I understand. Rest assured, elder brother, I will seize this opportunity to significantly enhance Shushan's influence." Zhao Cheng nodded solemnly, grasping his elder brother's intent. Subsequently, the two brothers exchanged casual banter until the wine jug was entirely emptied, at which point Zhao Cheng, reeking of alcohol, took his leave. He felt elated, having indulged heartily. For Shushan's recent triumph over Kunlun, a premier immortal power that had endured for millennia, held far greater significance than their previous defeat of the moon worship sect. Shortly after Zhao Cheng's departure, a graceful little white fox appeared, her movements elegant. Her fur was pure white and crystalline, and her eyes sparkled like gemstones. Resembling an enchanting and innocent young girl. In a melodious voice, she inquired, "It seems your younger brother has come to realize you are a formidable being in the harmonization stage. What if he knows, and what if he does not?" Zhao Fan replied with a light-hearted smile, his tone indifferent. "What I mean is, why do you always assist him? Do you not find it burdensome?" The little white fox tilted her head, her rosy paws patting curiously. "I am not aiding him. I am aiding myself." Zhao Fan shook his head, his gaze growing profound and tranquil as he continued. "Only when Shushan becomes stronger can I pursue my cultivation in peace here. Otherwise, where would I find such contentment?" Upon hearing this, the little white fox pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Zhao Fan's words. Yet, it seemed insufficient as a reason for him to repeatedly extend his hand to assist Shushan in overcoming its tribulations. Observing the lingering uncertainty in the little fox's eyes, Zhao Fan smiled gently, offering no further explanation. She was merely a small fox, incapable of grasping the depth of his sentiments towards Shushan. Although Zhao Fan appeared detached from the external turmoil while residing in the demon-locking tower, like all disciples of Shushan, he harbored a fervent desire for its resurgence and a return to prominence within the realm of cultivation. Moreover, this aspiration was a promise made to his late father, a vow not to be taken lightly. Can a person, unlike mere grass or wood, remain devoid of emotions? While cultivators differ from mortals in their extended lifespans, they tread a precarious path where a moment of carelessness could lead to oblivion. Thus, one could argue that they place even greater emphasis on the bonds of their sect. Otherwise, the vast cultivation world would not be teeming with so many entrenched powers. At that moment, the little white fox tilted her head and inquired, "What is the distinction between the integration stage and the spirit separation stage?" Now at the late stage of spirit separation, she was merely a breath away from achieving completion in that realm, and the integration stage was not particularly distant, which fueled her curiosity and yearning for that level of mastery. The differences are indeed substantial. A cultivator at the integration stage no longer possesses a distinct separation between their primordial spirit, spiritual energy, and physical form. Instead, they begin to merge into a singular entity. With a mere movement, they can harness the energies of heaven and earth, their might exponentially surpassing that of the spirit separation stage by tenfold or even 100-fold. The prowess of an integration stage master is not merely rhetoric. With a thought, they can shift mountains and part seas with ease. Moreover, a critical aspect of reaching the integration stage is the significant extension of one's lifespan. Under normal circumstances, one could expect to live for a millennium, provided they remain uninjured. Historical texts recount that during the zenith of the cultivation world thousands of years ago, a master proficient in health cultivation, with the aid of divine herbs, lived for over 2,000 years. While a mortal's life may span a mere century, an integration stage master enjoys a lifespan that is not only extensive but, in a certain sense, akin to immortality. With such formidable powers and such a lengthy life, it is no wonder that cultivators at the integration stage are revered as great masters. With this in mind, I am compelled to strive even harder, aspiring to break through to the integration stage and seek an opportunity to best you in combat, the little white fox declared, her bright eyes sparkling with determination as she waved her pristine little paw, despite feeling somewhat disgruntled at her inferior cultivation level compared to Zhao Fan. Her recent advancements had unearthed memories long forgotten, intensifying her dedication to her practice. I eagerly await the day of our encounter. Yet, I fear it may be a long way off. Zhao Fan smiled subtly, eliciting an eye roll from the little white fox. As long as the system remains in place, not even a small fox, nor 6 combined, could surpass him. However, despite his words, Zhao Fan exhibited no trace of arrogance or complacency. He is acutely aware that without the aid of a system, his rapid progress would be unattainable. As the spiritual essence of the world continues to rejuvenate, the days ahead will give rise to even more formidable cultivators, perhaps even those of equal prowess to his own. The realm of cultivation is teeming with talent, with an array of gifted individuals emerging continuously. Zhao Fan does not delude himself into believing that he can maintain his dominance indefinitely. Moreover, within the major cultivation factions, there exist numerous ancient beings who have lain dormant for hundreds or even thousands of years. As the spiritual essence revives, these individuals are sure to experience astonishing breakthroughs and advancements. Currently, it seems that only Zhao Fan himself has reached the nascent stage of integration. Otherwise, the various factions within the cultivation world would not be so astonished and agitated. Following the events at Kunlun, Shushan is poised to enter another brief period of development. Zhao Fan's display of prowess in Kunlun has, in fact, cast a shadow over the entire cultivation realm. If his brother Zhao Cheng can seize this opportunity to solidify the gains from previous reforms and enhance Shushan's reputation, the goal of revitalizing Shushan will draw ever closer. Subsequently, Zhao Fan engaged in a discussion with the little white fox about cultivation matters, after which the latter eagerly returned to the stone house to resume its training. Zhao Fan, too, devoted all his energy back into his cultivation. The integration stage is profoundly intricate, subdivided into initial, mid, late, and perfected phases. The disparities between each minor realm are substantial, and since Zhao Fan's primordial spirit, spiritual power, and physical body are all advancing simultaneously into this tier, the difficulty of his cultivation is exponentially greater than that of ordinary cultivators. Fortunately, Zhao Fan diligently pursues his training without a hint of urgency, as no one is likely to disturb him at present. As time gradually passes, his cultivation base becomes increasingly solidified, and he takes a steady and assured step forward within the initial integration stage. On this day, the familiar sound of the system's prompt echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Sign in. Upon doing so, he received the reward of the Tai Nourishing Spirit Sutra. A vast array of profound teachings surged into his consciousness. Though the content was complex and esoteric, Zhao Fan's current perspective is exceptionally broad, allowing him to swiftly comprehend the entirety of the text. This sutra is specifically designed to enhance the primordial spirit, making it exceedingly suitable for him. A smile graced Zhao Fan's face. Now, with relevant techniques for both spiritual power and physical body, he only lacked suitable methods for cultivating his primordial spirit. After all, literature on such subjects is scarce. However, with the acquisition of the Tai Nourishing Spirit Sutra, he can now significantly improve his primordial spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan began to contemplate this technique concerning the cultivation of the primordial spirit. As time flowed on, years passed. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, another 60 years had elapsed. Throughout these 60 years, Zhao Fan had not stepped outside the demon locking tower, completely immersed in his cultivation. Aside from Zhang Qian, who brought him meals every 10 days, nearly everyone had forgotten about Zhao Fan's existence. Few remembered that this former young master of Shushan, who had once been discarded, still thrived within the confines of the Demon Locking Tower. The heavy and cold gates of the Demon-Sealing Tower completely isolate the outside world. In the desolate expanse, weeds have surged and withered in wave after wave. In stark contrast to the tranquility within the tower, the outside world is rife with turbulence and change. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continues to revive, the entire realm of cultivation is greeted with an environment far superior to that of the past. Although it cannot yet be compared to the flourishing times of thousands of years ago, signs of a revival in cultivation are beginning to emerge. Rarely seen before, powerful beings in the spirit separation stage are now nearly ubiquitous. It is no longer surprising to find even the smallest sects boasting 3 or 4 such cultivators, as it would be embarrassing to claim to be a sect without them. Over the years, sect master Zhao Cheng has capitalized on the former prestige of Zhao Fan to attract numerous powerful cultivators. Simultaneously, he has nurtured many local talents from Mount Shu, with young prodigies continuously emerging, thanks to the effectiveness of previous reforms and the collective efforts of Mount Shu's community. It has grown significantly stronger compared to 60 years ago and has truly established itself as a first-rate cultivation force. Within the sect, there are tens of thousands of disciples in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, thousands in the nascent soul stage, and hundreds in the out-of-body stage, with 60 in the spirit separation stage, including 13 masters who have achieved perfect mastery in that realm. This scale surpasses that of the Kunlun sect from 60 years past. Most importantly, Mount Shu is home to a mysterious master at the integration stage, whose presence continues to exert a formidable deterrent, dissuading many cultivation factions from provoking Mount Shu. As Mount Shu grows stronger, Zhao Cheng and the senior leaders have also become increasingly ambitious. Originally governing a territory spanning 1,000 miles, they have managed to expand it several times over through diligent efforts over the years. A larger territory means a greater population of ordinary citizens, richer spiritual veins and mineral resources, as well as an increase in potential cultivation talents. Zhao Cheng, perched at the pinnacle of power, commands Mount Shu with an unwavering authority, his prestige reaching its zenith, leaving no room for dissent against his decisions and will. While he is somewhat satisfied with the current achievements, an underlying ambition begins to swell within him. His aspirations extend beyond merely strengthening Mount Shu. He seeks to dominate the entire cultivation world. He yearns to become the most accomplished sect master in the history of Mount Shu and to make it a formidable ruler in the realm of cultivation. Ambition, once nurtured, can grow uncontrollably. Importantly, in the current cultivation world, various factions are vying for supremacy, and if Mount Shu is managed astutely, it indeed possesses the potential to ascend to dominance. This year, after discussions with other senior leaders of Mount Shu, Zhao Cheng resolutely abandoned the previously adopted strategy of restraint and chose to actively compete with other cultivation factions, embarking on a blueprint for supremacy in the cultivation world. Previously, Mount Shu acted with caution, adhering to the principle of non-aggression, but following Zhao Cheng's decision to vie for power, the sect underwent a significant transformation. Disciples began launching offensive strikes, gradually purging and assimilating the nearby territories occupied by demonic and monstrous forces. Even some of the weaker sects in the realm of cultivation have faced formidable expulsion from Shushan. In the span of mere months, the territory of Shushan has expanded once more, extending across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Within the Demon Locking Tower, Zhao Fan sits in solemn meditation amidst the void, his powerful physique radiating a brilliant golden light, akin to a primordial deity, exuding an aura of divine transcendence. Over the years, he has cultivated the Tai nourishing spirit technique to a minor success, significantly enhancing his primordial spirit compared to its former state. The elevation of his primordial spirit has yielded conspicuous benefits. Now, with a mere thought, Zhao Fan can perceive domains spanning hundreds of miles. Naturally, nothing that transpires within Shushan escapes his keen observation. His younger brother, Zhao Cheng, emboldened by ambition, plans to compete with other cultivation factions for dominance in the realm, which causes Zhao Fan to furrow his brow slightly. Presently, although Shushan stands at its most powerful in nearly a millennium, its foundation pales in comparison to the top-tier cultivation forces, rendering it strong yet not truly prosperous. It resembles a toddler who has just learned to stand. foolishly aspiring to run before mastering the art of balance, destined only to stumble heavily. Though Zhao Fan feels a sense of disquiet, he refrains from intervening. He believes that in due time, after Shushan suffers significant losses, Zhao Cheng and his cohorts will naturally retreat in the face of adversity. Otherwise, even if he were to suppress their ambitions momentarily, it would be challenging to quell them for a lifetime. Zhao Fan diverts his attention from this matter and gazes skyward. With the enhancement of his primordial spirit, he no longer requires a sword to soar. He can now distinctly capture the astonishing fluctuations of spiritual energy from the heavens above. In recent years, the influx of celestial and earthly spiritual energy from the high altitudes has increased both in pace and volume. If this continues, it may not be long before the entire environmental milieu resembles that of tens of thousands of years ago. At that juncture, the number of formidable cultivators is likely to surpass the current figures significantly. What are you observing? The elegant figure of the little white fox approaches with graceful steps. Her fur is a pristine, crystalline white, and her eyes remain as clear and bright as they once were. Over the years, she has grown even stronger, recalling many fragmented memories, yet she has yet to uncover detailed clues regarding the Empress. Most importantly, unlike other demon clans, the little white fox has not shown any inclination towards transformation up to this point. She feels considerable distress, but Zhao Fan reassures her that perhaps the moment she breaks through to the harmonization phase will coincide with her transformation. The little white fox wholeheartedly agrees, thus dedicating herself diligently to her cultivation over the years. With the aid of the jade coffin, she reached the perfection stage of the spirit-severing phase years ago, and she is now merely a step away from the harmonization phase. Given the right opportunity, the little white fox could attempt to break through at any moment. The celestial and earthly spiritual energy at high altitudes has recently surged. Zhao Fan's gaze deepens as he calmly states this fact. Previously, he had discussed the changes in the spiritual energy above with the little white fox, so he is not concerned about her understanding. Isn't that a good thing? If this continues, I shall be able to break through more swiftly. The little white fox, brimming with excitement, spoke in a melodious and crisp voice. Breaking through to the integration stage is not as simple as it seems. You must be prepared. You cannot merely rely on the benefits bestowed by the changes in the celestial energy. Zhao Fan shook his head and reminded her, I understand. After all, you will be by my side, won't you? If I fail to break through, you wouldn't just watch me perish, would you? The little white fox blinked her gem-like eyes and asked sweetly, You little fox. Zhao Fan chuckled helplessly, unable to resist ruffling her small head. Over the years, despite the little white fox retaining some of her proud demeanor, her attitude towards Zhao Fan had improved significantly. Occasionally, when in a good mood, she would allow him to pet her head. I am going to cultivate now. Once I break through to the integration stage, I might even be able to take on a human form and recall more memories. The little white fox blinked her bright, beautiful eyes, brimming with determination. Eager to advance to the integration stage, Zhao Fan merely smiled faintly, allowing her to return to the stone chamber to continue her cultivation. Shall we begin the sign-in? At that moment, the familiar prompt from the system echoed in Zhao Fan's mind, as it always did. Sign in. Zhao Fan responded habitually. Sign in successful. Reward, Sacred Technique of Life Extension. As the system's voice faded, a secret technique appeared in Zhao Fan's consciousness. The sacred technique of life extension could heal certain injuries and effectively prolong the life of a cultivator. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the nature of the healing technique he had received. With a hint of curiosity, he began to comprehend it, but soon found his brow furrowing involuntarily. The requirements for this technique were quite stringent. It could only be cast on individuals whose realms were weaker than that of the practitioner, and to achieve effective healing, it required a substantial amount of spiritual energy, even at the cost of a portion of the caster's lifespan. This healing technique seemed somewhat impractical. Nonetheless, it was simple to learn, and he hoped he would not need to utilize it in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped its essential points. For him, unless a technique was as profound as the sword control technique or the 10,000 sword technique, ordinary methods posed little difficulty. On that day, light footsteps echoed outside the demon locking tower. Senior brother, I have brought you lunch. Accompanied by a sweet and clear voice, Zhang Qian arrived at the tower, carrying a food container filled with warm meals for Zhao Fan. Over the years, Zhang Qian had evolved from a disciple of the Discipline Hall to a revered elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, overseeing hundreds of disciples. However, regardless of her elevated status, She remained steadfast in her original intention, personally delivering meals every 10 days, rain or shine. Her culinary skills had improved remarkably, and she could prepare an increasing variety of dishes. Zhao Fan often teased her, calling her a chef whose talents had been delayed by cultivation. Zhang Qian would never take offense. Instead, she was genuinely pleased, for no one understood better than her that this was Zhao Fan's acknowledgement of her abilities. What could bring greater joy than being recognized by the most formidable swordsman of the illustrious Shushan? Should the other disciples learn of Zhao Fan's true identity, it is uncertain how many would rush to offer their services, let alone receive the validation from such a prestigious figure. Little junior sister, what delectable dishes have you prepared this time? Zhao Fan inquired with a gentle smile. We have your favorite braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and kung pao chicken. Zhang Qian replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh, and I brought you a fine bottle of wine. Excellent, excellent. You have truly outdone yourself, Zhao Fan expressed appreciatively, savoring each dish. The exquisite food and drink served as a delightful antidote to the monotony of his cultivation life. Brother, you must eat more, Zhang Qian urged, her face brightening at Zhao Fan's praise. By the way, brother, the cultivation world has become increasingly turbulent of late. As usual, she began to recount recent events. A powerful Tianpeng demon clan has risen in the demon domain, launching a massive offensive against the territories of human cultivators, annihilating several notable sections. It is said that even the Kunlun alliance has suffered repeated defeats, with their leader gravely injured by the strength of the Tianpeng. Moreover, these demons are exceedingly arrogant, declaring their intent to first eradicate Kunlun and then Shushan, aiming to vanquish all cultivation sects in a bid for supremacy over the entire realm. Zhang Qian elaborated vividly. The Tianpeng demon clan? To eradicate Kunlun before Shushan? Such audacity, Zhao Fan remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, this very situation has incited the wrath of our leader, who plans to personally lead the disciples of Shushan into the demon domain to eliminate the Tianpeng clan. Zhang Qian recounted earnestly. Shushan is to confront the Tianpeng demon clan? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow in concern. Yes, this is the decision reached by our leader and the elders. Recently, Shushan's territories have expanded significantly, inciting jealousy among other sections. Therefore, an elder proposed that if we can defeat the Tianpeng clan, which has already bested the Kunlun alliance, Shushan will surely regain its dominion and deter other sects from making rash moves. Regain dominion? I scoff at that notion, Zhao Fan retorted, shaking his head. This seems more like an opportunity to demonstrate strength against the Tianpeng, with ambitions of dominating the cultivation world. That I cannot say. However, the entire sect is rallying for war. Even many disciples from our discipline hall are eager to descend the mountain and achieve merit against the Tianpeng. Once war begins, who knows how many lives will be lost? Zhang Qian's delicate brows knitted together, a hint of worry on her exquisite face. Her inherently kind nature led her to care less about the sect's victory than about the safety of her fellow disciples. Were there more individuals like you within our sect? Perhaps they would reconsider the reckless endeavor against the Tianpeng, Zhao Fan remarked, shaking his head calmly. Brother, are you suggesting that you hold reservations about the sect's course of action? Zhang Qian asked, her large eyes glimmering with curiosity. Ambition is a commendable trait, yet an excess of it can become a burden. Zhao Fan spoke with an inscrutable expression, his tone measured. Zhang Qian, pensive, nodded in agreement, though she struggled to fully comprehend his words, sensing their inherent truth. Subsequently, Zhao Fan and Zhang Qian engaged in further conversation until noon. When she departed from the demon-sealing tower, her food container empty, the tower returned to its tranquil state, and Zhao Fan, undeterred, resumed his monotonous practice. Through years of diligent cultivation, his strength had vastly increased, far beyond what it once was, to the extent that even he was unaware of his true might, as he had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of unleashing his full potential. Time flew by, and soon over half a month had elapsed. One day, a sudden surge of tumultuous spiritual energy emanated from the stone house nearby. Zhao Fan's eyes flew open, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. Inside the stone house, the little white fox was in evident distress. Its once crystalline fur was entangled with wisps of dark energy, emanating an aura both sinister and eerie. It had fallen into a state of demonic frenzy. Zhao Fan's sudden appearance rendered his expression grave. The little white fox had acted too hastily, losing control over its immense demonic power during a breakthrough. Without intervention, it risked succumbing to madness, transforming into a bloodthirsty abomination. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan grasped the little white fox in his palm, channeling a vast and pure flow of spiritual energy into it, soothing its tumultuous demonic force. Under Zhao Fan's guidance, the dark energy enveloping the little fox began to dissipate, its previously agitated presence gradually calming. Unite your spirit and seize the moment to break through, Zhao Fan calmly instructed, aiding the little fox in transcending its limits. Boom. In the next instant, the little white fox's aura surged dramatically, waves of formidable demonic power radiating from its form, enveloping it in a cocoon of white light. Sensing the little fox's ascendant energy, Zhao Fan realized it had successfully broken through and was likely undergoing its transformation phase. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, he chose to remain close. As time passed, an hour later, the once mighty cocoon began to crack, revealing a delicate and enchanting figure. It was a charming young girl, with exquisite features, fair and flawless skin, and eyes as clear and bright as gems. She exuded a captivating fragrance. But what drew the most attention were the two fluffy tails sprouting from her behind, enhancing her innocent and adorable demeanor. She was none other than the little white fox, now successfully transformed. Not only did this fox spirit successfully break through its realm, but it has also attained its transformation. How splendid! The little white fox beamed with joy, blissfully unaware that her alluring form was exposed before Zhao Fan's gaze. He felt a dryness in his throat, a rush of blood surging within him, nearly overwhelming the composure he had maintained for nearly 2 centuries of cultivation. Fortunately, he managed to retain a semblance of clarity and rationality. Little fox, quickly put on some clothes, he urged. Zhao Fan cleared his throat and gently draped a garment from the system space over the newly transformed little white fox. Ah! The little white fox exclaimed, suddenly realizing her state of undress. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I shall pluck out your eyeballs. Noticing Zhao Fan's fervent gaze, the little white fox shot him a glare and hastily donned the clothing. Her originally delicate face now bore a hint of rosy embarrassment, rendering her even more endearing and captivating. No more staring, no more staring. Zhao Fan awkwardly waved his hand, reluctantly averting his gaze. What brings you here? The little white fox asked, her petite form tense as she fixed her gaze on Zhao Fan, a hint of annoyance lacing her voice. Despite her recent transformation, the little white fox, like many female cultivators of the demon race, held a profound appreciation for her purity. With Zhao Fan having seen her almost completely unclothed, how could she not feel irate? She glared at him with a deadly intensity, ready to strike if his answer displeased her. Zhao Fan offered an awkward smile and quickly clarified, you nearly fell into a state of madness. It was I who intervened in time to assist you. Fell into madness. The little white fox furrowed her brows, a vague recollection surfacing in her mind, seemingly confirming his words. Are you telling the truth? She asked, her voice melodious and eager for reassurance. Why would I lie to you? It's truly disheartening to receive suspicion after offering my help, Zhao Fan replied, shaking his head with a hint of disappointment. Well then, does that mean I should be grateful to you? The little white fox rolled her eyes and replied with a hint of irritation. Gratitude is unnecessary. Just treat me well from now on. For instance, when you have the chance, you could massage my legs or my back. I wouldn't mind, Zhao Fan joked with a grin. You. The little white fox stomped her foot in indignation and lunged towards Zhao Fan. However, he was not one to be easily captured. As soon as her words fell, he vanished from sight, leaving her to grasp at air. If you're so capable, don't run. Let me show you what I can do. I challenge you. The little white fox huffed, pursuing him with determination. Soon, the air resonated with a thunderous roar. Freshly empowered from her breakthrough, the little white fox brimming with confidence sought to teach Zhao Fan a lesson and initiated a sparring match. Zhao Fan, fully aware of her intentions, graciously accepted the challenge. The duo, one man and one fox, nearly toppled half of the demon-sealing tower, only calming down several minutes later. How infuriating. I've clearly reached the integration stage. Yet I'm still no match for you. Moreover, why can't I discern your cultivation level? The little white fox pouted, her expression tinged with frustration. She had attempted to strike, but not only did she fail to defeat Zhao Fan, she couldn't even graze the hem of his garment. Little fox, you have done remarkably well, Zhao Fan reassured her. Most cultivators of the same realm find it difficult to match your prowess, as they have only just broken through to the integration stage and still need to solidify their foundation. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Fan approached and affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "Very well. Once I have solidified my realm, I shall certainly be stronger than I am now, and then I will teach you a lesson." Though aware that Zhao Fan was merely comforting himself, the little white fox huffed in a somewhat proud manner and replied, "I want to allow that." Zhao Fan merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further, yet inwardly he chuckled. Even if given several decades, it was unlikely that the little white fox could ever best him. "By the way, now that you have taken human form, let me bestow upon you a lovely name," Zhao Fan suddenly suggested. "I refuse. Your choice will undoubtedly be unappealing." The little white fox instinctively retorted, her pride evident. "Just hear me out. If you dislike it, you may reject it later," Zhao Fan replied with a smile. "Your fur is as white as snow, so I shall name you Bai Shue," he continued. "Bai Shue, Bai Shue." The little white fox blinked her large eyes and repeated the name twice, clearly pleased with it. "What do you think?" Zhao Fan asked with a grin. "It's passable." She huffed, though she found the name agreeable. "Very well, from now on, you shall be called Bai Shue," Zhao Fan stated with a slight smile. "Humph. This fox fairy must go solidify her cultivation now," the little white fox declared, her tail held high as she gracefully strode back into the stone chamber. Zhao Fan could hardly believe how stunning the little fox had become upon taking human form. No wonder ancient text from the Shushan recorded the fox clan as one of the most alluring of the demon races. He sighed to himself, having never perceived her charm before, as he had treated her merely as a pet, yet now transformed into a beautiful maiden. He found it somewhat challenging to maintain his composure. Despite having cultivated for nearly 2 centuries, Zhao Fan remained, at heart, a confirmed bachelor. Being in the presence of such an enchanting and lovely fox spirit was indeed a test of his resolve. In the days that followed, Bai Shue remained within the stone chamber to consolidate her cultivation, while Zhao Fan diligently utilized the system to grow stronger. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Glazed battle garb. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Sacred Spirit Sword Technique. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Great Rejuvenation Pill. Zhao Fan's strength gradually increased, to the point where even Bai Shue, now a member of the integration stage, could not discern the true depth of his cultivation. The demon-locking tower was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility, as if the entire world had forgotten it. Until one day, this serenity was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Uncle! Uncle! It's terrible! My father is in trouble!" Zhao Xiaodian rushed toward the demon-locking tower, calling out anxiously before even entering. "Xiaodian, what brings you here?" Zhao Fan inquired softly, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zhao Xiaodian. Zhao Xiaodian knelt before Zhao Fan, his face etched with sorrow, and cried out, "Uncle, please save my father. What has happened?" "Speak slowly," Zhao Fan asked, his brow furrowing with concern. "A few days ago, my father led the elite of Shushan to the demon domain to confront the Tianpeng demon clan. Initially, everything went smoothly, but then a formidable being from the Tianpeng clan appeared. Not only did he slay several elders at the peak of the divinity stage, but he also gravely injured my father, who now teeters on the brink of death." Zhao Xiaodian recounted, anguish evident in his voice. "What? Such a thing has occurred?" Zhao Fan rose suddenly, his terrifying aura surging like a tempest, shaking the very foundation of the demon-locked tower. Inside the Shushan Great Hall, chaos reigned. The current sect leader, Zhao Cheng, appeared pale and weak, as if his life force was but a flickering candle. Had it not been for several elders at the peak of the divinity stage, who were diligently channeling their spiritual energy into him, he would have long since succumbed. Yet, even this could merely sustain his fragile existence. Gazing at the near-lifeless Zhao Cheng, the elders in the hall wore expressions of profound grief. They had believed that Zhao Cheng, leading the Shushan elite, could annihilate the Tianpeng clan in one fell swoop. However, they never anticipated that a powerful being from the Tianpeng clan would be present, resulting in the death of many formidable Shushan warriors and leaving Zhao Cheng gravely injured. "What can we do now?" lamented Elder Lin Mu of the true martial sect. Sorrow etched across his face. Even the highest-grade healing elixirs cannot alleviate the sect leader's injuries. What hope is there to turn the tide? Just moments ago, they had administered several invaluable healing elixirs to Zhao Cheng, yet no improvement had manifested. Even the Shushan elders skilled in medicine found themselves at a loss. Were they truly to watch helplessly as their sect leader perished before their eyes? Should Zhao Cheng fall, Shushan would be left without a leader. And with the Tianpeng clan's ferocious advance, chaos would surely ensue, perhaps even leading to the sect's annihilation. No, The sect leader must not come to harm. Lin Mu commanded resolutely. Send someone down the mountain to seek the legendary celestial herb. We must do whatever it takes to save the sect leader's life. Upon his decree, several elders took their leave, preparing to descend the mountain in search of the fabled herb that could grant life anew. For it seemed the only hope for saving Zhao Cheng's life. Lin Mu, do not waste your efforts. Such celestial herbs are rarely seen in a millennium. Even if we send someone down now, we cannot expect results in time, an elder remarked just as Zhao Cheng slowly opened his eyes, speaking weakly. I have little time left. I have governed Shushan for nearly 2 centuries, fervently striving for reform and development, contributing to the sect. Alas, it is a pity. It is all my fault for underestimating the true strength of the Tianping clan, leading our people into battle without full knowledge, resulting in the heavy casualties of our warriors and disciples. This will forever remain a blemish on my life. Upon hearing Zhao Cheng's words, the assembly led by Elder Jinwu could not help but feel their noses tingle with emotion, some even covering their faces in tears. Although the assault on the Tianping demon clan had ended in failure, none could deny that Zhao Cheng was a remarkable sovereign of Shushan. Throughout his reign, he had devoted himself tirelessly to the restoration of the realm, which had granted Shushan its current stature. Please, you all may leave. I wish to discuss a few matters with my wife. Zhao Cheng gestured, dismissing the others and leaving only Princess Pingyang by his side. Elder Lin Mu sighed deeply, leading the other elders to withdraw slowly. The situation in Shushan was dire. The Tianping demon clan was almost at their gates, and they could not linger any longer, but needed to attend to the broader circumstances. Inside the great hall, Princess Pingyang's features were exquisite, yet her delicate face was marred by tears. Husband, is there anything else you wish to convey to me? She asked, her voice trembling with sorrow. My dear, these years have been arduous for you. I have been preoccupied with the affairs of our sect, leaving little time to be with you. You do not hold this against me, do you? Zhao Cheng inquired softly. Do not speak such foolishness. I have never blamed you. It is my honor to have such a wise and valiant husband, Princess Pingyang replied, shaking her head and gazing at Zhao Cheng with tenderness. Then I am relieved. Zhao Cheng nodded, then sighed once more. If I should meet an untimely end, I wish to bequeath the position of Shushan's leader to Xiaodian. What do you think? To Xiaodian? Princess Pingyang furrowed her brows momentarily but soon relaxed, saying gently, though Xiaodian is not my biological child, he is nonetheless your blood. It would be most fitting to pass it on to him. With her words, Zhao Cheng felt a sense of contentment. Though he and Princess Pingyang had a son named Zhao Xiaofeng, his talents paled in comparison to those of his elder brother, Zhao Xiaodian. My dear, please step outside for a moment. I wish to be alone, he requested. Husband. Although reluctant, Princess Pingyang slowly exited the hall. Inside, Zhao Cheng remained alone, his vitality waning. Yet he exerted himself to maintain his final vestiges of spirit, for the most crucial person he longed to see had yet to arrive. Father, uncle has come. Just as Zhao Cheng's consciousness began to blur, Zhao Xiaodian returned to the Shushan Great Hall, walking up to him with a reminder. Really? Zhao Cheng, upon hearing this, summoned his strength. In his clouded vision, a tall figure emerged. Who else could it be but his own brother, Zhao Fan? Zhao Cheng, I have come, Zhao Fan said, looking at his frail brother with a pang of sorrow. Not long ago, Zhao Cheng had been the vigorous and commanding leader of Shushan, but now he appeared as a withered elder nearing the twilight of life. Brother, Zhao Cheng exclaimed, excitement shining in his eyes. In those final moments of existence, the one he yearned to see most was not his gentle wife, nor his obedient son, but his own brother, born from the same womb. In the beginning, Zhao Fan was born first, endowed with extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, groomed to become the future deputy master of Mount Shu, exuding an air of elegance and charisma. His elder brother, Zhao Fan, was the person Zhao Cheng admired most, serving as an inspiration he relentlessly pursued. Zhao Fan had once remarked that Mount Shu had long been weakened, plagued by an imperfect sect system internally and subservient forces undermining authority externally. Thus, upon assuming the role of sect leader, he boldly initiated sweeping reforms to enhance the sect structure, subsequently taking decisive action against the 6 great sword schools. Although the journey was fraught with peril, every endeavor significantly fortified Mount Shu compared to 1 or 2 centuries prior. Crucially, these remarkable feats were made possible not only by his own diligent governance, but also by the unwavering support of his elder brother. Therefore, in the twilight of his life, Zhao Cheng yearned to see his brother Zhao Fan once more, to express his gratitude. Zhao Fan arrived, his presence ethereal and transcendent, resembling a graceful and handsome gentleman. Zhao Cheng beamed with a smile reminiscent of a child, radiating contentment and purity. "Do not worry, I shall save you." Zhao Fan stepped forward, grasping Zhao Cheng's hand with a calm yet resolute tone. "Brother, I am well aware of my condition. My primordial spirit is shattered, and my internal spiritual energy is exhausted. Even a grand immortal cannot restore me." Zhao Cheng shook his head, signaling Zhao Fan not to waste his efforts, for he had resigned himself to his fate. Zhao Fan remained silent, instead employing the sacred art of sustaining life, continuously channeling abundant vitality into his brother Zhao Cheng's body. Under the immense life force, Zhao Cheng's previously ravaged form began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. His frail body regained a semblance of vigor, and even his pallid complexion started to take on a healthy hue. "Uncle, you have truly saved my father," exclaimed Zhao Xiaodian, overwhelmed with joy at the miraculous sight. "Brother, what is happening?" Zhao Cheng, equally exhilarated, clutched Zhao Fan tightly, struggling to comprehend the situation as if caught in a dream. Both father and son were elated. Yet Zhao Fan felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. As Zhao Cheng had previously stated, his primordial spirit was in ruins. Although the sacred art of sustaining life was astonishingly effective, it could only mend the physical damage and could not genuinely restore Zhao Cheng. At best, it would prolong his life for a brief period. "Your primordial spirit is shattered. While I have used secret techniques to heal your wounds, this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Currently, I can only extend your life for a little over 3 months. Beyond that, I am powerless." Zhao Fan shook his head, sighing deeply. "What?" Zhao Xiaoyan's smile faltered, and he suddenly knelt before Zhao Fan, pleading, "Uncle, is there truly no other way? Please, help my father." "Xiaodian, do not burden your uncle," Zhao Cheng quickly interjected, wearing a smile as he continued, "I am already very content to live for a few more months." "Thank you, brother." Looking at Zhao Fan, Zhao Cheng felt no disappointment. Rather, he expressed his gratitude with a heart full of appreciation. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Fan gently nodded, feeling a slight alleviation of his previously heavy heart. "Alas, it was my own hubris that led me to aspire for dominance in the realm of immortal cultivation, foolishly leading the elite warriors of Shushan to confront the Tianpeng demon clan, which has culminated in this dire predicament." Zhao Cheng sighed softly, harboring a tinge of regret within. However, at this juncture, dwelling on such matters serves no purpose. He turned his gaze towards Zhao Xiaodian and spoke in a grave tone. "Zhao Xiaodian, heed my command." "Father." "I am here," Zhao Xiaodian replied, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and approached Zhao Cheng with utmost respect. "Kneel before your uncle," Zhao Cheng said sternly. Although Zhao Xiaodian felt perplexed, he obediently complied. As he observed his younger brother kneeling before him, Zhao Fan remained silent, yet deep within. He anticipated the significant undertaking that awaited his brother. "Eldest brother, over the years, I have diligently worked to fortify Shushan, transforming it into a far more formidable force than it once was. Yet there remains a considerable distance to true revitalization. Should the next sect leader of Shushan lack the audacity to carry this forward, then all my efforts shall be rendered futile." At this point, Zhao Cheng paused before continuing. "Thus, I wish for Xiaodian to assume the mantle of Shushan's new sect leader." "Are you certain?" Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. While Zhao Xiaodian was indeed the son of Zhao Cheng, being a child born out of wedlock posed significant challenges should he ascend to such a position. "I have made up my mind, and I have already conferred with Pingyang. I hope that once Xiaotian rises to power, you will continue to support him. As this child is ultimately one you have nurtured," Zhao Cheng implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan's eyes brightened as he regarded Zhao Xiaotian, who, though somewhat anxious, instinctively straightened his posture. "Since your father trusts you with the future of Shushan, I shall not oppose it. However, Xiaotian, remember this, the position of sect leader is not easily attained. You must learn from your father," Zhao Fan advised thoughtfully. "Rest assured, uncle, I will not disappoint you or my father," Zhao Xiaotian responded with fervor, bowing deeply in gratitude towards Zhao Fan. No one understood better than he that with Zhao Fan's support, his position as the new sect leader of Shushan would be secure. "Excellent. I believe in you, my child. You shall fulfill my unfulfilled aspirations and restore Shushan to its rightful place as a preeminent sect in the realm of immortal cultivation," Zhao Cheng said, a smile gracing his face, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. With the question of succession resolved, The final stone in his heart was finally set at ease. I will endeavor with all my might, Zhao Xiaodian declared, taking a deep breath with utmost seriousness. By the way, Father, now that the Tianping demon clan is aggressively advancing upon our mountain's base, what shall we do? Once he became the heir, Zhao Xiaodian immediately contemplated the pressing predicament facing Shushan. Ever since their father, Zhao Cheng, returned to Shushan, the Tianping demon clan had relentlessly pursued them, now encircling Shushan so thoroughly that not a single drop could pass through. The Tianping demon clan? Their arrival is fortuitous. I shall seek vengeance for you. Before Zhao Cheng could utter a word, Zhao Fan slowly rose to his feet, his stature suddenly becoming imposing and magnificent. His gaze was somewhat frigid. Anyone bold enough to inflict grave harm upon his younger brother, Zhao Cheng, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Never before had Zhao Fan felt such an inferno of wrath surging within him. Elder brother, do not act impulsively. The formidable being from the Tianping demon clan is exceedingly powerful. In the past, even several fully realized elders, numbering 7 or 8, could not withstand a single strike from him. Zhao Cheng cautioned, concern etched across his face. A mere demon, I could vanquish it with a single sword stroke. Zhao Fan replied, his expression impassive and calm. Over the years, Zhao Fan's strength had grown immensely, to the point where he himself was uncertain of his own limits. Although the spiritual energies of the universe had been revitalized for many years, he was unequivocally confident that he currently stood at the pinnacle of the entire realm of cultivation. While he would not claim to be invincible, it was evident that among the vast majority of the cultivation world, few could rival his prowess. Xiao Tian, accompany me to confront the Tianping demon clan. Zhao Fan signaled for Zhao Xiaodian to follow, then strode with resolute steps, departing the grand hall of Shushan. Go ahead. Do not let down your uncle's earnest intentions, Zhao Cheng remarked, understanding his elder brother's purpose in summoning Zhao Xiaodian, as he waved him off. Father, please rest for now. I shall return shortly. Zhao Xiaodian nodded and hurried to keep pace with Zhao Fan. Outside Shushan, ominous demon clouds loomed heavily, casting a dark pall over the landscape. Above these clouds stood powerful figures, predominantly members of the Tianping clan, possessing the form of both human and mythical bird. The Tianping clan had long resided deep within the demon domain, remaining silent in the cultivation world for nearly a millennium until their recent resurgence. The Tianping clan had been making formidable strides, having not only repelled the Kunlun alliance, but also recently defeated the Shushan cultivators who dared to confront them. Now, emboldened by their victories, they surrounded Shushan, intent on annihilating this sect of cultivators. Countless members of the Tianping clan stood in silent reverence, gazing with fervent admiration at the towering figure at the forefront. This was a man clad in golden robes, the leader of the Tianping clan, the Tianping king, a being of immense strength and a formidable force at the integration stage. It was his presence that had enabled the Tianping clan to advance unimpeded to the gates of Shushan. This is dire. The Tianping clan is aggressive. They truly wish to obliterate us, lamented Elder Lin Mu of the true martial sect, who had gathered with fellow elders and disciples at the mountain gate, preparing for battle. With their sect leader gravely wounded, should the Tianping clan breach Shushan, their destruction would be imminent. In this critical moment, he felt compelled to stand firm and lead everyone in the defense of Shushan. Elder True Marshal, can we withstand them? The Tianping king possesses integration-level prowess. Are we not akin to moths drawn to the flame? Indeed, 60 years ago, we had the esteemed sword cultivator of Mount Shu to safeguard us. Yet now, the Tianping tribe has breached our gates. Why has that venerable elder remained inactive? Could it be that he has already passed into the void? A voice filled with anxiety expressed these concerns. Do not speak such nonsense. That elder is assuredly still among the living. Should he choose to intervene, the forces of the Tianping tribe would be nothing to fear. Lin Mu reassured the crowd, though internally, he too felt a lack of certainty. If the elder still existed, why had he not revealed himself until now? Listen well, people of Mount Shu. Immediately withdraw your protective formation and surrender. I shall grant you leniency and spare your lives. Otherwise, once I breach your defenses, I will unleash a massacre without mercy, proclaimed the aloof Tianping king, his voice resonating like thunder in the ears of all present. What an arrogant beast! With our sword cultivator standing guard, your Tianping tribe, if you are not afraid of death, may attempt an assault, retorted Elder Lin Mu, his face a mask of fury. If that is the case, then let the cowardly sword practitioner of Mount Shu emerge, and I shall show him how swiftly I can claim his life, the Tianping king replied, his gaze icy and his formidable demonic energy dispersing the heavy clouds above. His arrogance was palpable, and his battle intent was fierce. Had it not been for the rumored power of the sword cultivator, he would have already led his kin into battle. Although the Tianping king was supremely confident in his strength, he dared not underestimate his opponent. After all, 60 years prior, the sword practitioner of Mount Shu had already established himself as a formidable being of the integration stage. Foolish. Such arrogance is unbecoming of a beast. The words of the Tianping king ignited anger among Elder Lin Mu and his companions, yet none dared to step forward to confront him. Even the combined might of several perfected divine transformation experts had fallen to the Tianping king before, and to venture out now would be akin to walking willingly into death. It appears you are merely posturing. 60 years have passed. Surely the integration stage powerhouse of Mount Shu has perished by now. The Tianping king, noticing the lack of response from Lin Mu and the others, felt a surge of confidence. He wasted no more words and raised his claw to strike. In an instant, the heavens roared, and an immense surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal claw, imbued with the force of thunder, descending upon the protective formation of Mount Shu. Not good. Quickly, activate the protective formation. Lin Mu and the others' expressions changed dramatically as they channeled their spiritual power into the protective array, unleashing a dazzling sword light to counter the titanic claw. Over the years, the protective formation of Mount Shu had undergone numerous enhancements, becoming exceptionally powerful. With the combined efforts of dozens of elders pouring their vast spiritual energy into it, the resultant force was indeed formidable. Boom! The sword light of the protective formation barely held back the claw, resulting in a deafening clash that reverberated throughout the void. You are but a swarm of ants. What do you possess to oppose me? With a cold sneer, the Heavenly Rock King unleashed a torrent of demon power, his claws solidifying with an intensity akin to the primordial golden-winged Great Pong, capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. Boom! In the next moment, the sword light of the protective formation shattered with a resounding explosion as the colossal claw of the rock ruthlessly obliterated the array, sending Lin Mu and the others reeling, blood spewing forth as they collapsed to the ground, gravely affected by the backlash. Die! The Heavenly Rock King's eyes glinted with malice as he struck towards the disciples of Mount Shu, delivering a terrifying blow befitting a being of the integration stage. Its might beyond imagination. This is bad. The elders, including Lin Mu, wore expressions of despair. Against such a formidable demon, they possessed no strength to resist, helplessly watching as the enormous claw descended upon them like a mountain. Clang! In that moment of dire peril, a golden blade of light, akin to a river of stars, defied the layers of spatial distance and forcefully slashed towards the claw. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the claw shattered, the golden sword light sweeping through with unstoppable momentum, cleaving towards the Heavenly Rock King. This strike was as swift as lightning, yet bore tremendous weight. What? The Heavenly Rock King's expression shifted as he sensed the imminent threat, instinctively raising his claws, as impenetrable as divine gold, to defend. He was a great demon awakened with the bloodline of a primordial beast, his physique exceptionally robust, especially his claws, capable of rending divine weapons. Yet, in the next instant, blood streamed from his claws, and he trembled violently as if struck by a mountain, soaring through the air for several miles, crashing through numerous towering peaks before crashing heavily to the ground. This sudden strike left the once fervent Rock clan in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. That figure! Lin Mu and the others turned towards the source of the sound, only to be astonished to find a golden figure, resembling a deity, striding through the void, each step covering hundreds, if not thousands, of feet. In merely a few strides, he had appeared high above the mountain gate. The aura emanating from this golden figure was immense, akin to an unfathomable ocean, instilling a profound sense of insignificance in all present. It is the Sword Cultivator Elder. The elders and disciples of Mount Shu were overwhelmed with excitement, their voices rising in jubilant cheers. The Sword Cultivator Elder has finally made his move. We are saved. However, Lin Mu soon noticed that beside this venerable figure stood none other than Zhao Xiaotian, the illegitimate son of the sect leader. Could it be that he had summoned the Sword Cultivator Elder? This realization left Lin Mu astounded. Xiaotian, stay close and watch carefully, Zhao Fan cautioned, wishing to protect him from harm. Understood. Uncle, be careful, Zhao Xiaotian nodded, gracefully landing beside Lin Mu and the others. Xiaotian, did you bring the Sword Cultivator Elder here? As Zhao Xiaodian descended, Lin Mu and the elders quickly surrounded him. Noticing the fervent gazes directed at him, Zhao Xiaodian discerned his uncle's earnest intentions and thus refrained from denial, mysteriously smiling as he assured the elders, "Rest assured, the sword cultivator will protect our Shushan. Just watch him vanquish our enemies with ease." Wonderful! With the sword cultivator's intervention, these monsters are doomed. The crowd erupted in excitement. Seeing the sword cultivator as the embodiment of invincibility, the mighty swordsman of Shushan has finally arrived. At that moment, the earth trembled violently as the Tianping King, previously sent flying by Zhao Fan's sword strike, shattered the ground beneath him and soared into the sky like a cannonball. With disheveled hair and eyes glinting coldly like lightning, he emanated a surging wave of demonic power, resembling a primordial demon reawakened. The overwhelming pressure he exerted shook the very heavens and earth, sweeping outwards in all directions. In that instant, both the Tianping clan members and the disciples of Shushan found themselves struggling to maintain their footing, while some of the weaker cultivators fainted under the sheer intensity. "As long as I slay you, Shushan shall surely fall today," the Tianping King declared ominously, his gaze fixated on Zhao Fan like a predator eyeing its prey. "Those who offend Shushan shall meet with no mercy." Zhao Fan's expression remained impassive as he spoke with unyielding conviction. "Ha! Then let us see you try." No sooner had the Tianping King's words left his mouth than a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, causing his figure to swell dramatically into a colossal Tianping. Towering 10,000 meters high, its body clad in iron feathers that radiated an unimaginable aura of terror. This was his true form, capable of obliterating mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. "Attack!" The Tianping King unfurled his wings, launching himself at Zhao Fan like an arrow, embodying the overwhelming force of a tidal wave. For demonic cultivators, the most formidable weapon is their indomitable physical form, and the Tianping clan stands as a paragon among them. Faced with the approaching behemoth, Zhao Fan's demeanor remained unperturbed as he wielded the flying sword Qi Xiao, which emitted a clear and resonant melody. 10,000 Swords Technique. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Fan unleashed the Qi Xiao, sending forth a sword light that surpassed all previous brilliance, illuminating the sky and shattering the heavens with its terrifying intent. Echoing in all directions. In that moment, within Shushan, countless swords responded with their own cries, resonating in harmony. Tianping's claw of destruction. Sensing the formidable power of Zhao Fan's strike, the Tianping King felt a chill run through him, yet he steeled himself, exerting every ounce of strength for his most powerful counterattack. With a thunderous roar, the explosive sound reverberated as the terrifying sword light effortlessly shattered the Tianping King's proud claws, continuing unabated to sever his enormous form. How is this possible? The Tianping King gasped in disbelief. He had revealed his true form, his battle prowess far exceeding that of other cultivators of the same level. Even in dire straits, he should have been able to withstand the sword light for a brief moment. In a desperate bid for survival, he frantically channeled his demonic energy to block the impending strike, but it was utterly futile. "No." Tianping Wang emitted a heart-wrenching cry of despair, ultimately succumbing beneath the terrifying radiance of the sword, with even his primordial spirit unable to escape in time. With the fall of the celestial Peng King, the entrance of Mount Shu fell into an eerie silence. Countless members of the celestial Peng clan stood aghast, their mouths agape, steeped in disbelief and overwhelming fear. Some of the weaker-willed demon practitioners trembled uncontrollably, on the brink of collapse. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it impossible to accept the grim reality that the proud celestial Peng King had been slain by a single sword strike from Zhao Fan. This was the celestial Peng King, a formidable being of the integration stage. It was inconceivable. I must be dreaming. Our clan leader is the mightiest demon of the celestial Peng tribe. How could he possibly be killed? This must be a dream. An elder of the clan trembled, his voice laced with despair as he cried out, "Elder, this is true. The celestial Peng King is dead. We must flee at once. If we delay, it will be too late." Gazing at the golden figure standing proudly in the sky, many powerful members of the celestial Peng clan were gripped by terror. Lacking the courage to continue the fight, he appeared as an invincible sword immortal. Even the celestial Peng King had fallen to his blade. How could they, mere practitioners lacking in the integration stage, hope to resist? The very aura he exuded was almost unbearable. So powerful. Truly, our sword cultivator elder from Mount Shu is extraordinary. Even a mighty being of the integration stage like the celestial Peng King could not withstand his strike. Is our elder now invincible in this world? In stark contrast to the despairing reactions of the Celestial Peng clan, the elders and disciples of Mount Shu, led by Lin Mu, were almost beside themselves with excitement, unable to contain their shouts of joy. Even Zhao Xiaoyan's face was alight with fervor, although he had known his uncle could defeat the Celestial Peng King. He had never anticipated such a swift and decisive victory, one sword strike to slay a being of the integration stage. The Celestial Peng King was a pinnacle existence within the entire realm of cultivation. As the members of Mount Shu reveled in their exhilaration, the Celestial Peng clan members transformed back into their true forms, hastily fleeing towards the outskirts of Mount Shu, eager to escape the scene. They did not wish to linger for even a moment longer. This is bad. We cannot let these Celestial Peng clan members escape. The disciples of Mount Shu, under Lin Mu's command, prepared to pursue them. As thousands of Celestial Peng clan members attempted to flee, the elder Jinwu, Lin Mu, glared with hatred, ready to lead the strong practitioners of Mount Shu in their pursuit. At that moment, Zhao Fan, suspended in midair, suddenly sprang into action. His physique was robust and imposing, his gaze cold and merciless, showing no compassion towards the fleeing Celestial Peng clan members. With a mere thought, his flying sword, Qi Xiao, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the layers of void and, in an instant, conjuring a multitude of sword shadows that filled the sky. With each flicker of the sword shadows, blood splattered, one after another. The Celestial Peng clan members disintegrated amidst their anguished cries. In the briefest of moments, apart from a few who exerted every ounce of strength to escape, nearly all of the thousands of Celestial Peng clan members met a grim fate on the spot. Corpses cascaded from the heights, their lifeblood swiftly staining the gates of Mount Shu in a vivid crimson hue. This marked the most ruthless display of Zhao Fan's prowess, as he not only vanquished the formidable Tianpeng King of the fusion stage, but also employed his swordsmanship to dispatch numerous members of the Tianpeng clan present. Yet, despite this carnage, Zhao Fan's fury remained unabated. To him, even the entirety of the Tianpeng demon race paled in significance compared to his brother, Zhao Cheng. Within the vast expanse of Mount Shu, there were but 2 or 3 individuals he truly cherished, and Zhao Cheng was among them. Thousands of Tianpeng clansmen lay slain, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. Observing this grim tableau, an elder of Mount Shu spoke with a quivering voice. Many disciples gazed up at Zhao Fan, who stood majestically in the void, their eyes filled with profound reverence. The sword cultivator, when he chose to strike, unleashed a tempest of power. In the aftermath of this battle, the majority of the Tianpeng clan had perished. Although they might cling to some semblance of their lineage, they would undoubtedly plummet from their status as a top-tier demon faction to a mere 3rd or 4th-rate power, if not worse. Having resolved the issue of the Tianpeng demons, Zhao Fan chose not to linger, stepping forth and vanishing from sight. The subsequent cleanup was entrusted to the elders of Mount Shu. The audacious assault of the Tianpeng clan on Mount Shu had been met with annihilation by the enigmatic sword master, a tale too shocking to conceal, quickly spreading like wildfire throughout the realm of cultivation. Upon learning that the fusion stage powerhouse, the Tianpeng king, had been slain with a single stroke, the formidable figures of the cultivation world broke into a cold sweat. The Tianpeng clan was renowned for its formidable physical prowess, far exceeding that of its peers, yet even such strength had succumbed to the might of Mount Shu's sword master. How powerful must he have been? Both demons and cultivators alike were left astounded and agog. Many had presumed that after 60 years of absence, the sword master of Mount Shu had long since passed into oblivion. But none expected him to still be alive, and even stronger than he had been 6 decades prior. The revival of spiritual energy had birthed numerous powerful cultivators, causing various factions to swell in ambition, vying for dominance in the cultivation realm. Yet now, the sword master of Mount Shu loomed over them like an immovable mountain, pressing heavily upon their hearts. In that moment, the once chaotic cultivation world briefly regained its tranquility. No faction dared to emerge or provoke Mount Shu. Zhao Fan remained indifferent to the shifting tides of the outside world. After slaying the Tianpeng king and his kin, he returned directly to the Demon-Sealing Tower. A tinge of disappointment lingered within him. He had anticipated that the Tianpeng king might serve as a worthy adversary. Yet he had proven too feeble to withstand even a fraction of Zhao Fan's might. Indeed, when he had dispatched the Tianpeng king, Zhao Fan had exerted merely 10% of his strength. This was not to say the Tianpeng king was weak, but rather that Zhao Fan was exceedingly formidable. Nevertheless, Zhao Fan did not indulge in any sense of self-satisfaction. Instead, he resumed his cultivation within the Demon-Sealing Tower, seeking ways through the system's sign-in to acquire the means to rescue Zhao Cheng. For several consecutive days, Zhao Fan diligently checked in with the system, yet to his dismay, he did not acquire any healing martial arts superior to the sacred art of sustenance. This indicated that his brother, Zhao Cheng, could only survive for a maximum of 3 months. With a heavy heart, Zhao Fan shook his head and let out a silent sigh. On this particular day, a sudden and violent tremor emanated from deep within the demon-locking tower. It seems to be coming from the direction of the demon abyss. Zhao Fan's eyes widened in realization as he vanished from his location in an instant. When his figure reappeared, he had already arrived at the entrance of the demon abyss beneath the ground. Thud, thud. Beneath the entrance, countless tendrils of black poisonous gas coiled like massive chains of order, relentlessly battering against the golden ceiling net. The intense vibrations caused the entire subterranean palace to tremble and crumble. Zhao Fan's expression hardened. If he was not mistaken, it must be the demons within the abyss attempting to break the seal. Over the years, it seemed the power of the golden seal guarding the entrance had significantly weakened. What has transpired here? A melodious voice chimed in, and the figure of the little white fox, Bai Shui, appeared by Zhao Fan's side. She had been consolidating her cultivation within the stone house, and had rushed here upon sensing the tremendous commotion. The seal at the entrance is weakening. Something within is trying to break free. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. It's the demons inside. What should we do now? A look of seriousness crossed Bai Shui's exquisitely carved features. Her delicate form tightened, readying herself for battle. Do not worry. I am eager to once again test the prowess of the demons within. Zhao Fan gestured for Bai Shui to relax. When he had just broken through to the early stage of the fusion realm, he had dared to enter the demon abyss alone and briefly clashed with the demons residing there, emerging unscathed. Now, after such a long time, Zhao Fan had grown immensely stronger, and even if the demons managed to escape, he was confident in his ability to handle them. Seeing Zhao Fan's resolute demeanor, Bai Shui's large, bright eyes blinked, her heart settling slightly. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of Zhao Fan and Bai Shui, the black poisonous gas surged violently, ultimately shattering the seal blocking the entrance. An overwhelming wave of poisonous gas engulfed Zhao Fan and Bai Shui. Within the gas, the anguished howls of countless demons mingled with excited roars, as if wild beasts, long imprisoned, were finally breaking free from their sturdy cage. Cackling. How delightful. After being suppressed by the Empress and the ancestor of Shushan for over 30,000 years, I have finally broken free. I shall wash the world in blood. I shall unleash a massacre. The deep, rumbling voice thundered like a storm, saturated with boundless malevolence. Bai Shui's delicate brows knitted tightly, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to endure the oppressive aura of evil. Observing her discomfort, Zhao Fan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, and coldly declared, "A mere demon dares to speak of bloody carnage? Today, I shall ensure your complete annihilation." As Zhao Fan's voice fell, a fierce and astonishing sword intent surged forth, suppressing countless poisonous miasmas and malevolent auras with the might of thunder. Zhao Fan's flowing black hair danced wildly, his gaze icy and sharp as lightning, and his stature transformed into one of impressive grandeur, emanating an unfathomable and terrifying aura. What demons, what evildoers stood before him were but insignificant creatures. Such a powerful aura from a cultivator. How could there exist a being of such strength in this world? Countless black toxins dispersed to reveal a gaunt, pale figure, crowned with twin horns and eyes as red as blood, a true demon. "Come over here," Zhao Fan commanded impassively, his hand outstretched in a domineering grasp. "How dare you?" The demon roared. "I am the Heavenly Shaker Demon General. Do you wish to court death?" With that, it raised its claw to strike. Yet, in the next moment, it was as if struck by a heavy blow, slammed into the ground by Zhao Fan's palm. Before it could rise, Zhao Fan's foot, imbued with terrifying force, crushed down upon its back, embedding it deeply into the hard earth. Despite its desperate struggles, it remained unable to resist. The demon bellowed in rage, its face turning crimson, yet it was still suppressed to the point of immobility. "What demon general? You are pathetically weak," Zhao Fan declared from his elevated position, coldly demanding, "Tell me your origins, or do not blame me for turning you into a bloody pulp." Though this demon possessed considerable strength, it was no match for the likes of the Heavenly Pink King, and being subdued was effortless for Zhao Fan. Sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Zhao Fan, the demon's eyes revealed fear, and it complied, stating, I am a demon from the abyss of 10,000 demons, imprisoned there for over 30,000 years. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Who imprisoned you there?" "None other than that wretched empress. Were it not for her collusion with the ancestor of Shushan, I would not have endured such torment within," the demon replied bitterly, as if recalling a sworn enemy. The mention of the empress and the ancestor of Shushan piqued Zhao Fan's interest. He glanced at Bai Shui, noticing her agitation. Having perused the tomes in the library, Zhao Fan understood that the ancestor of Shushan referred to the founder of Shushan, yet the identity of the empress remained a mystery. With curiosity, he pressed further. "Who is the empress?" "The empress is a formidable being from over 30,000 years ago, her power exceedingly fearsome. She and the ancestor of Shushan conspired to seal us within the abyss of 10,000 demons," the demon continued, its countenance twisted with resentment. "To prevent our escape, she constructed this underground palace, reinforcing the seal with powerful formations. Alas, she could never have anticipated that we would survive, enduring until this era of rejuvenated spiritual energy." Realization dawned upon Zhao Fan as he comprehended that this subterranean realm was indeed crafted by that empress, and astonishingly, it was established much earlier than he had imagined, over 30,000 years ago. Moreover, it is of utmost significance that the empress and the master of Mount Shu are acquainted, having once collaborated to suppress the demons of the abyss of 10,000 beasts. Yet, why do the ancient texts in the library of tomes fail to mention her? Zhao Fan grew increasingly perplexed. Could it be that someone deliberately erased her records? After sealing you within the abyss of 10,000 beasts, where did the empress go? At this moment, Bai Shui spoke with urgency, desperately yearning to uncover the whereabouts of that empress. Who knows? However, in her endeavor to subdue the abyss of 10,000 beasts, the empress paid an immense price, missing the most opportune moment for ascension to the celestial realm. I suspect she has likely succumbed to eternal rest. The demon spoke candidly. Though the woman was unparalleled in beauty, to him, she was a sworn enemy. Had he not been confined within the abyss, he would have transcended this realm long ago, and he would not have become so feeble, now rendered powerless beneath the hand of a mere human cultivator. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui's emotions became complex. Had the empress truly passed into the void, as her memories suggested? What was her true origin? Could she have been a creation of the empress herself? Bai Shui bit her red lip, a trace of sorrow gracing her delicate features. She had once believed that if the empress were alive, she could seek her out to clarify her own lineage. Now, however, that seemed impossible. "My lord, I have answered your questions truthfully. Might you spare my life?" Despite feeling somewhat aggrieved, the demon still implored. Once, he had been brimming with vigor, dominating much of the cultivation world, a formidable demon with the potential to reach the realm of eternal life. Yet, the protracted years of confinement in the abyss had caused his cultivation to plummet, rendering him exceedingly weak. Otherwise, he would not have fallen to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, hearing this, did not rush to respond to his plea, but rather inquired, "How many demons remain within the abyss?" "Aside from myself, there are likely dozens, if not hundreds. We initially chose to take refuge in the abyss to evade calamity, thus gathering a multitude of demons." "Evading calamity?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and asked, "So, you initially sealed yourselves within the abyss, only to later find yourselves trapped by the empress?" "Indeed, otherwise, even with the empress and that old fellow, they could not have contained us all." The demon spoke with pride. "Are there many forces in this world that actively seek to evade catastrophe like the abyss?" "Not many, I would say. Various demons, as well as Buddhist and Taoist sects, have chosen to seal themselves away. Some do so to temporarily escape past calamities, while others await this era of spiritual rejuvenation." At this point, the demon paused and enticingly continued, "My lord, I perceive your exceptional aptitude for cultivation. To have attained such a level in this nascent phase of spiritual revival is commendable. Should you agree to spare me, I can bestow upon you the supreme demon scriptures from thousands of years ago, along with many top-tier techniques." "Are you attempting to tempt me?" Zhao Fan scoffed, saying, "I have no need for your demon scriptures. You should be prepared to face obliteration." As the words fell, Zhao Fan raised his hand, unleashing a formidable sword intent that instantaneously shattered the demon, leaving even its primordial spirit unable to escape. Concurrently, Zhao Fan executed several consecutive sword strikes, employing his terrifyingly potent sword energy to seal the cave entrance layer by layer. Given his current cultivation level, sealing a passage was a trivial matter. Unless a demon of superior cultivation appeared, it would be impossible for them to break free from the seal. Would you like to start signing in? Just as Zhao Fan re-established the seal, the familiar prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Sign in. Zhao Fan instinctively responded. Sign in successful. Reward. Human Emperor Seal Technique. With the system's announcement, an array of profound and powerful martial arts materialized in Zhao Fan's mind. The Human Emperor Seal Technique? Zhao Fan was somewhat astonished. It was an exceptionally potent martial art, capable of wielding supreme spiritual power to manifest the human emperor's great seal, effortlessly suppressing mountains and rivers. Its might rivaling that of the sword control technique and the 10,000 sword art. The acquisition of yet another formidable skill uplifted Zhao Fan's spirits. It seemed that the Cave of 10,000 Demons was indeed well suited for the system's sign-in feature. The last time he was here, he had received the Nirvana Golden Pill, which had propelled him to break through into the fusion stage. Could there be something uniquely significant about this place? While Zhao Fan pondered, Bai Shui, beside him, mistook his contemplation for concern and gently inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing much. I was just considering that there are likely dozens, if not hundreds, of demons within. They probably have not all awakened yet. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to seal the entrance again," Zhao Fan replied with a faint smile. "What if they awaken later? Will your seal still hold?" Bai Shui asked, her large gem-like eyes blinking with a hint of anxiety. "Do not worry. It should be effective. Unless a demon far surpassing my cultivation appears, it would be challenging for them to break through the seal," Zhao Fan asserted confidently. 60 years ago, he had already broken through to the initial stage of fusion. Now, so much time later, his cultivation had undoubtedly increased manifold. Unless it was a late-stage fusion demon, it would be utterly impossible for them to breach the sword seal he had established. Moreover, judging by the strength of the demon he had just vanquished, those trapped deep within the Cave of 10,000 Demons had likely grown significantly weaker over the long years, roughly at the initial to mid-fusion stages. Of course, this was merely Zhao Fan's conjecture. He could not guarantee the absence of stronger demons within. That is reassuring. The little fox Bai Shui believed Zhao Fan's words wholeheartedly, for since her awakening in the underground space, she had not encountered a human cultivator as extraordinary as Zhao Fan. However, what is your current level of strength? I have solidified my initial fusion stage, yet I still cannot perceive your realm. Bai Shui tilted her adorable little head, her melodious voice filled with curiosity. Her delicate, fair skin and charming features, coupled with a hint of confusion in her large eyes, made her all the more enchanting. Just about average, perhaps the mid-fusion stage. Zhao Fan replied with a serene smile. To avoid hurting Bai Shui's feelings, Zhao Fan refrained from expressing a thought that lingered in his mind. In truth, he could easily shatter his current limitations and ascend to the later stages of integration if he so desired. The mid-integration stage? That was manageable. Bai Shui's face illuminated with a smile, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she playfully declared, "Once this fox spirit returns to strengthen her cultivation, it won't be long before I catch up to you." Her confidence surged, and she envisioned herself triumphantly subduing Zhao Fan, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her lips. "Very well. Then you'll need to put in the effort," Zhao Fan chuckled, intuitively grasping Bai Shui's aspirations. Yet he shrugged it off, knowing that even with decades more of time, she would remain no match for him. Upon returning from the subterranean realm, the little white fox was invigorated, resuming her meditation within the jade coffin nestled in the stone chamber. Zhao Fan, too, was not idle. Within a single day, he had grasped the fundamentals of the Human Emperor Seal technique. With a mere flick of his wrist, he conjured the Human Emperor Great Seal, resembling a majestic divine mountain, exuding immense power and terror. Though the Human Emperor Seal technique was formidable, Zhao Fan, being primarily a sword cultivator, had no intention of delving deeply into it. The adage broad but not deep, deep but not broad aptly applied here. Furthermore, Zhao Fan had already mastered the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords art, alongside a more potent text, the Supreme Emperor Sword Classic. Through diligent practice, he had reached a lofty pinnacle in swordsmanship, unmatched across the entirety of Mount Shu. However, Zhao Fan felt a sense of discontent. In recent years, after fully mastering the 4th level of the sword control technique, his progress had stagnated, and he had yet to break through to the 5th level, where all things become swords. This stagnation was primarily due to the considerable energy he had previously devoted to fortifying his physical form, which had adversely impacted his sword cultivation. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan redirected his focus back to the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords art, quickly achieving commendable progress. In less than 10 days, Bolstered by the innate comprehension abilities of his sword body, he had preliminarily grasped the 5th level of the sword control technique, where all things become swords. Simultaneously, he advanced the 10,000 swords art to its 3rd level, significantly enhancing his overall prowess. One day, as Zhao Fan continued his training, a light, graceful footfall echoed from outside the demon locking tower. It was that time again for Zhang Qian to deliver his meals. "Senior brother, I've brought your meal," she announced. Zhang Qian was tall, with smooth, fair skin and a delicate face adorned with a sweet smile. Now serving as an elder in the discipline hall, her demeanor had matured considerably since her days as a disciple. Yet, despite the passage of years, her heart remained as innocent and kind as ever. "Little junior sister, you've come," Zhao Fan greeted with a smile, exuding warmth and familiarity as if meeting an old friend, his tone relaxed and casual. Among the vast expanse of Mount Shu, Zhang Qian was the only one with whom he could engage in light-hearted conversation and playful banter. "Hee, senior brother, have you missed me?" Zhang Qian teased with a playful flutter of her large eyes. "Of course, how could I not? I have been thinking about the exquisite dishes and fine wine prepared by my junior sister." Zhao Fan smiled faintly and jested, "Rest assured, senior brother, I have prepared several delectable dishes this time, specifically to treat you." As she spoke, Zhang Qian skillfully opened the food box, revealing an array of fragrant delicacies and fine wine within. The visual appeal, aroma, and taste were all exquisite, complemented by a vintage wine of exceptional quality. Zhao Fan tasted it, his face lighting up with a satisfied smile. Daily training at the Demon-Sealing Tower, while fulfilling, was also monotonous. The only joy came every 10 days when he could savor the culinary creations crafted by Zhang Qian, a habit deeply ingrained in his being. "By the way, senior brother, do you remember the Tianpeng demon clan that attacked our Shushan not long ago?" Zhang Qian asked cautiously after a brief hesitation. For several days, the disciples of Shushan had been discussing the recent slaying of the Tianpeng king and his kin by a senior sword cultivator. Zhang Qian knew Zhao Fan was responsible for this feat, which is why she had prepared extra dishes to honor him. "Is there a remaining faction of the Tianpeng clan?" Zhao Fan inquired softly, his brow furrowed. "Not at all. I have heard some good news. Since the death of the Tianpeng king at our Shushan, the remnants of the Tianpeng clan have been absorbed by several powerful demon clans and are now completely obliterated," Zhang Qian replied, her face brightening. "All of this is thanks to you, senior brother. Otherwise, our situation at Shushan would have been perilously dire." "I merely acted on impulse," Zhao Fan responded, shaking his head with a sigh. "In truth, had it not been for the ambitions harbored by some within our sect, this crisis might have been averted." "You are correct, senior brother. If we had not actively sought to eradicate the Tianpeng clan, many lives would have been spared within our sect, including numerous elders and fellow disciples who may not have perished," Zhang Qian said, her mood suddenly turning somber. Her innate kindness, coupled with her current position as a law enforcement elder, had led her to learn of the casualties following the sect's failed campaign against the Tianpeng clan, leaving her with a heavy heart. "Do not be disheartened. If you wish to protect your fellow disciples, you must strive even harder in your cultivation so that you may assist them in times of peril," Zhao Fan consoled Zhang Qian. "I will heed your words. I aspire to become a formidable figure like you, ready to stand up for our sect in times of crisis," Zhang Qian responded earnestly, her resolve unwavering. "Your determination is commendable," Zhao Fan smiled with approval. Subsequently, Zhang Qian shared various matters with Zhao Fan, mentioning that her brother, Zhao Cheng, had officially elevated Zhao Xiaodian to the position of Shushan's junior sect leader, preparing him for the eventual succession of the sect's leadership. However, due to Zhao Xiaodian's status as a bastardy, he faced considerable opposition from many elders. Ultimately, Zhao Cheng stood firm against the dissent and enforced Zhao Xiaodian's ascension. Zhao Fan, however, did not express any strong opinions on the matter, as it was entirely within his expectations. As darkness began to envelop the sky, Zhang Qian, with her empty food box, slowly departed from the demon locking tower. Inside the tower, tranquility returned once more. In the ensuing days, Zhao Fan paid no heed to the tumultuous events unfolding in the outside world, choosing instead to remain within the confines of the tower to cultivate his skills. With the rejuvenation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth accelerating, an increasing number of formidable cultivators were destined to emerge. Crucially, Zhao Fan had not forgotten the ominous words spoken by the demon that had surged forth from the myriad demon cave before its demise. There still existed numerous terrifying forces, akin to the myriad demon cave, shrouded in secrecy throughout this world. should the top-tier powerhouses among those forces awaken and regain their strength. The entire cultivation realm would face a cataclysmic upheaval, with Mount Shu experiencing significant repercussions as well. Thus, to prepare for the potential upheaval that lay ahead, Zhao Fan needed to seize the moment to enhance his own strength. He diligently practiced the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords formula, as these two swordsmanship techniques formed the cornerstone of his abilities. 2 months swiftly passed. Zhao Fan sat majestically in the void, his physique robust and powerful, his skin radiating a golden sheen, as if forged from celestial gold, exuding an awe-inspiring, transcendent aura. Simultaneously, strands of sword intent emanated from him, seemingly minuscule yet perilously potent, more fearsome than the most ferocious lightning, causing the surrounding void to warp and collapse. This was merely the latent might Zhao Fan unconsciously displayed. The silence within the demon-locking tower was profound, and as a gentle breeze wafted through, a slender piece of withered grass was lifted by the wind. Before it could settle, Zhao Fan suddenly grasped it in his hand. With a thunderous crack, Zhao Fan's gaze flashed like lightning, wielding the withered grass as a sword. He casually struck towards the heavens. In an instant, the skies darkened and the winds howled. A dazzling beam of sword light effortlessly shattered the weighty cloud cover, wielding the force to cleave the very heavens apart. Above the demon-locking tower, a massive rift in the void appeared, grotesque and terrifying, spanning several dozen miles. What was this? The sky had actually split open. At Mount Shu, several elders sensed the disturbance and immediately turned their attention to the spectacle above, rendered speechless by shock. Could it be a rare celestial phenomenon? Did it herald danger for our Mount Shu? An elderly elder, filled with trepidation, spoke with concern. It is highly likely that the sect leader's decision to appoint his illegitimate son as the young sect master defied the will of our ancestors, thus provoking this ominous sign. We must urgently persuade the sect leader to reconsider. Despite their formidable strength, these elders failed to realize that the rift in the sky was merely a byproduct of Zhao Fan's casual sword practice. Furthermore, they mistakenly believed it to be a special omen of impending danger for Mount Shu, attributing all causes to Zhao Cheng's decision to establish Zhao Xiaodian as the young sect master. I have finally mastered the 5th level of the sword control technique. All things are swords. Zhao Fan beamed with joy within the demon-locking tower. Little did he know that the traces he left with his sword had already instilled fear and unease among the people of Mount Shu. Even in the absence of a flying sword, the most ordinary grass and trees can transform into lethal weapons in my hands. With a single strike, I can shatter the frail and the feeble. In the present realm of cultivation, few can withstand such power. Zhao Fan felt an unwavering confidence. For his prowess had not merely been enhanced in swordsmanship, the 10,000 sword technique had also reached its 3rd level of perfection, mere half a step away from the 4th level. The two martial arts complemented one another, significantly elevating his overall strength. Is it time to sign in? At that moment, the familiar notification sound from the system echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Sign in. He instinctively responded. Sign in successful. Reward, Xiantian Spirit Nurturing Coffin. As the system's words faded, a white crystal coffin materialized before him, exquisitely carved like jade, adorned with intricate runes that exuded a chilling aura. The Xiantian Spirit Nurturing Coffin? Zhao Fan pondered, inquiring of the system, what purpose does this serve? The Xiantian Spirit Nurturing Coffin is forged from 10,000-year-old Xiantian ice and can seal a cultivator's vitality and lifespan. The system replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Zhao Fan's eyes as he pressed further. If a severely injured cultivator lies within the coffin, can it also seal the remnants of their vitality to delay death? Indeed, it can. Excellent. A smile grazed Zhao Fan's face upon the system's affirmation. If that were the case, perhaps his brother Zhao Cheng could be saved. Truly, the system produces nothing but exquisite treasures. Before he could revel in his joy, he sensed a flurry of hurried footsteps outside the demon-locking tower. Uncle. As the tower's door swung open, Zhao Xiaodian, now the young master, appeared abruptly. Zhao Fan noticed the sorrow etched on Zhao Xiaodian's face, and his heart tightened instinctively. Why are you here instead of addressing matters in Shushan? He inquired, brow furrowed. Uncle. My father is gravely ill. Zhao Xiaodian spoke with deep anguish. Hasn't it only been a little over 2 months? He still had half a month left. These past days, my father has tirelessly supported my ascension, clashing with the elders and higher-ups of the sect, and has relentlessly taught me how to manage sect affairs, scarcely resting. This morning, he suddenly fainted and is now on the verge of death. Several elders, skilled in medicine, have stated he may depart at any moment. Thus, I have come to ask you to see him one last time. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice laced with pain. Let us go? A heavy weight settled in Zhao Fan's heart as he made his way toward the Shushan Grand Hall, with Zhao Xiaoyan closely trailing behind. In the Shushan Grand Hall, Sect Master Zhao Cheng lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber, peacefully reclined. His once raven-black hair had turned completely white, resembling an aging tree nearing decay, emanating an aura of life on the brink of withering. Until his fainting, he had relentlessly taught Zhao Xiaotian the crucial affairs of Shushan, disregarding his own injuries. Due to the lingering regret in Zhao Cheng's heart for not having achieved his aspiration of revitalizing Shushan, he yearned to impart as much as possible to his son, hoping that he would fulfill the unaccomplished wish on his behalf. Within the Grand Hall, Princess Pingyang and her son, along with the elders of Shushan, knelt on the floor, their sorrowful cries echoing throughout the space. Although Zhao Cheng had erred in attacking the Tianping demon clan, none could deny his merits. The current state of Shushan was owed to his past diligence and reforms. Thus, Zhao Cheng remained dearly beloved by the elders and disciples alike. Everyone, please leave. Just as the atmosphere was thick with grief, a calm voice suddenly resonated. Before they could comprehend, a gentle force swept them out of the hall. Zhao Fan had arrived. He wished not to be disturbed during what might be the last meeting between the two brothers, including Zhao Xiaotian. Others were held at bay by the mysterious power outside the hall. As if sensing Zhao Fan's arrival, Zhao Cheng stirred, slowly awakening from his coma. In a voice frail as a whisper, he inquired, "Is it my elder brother who has come?" "It is I. I have arrived." Zhao Fan approached with measured steps, gently grasping Zhao Cheng's withered hand, allowing pure spiritual energy to flow into him. "Brother, it is good that you have come." Zhao Cheng smiled broadly, his expression reminiscent of an innocent child. He vaguely recalled their childhood when his elder brother would hold his hand and lead him on playful adventures throughout Shushan. Those were Zhao Cheng's happiest moments, for no matter the trouble he caused, his brother was always there to shield him. "Brother, after I succeeded you as the young sect master and later became the sect master of Shushan, I have failed to lead Shushan to rejuvenation. Do you feel any disappointment in me?" As the twilight of his life approached, Zhao Cheng hesitantly posed this question. For many years, he had harbored the belief that he had usurped his brother's position, leaving him with a nagging sense of guilt. Thus, he longed to achieve something significant, to honor the expectations of his elder brother and their late father. Yet, numerous crises had arisen, with his elder brother consistently stepping in to resolve the aftermath. Therefore, Zhao Cheng was acutely concerned about whether his brother felt let down by him. "You have done exceptionally well. Moreover, no one could have performed better than you." Zhao Fan replied with a reassuring smile. "That is a relief. I should take my leave now. I entrust Xiaotian to you in the future," Zhao Cheng said, his expression lightening as he slowly closed his eyes. "You cannot depart yet." Suddenly, Zhao Fan shook his head, retrieving the Xiantian nurturing spirit coffin from his system space, calmly stating, "You must live well and witness the resurgence and strength of Shushan." As his words fell, Zhao Fan placed Zhao Cheng into the Xiantian nurturing spirit coffin, and an overwhelming sealing power instantly encased the dying Zhao Cheng in ice. With the Xiantian nurturing spirit coffin, Zhao Cheng could cling to a flicker of life, awaiting the day when Zhao Fan would grow stronger and devise a means to save him. However, I took Zhao Cheng away. Yet it seemed challenging to explain this to those outside the Grand Hall. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan raised his hand and summoned the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth, ultimately coalescing it into a puppet resembling his brother, Zhao Cheng. This puppet lay motionless, akin to a true corpse. This was a technique employed by mighty beings at the harmonization stage, albeit a mere constructive spiritual energy. It would elude detection by ordinary individuals unless they possessed greater cultivation than Zhao Fan himself. "The sect leader has passed. You may enter." Just as the words left his lips, Zhao Fan vanished into thin air, and the mysterious force that barred entry to the hall gradually receded. Outside, Princess Pingyang and her son, along with the elders, grew increasingly impatient. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaotian had previously informed them that the last to see the sect leader inside was a venerable sword cultivator from Shushan, which immediately silenced the crowd. There was not a single soul in Shushan who did not hold deep respect for that sword cultivator, had it not been for his steadfast presence. Shushan would have faced annihilation on several occasions. "The sect leader has passed. You may enter." At that moment, a steady and powerful voice emanated from within. and the mysterious barrier before them vanished. The crowd paused in surprise before surging into the grand hall. Zhao Cheng, devoid of life, lay quietly, now a lifeless body. Husband. Father. Sect leader. Upon witnessing this scene, the people fell to their knees, overwhelmed by grief and sorrow. Soon, Shushan held an elaborate funeral ceremony for sect leader Zhao Cheng, which lasted for 5 days before finally concluding. It appeared they had not sensed anything amiss. Gazing towards the direction of the Shushan Grand Hall, Zhao Fan murmured to himself. Although his brother Zhao Cheng was not truly dead, he was in a state indistinguishable from death, currently frozen within the Xiantian nourishing spirit coffin, akin to a living corpse. Throughout Shushan, everyone was engulfed in mourning for the passing of sect leader Zhao Cheng. However, to avoid chaos, Elder Lin Mu of the Jinwu sect led the push to elevate the somewhat contentious Zhao Xiaotian to the position of sect leader. Despite opposition from several elders, this was ultimately the decision of the former sect leader, and moreover, Zhao Xiaotian possessed remarkable talent and formidable cultivation. Once Zhao Xiaotian ascended to the position, he demonstrated commendable ability, managing to rectify the mess left by the former sect leader, Zhao Cheng. Initially, Shushan's elite forces had suffered nearly half their ranks in an assault against the Tianping demon clan. Zhao Xiaotian first ensured the welfare of the families of the deceased disciples, then continued to deepen the previous reforms of the Shushan sect. He did not implement sweeping changes, but adhered to the path laid out by his predecessor, proceeding in a methodical and conservative manner. Zhao Xiaotian was keenly aware of his circumstances. This approach would stabilize the current situation in Shushan while gradually building his prestige, allowing more individuals to trust and support him, for he had yet to firmly establish himself in the position of sect leader. Although Zhao Xiaotian had the covert support of his uncle, he was nonetheless a young man imbued with his own pride and confidence. Unless faced with a truly dire situation, he was reluctant to trouble Zhao Fan. Within the confines of the demon-locking tower, tranquility reigned supreme, as Zhao Fan remained oblivious to the tumult outside. Since returning from the Shu Mountain Great Hall, he had not stepped outside even once. After enhancing his mastery of the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords formula, Zhao Fan continued his cultivation without pause, diligently signing in through the system each day to grow stronger. Days turned into weeks, and then months. Boom. One day, as Zhao Fan was immersed in his training, the spiritual energy within him surged dramatically. Simultaneously, a formidable and terrifying aura erupted, soaring into the heavens like a tempest. The entire demon-locking tower trembled under this overwhelming presence, producing a deafening roar. Zhao Fan had seamlessly made a breakthrough. He had reached the late stage of the integration realm, achieving this milestone even earlier than he had anticipated. Slowly opening his eyes, his gaze crackled with intensity, piercing several meters into the void. He was not overly surprised by his advancement to the late stage of integration, for he had accumulated sufficient experience and foundation beforehand. Cultivating in the realm of immortality was a challenging endeavor. Typically, as one's realm advanced, the difficulty increased correspondingly. However, with the revival of spiritual energy in the world, the environment for cultivation had improved significantly, allowing Zhao Fan's progress to far surpass that of ordinary cultivators, especially given that he had intentionally restrained himself to solidify his foundation. Otherwise, his ascent would have been even smoother. Feeling the boundless power coursing through him, Zhao Fan remained humble and composed, focusing on solidifying his cultivation. He relished these days of relentless training as if time itself had slipped from his grasp. And so, 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, Zhao Fan grew even stronger, his aura becoming as unfathomable as the vast ocean. He had not left the demon-locking tower even once, aside from Zhang Qian, who brought him meals every 10 days. His only companion was the ever-silent Bai Shui, who remained with him as he slept and cultivated. Zhao Xiaotian had not sought out Zhao Fan even once. Over the course of 15 years, he had diligently garnered support from many within Shu Mountain, momentarily securing his position as the sect leader. In a mere 15 years, the world of immortality had undergone a tremendous transformation. With the continuous revival of spiritual energy, numerous powerful beings emerged, and various factions began to manifest. Some fell tragically, while others reveled in their newfound power. With such scenes playing out daily across different corners of the cultivation world, Shu Mountain had remained notably low-key during these years, which was partly a reflection of the conservative style of sect leader Zhao Xiaotian. However, more importantly, The brutal failure following the expedition against the Tianping demon clan had dissuaded many elders and disciples of Shu Mountain from pursuing dominance. Consequently, many began to overlook Shu Mountain, even forgetting the existence of the legendary figure who had slain the Tianping king with a single sword strike 15 years prior. Recently, while Shu Mountain's reputation waned, the Tang dynasty, allied with it, flourished with vigor and prominence. In the midst of the dynasty, masters abound, and cultivators of remarkable prowess emerge incessantly. However, the most captivating event occurred years ago when a reputedly deceased ancestor of the dynasty suddenly reappeared, rising to prominence as a formidable cultivator at the mid-stage of the integration realm. With such a top-tier powerhouse backing them, the Tang dynasty has embarked on conquests, annexing weaker nations one by one, and has now established itself as the most potent sect in the vicinity of Mount Shu. These tidings were inadvertently relayed to Zhao Fan by Zhang Qian during her visit to deliver meals. She shared that the external world is undergoing tumultuous changes, becoming increasingly complex and chaotic compared to previous years, with myriad factions of demons and righteous cultivators emerging, rendering the realm of cultivation nearly a quagmire. Even though Mount Shu strives to maintain a low profile and act prudently, it often finds itself involuntarily affected, leaving its leader, Zhao Shaotian, and the elders in a state of disarray. Each time Zhao Fan hears such news, a smile graces his face. Fortunate he is for not having become the sect leader of Mount Shu, for the burdensome affairs that now trouble them might have fallen upon his shoulders. It is far more preferable to remain within the confines of the demon-sealing tower, growing stronger through daily system sign-ins, free from the vexations of the outside world. He diligently focuses his energies on cultivating both his primordial spirit and physical form. Unlike ordinary mid-stage cultivators, Zhao Fan advances his spiritual energy, physical body, and primordial spirit in unison, endowing him with combat prowess far exceeding that of his peers. The Tai nourishing spirit and the six-span golden body are formidable martial arts he acquired through his previous sign-ins, each corresponding to the cultivation of his primordial spirit and physical form. Many years ago, he had already advanced both practices to a considerable level, making further cultivation increasingly effortless. On this particular day, while Zhao Fan was engrossed in his training, a powerful and astonishing aura suddenly emanated from the nearby stone chamber. It was Bai Shui. It appeared that this little fox had achieved another breakthrough. A smile spread across Zhao Fan's face as he murmured to himself. Over the years, little fox Bai Shui had spent most of her time in the stone chamber, sleeping within a jade coffin. Unlike human cultivators, her slumber served as a form of cultivation, allowing her to significantly enhance her abilities after each period of rest. Frankly, this evoked a sense of envy within Zhao Fan, despite the assistance of the system. He toiled diligently each day as a determined reincarnated cultivator. Yet, in comparison, Bai Shui's effortless growth through slumber seemed far more comfortable. Indeed, this vast world is filled with wonders. The overwhelming and astonishing aura persisted for a moment before gradually dissipating. At that moment, a charming and graceful young woman emerged from the stone chamber. She was exquisitely beautiful, her eyes sparkling like jewels, with fair, resilient skin and a poised stature, appearing even more alluring than before. "Zhao Fan, I wish to spar with you," Bai Shui proclaimed in a melodious voice, brimming with confidence. Although she seemed a delicate and sweet girl, she was now eager to engage Zhao Fan in combat. In truth, this was not the first time Bai Shui had challenged Zhao Fan over the past 15 years, nearly each time she experienced a rise in her cultivation level. Regardless of how slight, she sought him out for a sparring session. Having cultivated a commendable habit of engaging in sparring every 2 weeks and a more significant bout monthly, Zhao Fan glanced at Bai Shui and earnestly advised her, "You are no match for me. Otherwise, I might inadvertently make you cry, and I would have to spend considerable time comforting you." "Mind your own business," Bai Shui retorted with a haughty snort, confidence radiating from her as she declared, "I have just broken through to the mid-stage of the fusion realm and have recalled several formidable techniques of the demon clan. I can surely subdue you beneath my feet." At this moment, aside from enhancing her cultivation and recalling more memories, her sole remaining obsession was to overpower Zhao Fan, thereby proving her formidable prowess. "Very well. I shall indulge you in this play." Aware of Bai Shui's unwavering confidence, Zhao Fan knew he could not refuse her. He effortlessly unleashed a dazzling sword light, forming a resilient barrier that enveloped the entire demon locking tower, preventing any unnecessary disturbances during their exchange. "Humph, don't you dare regret it." With those words, Bai Shui sprang into action. Her delicate figure suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Zhao Fan in the blink of an eye. A slender, fair hand, suffused with a faint golden glow, struck towards his chest. Such astonishing speed even took Zhao Fan by surprise. However, his strength was immense, and his reflexes were nothing short of miraculous as he raised his hand to counter. Bang! The collision of their palms distorted the air slightly, a testament to the incredible force they both wielded. Impressive, your six-span golden body has improved, Zhao Fan remarked with a smile, acknowledging Bai Shui's progress. Previously, he had imparted the technique to her, and it seemed she had at least reached the second layer of its cultivation. I possess even greater power. Bai Shui proudly lifted her chin, unleashing a torrent of formidable demon energy that manifested as a colossal fox spirit, emitting a deafening roar as it surged towards Zhao Fan like an unstoppable tide. This strike was immensely powerful, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energies and causing the entire demon locking tower to tremble with a resounding roar. Even those of equal cultivation would find it challenging to withstand such an assault head-on. Interesting, Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes. Then, with fingers poised like a sword, he unleashed a strike imbued with thunderous force. Boom! The towering fox illusion shattered in response. The unmatched sword light surged forth, relentless in its pursuit towards Bai Shui. Oh! Bai Shui's charming face changed slightly as she hastily unleashed a series of fierce claw strikes to defend herself. But they proved utterly futile against such a devastating sword strike. Bang! Just as the sword light was about to strike her, it abruptly dissipated. Before Bai Shui could register what had happened, Zhao Fan gently tapped her smooth, fair forehead with a finger, accompanied by his soft laughter. Once again, I emerge victorious. Feeling the warmth of his finger, Bai Shui's face flushed slightly, akin to a startled little rabbit, as she jumped back, glaring at him with indignation. I am already in the mid-stage of the fusion realm. Why can I still not defeat you? Bai Shui, grinding her silver teeth, asked with a hint of reluctance. Will you push yourself further to reach the later stages of integration? You should have some opportunities. Zhao Fan, reluctant to dampen her spirits, could only offer such words of comfort. Is that so? What level of strength do you currently possess? Bai Shui blinked her large eyes, somewhat skeptical of Zhao Fan's words, recalling that someone had said the same before. I truly do not know, Zhao Fan replied with a helpless smile. He was not brushing Bai Shui off. Rather, he genuinely had no idea of his current strength. 15 years ago, he had already broken through to the later stages of integration, and with so many years passing, his cultivation had reached a state of perfection. Most importantly, he had harmonized his spiritual energy, soul, and physical form into one, resulting in combat prowess that far exceeded that of his peers in cultivation. If you do not wish to share, so be it. Once this fox fairy breaks through to the later stages of integration, I shall surely recall more powerful demon martial arts and come to settle the score with you. Bai Shui huffed, turning away in a huff and returning to her stone chamber to sleep. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. Is it time to sign in? At that moment, a notification sound resonated in Zhao Fan's mind. Sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan replied. Sign in successful. Reward: 10,000 swords returning to the sect. As the system's voice faded, a new swordsmanship technique flooded into Zhao Fan's mind. 10,000 swords returning to the sect? As a traveler from Blue Star, Zhao Fan was well aware of the formidable nature of this sword technique. With a tinge of anticipation, he quickly perused it. But soon his brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, this martial art was powerful, comparable to the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords formula. Yet it bore peculiar cultivation prerequisites. Only cultivators of at least the divine sense stage could practice it. Zhao Fan chuckled wryly. It was his first encounter with such an odd requirement. Very well. I already possess several powerful sword lineages. This 10,000 swords returning to the sect shall be set aside, perhaps for another destined individual to cultivate. After some contemplation, Zhao Fan decided against pursuing the 10,000 swords technique, as he was at the peak of the integration stage. Why would he foolishly dismantle his own cultivation just to start anew? Zhao Fan was not so naive. Uncle, I have come to see you. Just then, a respectful voice broke the silence, and the current sect leader, Zhao Xiaodian, entered. He pushed open the door of the demon-sealing tower and strode in. Dressed in a golden robe, he was tall and robust, with a chiseled face and bright, spirited eyes, bearing a resemblance to his brother Zhao Cheng. Why is the current sect leader of Mount Shu, instead of busily attending to matters in the Grand Hall, making such a rare visit to me? Zhao Fan teased, observing his nephew's remarkable transformation. Uncle, I apologize. Over the years, I have been preoccupied with sect affairs and have been unable to find time to visit you. Please forgive me. Zhao Xiaodian mistakenly believed Zhao Fan was reproaching him and was about to kneel in apology. Rise. I was merely jesting with you. Is there any need for such formality? Zhao Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Before Zhao Xiaodian could kneel, a subtle force lifted him gently. A twinge of disappointment stirred within Zhao Fan. Had it been his younger brother Zhao Cheng, at least some light-hearted banter would have ensued. Although he had single-handedly raised Zhao Xiaodian, the boy's reverence for him overshadowed their bond, creating a sense of estrangement. It was a matter of seriousness for Xiaodian. At least uncle did not blame me. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's explanation, Zhao Xiaodian exhaled, relieved. Please sit. Let us converse at ease. Noticing the weight on his mind, Zhao Fan prepared some tea, a collection of exquisite leaves acquired through his past endeavors with the system. The rewards from the system were not limited to medicinal pills and martial techniques, but included a variety of items. The enchanting aroma of these premium teas often provided Zhao Fan solace during his leisure, granting clarity and tranquility. Truly, it was splendid tea. After consuming it, he felt invigorated. Accepting the teacup offered by Zhao Fan, Zhao Xiaodian took a sip, instantly appearing more spirited. It wasn't necessarily the tea's quality, but rather the burden on his heart that had clouded his senses. Zhao Fan chuckled softly, pouring him another cup before inquiring nonchalantly. What troubles you? Speak freely. Uncle, it seems my little concerns are indeed too apparent to escape your notice. Zhao Xiaodian replied with a bitter laugh. You are the one I have nurtured. How could I not understand you? Zhao Fan retorted with a scoff. Uncle, throughout these years, I have diligently secured my position as the sect leader, striving to fulfill my father's legacy and restore Mount Shu. However, I now face a particularly challenging predicament. I find myself somewhat lost and seek your guidance, Zhao Xiaodian said, his expression turning serious. What predicament? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, calmly asking. Having personally trained Zhao Xiaodian, Zhao Fan knew that his talents in managing the sect and his aptitude for cultivation were beyond reproach. For him to deem an issue as challenging indicated that it was no trivial matter. I have just received reliable news that Princess Pingyang, under the influence of my second brother, has secretly contacted over a dozen elders of Mount Shu. She intends to pressure me to cede my position as sect leader in favor of my second brother, Zhao Xiaofeng. Within a few days, Zhao Xiaodian stated, taking a deep breath, his voice steady. Princess Pingyang, if memory serves, did she not promise in front of your father not to interfere with the succession of the sect leader? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, genuinely surprised. Indeed, Princess Pingyang had made such a promise before Zhao Fan's father passed away. However, in recent years, as the Tang dynasty rose in power, bolstered by formidable ancestors, Zhao Xiaofeng had garnered considerable support among the elders. Despite Zhao Xiaoyan's dedicated efforts over the past 15 years, many still regarded him as an illegitimate son who had opportunistically ascended to power, lacking legitimacy. Zhao Xiaoyan's smile was tinged with bitterness as he lamented, so it is. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, comprehending the weight of Zhao Xiaoyan's concerns. Uncle, I beseech you for guidance. What should Xiaodian do now? As he spoke, Zhao Xiaodian knelt before Zhao Fan, despite being aware that his younger brother was on the verge of rebellion. Zhao Xiaodian did not rush to suppress it but instead sought counsel from Zhao Fan. He understood all too well that his younger brother, Zhao Xiaofeng, had the backing of the Tang dynasty. If the situation escalated, it could plunge Shushan into a horrific internal strife, resulting not only in significant losses but also the possibility of being usurped by other forces. Moreover, his position as the sect leader was granted with Zhao Fan's approval. Should his uncle wish for him to relinquish it, Zhao Xiaodian would not dare oppose and would willingly yield it to Zhao Xiaofeng. Return now. Do not fear. Without my consent, no one can touch you as the sect leader of Shushan, Zhao Fan said calmly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at his kneeling nephew. Though unspoken, this was the strongest assurance he could provide. Uncle, I understand, Zhao Xiaodian replied, warmth flooding his heart as he bowed once more to Zhao Fan before slowly departing from the demon locking tower. 15 years without drawing my sword. It appears not only has the entire realm of cultivation forgotten my existence, but so too have many within Shushan. As he watched Zhao Xiaodian leave, Zhao Fan scoffed softly, murmuring to himself. Upon returning from the demon locking tower, Zhao Xiaodian made his way directly to the Shushan Grand Hall. Sect leader, did you meet with that venerable sword cultivator? What is his stance? Elder Lin Mu, who had been waiting anxiously, inquired. He had been the first to detect the imminent threat posed by Princess Pingong and her son, promptly reporting it to Zhao Xiaotian. Having served 3 previous sect leaders, Lin Mu held great esteem within Shushan and was fiercely loyal, deeply invested in the matter, knowing that mismanagement could lead to an unavoidable internal conflict with dire consequences. Elder Lin, there is no need for concern. As for the matters involving Princess Pingong and my younger brother, they are not as dire as they seem, Zhao Xiaotian replied, a smile gracing his lips. With his uncle's assurance, he felt emboldened despite the backing of the Tang dynasty behind his brother. For no one understood better than he the unfathomable depth of his uncle, who remained within the demon locking tower. Throughout his cultivation journey, Zhao Xiaotian had never encountered a cultivator more formidable than Zhao Fan. In his mind, Zhao Fan epitomized invincibility. Sect leader, should we prepare any contingencies? Lin Mu asked with a hint of hesitation. There is no need. Let us observe their performance. Zhao Xiaotian responded nonchalantly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Sect leader, have you persuaded that venerable sword cultivator to intervene decisively should the need arise? Lin Mu realized something suddenly, and his expression brightened. If that elder were willing to act personally, all troubles would be effortlessly resolved. I do not know, Zhao Xiaotian replied. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. Zhao Xiaotian wore a mysterious smile, choosing to keep his intentions veiled for the time being. Observing Zhao Xiaotian's composure, Elder Lin Mu felt a sense of reassurance. As a seasoned advisor to 3 generations of sect leaders, Lin Mu firmly stood by Zhao Xiaotian's side. Over the years, the latter's capabilities had become evident, effectively advancing the reforms initiated by his predecessor and swiftly restoring the vitality lost during the Shushan sect's prior confrontation with the Tianpeng demon clan. Having labored diligently to reach this point, Lin Mu was unwilling to witness an internal strife that could squander their hard-won vigor. Otherwise, the efforts of 2 or 3 past leaders would be rendered futile. The following days unfolded in Shushan with an air of tranquility, yet it bore an unsettling quality, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. On this particular day, sect leader Zhao Xiaotian convened the elders in the Grand Hall as per usual. This significant assembly, held monthly, was dedicated to discussing the future direction of the sect and finalizing the intricate details of sect regulations. Thus, attendance was imperative for all notable elders of Shushan. Esteemed elders, the matters we have just agreed upon should be executed accordingly, Zhao Xiaotian declared. As half an hour passed, and time drew near to the meeting's conclusion, he gestured for everyone to disperse. Hold on. Elder Zhou Tai of the Qingmu faction abruptly interjected, interrupting Zhao Xiaotian. What urgent matter do you wish to discuss? Elder Zhou Tai? Zhao Xiaotian inquired, his expression unperturbed. Zhou Tai was one of the few radicals within Shushan and had always been at odds with Zhao Xiaotian. Thus the latter did not take offense. The gazes of the assembled elders turned toward Zhou Tai. Curiosity piqued about his forthcoming remarks. Fellow elders, I, Zhou Tai, propose that the current sect leader abdicate in favor of Prince Zhao Xiaofeng of Pingyang. With confidence radiating from him, Zhou Tai continued. It is well known that the current sect leader is a bastard child. Moreover, during his 15 years in power, his timid approach has rendered him incapable of revitalizing our Shushan sect. A wave of murmurs erupted in response to Zhou Tai's declaration. Zhou Tai, you are outrageous. The sect leader has served for 15 years, and his accomplishments are evident to all. To suggest his removal is tantamount to rebellion. An elder loyal to Zhao Xiaotian admonished Zhou Tai vehemently. What accomplishments does he possess? Had anyone else occupied his position, the results would scarcely differ, Zhou Tai scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiaotian. With a mocking expression, he coldly remarked, the current sect leader is utterly inept. Hence, I, Zhou Tai, fervently advocate for his removal to elevate Zhao Xiaofeng to the esteemed position. Elder Zhou is correct. I too believe the current sect leader is lacking in capability. Abdicating in favor of a more talented successor is the wisest choice. I concur. May the sect leader step aside for the sake of merit. Please, sect leader, relinquish your position for the sake of capable leadership. As Zhou Tai's words echoed in the hall, one elder after another, as if preordained, rose to their feet, demanding that the current sect leader, Zhao Xiaotian, step down in favor of a more worthy successor. In the blink of an eye, over 20 individuals, fully a third of the elders, enthusiastically supported Zhou Tai's proposal. This astonishing scene left the remaining elders in utter shock. Had Zhou Tai and his cohorts lost their sanity? How could they dare to demand the abdication of the current sect leader? Such an occurrence had not transpired in Shushan for millennia. This was tantamount to rebellion, an audacious affront to authority. Did they not fear for their lives? As the situation turned increasingly precarious for Zhao Xiaotian, his supporters among the elders spoke out vehemently against Zhou Tai and his faction. These stalwart allies of Zhao Xiaotian, numbering over 20 and also comprising a third of those present, stood firm, creating a palpable tension in the air as both sides faced off. The atmosphere charged with the potential for conflict. Observing the unusual turn of events, the remaining elders exchanged glances, contemplating their positions before choosing silence, opting for neutrality. Amidst the rising chaos within the hall, Zhao Xiaotian remained remarkably composed, having anticipated such a development. Alongside him, Lin Mu exhibited a similar calm. Fully aware that Zhou Tai and his companions were surely being manipulated by unseen forces. The true instigator had yet to reveal themselves, and as the true martial elder, he deemed it unnecessary to intervene. What is the cause of this uproar? What matter could warrant such a blatant disregard for the elder's authority? Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the hall's doors were abruptly thrust open, and a regal beauty entered with graceful strides. She was exceptionally well-preserved. Her skin porcelain-like and delicate, her features exquisitely beautiful, exuding an air of elegance and a captivating allure. Presenting Princess Pingyang. Upon her arrival, the previously quarreling elders' expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly bowed in respect. Princess Pingyang, the wife of the former sect leader Zhao Chong, retained her royal title due to her noble lineage and formidable prowess. Although she had kept a low profile since Zhao Cheng's passing 15 years ago, her influence within Shushan remained formidable, especially as her family, the Tang dynasty, had risen in prominence in recent years, elevating her status even further. Greetings to the esteemed Princess Pingyang. Even Zhao Xiaotian, upon seeing her, rose slightly in a gesture of respect, acknowledging her as an elder in the hierarchy. Xiaotian, what commotion are these elders causing? Princess Pingyang inquired, her expression cool as she addressed Zhao Xiaotian, her tone casual, showing no deference to his role as sect leader. Though aware that her question was rhetorical, Zhao Xiaotian merely smiled, responding, Zhou Tai and the esteemed elders are urging me to abdicate in favor of my younger brother, Zhao Xiaofeng. As he spoke, his demeanor remained tranquil, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. Since the esteemed elders have suggested your abdication, it would be prudent for you to step aside. Princess Pingyang remarked with a stoic expression, her tone languid. Princess Pingyang, are you aware of the gravity of your words? The current sect leader is the designated successor of the former leader. What right do you have to demand his resignation? Lin Mu could no longer contain himself as he confronted her. Does my mother's conversation with Zhao Xiaotian permit your interruption? At Princess Pingyang's side, the formidable Zhao Xiaofeng glared at Lin Mu with the intensity of a venomous serpent, his demeanor decidedly hostile. You, Lin Mu seethed with fury, ready to advance an argument. Lin Elder, stand down, Zhao Xiaotian interjected, turning to Princess Pingyang with a serious expression. Princess, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? There is still time for regret. Xiaotian, I appreciate your dedication over the years as sect leader, but it would be wise for you to relinquish this position. Elders, join me in requesting the current sect leader's abdication. As Princess Pingyang's declaration resonated, Zhou Tai and others rallied with fervor, shouting, We implore the sect leader to step aside for the greater good. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall shifted dramatically. Many previously neutral elders, upon witnessing Princess Pingyang's arrival, realigned themselves with Zhou Tai's faction. Elders, stand with me to protect the sect leader. Let it be known who dares to act recklessly. Lin Mu declared, as he dramatically waved his sleeve, positioning himself steadfastly before Zhao Xiaotian, accompanied by over 20 loyal elders. As the conflict loomed imminent, Princess Pingyang discreetly signaled to her companions. With a thunderous roar, a golden decree materialized, emanating a terrifying aura. Almost instantaneously, it suppressed the elders led by Lin Mu to the ground. What is happening? This overwhelming force. I cannot rise. Lin Mu and his companions expressed their fear, struggling to breathe under the decree's oppressive weight, as if a mountain bore down upon them, rendering them powerless. The pressure of a formidable being at the merging stage. Zhao Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the malevolent energy contained within the decree. Indeed, this decree was personally penned by the ancestor of the great Tang dynasty. Imbued with a fragment of his will, I am the third prince of the great Tang dynasty. here to support my cousin Zhao Xiaofeng in inheriting the position of the sect leader. Should anyone dare to obstruct us, they shall be at odds with the great Tang dynasty and our venerable ancestor." At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of arrogance, stepped forward. He was none other than the third prince of the great Tang dynasty, Princess Pingong. "How dare you and your son conspire with the forces of the great Tang dynasty to coerce the sect leader into abdication? This is nothing short of rebellion," Elder Lin Mu exclaimed in outrage. Seeing someone still daring to challenge him, the third prince sneered, "Ignorance will be your downfall. I shall make an example of you." With that, he summoned the formidable intent of the decree, directing its lethal force towards Lin Mu. "Stop!" Zhao Xiaotian was taken aback, for his cultivation was merely at the out-of-body stage, rendering him incapable of intervention. Just at that critical juncture, a clear and resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air. A sword light, as formidable as a thunderbolt, illuminated the entirety of Mount Shu. Akin to an invincible sword immortal unleashing a strike that transcended layers of time and space, cleaving towards the radiant decree. With a resounding crash, the will contained within the decree sensed imminent danger and unleashed a more vigorous wave of energy and resistance. Yet, under the overwhelming force of the sword light, it possessed no capacity for counteraction, shattering amidst the explosive sound. The sword light surged forth unrelenting, akin to the Milky Way unfurling in the night sky. In an instant, it cleaved through the haughty third prince, leaving no room for reprieve, and continued its assault on Zhou Tai and several other rebellious elders. Blood splattered, staining the smooth floor of the grand hall, as Zhou Tai and his companions fell into a pool of crimson without the time to react, their very essence extinguished. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the onlookers regained their senses, the sword light had not dissipated. Rather, it coalesced into a golden figure, exuding an unfathomable sword intent that swept through the entire hall like a gale. At this moment, nearly everyone trembled involuntarily, compelled to prostrate themselves. Even some elders of lesser cultivation were rendered unconscious by the sheer force. Compared to the decree issued by the slain third prince, the aura radiating from this golden figure was magnitude stronger, a clear divide between realms. This figure was none other than a fragment of Zhao Fan's primordial spirit. Having sensed the upheaval within the grand hall of Mount Shu, even from a considerable distance, his true self, stationed within the demon-sealing tower, had intervened. At Zhao Fan's current level, perceiving 100-mile expanse in a single thought was effortless, leaving little that could elude his awareness. It is the sword cultivator of old. How splendid! The sword cultivator has emerged to subdue the chaos. Who would dare to rebel now? Elder Lin Mu of the Jinwu sect immediately recognized the origin of the figure, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "We pay homage to the sword cultivator." Zhao Xiaotian, too, wore a joyful expression. Although he recognized that the golden figure was his uncle, he refrained from revealing the truth and instead knelt respectfully on the ground. Without his uncle's permission, he dared not disclose his identity. "We pay homage to the sword cultivator." The more than 20 elders supporting Zhao Xiaotian followed suit, voluntarily kneeling in reverence, each countenance filled with profound sincerity, akin to worshipping a deity of exalted stature. For them, the enigmatic sword cultivator of Mount Shu was the embodiment of an invincible divinity. It is over. This is truly the end. Those elders who had originally pressured Zhao Xiaotian to abdicate, upon witnessing this scene, were engulfed in despair, their spirits extinguished. The sword cultivator had personally intervened, slaying the third prince of the Tang dynasty and Zhou Tai. Did this not unmistakably signify support for Zhao Xiaotian? They were not merely opposing Zhao Xiaotian, but were rather brazenly challenging the sword cultivator himself. Their lives were hardly sufficient to face such a reckoning. Had they known of the esteemed sword cultivator's profound favor towards Zhao Xiaotian, they would have refrained from accompanying Zhou Tai in supporting the Princess Pingong and her son. But alas, regret comes too late. How could this transpire? The countenance of Princess Pingong grew exceedingly pale. Her intention to support her son's ascension was predicated on the belief that this venerable sword cultivator from Shushan would remain uninvolved, for historically, he would only emerge in times of great external peril facing Shushan. Moreover, even if one were to concede, Zhao Xiaofeng was the son of the former sect master Zhao Qing. This should merely be a fraternal contest, unworthy of attracting the sword cultivator's attention. Yet, she could never have anticipated that this enigmatic and legendary master of the sword would not only intervene, but would personally slay the third prince and Zhou Tai among others. Why do you, a reclusive powerhouse of Shushan, choose to support this illegitimate child? Princess Pingyong inquired, biting her crimson lip with a hint of resentment. In that moment, her earlier poise had vanished, replaced by despondency and helplessness. Those who offend Shushan shall face severe retribution. The avatar of Zhao Fan, born of his primordial spirit, replied coldly, without directly addressing her question. Upon hearing this, Princess Pingyong's complexion paled further as the gravity of her error dawned upon her. She was justified in supporting her son's rise, yet it was an egregious misstep to conspire with the forces of the Tang dynasty. Though Shushan and the Tang maintained an alliance, they were fundamentally distinct sects of cultivation, not belonging to the same faction. Return and inform the ancestral figure of the Tang that he has 3 days until the full moon to come to Shushan and bow in apology. Or else he shall bear the consequences of my wrath upon the Tang dynasty, Zhao Fan proclaimed, his gaze profound and his voice resonant, echoing throughout the grand hall and sending a tremor through all present. This was the might of the sword cultivator, capable of effortlessly dispatching the third prince of the Tang and commanding the ancestral figure of the Tang to personally seek forgiveness. Such a formidable entity had been a rarity in recent years, and it was his existence that had granted the Tang dynasty its current unparalleled stature. To put it plainly, the ancestral figure of the Tang held a position within the dynasty equivalent to that of the sword cultivator within Shushan. Would such a powerful figure truly come to Shushan to prostrate an apology? Thud. Princess Pingyong, stricken with fear, quickly knelt with the terrified Zhao Xiaofeng, pleading, esteemed sword cultivator, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please do not impose hardship upon the Tang dynasty. After all, Shushan and the Tang are allies. In that moment, Princess Pingyong was genuinely alarmed. Despite the strength of the ancestral figure of the Tang, the renown of the sword cultivator loomed even larger. Should the Tang dynasty fall, she and her son would lose their last bastion of support. Zhao Fan did not so much as glance at the mother and son, instead addressing Zhao Xiaodian. Handle the remaining matters yourself. With that, he cast a sweeping glance at the elders trailing behind Princess Pingyong, causing them to tremble in terror, nearly losing their wits. Buzz. With a sudden withdrawal of his gaze, Zhao Fan's avatar dissipated, and the overwhelming aura receded like a tide. In that moment, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Many of the elders who had initially supported Princess Pingyong and her son were drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. They were both apprehensive and perplexed, wondering why the sword cultivator elder had chosen not to impose any difficulties upon them. Zhao Xiaodian discerned his uncle's intentions, recognizing it as an opportunity to win the hearts of the people. He rose slowly, his demeanor solemn and authoritative, and spoke in a deep voice. Elders, have you all clearly heard the words of the sword cultivator elder? This sect leader understands that some of you were momentarily misled, which led to your rebellion. Now, if you admit your mistakes in person, I can choose to overlook the past. As his words resonated, numerous elders stepped forward, grasping at the chance for redemption as if it were a lifeline, pleading for forgiveness and acknowledging their errors. Sect leader, I was wrong. I implore your magnanimity to forgive me. I too admit my fault. It was all due to the instigation of Zhou Tai and the others. I beseech the sect leader for mercy. Please pardon our transgressions. We vow eternal loyalty to you. In the blink of an eye, the 2 or 3 dozen elders who had supported Princess Pingyong and her son knelt before Zhao Xiaodian, offering their apologies and seeking his forgiveness. This sect leader absolves you of your sins, Zhao Xiaodian replied with a smile, his tone mild. The affairs of Mount Shu were numerous and demanding, and losing them would greatly deplete the sect's vitality and strength. Mother, we are utterly finished. This scene filled Zhao Xiaofeng with despair, unable to withstand the blow, causing him to faint on the spot. It's over. Princess Pingyong closed her beautiful eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had thought victory was assured, only to find herself confronted with such an outcome. Observing Princess Pingyong and her son, Zhao Xiaodian refrained from delivering a lethal blow and instead commanded, bring them both and confine them. They are not to leave their quarters without my permission. Swiftly, several elders took their orders and escorted Princess Pingyong and her son back to their respective quarters for imprisonment. As news of Princess Pingyong and her son being imprisoned spread swiftly through the major territories nearby, the prospect of internal strife within Mount Shu loomed ominously. No one anticipated that the once low-profile Mount Shu, which had remained in the shadows for 15 years, would find itself embroiled in such turmoil. Most strikingly, A renowned sword master from Mount Shu, who had once slain the formidable Tianping king with a single stroke, had taken action once more. Not only did he eliminate the rebellious third prince of the Tang dynasty, but he also issued a direct ultimatum, demanding that the Tang patriarch personally ascend Mount Shu to bow and confess on the night of the full moon in 3 days, or face the obliteration of the Tang dynasty. As this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the realm. In recent years, with the rapid resurgence of spiritual energy, countless formidable beings had emerged from the realms of cultivation, and even several powerful entities in the harmonization stage had begun to surface. Coupled with Mount Shu's discrete operations over the past 15 years, many had nearly forgotten the existence of a reclusive and mysterious sword master residing within its ranks. However, as the incident escalated, it rekindled the memories of many. Both righteous and malevolent forces keenly observed the unfolding events. In recent years, the Tang dynasty had been flourishing, having unified vast territories and amassing a congregation of powerful cultivators, eclipsing the current status of Mount Shu. The underlying reason for this dominance lay in the presence of the Tang patriarch, one of the few exceptional powerhouses in the current cultivation world, who had intervened multiple times to aid the Tang dynasty, extinguishing several formidable rivals. Furthermore, Mount Shu and the Tang dynasty had a long-standing alliance. Would the Tang's support of Princess Pingyang and her son lead to a fracture between these two cultivation factions? If the reclusive sword master of Mount Shu were to confront the Tang patriarch, who would emerge victorious? Many observers awaited the Tang dynasty's response with bated breath, as tensions escalated between Mount Shu and the Tang, plunging their relationship to an icy nadir. Yet, amid the tempestuous external circumstances, Zhao Fan remained unperturbed and disengaged. Ever since the dispersal of his spiritual avatar within the Grand Hall of Mount Shu, he had devoted all his focus to his own cultivation. For him, the act of slaying the Tang's third prince and Zhou Tai from afar was akin to crushing mere ants, hardly worthy of his concern. Just then, a familiar notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. "Sign in," he uttered habitually. "Sign-in successful. Reward, tightening spell of control over immortals." As the system's voice faded, a unique incantation surged into Zhao Fan's consciousness. The tightening spell of control over immortals allowed the practitioner to condense a spell's energy and implant it within an enemy's body. The life of the one ensnared by the spell rested solely on the will of the caster, granting complete dominion over the opponent's existence. Upon a brief understanding of this mystical technique, Zhao Fan was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that it was a method of controlling others, seemingly imbued with an aura of malevolence. In the realm of cultivation, many malevolent entities excelled in two primary pursuits: slaughter and the manipulation of life and death. The comprehension and practice of this spell appeared remarkably accessible. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan decided to explore the full version of the tightening spell of control over immortals, as this secret technique might prove useful in the future. As long as one's heart is righteous and transparent, and innocent blood is not shed needlessly, even the means of demons can be employed for noble purposes. Zhao Fan possesses an exceptionally high comprehension ability. Within less than half an hour, he had already harnessed spiritual energy to condense the power of an immortal incantation. Should one be struck by this energy, even a formidable being at the stage of fusion would find their life hanging by a thread at Zhao Fan's whim. He chose not to continue his cultivation, for such methods are ultimately but a diversion. Enhancing one's own strength is the true path to supremacy. In the great Tang dynasty, how outrageous! The sword master from Mount Shu not only slaughtered my son, but also audaciously proclaimed that our ancestor should personally visit Mount Shu to bow and apologize on the night of the full moon in 3 days. Who does he think he is? Does he truly consider himself a lofty sword immortal? In the grand palace hall, the reigning emperor roared like a lion, his voice echoing thunderously. The civil and military officials of the great Tang trembled in fear, few daring to utter a word, lest they become the target of the emperor's wrath. "Your Majesty, Mount Shu has gone too far. If we do not respond with vigor, we may become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world." At that moment, the emperor's most trusted Grand Teacher slowly spoke. "The Grand Teacher is indeed correct. Although we were previously allied with Mount Shu, since they show no mercy, we must not appear unjust. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree to sever ties with Mount Shu and to launch a campaign against them. Let the iron hooves of our great Tang trample Mount Shu into oblivion." The Grand Teacher, held in high esteem, inspired several court officials to step forward with fervent suggestions. In recent years, the Great Tang had risen to an unparalleled prominence, establishing itself as the mightiest force within a 1,000-mile radius. From the exalted emperor down to the officials, a tremendous ambition and arrogance prevailed. For otherwise, they would not have dispatched the third prince to support the princess of Pingyong and her son in rebellion. You are all correct. Our great Tang is indeed flourishing, bolstered by our ancestors' support. With our gaze upon the world, we can now rank among the foremost powers. Should we endure humiliation, not only would I be disgraced, but the reputation of the great Tang would also be tarnished. The emperor's expression remained impassive, his eyes narrowing slightly, glimmering with a cold light. He chuckled derisively and declared, "Isn't that sword master from Mount Shu inviting our ancestor to visit on the night of the full moon? Then let our 100,000 iron hooves accompany our ancestor to offer our support. Your majesty is wise and formidable. The great Tang is invincible, and our ancestor is invincible." Upon hearing the emperor's words, the civil and military officials collectively knelt, offering their flattering praises. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the night of the full moon arrived. Outside the gates of Mount Shu, numerous powerful figures from various righteous, evil, and demonic factions gathered, all eager to witness the spectacle. "Master, there are many people outside. If our ancestor from the great Tang truly arrives tonight, it is unlikely that the visit will be merely to bow and apologize." In the grand hall of Mount Shu, Elder Lin Mu of the True Martial Sect expressed his concerns. Not only he, but the other elders also felt a tinge of unease and tension. Although the venerable sword cultivators of Shushan stand guard, they are but a remnant of the ancient Tang dynasty, which has quelled many formidable foes in recent years. Their might reputed to be unfathomable. Fear not. The sword cultivator has summoned him for an apology, and thus he must comply. Zhao Xiaodian offered a gentle smile, reassuring the gathered assembly. His gaze was resolute, brimming with blind faith and admiration for his uncle. Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to a cataclysmic upheaval echoed as the entire Shushan began to tremble violently. Caught unawares, the elders were startled. What is happening? Could it be an earthquake? Moments later, the tremors subsided, and the assembly exchanged bewildered glances. "This is dire. The 100,000 troops of the Tang dynasty have encircled our mountain gate, completely surrounding Shushan." A pale-faced disciple rushed into the hall, breathless with urgency. "What?" Even Zhao Xiaodian, known for his composure, sprang to attention upon hearing this news. 100,000 iron hooves. It dawned upon him that the earlier disturbance was not an earthquake, but the resounding approach of countless soldiers. Has the Tang dynasty lost its senses? Except for a few, nearly all the elders in the hall erupted into chaos. "Are we to begin the roll call?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. "Come, follow me to take a look." Zhao Xiaoyan's expression darkened as he led the elders toward the mountain gate. With the 100,000 iron hooves of the Tang dynasty at their doorstep, anxiety gripped the hearts of the people of Shushan. If their sect leader did not personally oversee the situation, unnecessary turmoil could ensue. Soon, Zhao Xiaodian and the elders arrived at the mountain gate. Indeed, it was the 100,000 iron hooves of the Tang dynasty. Zhao Xiaoyan's brow furrowed, and his countenance grew grim. As he gazed outward, he beheld a dense throng of iron cavalry, filling the mountains and valleys. Each soldier rode upon magnificent steeds, clad in resplendent, sturdy armor, exuding an intimidating aura of formidable power. This was the most elite army of the Tang dynasty, with each warrior at the foundational realm, capable of sweeping away even a formidable sect of cultivators. Under the luminous moon, the mountain gate of Shushan was suffused with the scent of gunpowder. The 100,000 iron hooves of the Tang dynasty, fierce and overwhelming, encircled Shushan but then suddenly halted in perfect unison, as if awaiting a command. Nearby spectators, strong in their own right, were filled with trepidation. Indeed, the Tang dynasty's mightiest army showcased exceptional discipline and combat prowess through their synchronized movements. Once they truly commenced their assault, they would undoubtedly unleash devastating power. The Emperor of Tang has arrived. Just then, with the resounding blast of a horn, the troops parted, revealing the emperor clad in golden armor, accompanied by dozens of valiant generals, striding forth with measured grace. Gazing at the nearby Mount Shu, the Emperor of Tang wore an expression of stern indifference and mocked. "Mount Shu's sect leader, you possess immense audacity. Having not only slain my third imperial son, but also daring to demand that our ancestral figures from the Tang bow their heads in repentance. Today, I shall lead 100,000 iron steeds to completely flatten your Mount Shu." As the emperor's words echoed, the thunderous clamor of 100,000 hooves reverberated through the air, dispelling the mist that veiled the horizon with an ominous aura. Emperor. It was your Tang dynasty that first supported the chaos instigated by Princess Pingyong and her offspring against our Mount Shu. You show no sign of repentance, and instead bring forth your army, truly believing we of Mount Shu to be easy prey? In response, sect leader Zhao Xiaotian, undaunted, stepped forward and declared loudly, "You speak the truth. We of Mount Shu are not to be trifled with. If a battle is what you seek, we shall stand firm until the end." Before the multitude, even if his heart wavered, the elders and disciples of Mount Shu understood the necessity of maintaining their resolve, and they echoed in unison. Tension mounted as both sides faced off, the imminent clash palpable. Haha, why require 100,000 iron riders from the Tang? One alone of my caliber could obliterate your Mount Shu entirely. Suddenly, a resounding laughter akin to thunder echoed through the heavens. All present turned to witness a figure descending through the moonlit sky, resembling a divine being. It was an elder of formidable presence, tall and imposing despite his white hair. At his appearance, a wave of overwhelming force surged forth, engulfing all in attendance. In that moment, nearly every soul present turned pale, akin to ants gazing upon a towering dragon, overwhelmed by an acute sense of insignificance that rendered even their breaths labored. Some of the less adept cultivators could not withstand the aura emanating from the elder, collapsing to the ground in faintness. This was the might of a formidable being. The ancestral figure of the Tang had arrived. What an intense pressure, even among those in the harmonization stage. The power of this ancestral figure must surely rank among the highest. The previously observant powers around them now displayed expressions of dread, acutely sensing the palpable danger radiating from the Tang's elder. "Welcome, ancestor." Upon seeing the elder, the emperor's demeanor shifted to one of sincere reverence, bowing first in respect. The Tang dynasty owed its present standing to this ancestor's existence. Even as the supreme ruler of a lofty dynasty, he had to exhibit utmost deference in his presence. "Welcome, ancestor. Welcome, ancestor." The 100,000 iron steeds knelt in unison, creating a scene of staggering impact. "Rise, all of you. There is no need for you to take action. Today, I wish to see who dares to make me bow in submission." The Tang's elder, expressionless, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of divine might. He had yet to make a move, yet the mere fluctuations of his presence unleashed an onslaught of pressure akin to mountains crashing into the sea, bearing down upon the assembled crowd of Mount Shu. Bang, bang. In the face of this terrifying momentum, despite Zhao Xiaotian and his companions exerting their utmost to resist, the vast disparity in their cultivation levels rendered them powerless, crushing them to the ground. This is the might of the great Tang ancestor. Merely one individual, yet without even making a genuine move, effortlessly subdued the entirety of Mount Shu. The scene left everyone in utter shock. The ancestor is invincible. The Tang emperor, with a smile that betrayed a hint of excitement, remarked, "As expected of our ancestor, what is Mount Shu in comparison? To the sword cultivators hiding within Mount Shu, will you not reveal yourselves? Did you not summon me to bow and plead for forgiveness? I grant you but 3 seconds. If you do not appear, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath." The great Tang ancestor stood suspended in the air, his white hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of immense power. Although he had heard of the formidable prowess of the mysterious sword cultivators from Mount Shu, he remained unfazed. After nearly a millennium of existence, he was a veritable ancient being, his overall strength far surpassing that of ordinary mighty figures, and equipped with numerous formidable techniques. Even when confronted by a cultivator of a slightly higher realm, he held a steadfast confidence in his ability to engage in battle. At last, they have arrived. Within the demon-locking tower, sensing the commotion at the mountain gate, Zhao Fan slowly rose, his flying sword, Qi Xiao, emitting a jubilant cheer. A powerful sword aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the very fabric of the void to twist and collapse. Zhao Fan's gaze was calm and profound. With a single step, he instantaneously vanished from his original position. 1, 2. Just as the great Tang ancestor was about to count to 3, the world suddenly blazed bright as day. Even the serene moonlight was overshadowed by the dazzling brilliance of sword light. Boom! A golden sword light slashed from east to west, cleaving the previously pitch-black night sky in two, bearing down upon the great Tang ancestor with the force of a thunderous storm. The great Tang ancestor felt a chill envelop him, sensing an intense aura of danger emanating from the sword light. Yet, rather than panic, he erupted into a wild laugh, exclaiming, "Sword cultivator of Mount Shu, you have finally revealed yourself. As his words fell, he clenched his fists, gathering a torrent of spiritual power, and unleashed a mighty strike, forming a similarly formidable fist light. Bang! Before the eyes of all, the sword light and the fist light collided violently, producing a deafening explosion. Yet, in the next instant, the fist light unleashed by the great Tang ancestor shattered, while the golden sword light, undeterred, continued its relentless descent. Heavenly Gang Palm. The great Tang ancestor's expression shifted to one of astonishment, but his combat instincts kicked in swiftly. His hands, seemingly forged from celestial gold, unleashed countless massive palm prints, each blow imbued with immense force. Bang, bang. Yet, before the golden sword light, even his proud palm techniques could not withstand the slightest resistance, collapsing amidst the thunderous sounds. What? How is this possible? The great Tang ancestor finally felt a twinge of panic. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed a secret technique to swiftly evade a distance of 10,000 meters, narrowly avoiding that terrifying sword strike. Boom! As the golden sword light descended, a towering mountain, 1,000 feet high, crumbled and disintegrated amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, sending plumes of dust spiraling into the heavens. Gazing upon the crumbling mountain, the venerable ancestor of the Tang dynasty appeared somewhat pallid, beads of cold sweat visibly trickling down his forehead. Had he not invoked his secret technique to evade the impending doom, his fate would have been dire, if not fatal. To have narrowly escaped a casual strike from me. You certainly possess some skill. Before the Tang ancestor could fully comprehend the situation, a figure shrouded in golden light abruptly materialized in the void. Tall and majestic, he resembled a celestial swordsman descended to the mortal realm, emanating an aura as profound and unfathomable as the vast ocean. This figure was none other than Zhao Fan. Emerging from the confines of the demon locking tower, the previous strike had consumed less than 5% of Zhao Fan's power. Yet, even that was sufficient to effortlessly annihilate the majority of mid-stage integration experts. However, the Tang ancestor had managed to evade it at the last moment, clearly demonstrating his exceptional means of survival. Truly, he was an old fellow who had lived for nearly a millennium. A single strike had nearly claimed the life of the Tang ancestor, leaving all present in awe, gazing incredulously at the sudden appearance of Zhao Fan. Is this the enigmatic swordsman from Mount Shu? His strength is simply unfathomable. What level of power does he truly possess? Even the Tang ancestor found himself at a disadvantage against a single blow. Meanwhile, several powerful onlookers, sensing the elusive yet palpable sword aura emanating from Zhao Fan, were engulfed by a sense of trepidation. It felt as though they stood before a lofty celestial swordsman, even in the absence of a direct assault. The very essence of the sword could tear asunder the heavens and the earth. The elder swordsman has arrived. With his presence, the Tang ancestor is bound to face inevitable defeat. Please, venerable swordsman, display your might and protect Mount Shu. Upon witnessing the transcendent golden figure resembling a celestial swordsman, the elders and disciples of Mount Shu erupted in ecstatic cheers. In their eyes, the elder swordsman symbolized invincibility, a being akin to a deity. My uncle has finally made his move. The Tang ancestor is destined to fall. Zhao Xiaodian felt a burden lift from his shoulders, a smile gracing his face. In stark contrast to the jubilant scene among the Mount Shu crowd, the Tang emperor and others sensed something amiss. For that earth-shattering strike had undeniably forced the Tang ancestor into a precarious position. Fear not, the ancestor will not falter. He is the strongest among us. A figure with few rivals of his caliber. Once he unleashes his full power, the swordsman from Mount Shu shall meet his demise. Despite a vague sense of unease, the Tang emperor reassured those around him, striving to maintain morale. Seemingly validating the emperor's words, the Tang ancestor's spiritual energy surged forth, his aura intensifying significantly compared to earlier. I refuse to believe it. You cannot be that formidable. That last strike was undoubtedly your utmost effort. It is now my turn to retaliate. Taking a deep breath, the Tang ancestor forced himself to regain composure, convinced that Zhao Fan could not possibly be much stronger than himself. He must be merely putting on a facade. Moreover, before such a multitude, he could not afford to show any sign of weakness. Otherwise, if this were to spread, the illustrious reputation of the great Tang patriarch, built over nearly a millennium, would be utterly destroyed in an instant. With a strike of the celestial gang, the great Tang patriarch did not hesitate, unleashing his most formidable attack, channeling the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. This conjured hundreds, if not thousands, of meteor-like auras, each capable of shattering mountains and cleaving the earth to its core. The heavens dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The once azure sky was now densely filled with these meteoric energies, emanating a cataclysmic aura and producing a deafening roar as they surged towards Zhao Fan. The overwhelming energy pulsated with destructive force, radiating outward in all directions. In that moment, nearly everyone trembled, gripped by an indescribable sense of suffocation. Some of the weaker cultivators were unable to withstand the residual energy and were sent sprawling, spitting blood. Faced with the great Tang Patriarch's ultimate assault, Zhao Fan remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed. Without a hint of trepidation, he dispatched his flying sword, Qi Xiao, with astonishing swiftness and lethal intent, effortlessly slicing through the overwhelming meteor energies. With a resounding crash, his sword descended, annihilating countless layers of the meteoric auras. Qi Xiao surged forward with unstoppable momentum, closing in on the great Tang Patriarch in the blink of an eye. Panic gripped the great Tang Patriarch's visage as he hastily invoked a secret technique to teleport away. But he was a moment too slow, and the fierce, menacing sword energy grazed him. With a thunderous impact, the great Tang Patriarch was sent sprawling over 10,000 meters away, bloodied and weakened, his breath shallow. Though he had not perished on the spot, he had suffered unimaginable injuries. Terror-stricken, he disregarded all notions of dignity and sought to escape like a fleeting shadow. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and took a step forward, as if traversing layers of void, instantly intercepting the great Tang Patriarch. Before the great Tang Patriarch could react, he found himself ensnared by an invisible force, immobilized. This scene left all present in shock and disbelief. No one had anticipated that the supposedly unfathomable great Tang Patriarch would be defeated, and by a mysterious sword cultivator from Shushan, no less. Your Majesty, the Patriarch has been vanquished. We have lost. This is the end for us all. As they witnessed the great Tang Patriarch subdued, the generals gathered around the Tang Emperor were thrown into a state of panic. Even the once iron-willed army of 100,000 lost their composure. The Patriarch. This must be a dream. The Patriarch cannot possibly lose. The Tang Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, his body filled with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Truly, the sword cultivator is formidable. He has indeed defeated and subdued the great Tang Patriarch. I always knew the sword cultivator was invincible. In stark contrast to the Tang Emperor and his retinue, the elders and disciples of Shushan erupted into jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring to the heavens. Under the gaze of all, Zhao Fan looked down upon the great Tang Patriarch, his eyes calm yet harboring a flicker of murderous intent. The opponent was no weakling and possessed special life-preserving techniques. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. Do not kill me. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant. Please, esteemed elder, do not hold my transgressions against me. Grant me a path to survival. As death loomed, the venerable ancestor of the Tang dynasty suddenly spoke, pleading with a tone that lacked the former commanding presence he once wielded. Having survived for nearly a millennium, his instinct for self-preservation far exceeded that of ordinary beings. In his eyes, survival eclipsed reputation and pride. Zhao Fan arched an eyebrow, feeling a flicker of hesitation. The opponent possessed formidable strength. Had it not been for their encounter, even a late-stage cultivator would find it challenging to contend with the ancestor of the Tang dynasty. I can spare your life, Zhao Fan declared after a moment's contemplation, but you must lead the Tang dynasty to join Shushan. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Of course, the ancestor replied eagerly. As long as you grant me my life, I shall comply with your every request. I will persuade Emperor Tang and his court to surrender. From this day forth, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to Shushan, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. The ancestor hastily acquiesced, fearful of Zhao Fan's potential change of heart. At this moment, even a thousandfold courage would not compel him to defy Zhao Fan. Binding celestial spell. Despite receiving the ancestor's promise, Zhao Fan remained skeptical. He conjured a strand of celestial energy and, with a wave of his hand, infused it into the ancestor's being. What are you doing, esteemed elder? The ancestor asked, startled. I have sown a spell within you, Zhao Fan replied, enunciating each word with deliberate gravity. Should you entertain any treachery in the future, your very life shall hinge upon my whim. The ancestor's heart raced, cold sweat beating on his brow. The ancestor felt tears welling, yet he could only resign himself to his fate. He had never imagined that after nearly 1,000 years of existence, he would meet his demise at Shushan. Emperor Tang, Instruct your people to lay down their arms. From this moment forth, the entire Tang dynasty shall merge with Shushan." The ancestor inhaled deeply and, with Zhao Fan's tacit approval, approached Emperor Tang and his entourage, his voice heavy with resignation. "Ancestor." The emperor's face turned ashen, unable to accept this outcome, and he fainted on the spot. Within the Tang dynasty, the ancestor held absolute authority, and having witnessed Zhao Fan's unfathomable strength, the Tang people had long since abandoned any hope of resistance, laying down their weapons and choosing submission. This stark contrast left the onlookers from various factions in utter shock. Just moments ago, the ancestor and Emperor Tang had boasted of their intent to level Shushan. Yet now they resembled lost souls, surrendering for the sake of survival. What a farcical turn of events. Yet, none among the observing powerhouses dared to laugh, for the swordsmanship of Shushan's warriors was simply too formidable. Zhao Fan's gaze was as cold as steel, his physique tall and robust, enveloped in a golden radiance, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman descending to the mortal realm. Exuding an aura of transcendent might, he cast a languid glance at the distant onlookers before vanishing from sight, the terrifying aura of his swordsmanship receding like a tide. Could he have detected our presence? Such remarkable perceptiveness. In the deepest void, several figures stood solemn and profound, blending seamlessly with the cosmos, invisible to the ordinary cultivators. However, upon Zhao Fan's penetrating gaze, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped these individuals, akin to being ensnared by the eyes of death, filled with intense unease. These figures were formidable beings from the realms of righteousness and malevolence within the cultivation world, some even surpassing the legendary ancestors of the Tang dynasty. Yet, at this moment, each was deeply anxious, fearing that Zhao Fan might take action against them. They could clearly perceive that Zhao Fan's suppression of the Tang ancestor was executed with effortless ease, his strength seemingly as boundless as the ocean. Had they attempted to confront him, their fate would likely mirror that of the Tang ancestor. It must be an illusion. He has not detected our presence. We have returned to the Shushan Mountains. As Zhao Fan withdrew his gaze and vanished from sight, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. With this powerful sword cultivator stationed in Shushan, it was not a confrontation they could afford at present. The elder resolved to return and diligently cultivate, awaiting a future opportunity to rise in strength. The resurgence of spiritual energy in the world was accelerating. It was only a matter of time before the elder would stand proudly within the cultivation realm. As the battle concluded, the hidden formidable beings saw no reason to linger and swiftly departed, despite being among the few powerful entities remaining. Witnessing Zhao Fan's prowess made them acutely aware of their inadequacies. They prepared to return to their respective sects to fortify their training. The cultivation environment was improving, not only due to the accelerated revival of spiritual energy, but also because the previously fragmented pathways of heaven and earth were slowly mending. Although they temporarily acknowledged their inability to rival Zhao Fan, they held strong confidence that, with the resources of their sects and the advantages brought by the changing environment, they would eventually catch up to, or even surpass, this enigmatic Shushan powerhouse. The departure of these top-tier cultivators went unnoticed, silent as their arrival. On the night of the full moon, the Tang dynasty mobilized 100,000 iron steeds, surrounding Shushan in a grand display. The Tang ancestor himself took action, only to be subdued by the mysterious sword cultivator from Shushan. This shocking event reverberated throughout the cultivation world like a tempest, witnessed by countless onlookers. Upon learning that the mysterious sword cultivator from Shushan had subdued the Tang ancestor, and that the entire Tang dynasty had been incorporated into Shushan, the various factions of the cultivation world were left trembling in fear. With the backing of the Tang ancestor, the Tang dynasty had matured into a truly formidable force in recent years, claiming vast territories akin to fertile lands, with a population exceeding 10 million. When assessing the strength of a faction, apart from the number of cultivators, the most critical factors are population and territory. Shushan not only gained the allegiance of the Tang ancestor and Tang cultivators, but also fully absorbed the population and land of the Tang dynasty, resulting in a dramatic surge in its overall strength, propelling it to become the most powerful and distinguished cultivation force within a radius of thousands of miles. It is not an exaggeration to state that Shushan now holds a pivotal position in the entire cultivation realm, its influence far surpassing that of the past. The impact of this battle reverberated across the realms of righteousness, malevolence, and the supernatural, leaving all factions astounded and in uproar. From this moment forward, Even the most arrogant of demonic clans dared not underestimate the existence of Mount Shu, for all were acutely aware that as long as that enigmatic swordsman remained, the rise of Mount Shu could very well become inexorable. The world buzzed with speculation, while the denizens of Mount Shu rejoiced. However, Zhao Fan paid no heed to the chatter. After subduing the ancestral figure of the Tang dynasty, he returned directly to the Demon-Sealing Tower to pursue his cultivation. Although unnoticed by others, he had already discerned the shadowy figures of several powerful beings lurking in the background, with the cultivation levels of 1 or 2 surpassing even that of the Tang ancestor. As spiritual energy continued to revive and the environment of heaven and earth improved, the number of future cultivators would inevitably increase. Moreover, there remained numerous sealed places akin to the abyss of 10,000 demons. Once those ancient powerhouses awakened, the world would descend into true chaos. This was an era gradually advancing towards resplendent glory, and even with a system at his disposal, Zhao Fan understood the necessity of diligent cultivation, for should he pause, he risked being overtaken. With a tranquil gaze, he murmured to himself, revealing no hint of joy from his victory over the Tang ancestor, for in truth, he had not exerted more than 5% of his strength in subduing the latter. This alone attested to Zhao Fan's formidable prowess. Years slipped by in the blink of an eye, and 5 years had elapsed in the pursuit of cultivation. Uncle, your nephew has come to pay his respects. On this day, Zhao Xiaodian arrived once more at the Demon-Sealing Tower to visit his uncle, Zhao Fan. Compared to before, he now exuded confidence, his face illuminated by a radiant smile, clearly in high spirits. Since securing the allegiance of the Tang ancestor, Mount Shu not only gained a powerful ally but also absorbed the entirety of the Tang dynasty's personnel and resources. In just a few short days, the number and strength of cultivators in Mount Shu had multiplied severalfold. Zhao Xiaodian recognized that all of this was due to his uncle Zhao Fan's efforts, and thus, after fulfilling his obligations, he rushed to express his gratitude. You have arrived. Please, come and sit. Zhao Fan gestured for Zhao Xiaodian to take a seat. Uncle, this is a token of appreciation from me and the elders. I implore you to accept it. As soon as he settled down, Zhao Xiaodian unexpectedly produced a multitude of items, including supreme elixirs encased in jade boxes, resplendent superior spirit jades, and exquisite flying swords forged from rare materials. These were precious treasures presented by the Tang dynasty. Although uncertain of his uncle's tastes, he had conferred with the elders and selected the most valuable items to offer. The elixirs capable of rapidly restoring the spiritual energy of those at the integration stage, the superior spirit jades, and the uniquely crafted flying swords were all included. You, as the sect leader, are quite generous, Zhao Fan remarked with a playful smile after glancing at the offerings. Uncle, your repeated efforts to save Mount Shu from peril cannot be adequately expressed through these gifts alone, Zhao Xiaodian replied earnestly. These are merely tokens of gratitude from me and the elders. I sincerely hope you will accept them. Zhao Xiaodian spoke earnestly and with sincerity, seemingly fearing Zhao Fan's potential refusal. This flying sword is quite remarkable. You may keep it. As for the other items, please take them back with you. Zhao Fan raised his hand, effortlessly drawing the flying sword into his grasp. Although he already possessed the sword Qi Xiao, the little fox, by Shui, lacked a weapon. Bestowing upon her a supreme flying sword would surely bring her joy, relieving him from her incessant requests for sparring. Well, very well, Zhao Xiaodian replied with a resigned smile, unwilling to disregard his uncle's wishes. Xiaodian, although Mount Shu has absorbed the Tang dynasty, we still have a considerable distance to traverse before true revitalization. Zhao Fan paused, observing Zhao Xiaodian as he continued. Several millennia ago, during Mount Shu's zenith, the sect leader issued an edict that commanded the compliance of a significant portion of the immortal realm. Do you understand my intent? I comprehend, Uncle, Zhao Xiaodian nodded, grasping the underlying message. You are urging me not to become arrogant or complacent, but rather to strive diligently to enhance Mount Shu's strength and restore the sect to its former glory of millennia past. Excellent. Do not disappoint your father and me, Zhao Fan remarked, a smile gracing his face as he patted Zhao Xiaoyan's shoulder. Rest assured, I shall not let down your and my father's expectations. I am determined to lead Mount Shu back to its true splendor. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with resolve. By the way, you have reached the out-of-body stage, correct? Zhao Fan suddenly inquired, as if struck by a thought. Yes, uncle. I possess a commendable martial art here for you to cultivate. As his words fell, Zhao Fan pointed his finger at Zhao Xiaoyan's brow, and the complete version of all swords returned to origin surged into the latter's mind. This formidable swordsmanship, a gift from the system, bore unique training requirements, suitable only for those below the divine spirit stage, making it perfectly fitting for Zhao Xiaotian at this juncture. Such a powerful swordsmanship, Zhao Xiaotian exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Fan profusely. We are family, no thanks are necessary. Zhao Fan replied with a gentle smile. Return and practice diligently. The leader of Mount Shu must not be weak. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you again in the future. Eager to commence his training with the newly acquired, potent sword technique, Zhao Xiaotian refrained from lingering, bowing respectfully before departing the demon locking tower. As Zhao Xiaotian departed, tranquility once again enveloped the demon locking tower. The sword, named Yunmeng, appeared rather impressive. Zhao Fan scrutinized the flying sword in his hand. Though it lacked the sharpness of Qi Xiao, its pristine white body glimmered like freshly fallen snow, emanating an intimidating chill. Marking it as a commendable weapon. Bai Shui is still in slumber. Once she awakens in due time, I shall present this to her. After toying with it for a moment, Zhao Fan stored the flying sword within the system's designated space. Shall we commence the check-in? At that moment, a familiar notification resonated within Zhao Fan's mind. Check-in. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan replied. Check-in successful. You have acquired the surely crossing tribulation pill. As the system's voice faded, a resplendent golden pill materialized in Zhao Fan's hand, its rich medicinal aroma instantly pervading a large portion of the demon locking tower. The surely crossing tribulation pill? Is this not a superior Dao pill? Zhao Fan was both astonished and elated. It is well known that the value of a Dao pill far surpasses that of ordinary elixirs, and superior Dao pills are exceptionally rare. The surely crossing tribulation pill, a wondrous concoction mentioned in ancient texts, is said to enhance the success rate for beings at the integration stage attempting to transcend into the tribulation stage. The news of such a Dao pill's emergence, if circulated, could incite a terrifying scramble among countless righteous and malevolent beings alike, compelling even those ancient entities who have survived for millennia to act recklessly. Splendid. The system truly is a timely boon. I am currently at the peak of the integration stage, merely a step away from the tribulation stage. Previously, I harbored little confidence in successfully breaking through, but now, with this surely crossing tribulation pill, I can at least increase my success rate by 30%. A smile graced Zhao Fan's face, bolstering his confidence in his impending breakthrough to the tribulation stage. He had hesitated to attempt the ascension beyond the integration stage due to the grave peril that ordinary cultivators face when striving to reach the tribulation stage. The odds of success are exceedingly grim. To illustrate, if 100 adept cultivators at the peak of the integration stage simultaneously endeavored to break through to the tribulation stage, only 3 or 4 might ultimately succeed. The success rate is not only alarmingly low, but failure could result in demonic deviation or even instantaneous demise. The tribulation stage stands in stark contrast to preceding realms of cultivation. It is a true watershed moment on the path of cultivation, marking a pivotal transition from the extraordinary to the near immortal. To enter the tribulation stage, one must endure the heavenly tribulation, a test of celestial lightning. This heavenly power, capable of annihilating all, poses a grave threat even to the most transcendent cultivators. Without adequate preparation, they risk complete obliteration beneath the storm of tribulation. Thus, when confronting the tribulation stage, one cannot afford to falter. Success must be achieved in one resolute attempt. Although the surely crossing tribulation pill may enhance the success rate by 30%, the might of the tribulation has scarcely been witnessed by anyone in nearly 10 millennia. I must ensure I am thoroughly prepared before attempting the breakthrough. Otherwise, failure could very well mean the complete loss of all I have worked for, leading to death and the extinguishment of my path. Gazing at the transcendent elixir of calamity in his hand, Zhao Fan contemplated for a moment before deciding to store it within the confines of the system's spatial realm, intending to consume it once adequately prepared to transcend his current limits. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The celestial essence in the vicinity of the demon locking tower has dwindled significantly. Should I initiate a search for a new permanent sign-in location? What? The celestial essence here has nearly vanished? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow momentarily before it relaxed. Since his entrapment in the demon locking tower nearly 200 years ago, the daily, uninterrupted sign-ins had gradually depleted even the most abundant celestial essence. Proceed with the detection, he mused, his voice contemplative. The system then confirmed. The celestial essence in the Myriad Demon Cave is abundant. Should we designate it as the new permanent sign-in point? Indeed, Zhao Fan replied, raising an eyebrow with a calm demeanor. Configuration successful. The host need only visit the Myriad Demon Cave daily to continue accruing rewards through sign-ins. Following this, the system fell silent. No wonder he had previously acquired numerous treasures in front of the Myriad Demon Cave. Its celestial essence was indeed rich. It had been a while since he last visited. Perhaps he could address the lurking dangers within. Otherwise, it remained a ticking time bomb. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Fan took a step forward, his form vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the entrance of the Myriad Demon Cave. The abyssal opening was shrouded in swirling black miasma. Above it lay the sword seal he had inscribed 15 years ago, sealing away countless toxic vapors and malevolent energies. Over the years, the Myriad Demon Cave had remained undisturbed, with most of its demons seemingly in a deep slumber. With my current strength, I should be capable of confronting the demons inside. Perhaps I should venture further. As he gazed at the entrance, a spark of rare combat fervor ignited within him. Compared to his past self, Zhao Fan had grown immensely stronger. Even if numerous demons awaited him, he felt confident in his ability to handle them. Moreover, he yearned for a thrilling battle. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Deep within, he longed for a genuine struggle of equal strength. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Fan inhaled deeply and slowly entered the cave. As he crossed the threshold, a torrent of black miasma surged toward him. But before it could draw near, it was obliterated by waves of devastating sword energy. Zhao Fan's physique was robust and elongated, a faint golden glow emanating from his flesh, with sword energy swirling around him like a true transcendent sword immortal. The sheer aura he exuded was enough to shatter the viscous malevolence surrounding him. Descending rapidly, he reached the deepest recesses of the cave in mere moments. Here lies the true abyss of 10,000 demons, more expansive than I had ever envisioned. Resembling an underground realm, Zhao Fan surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The abyss was incredibly spacious, filled with a dense miasma and towering figures, some majestic, others grotesque, stood sentinel, all slumbering demons whose formidable aura, despite the passage of countless ages, still emanated a suffocating intensity. There was a trace of the immortal cultivator's presence. Who, after all, has intruded upon this den of demons? At that moment, a deep growl reverberated through the air. Not far away, a demon towering 100 meters slowly opened its eyes, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty coldness, fixating its gaze upon Zhao Fan. It appeared to see a delectable morsel, its eyes betraying a glimmer of greed and desire. Fresh flesh and blood. You seem to possess considerable power. Should I devour you, my strength would undoubtedly be restored significantly. This demon, immense in stature, bore wings and radiated an aura of malevolence. It regarded Zhao Fan as an easily obtainable prey, having slumbered for so long within the abyss. The demon's strength had waned over time, necessitating the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens or the consumption of powerful immortal cultivators. Devour me, you dare? If you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhao Fan scoffed, as if he had heard the most amusing jest in the world. I am the sky-piercing demon general. How dare a mere human cultivator speak so arrogantly? Not only shall I feast upon your flesh and blood, but I shall also obliterate your very essence. The demon's eyes flared with rage, incensed by Zhao Fan's mere words. The sky-piercing demon general's murderous intent was palpable. In his era, his name alone could instill fear in 100,000 cultivators. How could he allow these insignificant human cultivators to act with such impunity before him? In his fury, the sky-piercing demon general failed to scrutinize Zhao Fan's cultivation level, convinced that even if the human was formidable, he could not possibly rival his own power. As his words hung in the air, the demon raised a claw, launching it with explosive speed. Boom! The void contorted under the force of the strike, swift as lightning, aimed at Zhao Fan's throat. In response, Zhao Fan did not even glance at his adversary, making no visible move as his flying sword, Qi Shao, autonomously surged forth, its brilliant light illuminating a vast expanse of the abyss. Thud! The claw was severed by a single stroke, crimson blood spraying into the air. Before the sky-piercing demon general could react to the pain, the residual sword light surged forward, gliding effortlessly across its neck. Bang! The wide-eyed demon's head fell heavily to the ground, creating a visible crater. The once mighty demon general, who had commanded respect thousands of years prior, met such a tragic end. Even its primordial spirit was obliterated, utterly extinguished. Truly, it was pitifully weak. Zhao Fan cast a sidelong glance at the fallen demon's corpse, shaking his head as he murmured to himself with calmness, in the next life, whether as a human or a demon, one must refrain from making grandiose claims without first understanding the strength of their opponent, for the winds may be too fierce, and one's tongue could easily falter. With a resounding rumble, as the celestial demon general met its demise, the slumbering demons within the abyss of 10,000 demons stirred, sensing the encroaching danger. Who could it be that vanquished the celestial? What audacity! Could it be that the wretched empress has once again intruded upon our domain? I shall exact revenge. The grudge from years past must be avenged. In mere moments, over a dozen unparalleled demons awakened, their terrifying demonic energy reverberating throughout the expanse of the abyss. Zhao Fan remained unperturbed, standing still without any intention to intervene. He was curious to witness the prowess of these revived demons. The one who claimed to be the celestial demon general had exhibited a weakness so profound that it could not withstand even a single strike conjured by his thoughts. A human cultivator, dare you trespass into the abyss of 10,000 demons? Are you the one who slayed the celestial demon general? Who are you? Upon their revival, these demons quickly took note of Zhao Fan, their towering figures encircling him, an overwhelming aura enveloping most of the abyss. Were it anyone else, even a powerful being in the later stages of integration would likely falter beneath such oppressive pressure. Yet who is Zhao Fan? He stood on the precipice of transcending to the tribulation stage, his strength unfathomable, not to mention just a dozen demons. Even if all the demons within the abyss were to awaken, he would remain undaunted. Who am I is of no concern to you. I have come only to declare one thing. Apart from myself, all present here are utterly insignificant. Zhao Fan surveyed the assembly of demons, then smiled provocatively. What? A human cultivator? Do you seek death? The demons seethed with fury, rallying together to eliminate the insolent youth. In an instant, the air was charged with their wrath, and the very space of the abyss began to tremble violently. Fortunately, this was a sacred ground protected by formidable arcane powers, preventing immediate collapse. Just in time. At last, a grand battle awaits. Zhao Fan's gaze intensified, his fighting spirit ignited, as an overwhelming aura surged forth, the terrifying sword intent piercing through the void. Akin to a true sword god descending upon the realm. Bang! Bang! Before the demons could unleash their assault, they were swept away by the dazzling sword light. The sword energy surged with such might that the very fabric of the void twisted violently, hurtling toward the horde of demons with the ferocity of a tempest. In this moment, the dozen demons felt a chilling wave of impending doom. This is bad. This youth is a consummate sword cultivator in the integration stage. We have only just awakened, our strength is not yet restored, and we are no match for him. One demon, sensing Zhao Fan's formidable strength, cautioned in a low tone. Ultimately, it was a moment too late. The sword light descended like a celestial river, overwhelming and annihilating a dozen or so monstrous beings. Despite exerting their utmost efforts to resist, were sent sprawling, spewing blood in the wake of that singular strike. This was under the condition that Zhao Fan had withheld his full strength, employing merely 80% of his power. Otherwise, even the slightest increase in force would have resulted in their instantaneous demise. Flee. We stand no chance against him. We must escape at once. Realizing Zhao Fan's formidable and invincible nature, the monstrous beings were struck with panic, dragging their injured forms toward the deepest recesses of the myriad demon cave, abandoning the previously arrogant demeanor they had exhibited. Why are you running? Come back and face me in battle. Zhao Fan would not allow their escape, brandishing the Qishao sword as he pursued them. How infuriatingly pathetic. Had it been several millennia ago, during my peak, I would have faced not only perfected sword cultivators, but even those in the tribulation phase, without hesitation. There would have been no need for such a disgraceful retreat. Enough of that. Who could have anticipated that in this era, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has yet to fully revive, perfected sword cultivators would emerge? It is simply astonishing. Run. We cannot afford to be slain by this sword cultivator. After enduring for tens of thousands of years, we cannot meet our end today. A dozen monstrous beings fled in terror, cursing as they ran. They finally understood why the mighty sky-raising demon general had met such a tragic fate. This human sword cultivator was alarmingly powerful. If they did not escape, they would surely perish. You were once the scourge of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago. How can you dare to flee rather than face me? Wouldn't that bring ridicule upon you? Stay and fight me for 100 rounds. Zhao Fan, swift as lightning, positioned himself before the fleeing monsters in the blink of an eye. Do not approach. Faced with Zhao Fan's imposing presence, the monstrous beings turned pale, instinctively retreating. Zhao Fan frowned slightly, disappointed to find that these monsters were not only weak, but also cowardly. Should they not fight to the death? Why was there such a vast difference from the brutal and bloodthirsty creatures he had imagined? Unbeknownst to him, these monsters were not inherently weak. Rather, he was overwhelmingly powerful. His mere sword strike had left them gravely injured, compelling anyone in their position to flee and beg for mercy. Moreover, the longer one lived, the greater the fear of death. Having survived for tens of thousands of years, who would wish to perish immediately after a resurgence? Thus, their cowardice and pleas for mercy were instinctual survival responses. This young man, no, this esteemed sword cultivator, there is no enmity between us. Please spare us, these wretched and pitiful monsters. As Zhao Fan paused in his advance, the leader of the three-eyed demons, mustering courage, stepped forward to plead for mercy. Piteous and tragic. At these words, Zhao Fan could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, coldly retorting, "You are but ferocious and bloodthirsty demons. Do not feign compassion before me. Engage in battle swiftly, lest I show you no mercy." You are indeed pushing the demons to their demise. The leading demon, with a visage full of despair, knelt down before Zhao Fan with a thud. Thud, thud. A dozen demons followed suit, collapsing before him and wailing, "We beseech you, esteemed sword cultivator, spare our lives. I am a demon of inherent kindness and righteousness. Thousands of years ago, I delighted in a vegetarian diet and have never harmed a human. So too am I. Since birth, I have subsisted solely on plants. The monks of the Buddhist sect once clamored for me to serve as their protector. Esteemed sword cultivator, do not heed their fabrications. I am the most benevolent and amiable among us. Despite my 3 eyes, I am, in truth, a blind demon, whose greatest joy lies in aiding the weak, both human and demon alike. Thousands of years ago, I was lauded as the 3-blind good person, or rather, the 3-blind good demon." Zhao Fan was left speechless, finally grasping the utter depths of shamelessness. In a desperate bid for sympathy, a group of fearsome-looking demons now knelt before him like obedient children, fervently asserting their vegetarianism. Even more outrageous was the leader with 3 green eyes shamelessly claiming to be blind, and a paragon of goodness. Not only did he consider himself blind, but he also presumed Zhao Fan to be so. Enough. Zhao Fan's expression darkened, as a formidable sword intent rent the air, instantly suppressing the pitiful assemblage of demons to the ground, causing them to tremble in fear, momentarily silencing their charade. Is this the best that the myriad demon abyss has to offer? Is there not a single formidable demon among you? Zhao Fan's physique was tall and robust, radiating golden brilliance, his aura so potent that the entire myriad demon abyss trembled. Esteemed sword cultivator. At this moment, the 3-eyed demon timidly spoke. If you seek stronger demons, you may venture to the 2nd level of the myriad demon abyss, where mightier beings lie in slumber. Yes, indeed. The group of demons nodded fervently in agreement. The myriad demon abyss has a 2nd level? Take me there at once. Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled as he spoke in a deep voice. Nonetheless, he remained cautiously aware that the myriad demon abyss harbored many secrets yet unknown to him. However, the 3-eyed demon hesitated, slowly reminding him, the entrance to the depths of the myriad demon abyss is guarded by a formidable array. Only those of tribulation stage strength can fully open it. Let me there. Zhao Fan replied coldly, his expression unchanging. Very well, please follow me. The 3-eyed demon, leading a dozen others, cautiously guided Zhao Fan deeper into the abyss, soon arriving before a colossal bronze door. Here lies the entrance to the 2nd level of the myriad demon abyss. Zhao Fan was brought before the towering bronze gate, and the 3-eyed demon spoke earnestly. I shall put it to the test. With a gaze as piercing as a hawk's, Zhao Fan summoned his flying sword, Qi Shao, which shot forth with dazzling brilliance, cleaving the air with a radiant sword light. The power of this sword was formidable. Even the void trembled and distorted under its influence. Before the strike even landed, the 3-eyed demons were already stricken with fear, aware that had they stood in its path, they would have been cleaved in twain by its might. With a thunderous roar that resounded through the air, a fierce wind erupted, spreading outward in all directions. As the dust settled, the bronze gate remained unscathed, its surface shimmering with a subtle yet resilient aura. Evidently, it was protected by a powerful array. Zhao Fan, though surprised, was undeterred. Instead, he gripped the sword Qi Shao, and a tumultuous roar emanated from within him, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy pouring forth, far surpassing his previous strength. What a powerful presence! He was no ordinary sword cultivator. The surrounding demons were filled with dread, sensing a danger from Zhao Fan that was magnitudes greater than before. They found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary swordsman could arise in a realm where the spiritual energy had yet to fully revive. 10,000 Swords Technique. Ignoring the expressions of the demons, Zhao Fan unleashed a strike, the golden sword light tearing through the heavens and the earth. With this blow, he exerted 30% of his strength. Boom! The entire demon cave shook violently, and the light barrier on the bronze gate developed faint cracks, yet it remained intact, seemingly mending itself at an observable rate due to some latent power. Observing this scene, Zhao Fan chose not to strike again, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The bronze gate indeed possessed formidable defensive capabilities. However, should he persist with all his might, there remained a slight possibility of shattering it. Another failure. Seeing the bronze gate remain unbroken, a flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of the dozen or so demons. Zhao Fan, keenly aware of their unease, spoke directly. "It seems I cannot breach this gate for now." As soon as the words left his lips, his gaze returned to them. "Swordmaster, what do you intend to do?" The leading three-eyed demon stammered, sensing Zhao Fan's dubious intent. "What can I do? Since I cannot access the second level of the demon cave, your worth has diminished. I shall have no choice but to eradicate you all." As Zhao Fan spoke, his sword Qi Shao radiated an aura of terrifying intent, sending shivers down the spines of the demons. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Zhao Fan, the leading three-eyed demon immediately begged for mercy once more. "Please, do not slay me. I am willing to offer the supreme martial arts of our three-eyed clan in exchange for my life. I am also willing to offer the most formidable techniques of the Tian-Yo clan. I implore you, esteemed sword cultivator, to spare my life. I am prepared to contribute any secret arts or techniques at my disposal." The myriad demons prostrated themselves once more, seeking to exchange their mastery of potent demon martial arts for their very lives. Demon martial arts techniques? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, responding coldly. "I have no need for them. As a cultivator of the human race, particularly one devoted to the sword, what utility would such demon martial arts hold for him? The only conceivable use would be to bestow them upon the little fox, Bai Shui, for her cultivation. Yet, it was evident that Bai Shui did not belong to the same lineage as these demons, and perhaps their martial arts were altogether unsuited for her. I am willing to offer the divine source. I beseech you, do not take my life." Seeing that Zhao Fan remained unmoved, the three-eyed demon gritted its teeth and spoke suddenly. As the words faded, the three-eyed demon produced a remarkable substance, appearing neither entirely solid nor completely liquid, but rather in a state that lies between the two. Most notably, it emanated a powerful and transcendent aura, distinctly unique and peculiar. "Swordmaster, this is the divine source, which harbors extraordinary energy capable of preserving one's most precious essence. I am willing to exchange it. Please spare my life." Despite the pain in his heart, the three-eyed demon earnestly implored. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he reached into the void, drawing the divine source from the demon's grasp into his palm. He could distinctly sense the exceptionally pure energy wafting from the depths of the divine source. Had the demons preserved themselves for thousands of years relying on such a substance? A detection of a unique celestial material registered. If the host consented to integrate it into the system, unknown rewards could be obtained without the need for sign-in. As Zhao Fan scrutinized the divine source, a notification sound resonated in his mind. The divine source is indeed a unique celestial material? It can be integrated into the system? Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly realized the substantial benefit the divine source could provide to the system. Consent to integration, he instinctively uttered after a brief hesitation. Integration successful, granting the host the Nine Heavens Thunder Transformation Technique. With the system's proclamation, a formidable and powerful technique surged into Zhao Fan's mind. The Nine Heavens Thunder Transformation Technique, when cultivated to its pinnacle, not only allowed the wielder to unleash cataclysmic thunderous power, but also to absorb and refine the might of thunder tribulations, thereby augmenting one's spiritual energy, standing as one of the paramount martial arts of Taoism. Noticing the system's description, Zhao Fan felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the integration of the divine source would yield such a supreme Taoist technique. Swordmaster, I possess a divine source as well. I can present it to you in hopes of receiving the same mercy. As Zhao Fan accepted the divine source from the three-eyed demon, he appeared momentarily stunned, prompting the other demons to exchange glances before each offering a piece of divine source, hoping to preserve their lives. Hearing their pleas, Zhao Fan did not delve into the newly acquired technique, but regarded them with calmness, casually remarking, "These divine sources are indeed commendable, yet exchanging just a few for your lives is far too trifling. Surrender all the divine sources you possess, and I may spare you." With an expressionless demeanor, Zhao Fan's sword, Qishao, emitted a crisp and resonant sound, its overwhelming sword intent pressing towards the gathered demons, causing their faces to pale in terror. Although the divine source did not offer him direct assistance, its potential for integration into the system was evidently extraordinary. Zhao Fan harbored no belief that these demons possessed only a few pieces after surviving for millennia. He intended to extract every last drop. Under Zhao Fan's coercion, despite their profound reluctance, the demons, faced with the specter of death, had no choice but to obediently surrender their dwindling divine sources. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Fan amassed over 30 pieces of divine source. Is this all? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Esteemed sword cultivator, this is indeed the only divine essence we possess. After lying dormant for tens of thousands of years, the majority of our divine essence has been utterly depleted. We truly cannot offer any more." The leader of the three-eyed demons spoke with a countenance full of bitterness. Once formidable beings that roamed the realms of cultivation millennia ago, they now found themselves extorted for divine essence by a human cultivator, a humiliating disgrace. Yet, in the name of survival, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Having just awakened, they had yet to receive any replenishment from the spiritual energies of the world and were far from regaining their peak strength, let alone opposing Zhao Fan. "Very well. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. However, remember this, without my express permission, none of you are to leave the demon abyss. Lest you wish to provoke my wrath," Zhao Fan declared, casting a glance at the pitiful demons before him. Ultimately, he refrained from delivering the fatal blow. As a rightful cultivator, having accepted their divine essence, he felt compelled to uphold his promise and spare their lives. Otherwise, what difference would there be between himself and the demons? After collecting over 30 pieces of divine essence, Zhao Fan did not linger any longer. With the demons watching, he departed from the demon abyss. Finally, he has left. This human sword cultivator is truly terrifying. We were nearly deprived of our lives. I have lived for tens of thousands of years and have never been so humiliated. The world has grown so cold, the demons murmured. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions, some seethed with indignation, while others seemed to shed a great burden. Paying no heed to the demons' reactions behind him, Zhao Fan made his way back to the perimeter of the demon-locking tower. Upon his return, he wasted no time and began to integrate the divine essence into the system one by one. Although such heavenly materials were rare and could aid a cultivator in sealing their own essence, Zhao Fan found them of no use to himself. Moreover, had it not been for the system's emergence, this transmigrator might well have perished within the confines of the demon-locking tower. Hence he held nothing back and integrated all into the system. With successful integrations came rewards, the demon-slaying sword, the great annihilation fist, and the golden blood of the Arhut, among others. In mere moments, Zhao Fan had absorbed all 30 pieces of divine essence into the system, reaping numerous valuable rewards. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that the system had grown significantly stronger. Its inherent space had expanded nearly double its original size. It appeared that the system too could evolve, but only through the integration of divine essence or other heavenly materials. With a glimmer of insight in his eyes, Zhao Fan swiftly reached a conclusion. He made no waste of the rewards bestowed by the system, utilizing them entirely for his cultivation. His overall strength was gradually rising, yet he remained firmly within the perfected stage of integration, refraining from hastily attempting to break into the tribulation stage. For even in the most glorious era of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, even the most extraordinary prodigies required decades, if not centuries, of preparation to successfully transcend to the tribulation stage. It was not merely the resurgence of spiritual energies that allowed one to break through or elevate their cultivation at will. Cultivating immortality and defying destiny is far from a simple endeavor. A moment's carelessness may lead to the loss of all one has achieved, or even to one's own demise. In the days that followed, Aside from his cultivation, Zhao Fan diligently visited the Cave of 10,000 Beasts daily to continue his system sign-ins. Occasionally, when the urge struck him, he would enter the cave to discipline the myriad of demons residing within. Of course, in his efforts to avoid fatal harm to these creatures, Zhao Fan always exercised restraint. The demons lurking in the first layer of the cave were repeatedly subjected to Zhao Fan's admonitions, treated almost like living punching bags that he would discipline every so often. At times, he refrained from using spiritual power, relying solely on his physical prowess to engage with the demons, continually honing his comprehensive abilities. As time gradually passed, Zhao Fan's strength steadily increased, alongside his spiritual energy. Both his physical body and primordial spirit saw remarkable growth. In the blink of an eye, 36 years had elapsed. This marked the 234th year of Zhao Fan's presence at the Tower of Sealing Demons, and also the 51st year since his nephew, Zhao Xiaotian, ascended to the position of sect leader of Shushan. The resurgence of spiritual energy accelerated, rendering the cultivation environment of the world comparable to half of its glorious state from tens of thousands of years prior. The realm of cultivation became increasingly tumultuous, with many new prodigious talents emerging, alongside some ancient beings of great renown. These venerable figures, once hidden from the world in various powerful factions, capitalized on the flourishing cultivation environment to experience rapid ascension in strength due to their accumulated prowess. In the past, powerful beings were a rarity, but now they had proliferated. Almost every sizable cultivation sect boasted one or two formidable entities. In recent years, Shushan had flourished remarkably under the astute leadership of Zhao Xiaotian, fostering several formidable beings and attracting numerous cultivation geniuses. Presently, Shushan boasted a staggering 100,000 cultivators, its territory stretching 1,000 miles from south to north, with subordinate forces numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. Even when gazing upon the vast expanse of the Zhangtu Shenzhou, it stood as an indisputable top-tier cultivation sect. While Shushan basked in its zenith, Zhao Fan remained increasingly low-key, having not left the Tower of Sealing Demons for 36 years. Apart from the occasional visits from Zhang Qian, who brought him meals, few had the privilege of seeing him. Compared to his earlier self, Zhao Fan had grown even stronger. Although he remained at the pinnacle of the integration stage, his spiritual energy, primordial spirit, and physical form had all been cultivated to near perfection. It is no exaggeration to say that despite not achieving a substantial breakthrough in his realm, his overall combat prowess had increased by more than one or twofold. He had also elevated several critical martial arts techniques to a higher echelon. Zhao Fan had advanced the Shushan sword technique to the 6th level, enabling him to strike down formidable foes from 100 miles away with a mere thought. Similarly, the 10,000 swords technique had ascended to the 6th level, capable of severing a towering mountain with just a wisp of sword energy. As for the Tai nourishing spirit technique and the 6-foot golden body, both had surpassed the 5th level. With ample accumulation and profound insights, Zhao Fan began to comprehend the mightier Taiwan sword canon, which he had previously only been able to grasp to a meager extent of 50 to 60% due to his insufficient cultivation level. Times have changed, and Zhao Fan swiftly grasped the essence of the Grand Emperor Sword Classic, leading to a profound elevation of his swordsmanship. On this day, instead of continuing his cultivation, he quietly gazed at the heavens. His eyes, calm and deep, radiated a hint of resolve as he murmured to himself, "It is nearly time. I must face the tribulation." "Are you confident?" "A failure in the tribulation could indeed lead to death." Bai Shui, exquisite and charming, stood beside him, her voice barely above a whisper. A flicker of unease and tension revealed itself on her finely sculpted face. Though she often displayed a proud demeanor towards Zhao Fan, she could not bear the thought of him perishing beneath the thunderous wrath of the tribulation. Over the years, besides her own slumbering cultivation, she had engaged in countless sparring matches with Zhao Fan, thus understanding his current level of prowess. Yet, she remained apprehensive, for it was generally believed that the later one faced the tribulation, the better. "Fear not. I have yet to fully torment you, my little fox. I shall not perish so easily," Zhao Fan replied with a slight smile, aware of Bai Shui's concern and teasing her gently. "Humph. This fox spirit would actually prefer to see you perish in the tribulation. Ignoring the wise counsel of a good fox will only bring you misfortune," Bai Shui retorted. Turning her head away in dismissal, Zhao Fan chuckled softly, then ceased to restrain himself, suddenly unleashing a magnificent sword intent that permeated the entirety of the demon-locking tower. The overwhelming aura surged skyward, instantaneously provoking a transformation in the surrounding atmosphere for hundreds of miles. Boom! Layer upon layer of dark clouds began to converge above the demon-locking tower, soon forming a mountain-like mass of tribulation clouds, though the clouds had yet to fully coalesce. The oppressive force of heaven and earth descended as if tangible, causing the entire tower to tremble. The tribulation, feeling the suffocating pressure of the impending storm. Bai Shui's delicate features tightened with anxiety as she cast a glance at Zhao Fan, a flicker of uncertainty evident in her gaze. It has arrived. Zhao Fan's expression sharpened, a glimmer of battle intent radiating from him. He hesitated no longer and stepped forth, akin to a sword unleashed, launching himself towards the thunderous tribulation above. Remaining stationary during the tribulation could not only risk the destruction of the demon-locking tower, but also endanger the entirety of Mount Shu. Most crucially, Zhao Fan wished to minimize the commotion. Thus he ascended into the sky to confront the divine lightning. Crack! As if sensing Zhao Fan's approach, the nascent tribulation clouds showed no mercy, instantly unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel. This lightning, infused with the might of heaven and earth, possessed the power to obliterate the majority of those at the fusion stage. Clang! Before the lightning could strike, the flying sword, Qi Xiao, resonated with a clear, powerful sound, slicing through the air to meet the impending strike. The brilliant sword light clashed with the lightning in a tremendous collision, resulting in a resounding explosion as both forces dissipated almost simultaneously. Boom, boom. The initial strike failing to harm Zhao Fan seemed to enrage the vast tribulation clouds. With a deep rumble, serpentine bolts of lightning flickered ominously. Let whatever means you possess come forth, he challenged boldly. I am eager to witness the formidable power of the heavenly thunder tribulation. Zhao Fan slowly gripped the Qi Xiao sword, his entire being brimming with martial spirit, radiating an aura of swordsmanship that distorted the very fabric of the void. In this moment, he held nothing back. His spiritual energy surged like an unfathomable ocean, echoing with a resounding roar. Crack! Crack! Zhao Fan's provocation successfully elicited a fierce reaction from the thunder tribulation, as colossal bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, rained down upon him in a relentless torrent. Each bolt possessed the lethal power to effortlessly slay even the mightiest of beings in the integration stage. And the sheer magnitude of countless thousands of these bolts was truly terrifying. This is dire. Such a potent force of thunder tribulation. This young man has stirred trouble. Within the demon-locking tower, Bai Shui's face was etched with anxiety. Having recently advanced to the late integration stage, she could vividly perceive the terrifying spectacle unfolding high above. Just in time, Zhao Fan swallowed a tribulation elixir, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. His momentum surging to its zenith as he brandished the exquisite Qi Xiao sword and charged forward. The radiant sword light illuminated much of the firmament, and with a powerful swing, he cleaved through the majority of the incoming lightning. Unfazed, his fighting spirit soared as he resembled a transcendent sword immortal, boldly stepping into the heart of the cataclysmic storm of tribulation. This was truly unimaginable for ordinary cultivators at the peak of the integration stage. Facing the heavenly thunder tribulation often meant retreating helplessly, forced to endure the onslaught of lightning. Yet Zhao Fan defied this norm, transforming passivity into aggression. Boldly entering the tempest of tribulation, in the annals of history, he could undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost among them. Boom, boom. The dense, dark clouds of tribulation spiraled violently, drawing forth an endless influx of spiritual energy from the surrounding realms, amplifying the already terrifying atmosphere. Look, what is happening high in the sky? A vast expanse of dark clouds has appeared. It is indeed strange. Why do we hear thunder, yet see no rain? The tremendous rumblings of thunder in the heavens captured the attention of many disciples from Mount Shu. Though they found it peculiar, none connected it to a cultivator's thunder tribulation. Nor could they fathom that someone dared to confront it head-on. What madness! That is the thunder tribulation. Bai Shui stomped her adorable little feet in frustration. With her gem-like, clear eyes wide open, she anxiously watched the fierce thunder tribulation, deeply concerned for Zhao Fan's safety. Yet, her worries were unwarranted. Within mere moments, amidst the earth-shattering roars, a brilliant sword light erupted from the depths of the tribulation, cleaving through the ominous clouds that spanned hundreds of miles. Moreover, this was far from over. Accompanied by a resounding clang, a flurry of unstoppable sword shadows descended, mercilessly shattering the residual lightning. 10 minutes later, the once ominous and oppressive thunder tribulation retreated at an astonishing pace. A figure of immense strength stood proudly in the void, exuding an unfathomable and terrifying aura. Zhao Fan, tall and robust, with flowing raven hair and profound eyes, exuded an aura of divinity and strength. After vanquishing the thunder tribulation, his previously stagnant cultivation level seamlessly ascended to the tribulation stage. Compared to before, he could distinctly sense that his spiritual energy, soul, and physical form had all become more resilient and potent following the purifying baptism of the thunderstorm. Most importantly, his overall strength had increased several-fold. A sensation arose within Zhao Fan, as if with a mere flick of his sword, he could shatter the very heavens and earth. This illusion was born from the sudden surge of power. Standing proudly in the void, he closed his eyes, silently attuning to the changes within himself. He perceived not only the dramatic enhancement of his strength, but also a burgeoning vitality, with his lifespan significantly extended. Undoubtedly, he could now live an additional 1,000 to 2,000 years compared to his previous state in the combined body stage, drawing ever closer to immortality. However, it is essential to note that immortality does not equate to eternal life. The tribulation stage is fundamentally distinct from all prior levels. It marks the transition of a cultivator from the extraordinary to the near-immortal realm, fraught with peril. Crucially, the thunder tribulation is not a singular event. According to the limited ancient texts, the more exceptional a cultivator, the greater the number of thunder tribulations they must endure as their power escalates in this stage. In the illustrious era of the cultivation world thousands of years ago, any remarkably gifted cultivator had to face 9 thunder tribulations to transcend the confines of the tribulation stage, thus becoming an unparalleled master in the great ascension stage. Therefore, beneath the grand tribulation stage, there are no subdivisions into earlier, middle, or perfected minor stages. Rather, the number of tribulations endured serves as the definitive classification. Zhao Fan, having just passed through his first thunder tribulation, is categorized as a cultivator of the first layer of the tribulation stage. Nevertheless, with his profound foundation and being a sword cultivator of unparalleled offensive capability, he remains undaunted even when confronting those of the second layer of tribulation. Half an hour later, Zhao Fan gracefully descended back into the demon-locking tower. "Are you all right?" Noticing the singe marks of electricity on Zhao Fan's ropes, Bai Shui hurriedly approached, her expression laced with concern. "Do not worry. I am perfectly well now." Zhao Fan reassured her with a smile. "You successfully passed the tribulation?" Bai Shui inquired, her crystalline eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Indeed," Zhao Fan replied with a grin. "You are indeed fortunate. This fox spirit must also strive to enhance her cultivation, aiming to reach the perfected combined body stage and subsequently overcome the tribulation." Bai Shui felt a mix of joy for Zhao Fan and a tinge of frustration, as she had nearly caught up to him, only to find the gap widen once more. "Do not be anxious. I have something for you." As he spoke, Zhao Fan produced the exquisite flying sword, Yunming, which Zhao Shaotian had gifted him, presenting it to Bai Shui. "This is a top-tier flying sword. Take it and make use of it." "A top-tier flying sword? You possess such a treasure and did not present it to me sooner?" Bai Shui was filled with a blend of joy and irritation as she shot a fierce glare at Zhao Fan, promptly disregarding any words of gratitude and seizing the treasured flying sword, Yunming, with fervor. "Isn't it true that you often clamored for a duel with me? If I had given this to you earlier and you happened to defeat me, I would have lost face, wouldn't I?" Zhao Fan chuckled, effortlessly charming her, or rather, coaxing the little fox with his words. In truth, he had merely forgotten about this gift amidst his rigorous training, only recalling it at this moment. "Humph, consider yourself clever. This flying sword is quite commendable, and I, the fox immortal, shall accept it for now. Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer from this. Once I achieve a complete breakthrough to the integration stage, I shall recall those formidable inherited martial arts and choose two to teach you." Bai Shui let out a soft huff, her pride evident as she lifted her small head, returning to the stone abode with the flying sword, Yunming, in tow. Witnessing Zhao Fan's breakthrough to the tribulation stage had dealt her a slight blow, leading her to retreat into the jade coffin for slumber and cultivation. Zhao Fan, however, dismissed Bai Shui's words, for with the system by his side, he lacked for powerful martial arts, especially those of the demon clan, which he could not even learn. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan remained humble despite his recent ascension to the tribulation stage. He diligently solidified his cultivation realm, thoroughly mastering the powers of the tribulation stage. On this particular day, Zhang Qian returned to deliver his meals once more. She had blossomed into a more mature and beautiful woman, akin to a perfectly ripe persimmon, exuding an alluring fragrance with every movement. Over the years, Zhang Qian continued her unwavering routine, visiting every 10 days to bring him food. Now a senior elder of the discipline hall, she oversaw thousands of disciples and had earned the title of the most beautiful elder due to her sweet and striking appearance. Many of her male peers had pursued her, yet she had firmly declined all their advances. Little junior sister, what delicacies have you prepared for me today? The fruit wine from last time was delightful. Did you bring some this time? Zhao Fan smiled, gently inquiring through the gates of the demon binding tower. Today's feast is quite sumptuous. I prepared over 10 exquisite dishes for you, and I've brought 3 full bottles of the fruit wine from last time, Zhang Qian replied with a playful smile, handing the food box through the small opening beside the gate. Very well, Zhao Fan said as he opened the food box. Savoring the exquisite dishes paired with fine wine, indulging in the flavors without needing any prompts from Zhang Qian. After over 200 years of cultivating, he had developed a deep-seated habit of relishing a meal prepared by Zhang Qian every 10 days. Little junior sister, your culinary skills have improved tremendously since our last encounter. Zhao Fan praised as he enjoyed his meal. Outside, Zhang Qian felt a surge of joy, her voice sweet as she replied, as long as my senior brother is satisfied. That's all that matters. By the way, there have been numerous events occurring outside of Mount Shu lately. While you dine, I shall fill you in. Go ahead. I am listening, Zhao Fan encouraged with a slight smile. Senior brother, did you know? The cultivation world has become increasingly chaotic lately. Not only have many new powerhouses emerged, but there are also several ancient monsters making their presence known. Among them, figures such as the ancestral master of the Qingyun sword sect and the Black Bull Demon King are ancient beings who have survived for millennia, emerging amidst the improving conditions of the world. Of course, the most prominent in recent times is the elder Xianming from the demonic path, who reportedly founded the Xianming sect and has nearly swept through the demonic realm, even clashing with our Shushan. Within the territories of Shushan, numerous demonic beings from the Xianming sect have appeared, abducting many innocent civilians. Elder Xianming? Xianming sect? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired. Has the sect leader not taken any measures? Of course he has. The sect leader was furious and dispatched several powerful experts who nearly annihilated the invading Xianming demonic beings. However, the Xianming sect has not only refused to retreat, but has also threatened to retaliate against us. Nevertheless, they likely lack the courage to do so. As Shushan is no longer what it once was, we are now a top-tier cultivation sect in the Central Plains. At this point, a hint of pride appeared on Zhang Qian's delicate face. Indeed, the times have changed. Zhao Fan nodded, feeling quite satisfied with Shushan's current development. On another note, there is something I need to inform you about in advance. Suddenly, Zhang Qian shifted her tone and continued, Senior brother, I want to be bringing you meals next time, as I am trying to break through to the spirit division stage and may not have much free time. Zhang Qian spoke with a trace of apology. You are now at the peak of the out-of-body stage, so attempting to break through to the spirit division stage is only natural. It's all right, I understand. Zhao Fan replied with a smile, dismissing her concerns. Once I achieve the spirit division stage, I will certainly prepare several dishes to make it up to you. Zhang Qian said with a playful laugh. All right, but do take care, junior sister. The process of breaking through is a gradual one. Do not be overly eager or reckless. If the breakthrough does not go smoothly, do not force it, as that could easily lead to a disastrous outcome, Zhao Fan thoughtfully cautioned. Although Zhang Qian's cultivation aptitude is mediocre, she remains one of the individuals he cares about most, and he wishes for her safety. I understand. Senior brother. You need not worry, Zhang Qian said with a cheerful smile, indicating that she had made ample preparations and should be fine. The two engaged in further conversation until dusk approached, at which point Zhang Qian bid farewell to Zhao Fan, carrying her empty food box. After her departure, the demon locking tower fell silent once more. Following Zhang Qian's exit, Zhao Fan immersed himself back into his cultivation. Shall we begin the sign-in? On this day, Zhao Fan arrived at the entrance of the Myriad Demon Cave and, as usual, used the system to sign in. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward. A pair of heavenly spirit conch. As the system's voice faded, a pair of objects resembling seashells suddenly materialized in Zhao Fan's hands. Heavenly spirit conch? Zhao Fan pondered, unable to suppress his curiosity, System, what is the purpose of this item? The celestial conch allows for communication that transcends both spatial and formation barriers, making it one of the most sophisticated sound transmission artifacts. The system's explanation is succinct and straightforward. However, it seems somewhat superfluous. Zhao Fan casually stored the celestial conch within the system's designated space and promptly returned to the periphery of the demon-sealing tower. Although he had ascended to the first layer of the tribulation stage, he had yet to fully comprehend the situation within the myriad demons' abyss. Thus, he had no immediate plans to venture into its second layer. Moreover, there existed a formidable seal that he had established near the entrance, preventing those demons from breaching it, rendering further exploration unnecessary. Time flew by, and nearly a month had elapsed since Zhang Qian brought him food. Zhao Fan found himself waiting. Yet Zhang Qian remained absent. Could something have happened to the junior sister? A slight frown creased Zhao Fan's brow as an ominous premonition crept into his mind. Perhaps I should go out and check on her. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to rise and seek out Zhang Qian. In the vast expanse of Mount Shu, few individuals truly mattered to him, yet Zhang Qian was undoubtedly among that select few. Brother, I've come to bring food. Suddenly, the melodious voice of Zhang Qian echoed from the demon-sealing tower. Apologies for making you wait all this time. Junior sister, you finally arrived. I was beginning to contemplate going out to find you. Zhao Fan jested, oblivious to the frailty in her tone, responding with his usual light-hearted banter. I didn't mean to worry you. I faced some difficulties during my recent breakthrough, which caused the delay, Zhang Qian replied. Her cheeks slightly pale, yet she managed to force a smile. Brother, I prepared a feast for you, with an array of dishes including fish and meat, over a dozen in total, and I brought 6 jars of fine wine as well. As she spoke, Zhang Qian handed the food box through the doorway. Zhao Fan opened it to reveal an abundant spread, indeed accompanied by 6 jars of aged wine, each over a century old, their rich aroma wafting through the air. Impressive. You have truly outdone yourself, junior sister, Zhao Fan said with a smile, then began to indulge in the delightful meal, determined not to squander Zhang Qian's kindness. It's no trouble at all. Seeing you enjoy a hearty meal is my greatest satisfaction, Zhang Qian beamed, settling quietly outside the demon-sealing tower, gazing at the imposing door, though a hint of melancholy flickered in her beautiful eyes, as Zhao Fan savored the exquisite food and drink. He could not help but acknowledge that Zhang Qian's culinary skills were undoubtedly masterful by the standards of Mount Shu. Suddenly, Zhao Fan paused, chopsticks in hand, a frown forming on his brow as he addressed the silence beyond the door. Junior sister, why are you so quiet today? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian quickly donned a forced smile and replied, I've been busy with matters concerning the discipline hall, and I'm feeling a bit fatigued, so I don't wish to speak too much. Is something the matter? Are you feeling down? Zhao Fan set down his bowl and chopsticks, having already sensed that Zhang Qian's mood was amiss. Otherwise, in a typical scenario, she would have been regaling him with numerous amusing anecdotes from far and wide. Senior brother, Zhang Qian hesitated, her voice trailing off, I may no longer be able to bring you meals in the future. Why? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, pressing for an explanation. Zhang Qian faltered, a soft sigh escaping her lips, and she refrained from elucidating the reason. Junior sister, we are friends, aren't we? Zhao Fan suddenly inquired. Of course, Zhang Qian replied after a moment's contemplation, her tone earnest. If we are friends, then what can't be said? Can you share with me why you won't be bringing me meals anymore? Zhao Fan asked gently, his demeanor calm. I failed during my last breakthrough, and, having fallen into a state of demonic deviation, my cultivation has been completely obliterated. I can no longer serve as an elder of the discipline hall, and in 2 days, I must descend the mountain, Zhang Qian said slowly, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she bit her lip. The reason she had failed to deliver meals earlier was precisely due to the aftermath of her demonic deviation. She had not yet fully recuperated. Now, she was merely a cultivator devoid of any power. Although Shushan was thriving, it did not support idlers. This final visit to deliver meals was merely a means of bidding farewell to Zhao Fan. Demonic deviation and loss of cultivation? Zhao Fan's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing into a smile. I thought it was something grave. It turns out to be a mere trifle. With your senior brother here, I want to allow you to become a waste. I still look forward to you bringing me meals in the future. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Fan flicked his fingers, and a surge of immense, pure energy burst through the gate of the demon locking tower, directly enveloping Zhang Qian's delicate form. Senior brother. Before Zhang Qian could comprehend what was happening, she felt herself enveloped by a warm energy, and her previously damaged dantian began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. My dantian, what is happening? Zhang Qian exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. And this was not the end. With the aid of this energy, even her lost cultivation was being restored at an astonishing speed. Zhang Qian's aura surged, advancing through the qi refinement stage, the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage. Boom. In just a few minutes, Zhang Qian's cultivation had been restored to the peak of the out-of-body stage she had previously attained. Zhang Qian's mouth fell agape, as if she were dreaming, struggling to grasp the reality of her situation. Do not lose focus. Concentrate on attempting to break through to the spirit-severing stage. Zhao Fan's calm voice resonated in her ears. Grateful, Zhang Qian cast a glance at Zhao Fan within the demon-locking tower and, following his guidance, closed her eyes to focus on her attempt to break through once more. Boom. In merely half an hour, with Zhao Fan's support and accompanied by the rumbling of spiritual power within her, Zhang Qian successfully broke through to the initial stage of the spirit-severing stage, her aura swelling exponentially. Feeling the immense power within her, Zhang Qian excitedly opened her eyes and expressed her gratitude towards the demon-sealing tower. Senior brother, I truly thank you. Not only have you helped me restore my cultivation, but you have also facilitated my breakthrough to a new realm. I am immensely grateful. Zhang Qian was overwhelmed with emotion. Her entire delicate form trembled with joy. She had believed she would never again practice the art of cultivation, yet unexpectedly, Zhao Fan had reopened the doors to her spiritual journey. We are friends. Expressing gratitude feels unnecessary. Zhao Fan replied with a gentle wave of his hand and a mild smile. You should return quickly. You have just broken through to the early stage of the spirit division. You must consolidate your realm to avoid future pitfalls. Understood. When I come again, I will prepare more dishes to treat you well, senior brother, Zhang Qian said, taking a deep breath, her face radiating joy before she turned to leave. As the cheerful sound of Zhang Qian's footsteps faded, Zhao Fan, within the confines of the tower, revealed a faint smile. For him, assisting Zhang Qian in regaining her cultivation was merely a trivial task. He prepared to continue his own training, but at that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the tower. Uncle, your nephew has come to visit. The current leader of the Shushan sect, Zhao Xiaodian, unexpectedly arrived at the demon-sealing tower. Xiaodian, what brings you here? Zhao Fan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice upon seeing his nephew. Over the years, Zhao Xiaodian had focused on the affairs of Shushan and seldom visited the tower. Unlike his younger brother Zhao Chong, Zhao Xiaodian was diligently managing both minor and major matters within Shushan, leading the sect to considerable success. Furthermore, unlike his father, Zhao Xiaodian was exceptionally tenacious. He would not disturb Zhao Fan unless faced with a truly insurmountable issue, as he wished to live up to the expectations of both his father and uncle. Aspiring to single-handedly revive Shushan, Zhao Xiaodian, tall and robust, bore a resolute and composed demeanor. No longer the naive child he once was, he now exuded the authoritative presence of a sect leader. However, a lingering shadow clouded his brow. It has been some years since I last visited, so I thought I would come and see you, Zhao Xiaodian said, forcing a smile as he bowed respectfully to Zhao Fan. Surely, your visit is not merely for a casual call. Have you encountered some difficulties? Noticing the weight upon his nephew's heart, Zhao Fan smiled calmly and inquired. Uncle, your insight is remarkable. I cannot conceal anything from your keen perception, Zhao Xiaodian sighed, his smile fading as he continued. You should be aware that Shushan has made significant progress these years, standing as one of the foremost sects in the Central Plains. However, with great stature comes great peril. Someone has set their sights on us, a formidable adversary. Who is it? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, questioning further. The Xianming sect, led by the Xianming elder. Zhao Xiaodian replied, his expression serious. The Xianming elder? Is he truly powerful? Zhao Fan appeared lost in thought. If memory served him correctly, Zhang Qian had previously mentioned before him that the elder Xianming had recently been sweeping through the demonic realm, proving to be an exceptionally formidable entity. Uncle, you may not be aware, but the elder Xianming is a dark sorcerer who has lived for over 1,000 years, his powers unfathomable. He established the Xianming sect, which has dominated a significant portion of the demonic sects, rapidly expanding its influence. Previously, the elder Xianming commanded his followers to invade our territories and abduct our populace. After I ordered their extermination, He conspired with several demonic factions, amassing nearly 200,000 practitioners of the dark arts, preparing to besiege our Shushan soon. I had initially dispatched 3 powerful cultivators, including the ancestor of the Great Tang, to directly assault the Xianming sect and obliterate it. However, I underestimated the Elder Shuaming's strength. And the ancestor and his companions were suppressed, their fates now uncertain. At this point, Zhao Xiaotian's face grew grave as he earnestly pleaded, "This matter is of utmost urgency. And thus I have come to implore you, uncle, to personally intervene and eliminate the Elder Xianming, aiding Shushan in overcoming this crisis. Otherwise, should 200,000 practitioners of the dark arts assault Shushan, even if we barely achieve victory, it will come at a harrowing cost, rendering decades of hard-won accomplishments utterly futile." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaotian knelt before Zhao Fan with a thud. "I beseech you, uncle, to lend your strength and help Shushan navigate this perilous juncture." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaotian earnestly implored. If it weren't for an absolute lack of alternatives, he would not have come to the Demon-Sealing Tower to seek Zhao Fan's assistance. Shushan had indeed made great strides in recent years, yet only 5 or 6 top-tier experts were available. Even the combined might of the 3 ancestors of the Great Tang could not defeat the Elder Xianming. He simply could not conceive a better strategy. "Rise," Zhao Fan said softly. "I understand." With a gentle flick of his sleeve, a soft force lifted Zhao Xiaotian slowly to his feet. "Uncle, have you agreed?" Zhao Xiaotian asked, filled with uncertainty. "Since the sect master of Shushan has made a request, how could I dare refuse?" Zhao Fan replied with a faint smile, teasingly. "Thank you, uncle." Upon receiving confirmation, Zhao Xiaotian expressed his gratitude with great excitement. "There are no formalities among family. You may return now. I will personally attend to the matter of the Elder Xianming." Zhao Fan waved his hand, signaling for Zhao Xiaotian to leave. "Understood. I shall await your good news, uncle." After bowing deeply to Zhao Fan several times, Zhao Xiaotian finally departed from the Demon-Sealing Tower. After watching Zhao Xiaotian leave, Zhao Fan suddenly lifted his head and smiled in the direction of the stone chamber, saying, after eavesdropping for so long, "Shouldn't you come out now?" "Humph, who is eavesdropping?" The charming and adorable Bai Shui emerged from the side, having just awakened. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan merely smiled, not bothering to hold it against her. "Are you planning to go out?" Bai Shui asked softly, her jewel-like eyes blinking at Zhao Fan. "What do you think?" Zhao Fan smiled gently as the crimson sky sword, once embedded in the ground, gracefully ascended to rest in his hand. "I wish to accompany you," declared the fox spirit, who had lingered here for so long, eager to engage in battles and explore the outside world once more. As Zhao Fan prepared to depart, Bai Shui swiftly positioned herself in front of him. She was exquisite, like a delicate sculpture, both charming and beautiful. "Have you not been diligently cultivating in slumber?" Zhao Fan chuckled softly, inquiring. "I shall strive harder upon your return. It will not consume much time," Bai Shui huffed, responding. "Very well." Zhao Fan contemplated for a moment before agreeing to take Bai Shui along as they left the demon-locking tower. After all, this adorable little fox spirit, without supervision, could potentially cause quite a stir. It was indeed wiser to have her accompany him. Inside the grand hall of Mount Shu, chaos reigned as the elders engaged in heated debates regarding the predicament posed by the Elder Xianming and the Xianming sect. A faction of aggressive elders advocated for a preemptive strike, urging the assembly of cultivators from Mount Shu to act before the Xianming sect and several formidable demonic forces could gather their army of 200,000 practitioners. Conversely, a more conservative group of elders proposed negotiating to resolve the issues surrounding Elder Xianming and his sect. Given that the 3 formidable beings, including the venerable ancestor of the Tang dynasty, were currently in their grasp, they deemed it unwise to act rashly before securing their release. The elders, each entrenched in their respective viewpoints, nearly descended into physical conflict, their altercations resembling those of common folk rather than the dignified figures they appeared to be in the eyes of their disciples, as they shouted and gesticulated vehemently. Observing the tumultuous hall, Elder Lin Mu of Zhenwu wore a face of resignation. "The sect leader has arrived." At that moment, he noticed Zhao Xiaotian walking into the hall, his countenance adorned with a relaxed smile. "Ah, the sect leader has come. How curious that he remains jovial at such a time," Lin Mu mused. Could it be that the pressures have become overwhelming, leading to a paradoxical reaction? Not only Elder Lin Mu, but the other elders quickly recognized Zhao Xiaotian's unusual demeanor. In light of the grave urgency surrounding the issues with Elder Xianming and his sect, How could the sect leader exhibit such a carefree expression? Leader, why do you smile? Have you discovered a solution to the Xianming crisis? The elders, aware of the pressing circumstances, urged him for a decisive course of action. Having served under 3 different sect leaders, Lin Mu held profound affection for Mount Shu and took the matters concerning Elder Xianming and his sect to heart. He was the first to voice his inquiry. The incessant bickering among the high-ranking members of Mount Shu needed to cease, for it was imperative to reach a consensus swiftly. Otherwise, their continued squabbling would not only squander precious time but also jeopardize their best opportunity for action. As Lin Mu's words settled, the assembly of elders fell silent. Their gazes fixed upon Zhao Xiaotian, patiently awaiting the judgment of their youthful sect leader. My esteemed elders, there is no need for further discord. With the gaze of the crowd upon him, Zhao Xiaotian offered a slight smile and continued. The issues concerning the elder Xianming and the Xianming sect are already being addressed by someone. There is no need for you to continue worrying. You need only to manage your own responsibilities. A wave of astonishment swept through the elders of Mount Shu as Zhao Xiaotian's words settled in, leaving them in disbelief. Is what you say true, sect leader? You are not deceiving us, are you? The elder Xianming is unfathomable, and the Xianming sect has allied with several malevolent forces, intending to gather 200,000 practitioners of the demonic path to assault Mount Shu. Who besides us could possibly alleviate the sect leader's and Mount Shu's concerns? Indeed, the situation is perilous. If not handled properly, the very foundation of Mount Shu could collapse, rendering years of effort futile. Who possesses the capability to resolve the issues with the elder Xianming and the Xianming sect? After exchanging glances, the elders could no longer contain their inquiries. As for whom I speak, I shall not divulge. Perhaps some may be able to guess, Zhao Xiaotian replied with a mysterious smile. At that moment, Lin Mu seemed to realize something and exclaimed, I know. Elder Lin, do you know who it is? The other elders turned their attention to the true martial Elder Lin Mu almost in unison. Sect leader, could it be that esteemed swordsman from the past? Lin Mu asked, his face betraying excitement. Truly, you are a veteran of the 3 dynasties. Elder Lin has made a remarkably accurate guess. Under Lin Mu's eager gaze, Zhao Xiaotian slowly nodded. What it is indeed that enigmatic swordsman from the past? The elders, including Lin Mu, expressed their delight and excitement upon receiving Zhao Xiaotian's confirmation. Many still vividly recalled the time the mysterious swordsman effortlessly subdued the formidable ancestor of the Tang dynasty. Over 30 years have passed. Who knows how much stronger that swordsman has become? However, as long as he is willing to intervene personally, no enemy would pose a threat. In the hearts of all elders and disciples within Mount Shu, the mysterious swordsman stands as a symbol of invincibility. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan had already set off with Bai Shui. The Xianming sect lay far from Mount Shu, with a direct distance of 2,000 to 3,000 li. Even a powerful being in the harmonization stage would require a full half-day to reach the territory of the Xianming sect. Yet, Zhao Fan is no ordinary warrior. He is a formidable presence at the first level of the tribulation stage, rendering this distance trivial for him. Riding his sword, accompanied by the little fox Bai Shui, he arrived at the domain of the Xianming sect in just over an hour. Though the Xianming sect has only recently been established, it has swiftly risen to dominance over much of the demonic path, leveraging the fearsome reputation of Elder Xianming. Its territory, extending over 2,000 li from east to west, even surpasses that of Mount Shu. Their headquarters is situated in the Black Magic City, which was once a gathering place for practitioners of evil, transformed into a stronghold since the rise of the Xianming sect. After much anticipation, Zhao Fan did not hasten to the Black Magic City. Instead, he seized the rare opportunity to show Bai Shui the state of affairs within the realm of demonic cultivation. The common folk here appeared to be in dire straits, akin to lambs subjected to arbitrary slaughter and servitude. As they passed a city, Bai Shui witnessed several members of the Xianming cult indulging in the wanton massacre of innocent civilians, driving them into the wilderness and reveling in the hunt as if they were mere game. Such malevolent forces, it was no wonder they were universally condemned. With a flick of his fingers, Zhao Fan dispatched the marauding Xianming cult members, leaving them as lifeless corpses upon the ground. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. The few surviving civilians, noticing Zhao Fan and Bai Shui nearby, knelt in gratitude and reverence. Hurry and leave, Zhao Fan gestured to them, before soaring into the sky with Bai Shui. As they traversed several cities under the dominion of the Xianming cult, it became evident that these practitioners of dark arts were not only cruel to ordinary people but also frequently turned on each other. The ground was littered with corpses. A true hell on earth. Although Zhao Fan had previously heard tales of the heartlessness of demonic cultivators, witnessing the grim scenes firsthand left him shaking his head in sorrow. Should the forces of darkness rule over the entire realm of cultivation, the devastation would be immeasurable. Thankfully, he had come to address the issues posed by the Xianming cult. Otherwise, when the demons attacked Mount Shu, countless innocents and cultivators would surely perish due to their wickedness. There is nothing worth lingering for. Let us hasten to the Black Magic City. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and spoke to Bai Shui. All right, when we arrive at the Black Magic City, you must not stop me. I too wish to strike down some of these demons, Bai Shui declared, shaking her tiny fist in indignation. The atrocities committed by the Xianming cult had been so egregious that even this little fox could no longer bear to witness them. Very well. Zhao Fan affectionately ruffled her head before they ascended on their sword, making their way towards the Black Magic City. Moments later, the pair arrived at the gates of the city. Who are you? A tall practitioner from the Xianming cult stepped forward to obstruct their path, inquiring with a scrutinizing gaze. Upon glimpsing the charming Bai Shui, a flicker of desire ignited in his eyes. We are here to enter the city, Zhao Fan replied, raising an eyebrow with a nonchalant tone. You are unfamiliar faces. To enter, you must allow me a thorough inspection, especially of this lovely young lady, the Xianming cult member said, reaching out toward Bai Shui. However, before he could approach, his hands were severed, the intense pain eliciting a scream from him. Bai Shui puffed out her cheeks, a hint of disdain shimmering in her beautiful eyes, and with a mere gesture, the Xianming cult member exploded into fragments. Not good. We have intruders. This scene caused the faces of the other members of the Xianming sect to change drastically, swiftly surrounding Zhao Fan and his companion. Bai Shui, they are in your hands now, Zhao Fan said with a smile directed at her. Humph, just watch from the sidelines, Bai Shui replied, raising her delicate, fair hand and casually striking out. Boom. A colossal hand, stretching 1,000 meters, appeared out of thin air, descending mercilessly upon the gathered members of the Xianming sect, instantly resulting in a shower of blood and continuous cries of agony. Having previously witnessed the brutal methods employed by the Xianming sect against innocent civilians, Bai Shui harbored a deep-seated hatred for these practitioners of dark arts. Thus, she showed no mercy in her attack. Zhao Fan had taught her that one must not exhibit any compassion towards such foes. With just a single strike, hundreds of Xianming sect members lay dead or grievously injured. The violent commotion inevitably attracted the attention of more formidable practitioners of dark arts within the Black Magic City, and in an instant, dozens of powerful figures rushed in from afar. Bai Shui furrowed her brow and, with another casual wave of her hand, sent forth an invisible force that struck those practitioners before they could even approach, causing them to vomit blood and be sent flying, including over 10 masters of the Xianming sect at the spirit separation stage. Bold! How dare you act so recklessly on the territory of our Xianming sect? No matter who you are, you shall perish here today. At that moment, a deep voice reverberated from within the city, accompanied by a surge of dark energy. Several figures, as deep as the abyss, soared into the sky, appearing before Zhao Fan and Bai Shui in the blink of an eye. There were 5 of them, each exuding an exceptionally powerful aura, particularly the middle-aged man at the forefront, whose imposing presence was remarkable. 5 formidable beings at the integration stage. Zhao Fan cast a casual glance, easily discerning the cultivation levels of the 5 before him, with the strongest among them, the middle-aged man. Having reached the late stage of integration, Bai Shui stood gracefully, her bright, gem-like eyes glinting with excitement as she assessed the 5 figures before her. Having spent too long confined within the Demon Lock Tower, the only sparring partner she had was Zhao Fan, and now, with 5 integration stage experts suddenly appearing, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. You have an audacious spirit, daring not only to intrude upon our Xianming sect's territory, but also to slay our disciples. I am Qingcong, the vice leader of the Xianming sect, and I invite you both to your demise. Upon witnessing the corpses of numerous Xianming sect disciples strewn across the ground, Vice Leader Qingcong's expression turned icy, and he directly signaled the 4 elders behind him to attack. On the territory of the Xianming sect, anyone who dares to kill their members for any reason faces only one fate: death. Boom. The 4 elders of the Xianming sect unleashed their power, charging towards Zhao Fan and Bai Shui. Do not interfere. Let me handle this, Bai Shui urged, worried that Zhao Fan might intervene. With that, she leaped forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the 4 elders. Bai Shui, appearing cute and lovely, proved to be exceptionally sharp and lethal in combat. In an instant, she clapped her hands, effortlessly shattering the attacks of the 4 elders of the Xianming sect, and with unyielding momentum, sent them flying, bloodied and battered. Bai Shui, whose origins were shrouded in mystery and who was a formidable force at the late stage of the merging phase, found the 4 ordinary elders of the Xianming sect utterly lacking. Disappointment washed over her. She had barely exerted a fraction of her power, yet her opponents were already grievously injured and easily dispatched. As the first breaths passed, witnessing the swift defeat of his most trusted 4 elders, the vice leader, Qing Tsong, felt a weight of seriousness settle upon him. He scrutinized Bai Shui and then Zhao Fan, suddenly aware that this pair seemed far from ordinary, particularly the young man behind the girl, who emanated no aura of spiritual energy, appearing as an ordinary individual. Yet, this only deepened his sense of mystery surrounding them. Who exactly are you? Qing Tsong refrained from immediate confrontation, suppressing his rising anger, and inquired with a grave tone, attempting to discern their origins. You lack the authority to question our lineage. Summon the elders of the Xianming sect, or else do not blame me for laying waste to this place, Zhao Fan replied. His expression impassive, yet his voice resonated clearly throughout the majority of the cultivators in Black Magic City. Arrogance. Our esteemed leader is not someone you can simply demand to see. If you refuse to clarify, do not blame me for being merciless. Though a hint of apprehension flickered in his heart, Qing Tsong remained undeterred, confident that in the headquarters of the Xianming sect, these 2 cultivators could not stir up a tempest. Bai Shui, incapacitate him, Zhao Fan instructed. Leave it to me. This fox spirit is quite formidable, Bai Shui replied, tilting her head playfully like an endearing neighborhood girl. In the next moment, she vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a chill surged through Qing Tsong, tightening his chest as he sensed the impending coldness. Buzz! A flash of icy brilliance pierced the air, distorting the void as it surged toward Qing Tsong with overwhelming force. This strike was as swift as lightning, a deluge of power that caused the ground beneath to tremble with a deafening roar. What incredible speed! Qing Tsong's expression shifted drastically. However, being a powerful cultivator at the late stage of the merging phase, he clenched his fists, glowing with a dark golden sheen, and unleashed a sudden explosion of energy. Boom! The icy brilliance collided violently with his fist, erupting with a thunderous sound. Before the echoes of the explosion could fade, Bai Shui and Qing Tsong soared into the sky, their clash once again creating a cataclysmic burst of energy, akin to a landslide or tsunami. Surrounding them, several weaker disciples of the Xianming sect were obliterated by the terrifying shockwaves of battle, their bodies bursting into a crimson mist that filled the air. Compared to the previous 4 elders who crumbled at a moment's notice, Qing Tsong's strength surpasses them by leaps and bounds, wielding formidable martial arts that render his physique as resilient as celestial gold. With every movement, his power is astonishingly formidable. Bai Shui, with her delicate features, remains composed, her petite form agile and nimble. Each time her fair, elongated hands strike, they effortlessly force Qing